Chapter 1276. Outside a dark prison cell in divine sword weave. Two prison guards guarded the cell very carefully. Their eyes were filled with excitement. "Big brother, we're going to make a huge contribution this time," the shorter prison guard said excitedly. "That's right. This Lee Si is still so stubborn even after his cultivation was sealed. He refused to say a word, even though he was tortured to the brink of death." The taller prison guard nodded. "That's not all. Who knows how many methods were used to pry information out of him. This Lee Si is like a rock in a latrine, smelly and hard. He's covered in wounds. Even his face is a bloody mess. He nearly died from having his tongue pulled out. Now, he can't even speak clearly." The shorter prison guard sighed. "Even Zhen Xiong and the Manor Lord gave up hope. Who would have thought that we would have such an opportunity to make a contribution?" The taller prison guard nodded. Lee Si is on his last breath. Now, he's finally willing to confess. Once second brother gets his confession, we'll immediately go meet the Manor Lord. However, before that, we absolutely cannot let anyone know. Otherwise, our contribution will be greatly reduced. The shorter prison guard said. "That's right. However, this Lee Si is also strange. He's injured all over, yet he still wants to write down his confession. Can he write it? There's nothing we can do about it. He can't speak clearly after his tongue was pulled out last time." The two prison guards were excited. However, the scene inside the sealed cell was different. Lee Si's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in wounds. His face was covered in countless marks. On the ground in front of him was a piece of Xian paper. Lee Si was writing with a brush. Whoosh! However, after he put the brush down, a large number of armored soldiers suddenly charged out of the paper. The soldiers seemed to appear out of thin air as they charged at the prison guard beside them. "Ah, not good. Is this the legendary manifestation of Qi?" The jailer suddenly cried out in surprise. Boom! The prison guard was slammed into the wall by the armored soldiers. The group of soldiers immediately restrained the prison guard. In the blink of an eye, the prison guard's neck was choked and he couldn't speak. However, Lee Si stood up with great difficulty. A sinister smile appeared on his mangled face. "It's right to be eager to make a contribution. However, don't you know that I'm a scholar? A scholar that doesn't need a treasure or a blade. All I need is a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. I can write a magnificent army." Ha ha ha! A portion of the soldiers that walked out from Lee Si's body trapped the jailer, while the other portion quickly pointed at Lee Si's body. Boom! One by one, the soldiers charged towards Lee Si. Lee Si had a pained expression on his face, but he still forced himself to endure the soldiers undoing the seal on him. Rumble! A whole incense stick's worth of time. Crack! The seal in Lee Si's body suddenly cracked open. Who? Countless amounts of energy quickly floated up and repaired Lee Si's body. "It's finally unsealed," Lee Si said with a ferocious look. With his ancestral immortal cultivation base, he was able to swiftly heal up his severely wounded body. The countless imprints on his face were also being mended at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the prison guard who was trapped by the armored soldiers had a terrified expression on his face. "I'm in big trouble. I'm in big trouble this time." After nearly 2 hours, Lee Si finally healed his injuries. Lee Si looked at that prison guard, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile as he said, "It's really all thanks to you that I was able to escape this time." Woo woo woo! The prison guard cried out in fear. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Do you know why I let you stay? It's because your body shape is very similar to mine. If I were to leave, wouldn't I need someone to replace me?" Lee Si sneered coldly. Woo 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 woo! The prison guard shook his head in fear. "The fact that I didn't kill you after all these years of torture is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Oomph. You can only blame yourselves for being too greedy. You shouldn't have handed me the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone." Ha ha ha! Lee Si's eyes were cold as he laughed. Soon, Lee Si swapped the two's clothes. Boom! With a stretch of his hand, Lee Si heavily injured the prison guard's body. Ah! The immense pain caused the prison guard to faint instantly. Faint? Don't wake up if you faint. Lee Si pointed a finger at the prison guard's head. Boom! The prison guard's body trembled, and he showed no signs of waking up. Li Si tidied up the surroundings, walked slowly to the door, and knocked. "Second brother, are you done? The shift is about to change." A shout came from outside the door. Immediately, two figures rushed in excitedly. As soon as they entered, they saw Li Si standing in front of them. "You?" Boom! Li Si, who had recovered his cultivation, instantly killed the two. With a wave of his hand, the two turned into a pile of powder. Li Si waved his sleeve and threw them to a flower bed outside. Li Si swaggered out of the prison cell. Not long after, 3 more people walked past the prison cell. "Those 3 bastards, we only delayed them for a while, and they escaped. If we let the felons escape, none of us will have a good time." The other 3 prison guards rushed into the prison cell while cursing. As soon as they entered the prison cell, they saw Li Si lying on the ground on the verge of death. The 3 of them looked disgusted. "Fortunately, this stubborn old man is still here." As they spoke, the 3 of them went out to guard him again. The Great Jun Holy Court versus Deity Sword Manor. This time, the Great Jun Holy Court was aggressive. Although they did not send out the entire country, the troops were all elites of the Great Jun Holy Court. In the early stages, they charged to open up new territory. In the later stages, a large number of troops and officials rushed forward to govern. After taking down Shijin territory, the Great Jun Holy Court's army split into 4 and went in 4 directions. Yin Chuan led the Terracotta army and rushed straight to Deity Sword territory. Not long after, they arrived at Deity Sword territory. Along the way, they did not encounter any obstructions. Yin Chuan did not have the time to destroy the cities one by one. Instead, he went straight to the center of Deity Sword Manor. The closer they got, the more sword-shaped mountains rose into the sky. "Roar! Roar!" the dragon roared, and the Great Jun Holy Court's aura soared into the sky. Not long after, the Great Jun Holy Court's army arrived outside Deity Sword Manor. It was a vast mountain range. There seemed to be 108 giant sword-shaped mountains around it that rose into the sky. Most importantly, there seemed to be an endless amount of fog all around. The fog stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Although the surrounding mountains and rivers could be seen clearly, it was still somewhat blurry. Yin Chuan led the army and stopped at the entrance of Deity Sword Manor. They could clearly see a peak in the center of Deity Sword Manor. There was a huge palace on top of it. The palace was called Deity Sword Hall. Deity Sword Hall Square. At this moment, there were many figures standing there. It was as if they knew that Yin Chuan and the others were coming. Deity Sword Manor was on standby. In the manor, countless sword cultivators stared at the army of 100,000 with unfriendly expressions. Deity Sword Hall Square. Gue Guzi, a white-bearded man, and Zhen Xiong stood at the front. Behind them were many experts with imposing auras. Holy King, apart from Dark Gue Guzi, Zhen Xiong, and Deity Sword Manor's Manor Lord, there are nearly 15 ancestral immortals. Meng Yi said solemnly. "So what?" Bai Qi said with an arrogant expression. Meng Yi nodded. At the very least, he was not the only ancestral immortal in his terracotta army. The Great Jin Holy Court had never been afraid of anyone. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, was staring at the 2 people on the square. One was Dark Gue Guzi, and the other was Zhen Xiong. Dark Gue Guzi. If not for his extremely dark aura, he would have looked exactly like Gue Guzi. "Yin Chuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Dark Gue Guzi suddenly sneered. "You've brought Deity Sword Manor into the abyss." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Is that so?" Dark Gue Guzi sneered. "Oomph, the surroundings are filled with fog, and the dragon veins are surging. Is this a feng shui master's derivative world?" Yin Chuan said coldly. "That's right, a derivative world that you're familiar with. Yin Chuan, should I call you Ying or Yin Chuan?" "Ha ha." Dark Gue Guzi laughed loudly. As he spoke, Dark Gue Guzi gently stomped his foot. With that stomp, the ground suddenly changed from the tip of his foot. The mountain below disappeared, and so did Deity Sword Manor. Instead, it turned into a huge, majestic hall. Skyward Hall. Bai Qi's face darkened. Wasn't Skyward Hall the imperial court of the Great Zhen Holy Court? It wasn't over yet. The entire deity Sword Mountain quickly changed. Feng Shui-derived worlds, and everything turned into derivative things. The surroundings suddenly turned into countless pavilions. The disciples of deity Sword Manor also underwent a huge change. They were originally wearing white clothes, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into official uniforms. The people around them also kept changing. Among them, the leader of deity Sword Manor suddenly changed, and a pair of dragon horns appeared on his head. The ancestral immortals behind him quickly turned into Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Lu Buwei, Li Si, and other officials. This is... Meng Yi was shocked. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge sea of fortune clouds appeared in the sky. This sea of fortune clouds was at least 10 times bigger than Great Zenith's. The officials behind Dark Gui Guzi form a line of 1,000 people, which was even more magnificent than Great Zhen Holy Court's current officials. Ferocious auras surged from all directions like a vast ocean, rushing straight towards Yin Chuan and his group. Dark Gui Guzi, who created the derivative worlds, took a step forward. Surrounded by black fog, he lowered his head and slowly raised it. In the black fog, Dark Gui Guzi's appearance also changed. At the same time, his clothes turned into a black dragon robe. He held the flat imperial hat in his hand and slowly stood up. Great Thousand World, Great Qin Heavenly Court, I am the Heavenly Emperor. Win! Gui Guzi shouted. His shout reverberated through the 9 heavens. Above the sea of luck, the golden dragon with 18 claws raised its head and roared. Roar! The dragon's roar raged. Thousands of soldiers and horses appeared in all directions, surrounding Yin Chuan and the others. In terms of numbers, Yin Chuan and the others were like a small boat in the ocean. The fierce Great Qin army around them surged with endless murderous intent. Zhen Xiong changed into Gui Guzi's appearance. The deity Sword Manor's leader had the aura of the dragon race around him. Endless dragon race roared around him. The surging aura surged towards Yin Chuan. The 5 dragons in front of the carriage were already dumbfounded. Wasn't this aura too terrifying? The derivative world gave birth to my first life, the peerless Great Qin. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he said coldly. Chapter 1277. Deity Sword Villa. White mist surrounded the area as the sky changed color. Everything disappeared and turned into a vast city. Heavenly Court City. Skyward Palace entrance. As Gigu Zi transformed into Ing, a wild and supreme aura rushed out in all directions. Thousands of soldiers surrounded Yin Chuan's terracotta army in the center. The derivative world gave birth to my first incarnation, the peerless Great Qin. Yin Chuan said coldly. That's right. The first incarnation of you crushed the current you. Interesting. Gigu Zi said. Haha. The derivative world is just a feng shui technique. How can it compare to my first incarnation? Besides, the degree of derivation depends on the medium used. Yin Chuan said. Yes, it can compare. However, don't forget that I'm derived from the entire deity Sword Villa. My power is naturally many times stronger than nihility. Humph, terracotta army, right? Gigu Zi sneered. Gigu Zi's incarnation of Ing waved his hand. Crack, 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 crack. A group of bronze-looking soldiers suddenly walked out from the surrounding army. They all looked cold and stared at Yin Chuan and the others. Great Qin's terracotta army in the past. I wonder how strong your terracotta army is now. Gigu Zi sneered. He waved his hand. Yes, the bronze terracotta army replied. Load the crossbows. Among the bronze terracotta soldiers, a general who looked like Meng Yi shouted. Meng Yi's face changed. Load the crossbows. Meng Yi also shouted. Boom! The 2 armies quickly aimed their arrows at each other. Fire! Almost at the same time, they shouted. The arrows from the 2 sides collided at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Instantly, Meng Yi's arrow rain exploded. The arrow rain on the other side was reduced by 70%, but there were still 30% coming. Defend! Meng Yi shouted. Roar! The ancestral immortals and the terracotta army responded and combined their heavenly Daos. Suddenly, nearly 40 heavenly Daos appeared in front of the arrow rain. Boom! After a massive collision, the 40 heavenly Daos shook violently and barely managed to block the attack. The first wave of attacks was blocked. Almost everyone's face sank. The Bronze Terracotta Army was only a derivative of the Great Qin Empire, and it was definitely far inferior to the Great Qin Empire of the past. Even so, how could it compare to the ferocity of the Great Zhun Empire? Just how much had this derivative world evolved? Kill! From afar, Bronze Man Meng Yi shouted loudly, leading the terracotta soldiers to charge over. Go! Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Kill! Meng Yi shouted and led the terracotta soldiers to charge forward. Meng Yi, let me help you break their formation. Bai Qi shouted and rushed forward. Bai Qi rushed out and slashed at the Bronze Legion with his saber. A beam of white light descended from the sky, bringing with it a vast might as it collided with the Bronze Terracotta Army. Bronze Meng Yi's face turned cold. Shield formation! Roar! With a loud roar, the 100,000 soldiers swung out tens of thousands of bronze shields. As soon as the shields appeared, they collided with Bai Qi's saber. Boom! Countless vortexes appeared in the air. Back in Xianyang, Bai Qi's saber strike could instantly destroy the ancestral immortal's heavenly Tao. However, it did nothing here. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Seeing this, Yin Chuan understood that the derivative medium that Dark Gui Guzi used must have been something that he carried with him back then. Even he regarded it as a treasure. That was why it could evolve to such a degree. What was it? In the distance, Bai Qi's saber strike did nothing. However, it instantly shot towards the Bronze Terracotta Army. Good. It's easy to come in, but don't go out. Shield trap! Bronze Man Meng Yi shouted. Boom! Countless shields charged towards Bai Qi in the center. Bai Qi's eyes widened, and he suddenly roared. Roar! As he roared, countless blood-red lotuses appeared around him, and a huge golden man appeared. Golden body of the killing path. The moment the golden body of the killing path appeared, it expanded rapidly. A ferocious killing intent shot out from its body and clashed with the shield formation. Boom! The golden body of the killing path was extremely powerful. Suddenly, the void exploded, and countless Bronze Terracotta Army were sent flying. Ah! Bang! Amidst the miserable cries, many people in the Bronze Terracotta Army exploded. It was as if they were bubbles to begin with. The formation was destroyed with a loud bang. The moment Bai Qi's golden body of the killing path appeared, its power skyrocketed. At this moment, the real Meng Yi arrived with the Terracotta Army. Shield formation! Meng Yi shouted. Just like the Bronze Terracotta Army, a fierce shield formation spread out. It instantly broke the Bronze Terracotta Army's formation. Suddenly, another sky-breaking saber strike slashed towards Bai Qi. Bai Qi's expression changed, and he faced the saber. Boom! The two sabers collided, and the void exploded. Bai Qi took half a step back before he could stabilize himself. His expression sank as he looked at the other side. On the other side, there was a golden body of the killing path standing behind him. The other Bai Qi looked at him coldly. Aha, it's me? You want to imitate me? I remember you. You were an ancestral immortal standing behind Gui Guzi. So what if your strength is boosted by the derivative world? Bai Qi had a fierce expression as he stepped forward. The two Bai Qis used the same move again, and the two sabers slashed at each other. Boom! The two sabers collided fiercely. Bai Qi had a fierce expression, and so did the other Bai Qi. Neither of them gave way. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. Bai Qi snorted coldly. The golden body of the killing path took a step forward and fused with him. Boom! A fierce aura burst out, and the killing intent in the surroundings condensed into billions of sabers that slashed towards the other Bai Qi. The other Bai Qi saw this, and quickly fused with the golden body of the killing path. His strength instantly increased. Bai Qi smiled coldly and said, "It's useless. You can't imitate the golden body of the killing path. If you don't kill enough people, any derivation technique will be useless. Die." Roar. As Bai Qi shouted, the saber in his hand suddenly burst out with a boundless blood-red light. It slashed through everything and instantly cut the golden body of the killing path in half. Bang! The Bai Qi created by Dark Gui Guzi was killed on the spot. However, Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Obviously, he understood that this derivative world was incredible. Bai Qi took a deep breath and said, "As expected of the trash that separated from Mr. Oomph." Dark Gui Guzi snorted coldly. Suddenly, Wang Jian's sword light soared into the sky, and a blood-red light filled the sky. Meng Tian's spear danced, and boundless blood-red dragon energy shot out. The last one was the Manor Lord, who had transformed into a man with dragon horns. He took a step forward. The ancestor dragon that simulated the great Thousand Realms? "Ha, come together." Bai Qi shouted coldly and charged forward. Boom! Bai Qi and the group of experts instantly engaged in a chaotic battle. Dark Gui Guzi said coldly, "Bai Qi, you actually recovered 30% of your strength from your first life? Yin Chuan, you were really lucky." Yin Chuan's gaze was cold. Zhao Afong stood at the side, frowning. As for the 5 dragons pulling the chariot, they were stunned. What was going on? Bai Qi. He was so ferocious now, but he only had 30% of his strength from his first life. 30%? Bai Qi waved his hand. At the side, Zhen Xiong created Gui Guzi and stepped forward. You cannot use Feng Shui in the Feng Shui derivative world. However, I cultivate both Feng Shui and luck. I can use the life-stealing technique against the enemy. Dark Gui Guzi said. Zhen Xiong created Gui Guzi and nodded, stepping forward. Zhao Afong looked at Yin Chuan and frowned. She took a deep breath and said, "Wang, Zhen Xiong, let me deal with him." "All right. I want to find out what I was back then. Be careful." "Be careful." Yin Chuan nodded. Seeing Zhao Afong step forward, Zhen Xiong smiled coldly and said, "Little girl, you also reincarnated? However, you are actually blind?" Zhao Afong took a deep breath. Zhen Xiong was her father in her previous life, but he had poisoned her to death in her previous life. From a moment of his death, this father-daughter relationship had ended. However, there was still an ill-fated relationship in her previous life. Zhao Afong wanted to end this karma. Zhen Xiong, I will use the life-stealing technique to kill you and end all karma. Zhao Afong said coldly. Life-stealing technique? Most of your life-stealing technique was not taught by Gui Guzi. I created Gui Guzi now, and I have Master helping me. You think you can kill me? Zhen Xiong said coldly. As he spoke, Zhen Xiong slowly sat down cross-legged. Zhao Afong also slowly sat down cross-legged. The moment they sat down, countless stars suddenly circled around them. As they circled, the void shook. Then, endless blue light gushed out of each of them and charged at each other. Boom! The 2 blue lights collided in mid-air, as if forming a mirror and colliding with each other. As they collided, the blue light continued to strengthen. Zhao Afong, haha, I didn't think that after reincarnating dozens of times, your life-stealing technique would become so exquisite. The light of misfortune is actually so endless. Dark Gui Guzi said coldly. Yin Chuan said coldly, these are all things that I played with back then. You want to use them against me? Haha, Yin Chuan, I know you're unyielding and unyielding. In this life, you'll definitely challenge a higher level. However, you're still too weak now. Compared to your previous life, the difference is too great. Even if we can't recreate the might of Great Qin in the derivative world, it's still not something you can resist. Dark Gui Guzi coldly said. As he spoke, he waved his hand at Zhen Xiong and pointed at the sky. Boom! A vast astral source suddenly appeared in the void. The moment it appeared, it connected with Zhen Xiong's fate chart. Zhen Xiong's life-usurping techniques, power skyrocketed. The original blue light instantly became more than 10 times brighter. Zhao Afong could not take it anymore. Oomph. Yin Chuan also waved his hand. Boom. Behind Zhao Afong, a towering tree suddenly shot up into the sky. As soon as the world tree appeared, green energy surged into Zhao Afong's body. Boom. Zhao Afong's power also skyrocketed. The original blue light also became more than 10 times brighter. The declining momentum instantly disappeared, and it fiercely suppressed Zhen Xiong. Cypress tree? How can you control the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gui Guzi's expression changed. Chapter 1278. Cypress tree? How can you mobilize the old man's cypress tree? Dark Gui Guzi's expression changed. In the distance, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. From Dark Gui Guzi's tone, Yin Chuan could hear a different feeling. Why can't I mobilize the cypress tree? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Dark Gui Guzi's eyes widened. The cypress tree is the foundation of the Bai family. It is connected to the old man's life. Other than him, no one can mobilize it. No one can, unless... Dark Gui Guzi's eyelids twitched as if he didn't dare to say it out loud. Yin Chuan stared at Dark Gui Guzi. Although Dark Gui Guzi was cursing Bai Huang as an old man, Yin Chuan could hear a sense of respect in his tone. Dark Gui Guzi respected Bai Huang. Could it be that Dark Gui Guzi respected him as well? Bai Huang is dead. Yin Chuan sighed softly. What? What? Impossible. How could the old man be dead? How could he be dead? Dark Gui Guzi suddenly screamed. You've been in this world for some years now. In the past, the cypress tree withered and declined. You should know that it was Bai Huang who died. The cypress tree had nothing left to live for and wanted to die. Until it met me. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The cypress tree wanted to die? So the old man died at that time? The old man is dead? Dark Gui Guzi's eyes suddenly turned red. Suddenly, Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest in pain. Dark Gui Guzi screamed in pain. Bastard, I shouldn't have let you hear it. You shouldn't have heard it. Your sorrow resonates with my sorrow. My heart hurts. Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest and cried out in pain. Yin Chuan stared at Dark Gui Guzi in surprise. Yin Chuan said solemnly, I finally understand. Gui Guzi was Bai Huang's top disciple back then, and his potential was limitless. Bai Huang said that among the disciples of the Bai family, only I could be mentioned in the same breath as Gui Guzi. Back then, I had witnessed Gui Guzi's terrifying potential, but in the end he was still lacking. I thought that Bai Huang had misjudged him, but it turns out that he was wrong. It turns out that the Gui Guzi I knew was only half of Gui Guzi. As for you, although you're the body of evil thoughts that split from Gui Guzi, you still have your own emotions, just like Yao Tianshang, Zhu, and the Tsar. Dark Gui Guzi had no time to pay attention to Yin Chuan. The surrounding ministers looked at Dark Ghost Guzi worriedly. Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest in extreme pain. Bastard, don't cause trouble. Bai Huang is dead. We'll just avenge him in the future. The cypress tree is Bai Huang's legacy. Yin Chuan doesn't deserve it. I'll take the cypress tree first. We'll talk about the rest later. Don't be sad. Dark Gui Guzi roared, clutching his chest. It was as if he was talking to Gui Guzi in his body. However, the grief he felt at this moment was not something that could be stopped with just a few words. If it was just Gui Guzi's grief, he could block it out. The key was that he was also grieving. The resonance of the two sorrows caused Dark Gui Guzi's body to become extremely chaotic. Roar! Ministers, generals! Dark Gui Guzi roared. Your subjects are here. Tens of millions of soldiers and subjects roared in response. Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest in pain. Suddenly, someone stepped forward from the crowd. Heaven Emperor, this subject is willing to share your burden and carry out your orders to punish the invader. A minister shouted. Dark Gui Guzi clutched his chest as he nodded and said, Li Si, lead the ministers and generals to kill Yin Chuan on the dragon carriage. Yes, almost everyone answered in unison. Above the Sea of Providence, a beam of golden light suddenly shot down. It shot straight into Li Si's palm. A large word appeared in the golden light. Order. Li Si received the order and took a step forward. All the soldiers waited for Li Si's orders. Li Si took the lead and walked not far away from Jin Xiong. He looked around. In the distance, Great Qin's ferocious generals and the dragon race surrounded Bai Qi. Bai Qi was also incredibly ferocious. He swung his saber, and countless corpses flew into the air. His golden body of killing shot out billions of saber blades. Boom! Generals fell to Bai Qi's saber one after another. On the other side, the terracotta army defeated the bronze army. Li Si looked around. Close to 100 million people were all ready to go. On the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons were nervous. However, Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly as he stood with his hands behind his back. In the center of Yin Chuan's right palm, there were traces of small stars revolving around it. Clearly, Yin Chuan had also prepared for everything. Gue Guzi clutched his chest to suppress the pain. Li Si held the token and ordered the 3 armies. After taking a deep breath, Li Si held the token and suddenly shouted, Great Qin's Li Si leads the Great Qin's ministers and soldiers to defeat the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty and bow to the Sage King. Long live the Sage King. Boom! The entire derivative world suddenly shook violently. Countless illusory soldiers and officials followed Li Si's command medallion and bowed respectfully towards Yin Chuan. However, the people created by the deity Sword Manor's disciples were shocked. What? Third Ancestral Master, what are you doing? Third Ancestral Master, you! Why are you surrendering to Yin Chuan? What's going on? Countless people exclaimed in shock. As for Li Si, he suddenly stretched out his hand and struck Zhan Xiong's body. Boom! Under the palm, Zhan Xiong, who was using the life-stealing technique, was caught off guard and was severely injured. Puff! Zhan Xiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Zhan Xiong exclaimed in shock. Boom! Zhao Afang's countless light of misfortune rushed towards Zhan Xiong. In the blink of an eye, endless blue light entered Zhan Xiong's body. Ah! Zhan Xiong screamed in horror. Rebels suddenly appeared in the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Once the internal strife occurred, the entire derivative world shook. Rumble! While the world was shaking, Yin Chuan suddenly closed his eyes. After a while, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at somewhere on the ground. It's actually my imperial seal? Yin Chuan stared. On the other side, Dark Gue Guzi shouted angrily, How dare you! Dark Gue Guzi struck Li Si with his palm. Li Si naturally dodged quickly. Whoosh! Li Si dodged to the side. Who are you? You're not the 3rd founder. Who are you? Zhan Xiong exclaimed. Li Si sneered and said, Of course I'm not your 3rd founder. Zhan Xiong, after torturing me for so long, you don't even remember me? Li Si, you're the real Li Si? Impossible. Yesterday, I went to the prison to check on you. Impossible. Zhan Xiong exclaimed. Suddenly, Zhan Xiong's pupils shrunk. I remember now. A month ago, 3 prison guards disappeared. It was you. At that time, you ran out. Li Si sneered. On the other side, Zhao Afang quickly activated his life-usurping art. Boundless light of misfortune suddenly swept out in all directions. Not good. Countless people exclaimed. While the derivative world was shaking, Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and formed countless seals. Boom! A golden light hit the ground. Rumble! The derivative world's carrier lost its effect. The derivative world suddenly collapsed. Walala! Countless clouds and mist suddenly dispersed, and countless soldiers were suddenly annihilated. The official robes of the deity Sword Villa's disciples who were turned into subjects of Great Qin also disappeared quickly. Everything was in the process of being restored. The entire derivative world collapsed. Roar! The pressure on Bai Qi suddenly decreased. The blade in his hand was even more ferocious. The group of ancestral immortals who surrounded Bai Qi suddenly lost their strength buff. In the blink of an eye, it was a one-sided massacre by Bai Qi. Villa Master, save me. Ah, Villa Master. The group of experts who were killed screamed in horror. Save? No one can save you. Even your villa master must die. Bai Qi snorted coldly. Meng, Yi, you guys deal with the others. I will kill the deity sword villa's villa master. Bai Qi shouted. Meng Yi shouted and commanded the terracotta army to charge forward. When the light of misfortune entered their bodies, they were even more unlucky. Now that they lost their strength buff, they were instantly defeated. The derivative world completely collapsed. Countless soldiers disappeared. Countless strength buffs were lost. The terracotta army and Bai Qi started killing in all directions. There were too many disciples of the deity Sword Villa. They could not be killed in a short period of time. However, there were still some who were afraid of death. Some of the disciples, however, quietly fled in all directions. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a disciple of the deity Sword Villa escaped into a dense forest. Whoosh! A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Who are you? The disciple exclaimed. Heaven Mending Guard. Xing. With a sword light, the disciple of the deity Sword Villa was instantly cut in half. The black-robed figure also disappeared instantly. There were countless disciples of the deity Sword Villa. However, after the light of misfortune entered their bodies, the battle was no longer harmonious. For a time, they were defeated. Bai Qi's golden body of killing suppressed the villa master of the deity Sword Villa. Zhen Xiong was heavily injured, but he rushed straight to Dark Giguzi. Dark Giguzi looked at everything in front of him in shock. In the blink of an eye, everything was for naught. Roar! Bai, you're always so lucky. Dark Giguzi roared angrily. Lucky? Oomph. You chose the wrong derivative world carrier. Yin Chuan snorted. Teacher, what should we do now? What should we do now? Zhen Xiong asked anxiously. Dark Giguzi took a deep breath and said to Yin Chuan, Just you wait. I will be back. Roar. As he spoke, Dark Giguzi stomped his foot. Boom. On the ground, Yin Shi suddenly soared into the sky. The original ground suddenly became transparent. One could vaguely see that under the transparent ground, there were countless ghosts and spirits flying and wreaking havoc. The Netherworld? Teacher, are you going to escape to the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong's eyes lit up. Dark Giguzi was about to nod. However, at this moment, countless ghosts in the Netherworld suddenly crawled on the ground in fear. A man in a dragon robe floated in the air and looked up coldly from the Netherworld. Zombie Yin Chuan? Dark Giguzi's expression changed. Chapter 1279. Zombie Yin Chuan. Dark Guzi's expression changed. In the Netherworld, Zombie Yin Chuan stood amidst the 10,000 ghosts, looking at Dark Guzi with a gloomy expression. Is Yin Chuan trying to confuse us? Teacher, Yin Chuan already made arrangements. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Dark Guzi's expression turned gloomy. Rumble. Guzi waved his hand, and the Yin energy slowly decreased. Then, he closed the Netherworld road. Teacher, there's only one person in the Netherworld. Why'd he give up on leaving the Netherworld? Zhen Xiong asked in shock. What do you know? Guzi said coldly. Others might not know, but Giguzi knew that Zombie Yin Chuan of the Netherworld walked the same path as Ying back then. Although his cultivation base was only at the fourth heaven of ancestral immortal realm, he was definitely more dangerous than the Yang realm. He was more dangerous than everyone here combined. In the distance, Bai Qi was killing everywhere. The Divine Sword Mountain Manor's Villa Master was forced to retreat. Even if the surrounding people could block the Saber Qi, they could not block the burning of the red karmic fire lotus. Instantly, countless people died. The terracotta soldiers displayed their might. They attacked one after another, slaughtering like they were harvesting straw. Anyone who tried to run could not escape the surrounding sword Qi. The experts who were known as the Sword Holy Land of the outer eastern continent were killed by some hidden experts. It was quite ironic. In the blink of an eye, the originally invincible position became besieged. Yin Chuan, it seems that I was too careless. Dark Guzi said, after taking a deep breath. Yin Chuan held the great Qin imperial seal in his hand. The imperial seal hummed as if it was happy to see its old master again. While the imperial seal was excited, Yin Chuan looked at it with a complicated expression. He waved his hand and put away the great Qin imperial seal. Then, he looked at Dark Gui Guzi, who was not far away. Dark Gui Guzi, you're already at the end of your rope. Hand over Gui Guzi. Yin Chuan said seriously. Dark Gui Guzi narrowed his eyes and revealed a complicated smile. At the end of my rope? Yin Chuan, you overestimate yourself. Oomph. I just don't want to kill you. I miscalculated this time. Remember, I will be back. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! A huge hole suddenly appeared in front of Gui Guzi. The other end seemed to lead to another place. We're saved. Gui Guzi's Guzi. Spatial magic treasure? Yin Chuan's face sank. Gui Guzi took a step forward and shot towards the interior. Zhen Xiong and the others also quickly rushed over. Where are you going? Yin Chuan glared at him. Suddenly, a sea of blood rushed towards the huge opening from all directions. Boom! Guzi? Guzi? Guzi Guzi. The spatial hole collapsed with a loud rumble. The people behind Gui Guzi were immediately knocked back. What? Teacher! Zhen Xiong exclaimed. The yacht disappeared. Only one person managed to escape, and that was Gui Guzi. The others were all cut off. Zhao Afong raised his eyebrows and looked at Yin Chuan with a complicated expression. The others did not notice. No, maybe one of them did. Li Si noticed, but he was not surprised. At that moment, Yin Chuan could have stopped Gui Guzi as well. However, Yin Chuan deliberately let Gui Guzi go. Why? Zhao Afong's expression was complicated, but he did not ask. The people in the surroundings who did not escape were all terrified. No, Guzi, save me, Zhen Xiong exclaimed. However, Dark Gui Guzi was nowhere to be seen. The deity Sword Villa was facing an unprecedented disaster. What should they do? Zhen Xiong's expression changed. Nietian kill. Bai Qi shouted in the distance. He merged with the golden body of the killing path and slashed at a great path. Boom! The golden body of the killing path shot out billions of saber lights. The saber lights crushed the surrounding cultivators. An azure-colored great path in front of Bai Qi was cut in half from top to bottom. Boom! The azure-colored great path exploded, and the body inside was also cut in half. Villa Master. No, Villa Master. Countless deity Sword Villa disciples seemed to have lost their strength. They watched in a daze as Bai Qi killed the deity Sword Villa Master with one saber strike. The strongest person of the deity Sword Villa died, just like that. After killing the deity Sword Villa Master, Bai Qi looked around and shouted, "Kill!" Boom! The terracotta soldiers' massacre became even more ferocious. The massacre continued, and more people fled. However, when they fled in all directions, beams of soaring sword chi suddenly shot out. The dazzling sword light killed all the people who fled. Even further away, there were cultivators from all over the world. They were originally here to watch the battle. However, when the fog spread, everyone understood that it was definitely a derivative realm. One could not enter a derivative realm of a feng shui master. Even the surrounding cultivators retreated. Among them was the Absolute Palace's palace master. Everyone was waiting for a result. In the end, the derivative realm collapsed very quickly. However, the scene that was revealed made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. In the distance, the deity Sword Villa had already been razed to the ground. Under the crazy massacre, the sky was filled with broken corpses. In the distance, Bai Qi killed the deity Sword Villa Master with one saber strike. From this moment on, the deity Sword Villa officially became history. Hiss! What a ferocious great Jun! Palace Master, you made the right decision. An expert of the Absolute Palace said with an unsightly expression. Everyone quickly held their breaths to witness this unforgettable moment. Zhen Xiong was also fleeing outside. However, just as he fled far away, a dazzling sword light suddenly stabbed over. Boom! Zhen Xiong was knocked back by the sword. Zhen Xiong did not even see who stabbed him. No, no, no. Zhen Xiong shouted in horror. Yin Chuan, Li Si, and Zhao Afong slowly approached Zhen Xiong. Zhenro, I am your father. You can't kill me. Zhen Xiong shouted anxiously. In this life, you are not my father. In the previous life, the fate of father and daughter has ended. Zhao Afong shook his head. Zhen Xiong, I have waited for this day for many years. Finally, this day has come. I will not let you die so easily. I will let you taste the pain of the great Zhen 5 punishments. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's aura suddenly surged. Yindi, have mercy. In the distance, a yellow light suddenly shot over. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Who dares to stop me from killing Zhen Xiong? There is no compromise for Zhen Xiong's crime. The yellow light came close in the blink of an eye. Boom! A gust of wind swept up and a man stopped in front of everyone. The man was bald and extremely muscular. His figure was also different from ordinary people. He was as tall as 3 people. His muscles were like stones and emitted a trace of yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the great Zhen Sage King. The man smiled slightly. Chapter 1280. Netherworld, West Outer Continent. Outside a city filled with providence. Rumble, war drums beat, and countless black-armored soldiers surrounded the sea in the center. Gusts of wind swept out in all directions, and the sea water surged out in all directions. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. A tragic roar sounded. It came from Shimin Sage. In the center of the sea, Shimin Sage was captured, and countless chains pierced through his body. Heavenly Emperor Xing, Ming Tianhan, and a group of Xing officials stood in the air. Shimin, you asked for it. Ming Tianhan said with a faint smile. You might not be the strongest among the 4 sages, but you're the one who knows when to advance and when to retreat. I wasn't too careful with Wu Tian and Mei Gao Ku. I thought of many ways to deal with you, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. This is my home ground. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Ming Tianhan smiled. The Shimin Sage shook his head and sighed. I was so close to saving the 3 of them. If I failed and got captured, I can only blame myself for it. Now, all 4 of us have been captured by you. Can you tell me why? Shimin Sage's body was pierced through by countless chains. On the other side, Ming Tianhan waved his hand, and 3 more sages were captured and brought to a place not far away. Wu Tian, Hua Zuntian, Mei Gao Ku, and Shimin Sage were all captured. Shimin, I've implicated you this time. Hua Zuntian said bitterly. Shimin, what are you doing here? Mei Gao Ku said helplessly. Only Heaven Sage will remain silent. Ming Tianhan, the 4 of us have no enmity with you. Why did you capture us? Shimin Sage shouted again. Because you are sages. Ming Tianhan smiled. The 4 sages looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. You want us to be your officials? Wu Tian suddenly asked. Ming Tianhan shook his head. No, then what do you want? Wu Tian shouted. What I want is the ability of sages to control the power of heaven and earth. This ability can affect the heavens. Ming Tianhan smiled. Heavens? What? You want to... Huazun Tian cried out in shock. Borrowing our power. You want to enslave the heavens? Shimin also cried out in shock. That's impossible. Even though the heavens are dead and the heavenly Tao has collapsed, we can only be considered as servants of the heavens. You want to control the heavens with just the 4 of us? How laughable. That's absolutely impossible. Ming Tianhan, you're dreaming. Mei Gao Ku said in a deep voice. Keep dreaming. You'll know when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I'll nail you to the heavens for my punishment and conquer the world, said Ming Tianhan. You, Shimin, Hua Zunqian, and Mei Gao Ku immediately shouted in anger. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Heaven Sage Wu laughed loudly. Everyone looked at Heaven Sage Wu in confusion. What are you laughing at? Ming Tianhan asked in a deep voice. Heaven Sage Wu sneered and said, I'm laughing. I'm laughing because your plan will fail sooner or later. Oh, Ming Tianhan was puzzled. I don't know where your confidence comes from, and I don't know what secret techniques or methods you have, but I do know one thing. Even if you succeed, you still lack one thing. That thing will make your plan fail sooner or later. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice, My plan will fail at the final stage? Then I'll listen to the first sage's brilliant idea. Ming Tianhan said very patiently, You want to use the heavens for your own purposes and dominate the world? However, we four sages are not the only ones who can affect the heavens. There is another existence even more noble than us, an existence even more connected to the heavens. Heaven Sage Wu said in a deep voice. Oh, Ming Tianhan narrowed his eyes. Who do you think can mobilize the power of the world? Heaven Sage Wu sneered. Yin Chuan's cat, Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. It's good that you know. Cat, do you know who it is? Heaven Sage Wu asked. Heaven Sage Wu, don't say it, Shimin suddenly exclaimed. Shimin's exclamation made Ming Tianhan even more curious. Heaven Sage Wu ignored Shimin Sage. He smiled and said, It is the mysterious heavens. Heaven Sage Wu Miao? Wow! All the officials were in an uproar. Sage Wu Miao. Didn't Sage Wu Miao die? Heaven Sage Wu Miao is dead. How is that possible? Ming Tianhan's pupil shrank. Are you telling the truth? I don't know if you've seen that cat in action with your own eyes, but you should have heard from some of the spectators that it can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. That cat is even more powerful than us saints. Who else in the world can mobilize the power of heaven and earth like this? It can't defeat us. It just hasn't mastered it yet. Heaven Sage Wu Miao said in a deep voice. Shimin Sage sighed. Hua Zentian was shocked and didn't know what to say. Mei Gao Ku suddenly said, That's right. You should know why I want to capture it. Heaven Sage Wu Miao? Ming Tianhan frowned. Ha ha! Your grand plan isn't enough. Go capture Yin Chuan's cat. Heaven Sage Wu Miao, Miao. Go find trouble with Yin Chuan. Ha ha ha! Heaven Sage Wu Miao laughed. Ming Tianhan frowned slightly. Take them to the prison. Ming Tianhan yelled. Yes. The officials answered and took the four sages away. Ming Tianhan stood in the void and pondered. At this moment, heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless auspicious clouds covered the sky. Above the ground, auspicious energy soared into the sky. Endless heavenly music floated in the air. Heaven Mender? More heavenly Tao. This time, there are as many as 9 heavenly Tao. One of the officials behind Ming Tianhan frowned. There are still dozens of heavenly Tao left. The Heaven Mender is getting faster and faster. It won't be long before the world is complete. Another official frowned. Heaven Emperor, if the world's heavenly Tao is complete, our previous efforts will be in vain. The first official frowned. Ming Tianhan frowned and pondered for a while. The plan remains the same. Half a year later, no matter the result, we must immediately use the 4 sages' sacrificial heaven. Ming Tianhan said, Yes. Yang Realm, Divine Sword Territory Yin Chuan, was about to attack Zhenxiong. Suddenly, a figure flew over and shouted, Stay your hand. The man was bald and very muscular. His figure was different from ordinary people. He was 3 times the height of an ordinary person. His muscles were like stone and emitted a mysterious yellow light. Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe greets the Great Perfection Sage King. The man smiled. Pan. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Although surprised by the surname, Yin Chuan said coldly, Stay your hand? Are you here to stop me from killing Zhenxiong? Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. The people of Great Perfection also stared coldly at Pan Sheng. So what if he was from the Rock Tribe? Among the 3 major forces of the Outer East Continent, the deity Soar Mountain Villa had been killed by Great Perfection. At this moment, Zhenxiong looked at Pan Sheng with a surprised expression. Yin Di, you're overthinking. I'm not stopping you from killing Zhenxiong. It's just that this person came to my Boulder clan in the past and stole a little beast from my Boulder clan. I'm here to ask him for it. Pan Sheng smiled. not stopping Yin Chuan from killing Jin Xiong. Yin Chuan's eyes softened a little. This time, Jin Xiong must die. No one could save him. Great Perfection didn't mind being enemies with anyone who tried to stop him. Small beast? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. A young identical beast. My rock tribe visited him in the past, but we didn't expect him to be so despicable. No wonder Yin Emperor hates him so much. Pan Sheng smiled. Identical beast? Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Not long ago, an identical beast had changed into his appearance and deceived many officials of Great Perfection. However, the identical beast had changed into Zhan Xiong's appearance in the end. Yin Emperor, please allow me to interrogate this person. After the interrogation, I'll return him to you. How about that? Pan Sheng said. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Bastard, he's a prisoner of Great Perfection. How can he be dealt with by others? Meng Yi flew over and said coldly. Yin Chuan didn't stop him, but looked coldly at Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng smiled and said, Since I'm here, I won't return empty-handed. Of course, I don't want to be enemies with Yin Emperor. How about this? I'll stand still. If you can force me to leave, I'll leave immediately. How about that? As soon as Pan Sheng finished speaking, Yin Chuan's expression froze. What arrogance! Stand still? As long as I can force him to leave, I'll leave immediately? Pan Sheng's words were extremely polite, but it wasn't difficult to detect endless arrogance in his words. You're overestimating yourself. Meng Yi snorted coldly and took a step forward. Yin Chuan didn't stop him. Meng Yi extended his hand. The bronze sword in his hand suddenly descended from the sky and slashed out a vast energy sword. The energy sword was ferocious. It tore through the void and charged toward Pan Sheng. Meng Yi's intention was to make Pan Sheng retreat in the face of difficulties. However, Pan Sheng smiled faintly. His body emitted a wisp of mystic yellow light as he faced Meng Yi's sword with a smile. The energy sword was already above Pan Sheng's head, but he didn't move at all. Meng Yi was surprised at first, but a trace of viciousness appeared in his eyes in the blink of an eye. Since you're courting death, you can't blame anyone else. Boom! The energy sword collided with Pan Sheng's head with a loud bang. The tremendous force immediately stirred up the void and shook violently. Gusts of violent wind blew in all directions. Inside the hall, almost everyone's expression darkened. Pan Sheng's head didn't break open. Meng Yi's energy sword collided with his head, and countless sparks shot out. Boom! The energy sword exploded. Pan Sheng blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Whoosh! Bai Qi flew over from nearby and looked at Pan Sheng's head in shock. Pan Sheng's head was indeed unharmed. There was only a white mark on his head. He touched it lightly, and the white mark disappeared. Pan Sheng blocked Meng Yi's sword with his body. Lord Meng, your sword is so powerful. It's been a long time since someone made me feel pain. Pan Sheng smiled faintly. Chapter 1281. Pan Sheng shook his head. Although it was polite, it was a huge blow to Meng Yi. He was an ancestral immortal. After all, although he was much weaker than he was in his previous life, he could not even break Pan Sheng's scalp. Pan Sheng smiled faintly and said, If you did not use your strength earlier, Lord Meng, you could try again. As long as you can force me away, I will leave immediately. How about it? Bastard! Meng Yi glared. Meng Yi was about to attack when Bai Qi suddenly grabbed his shoulder and stepped forward with a cold smile. Holy King, please teach this arrogant fellow a lesson, Bai Qi said seriously. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and nodded. Pan Sheng, come and feel my saber. How is it? Bai Qi smiled coldly. As he spoke, Bai Qi suddenly slashed down. There was no astral saber, just a saber descending from the sky. Bai Qi's eyes flashed with killing intent. A cold light streaked across the air from the saber. The air did not shake much, but it left a cut in the air where the saber passed. It did not recover immediately. Xing! When the saber was one zhang away from Pan Sheng's head, Pan Sheng's expression changed. A bone-piercing chill surged into his heart. As the saber approached, Pan Sheng suddenly lost his composure under this inexplicable threat. He punched at Bai Qi's saber. Roar! Pan Sheng roared. Xing! Bai Qi's saber slashed through Pan Sheng's fist and went deeper into his arm. The surrounding space remained calm. However, Pan Sheng could not block Bai Qi's saber at all. It felt like if he did not leave, the saber would cut his body in half. No! Pan Sheng suddenly cried out. Boom! Pan Sheng instantly fled in panic. Xing! Bai Qi withdrew his saber. Not far away, Pan Sheng's right arm was mostly cleaved in half. Pan Sheng looked at Bai Qi in shock. Bai Qi stood in the air and looked coldly at Pan Sheng. He said, Pan Sheng, do you want to try again? What kind of power is that? Why have I never felt it before? Although my physical body is only iron body, it is not something that ordinary ancestral immortals can break. Pan Sheng said in shock. Iron body? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. On the other side, Zhan Xiong quietly descended to the ground, wanting to quietly escape. Meng, Yi, take down Zhan Xiong, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Rumble. Meng, Yi rushed down and brought a few terracotta soldiers to surround Zhan Xiong and capture him. When Pan Sheng saw Zhan making a move against Zhan Xiong, he immediately had a look of anxiety on his face. Pan Sheng, do you still remember the words you said earlier? Yin Chuan said coolly. Pan Sheng said that as long as someone forced him to leave, he would leave immediately. But Pan Sheng revealed a hint of bitterness. The clan leader had repeatedly instructed me not to be arrogant and conceited. After I came out, I was not to cause trouble and not to look down on the people of the world. Pan Sheng is too arrogant. Yin Di, please don't take his previous offense to heart. Oh, Yin Chuan let out a puzzled look. Yin Di, Zhan Xiong had indeed stolen a little beast from my rock clan. That little beast grew up with me and is my best friend. Yin Di, please tell me a thing or two after you interrogate that little beast. Pan Sheng said bitterly. That depends on my mood. Yin Chuan rejected him indifferently. Pan Sheng opened his mouth as though he wanted to say something. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the distance. Pan Sheng, kid, what's with all the nonsense? It's just a little beast. If you lose, you have to admit defeat. Don't embarrass your clan. An elderly voice rang out from the distance. Everyone turned their heads over. They saw 10 figures flying towards them from the crowd that was watching the battle from afar. The leader was a gorilla and a blind old man. The other 8 seemed to be their subordinates. Blind Kong? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The gorilla was none other than Kong Out Yin, who had wanted to capture Zizi in the sealed realm, but had been cursed into a gorilla by Zizi. The blind leader was someone Yin Chuan had met before the birthday celebration of the venerated Heaven Sage. They had talked for some time. In the end, they agreed that as long as Blind Kong could find the sky-burying coffin, he would forgive Kong Out Yin's past grievances. Today, Blind Kong had come once again. However, Blind Kong's tone surprised Yin Chuan. Although Pan Sheng couldn't stop Bai Qi, he wasn't an expert that Meng Yi could stop. Now, Blind Kong was calling him a kid? Pan Sheng also saw Blind Kong, who was the leader. Elder Blind. Pan Sheng's expression stiffened. Blind Kong flew over and slowly landed in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Di, Blind Kong is here to disturb you again. Blind Kong said with a smile. Zhao Afong frowned slightly. Zhao Afong was blind as well. Now that he saw another blind man, he was shocked. Your Excellency, what a powerful life-stealing technique. You can't open your mind's eye. You can calculate everything around you just by calculating? Zhao Afong said in surprise. Blind Kong smiled slightly and said, This must be the Empress of Great Zhan. Just call me Blind Kong. I'm lazy, so I can't open my mind's eye. Blind Kong, long time no see, Yin Chuan exclaimed. Yin Di, this is Pan Sheng, the 4th generation of the Rock Tribe. It seems that he has completed the Iron Body and should be promoted to the 3rd generation. He's not very capable, but he's very impetuous. The old leader of the Rock Tribe must have asked him to come out and train himself, but this kid's impetuous temperament didn't change. If Yin Di and Lorbai hadn't shown mercy, this kid would have suffered a great loss today. Blind Kong smiled slightly. The 3rd generation? Yin Chuan looked at Pan Sheng. Senior. Please don't tell the leader, or I'll be in trouble. Pan Sheng's face instantly turned bitter. Greetings, Yindi. The group of people behind Blind Kong immediately called out. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Out Yin, who looked like a gorilla. Yindi, for this sky-burying coffin, we wasted a lot of time. I hope you can forgive us. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said solemnly. Looking at Blind Kong, Yin Chuan nodded. At this moment, Zhen Xiong was also caught by Meng Yi. Roar, Zhenro, Yin Chuan, are you really going to kill me? Zhen Xiong suddenly roared. Ka. Zhen Xiong's shoulder blades were chained by Meng. From the day you poisoned me, you should have thought of this ending, Yin Chuan said coldly. Ha ha ha. Zhen Xiong's face revealed a ferocious expression. Didn't you want to ask about the whereabouts of the divine beast? There's no harm in telling you. That divine beast has already been refined. It was my teacher who helped me refine it. It's also another one of my avatars. Even if this body of mine is dead, I still have the body of a divine beast. The divine beast is indeed weak, but it will eventually mature. Just you wait. Wait for me and my teacher to return. Zhen Xiong roared. Use torture, Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes, Meng Yi replied. He grabbed the bronze longsword and was about to stab Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong's face was cold. You still want to humiliate me before you die? Don't even think about it. While roaring, Zhen Xiong's body suddenly expanded. Boom! Zhen Xiong's body exploded with a loud bang, instantly turning into minced meat that filled the sky. Endless blood splattered everywhere. The two terracotta soldiers who were holding Zhen Xiong were instantly blown away. What? Self-explosion? Suicide? Meng Yi's face changed. This Zhen Xiong is also a ruthless person, Bai Qi said coldly. Sigh. Zhao Offang sighed softly. With this Zhen Xiong dead, all the karma was over. You're lucky, Li Si said coldly. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Zhen Xiong had self-destructed, but Zhen Xiong had another body? He had refined the body of an identical beast. From then on, Zhen Xiong was that exact same beast? If we can catch you once, we can catch you again. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. It's gone. My sweetheart has been refined. Bastard. Give me back my sweetheart. Pan Sheng suddenly cried out. Yin Chuan. Bai Qi. Meng Yi. Everyone was speechless as they looked at the big guy who was crying exaggeratedly. Little sweetheart? Fuck. Stop howling. Blind Kong shouted. However, Pan Sheng still had a look of grief and indignation. Blind Kong smiled bitterly and turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yin Emperor, this is the heaven-burying coffin. Please take a look. Blind Kong flipped his hand and took out a coffin. Sky-burying coffin? Another mouthful. Yin Chuan reached out and took the coffin. Then he activated his magic powers slightly. The heaven-burying coffin trembled violently and emitted a green light. As expected, Yin Chuan nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, the heaven-burying coffin was immediately sucked into his sleeve. If Yindi thinks it's real, then that's great. Yindi, you see, Out Yin has turned into a gorilla all these years. He has finally realized his mistake. This time, for the sake of this coffin, Kong Out Yin almost died. I hope Yindi can lift the curse. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Chuan looked at the gorilla. Kong Out Yin said bitterly. Yin Emperor, I have offended you many years ago. Please forgive me. Yin Chuan nodded. Back then, ZZ said that only two people could lift the curse. One was ZZ, and the other was Yin Chuan. In my name, Yin Chuan, give up on cursing Kong Out Yin and allow him to recover. Yin Chuan shouted. It was just a shout, but there seemed to be a connection. As soon as Yin Chuan finished speaking, a large amount of black gas suddenly emitted from the gorilla's body. As the black gas rolled out, Kong Out Yin revealed an extremely excited expression. Black gas, this damn black gas. It's finally gone. It's finally gone. Kong Out Yin shouted with a look of ecstasy. Within the black gas, Kong Out Yin's body underwent a huge change. Gradually, the gorilla's body disappeared, and he returned to his human form. Whoosh! The black gas dissipated with the wind. Kong Out Yin returned to his human form. His clothes stuck to his body. Kong Ao Yin could not wait to take out a mirror. Recovered, recovered. I'm finally no longer a gorilla, Kong Ao Yin shouted with ecstasy. Blind Kong let out a sigh of relief and revealed a trace of smile. Thank you, Yin Emperor, Blind Kong said gratefully. Yin Chuan nodded. For this trip, I've completed what the family head asked me to do. As for the Seeking Heaven token, I won't ask anymore. If Yin Emperor has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yin Emperor's bloodline is from the Kong family. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Seeking Heaven token that his mother left for him in this life. But now he did not mention it. Chapter 1282. On this trip, I've completed what the family had entrusted me with. As for the Heavenly Seeking token, I won't ask too much about it. If Yin Di has time, you can go back to the Kong family and take a look. After all, half of Yin Di's bloodline is from the Kong family. Blind Kong said with a smile. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded, slightly surprised. He thought that Blind Kong would ask for a yard after getting an inch and talk about the Heavenly Seeking token that his mother had left for him in this life. But now he didn't mention it. Just as everyone was talking, boom, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Then, he vaguely saw a heavenly Tao suddenly appear. The sky was instantly filled with auspicious clouds, and the earth was filled with auspicious energy. Celestial music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Another heaven mender mended the heavenly path. Zhao Afong frowned. Boom! Not just one, but 9 consecutive heavenly paths. New heavenly paths were mended. Yin Chuan frowned and looked at the sky. Blind Kong took a deep breath and said, Yin Di, the great era is coming. Make more preparations. The great era? Yin Chuan was puzzled. In the past, it was rare for even one heavenly path to be mended in 10,000 years, but in recent years, it has been very frequent. Don't you find it strange? Blind Kong said with a smile. Oh, the heavenly paths that have been mended in recent years are not all heavenly paths like Yin Di's. Many old fellows have come out of seclusion. Before the collapse of the heavenly path, they had mastered some kind of heavenly path. They have been hiding until now, and only then are they willing to mend the heavenly paths that they already knew. Blind Kong said in a low voice. These people are all people before the Lotus God came to this world. When the Lotus God stirred up the world, these people hid and didn't come out. Yin Chuan said solemnly. You can say that. In the end, some people have their own ideas. For example, the Monolith clan didn't come out when the Lotus God attacked. I will go to the Monolith clan right away and ask their leader to mend the heavenly path that they know. Blind Kong said, Oh, there are some people running all over the world, rushing to mend the heavenly path. Perhaps in just a few years, the heavenly path of this world will be completed. At that time, the world will once again return to prosperity. Emperor Yin, you should prepare early. Blind Kong said. As he spoke, he looked at Pan Sheng and said, Pan Sheng, let's go. I'll go with you to the Boulder clan. Ah, Senior Blind, it wasn't easy for me to come out. Pan Sheng said gloomily. Let's go. Once the matter is settled, I'll help you plead with your clan leader to let you come out with me for a walk. Blind Kong laughed. That's great. Pan Sheng's eyes lit up. Farewell, Yin Di. Blind Kong said. Farewell. Pan Sheng, Kong Ao Yin, and the others immediately said. Yin Chuan nodded. Then, the group of people headed east. Blind Kong and his group had left. The battle below had also come to an end. More than half of the disciples of the deity Sword Villa had been slaughtered. Yin Chuan looked at deity Sword Manor coldly, and then looked around. Countless cultivators watched from all directions. At this moment, countless cultivators already felt numb. The Holy Court of Great Zhun was too ferocious. Deity Sword Villa had so many strong cultivators, but they were all slaughtered in the blink of an eye. In a valley, the group of people from Zhugong had extremely ugly expressions. Palace Master? Everyone looked at the masked woman in the lead. Let's go back. Great Jun will not expand anymore, the palace master said in a low voice. Yes. Everyone responded and turned around to leave quickly. Not only the people from Zhugong, but also the countless onlookers in the surroundings. Carrying the shock in their hearts, they wanted to quickly spread the news to their respective sects and dynasties. This time, the news of Great Jun's ferocious might would definitely spread quickly throughout the Outer East continent. Countless cultivators still didn't know that Yin Chuan and his group had made a name for themselves in the Outer West continent and Middle Sky continent. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the whole world knew of Yin Chuan's name. Li Si, it's been hard on you these years. Yin Chuan looked at Li Si and sighed. From that day in the prison, Yin Chuan already understood how much Li Si had suffered over the years. This official was careless. Holy King, there is no need to mind it. Furthermore, everything is already in the past, Li Si said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded and said, in that case, you and Meng Yi will remain here. Deity Sword Villa has the most disciples in Divine Sword Weave. You can handle them all. Yes, Li Si answered. Meng Yi, present. You will assist Li Si in handling all matters in Divine Sword Weave. The garrison and civil servants will arrive soon. Listen to Li Si's orders. Yin Chuan ordered. As you command. Yin Chuan looked around and finally nodded. We will return first. Respectfully sending off Holy King. Li Si and Meng Yi said respectfully. Yin Chuan led Zhao Afong and Bai Qi onto the dragon carriage. Let's set off and return to the court. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! Roar! The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage toward the west. After Yin Chuan left, 2 men with swords on their backs among the crowd looked solemn. Senior brother, did you see that? Was it the sword light that forced Zhun Xiong to retreat? One of them asked solemnly. It's the Dugu family's diffraction sword technique. Even the 2 of us can't reach that level. That sword light is helping Dezhun. It should be one of Dezhun's officials. The patriarch has asked us to look for it. We finally have a clue. Dugu Butian. The Butian faction? The 2 of them were silent for a while. Dugu Butian? He has the most comprehensive system in the Dugu family. We need to report this to the patriarch immediately. That's right. I will return to the Dugu family immediately. You stay here and observe Dezhun. All right. Half a year later, the news of Dezhun destroying Deity Sword Villa had spread to all the major forces in the Outer East continent. Destroying the Deity Sword Villa like crushing dry weeds? Countless experts were still in a state of shock. The 3 major forces in the Outer East continent had finally changed. The Monolith family, the Holy Court of Dezhun, and the Absolute Palace. Although Dezhun hadn't had time to completely digest Deity Sword Villa's territory in half a year, no one dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. In the Yang realm, Dezhun's territory had expanded to 9 domains. True Dragon, Skyblade, Purple Green, Barbarian Dragon, Divine Sword, East Sword, South Sword, West Sword, and North Sword. Out of the 36 domains in the Outer East continent, Dezhun occupied a quarter of them. The Holy Court of Dezhun had become the largest force in the Outer East continent. In terms of territory, Dezhun was the largest. Similarly, as Dezhun grew stronger, the world's experts were willing to come and seek positions. Dezhun grew stronger. As for the strongest, it was the Monolith family. This was a deep-rooted belief. In the past, there were ambitious people who went to the Monolith family to provoke them. One of the Monolith family's people stepped forward and let them kill him. In the end, the ambitious people were so scared that they didn't dare to invade again. In this half a year, the world was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious air. Heavenly music showed that the heavenly Tao was replenishing itself. Xianyang City. Yin Chuan took Zhao Afong for a stroll in the garden. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. Yin Chuan, another heavenly Tao has been replenished. Meow exclaimed. 3,000 heavenly Tao, only 20 are left. Zhao Afong frowned. Yes, the great era that Blind Kong spoke of might really be coming soon. With the heavenly Tao incomplete, the entire world will undergo an earth-shattering change. The number of peerless experts will also increase by a lot. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Even the saints will be replenished. With 9 yang and 6 yin, there will be 15 saints in the world. Moreover, the strength of each saint will be 10 times that of the current saints. 10 times. Zhao Afong said worriedly. Yin Chuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have Dezhun. Even if there are saints 10 times stronger, so what?" Zhao Afong nodded. "Speaking of saints, I wonder how the 4 saints are doing now." Yin Chuan frowned. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Great Xing Heavenly Court. Ming Tianhan raised his head and looked at the sky. Countless auspicious clouds surrounded the sky. Heavenly music floated in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. There are only 20 heavenly Dao left. Ming Tianhan frowned. An official followed behind him. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Heaven Emperor, the heavenly Dao has been replenished faster than we thought. We can't delay any longer." Another official said. Ming Tianhan frowned and said, "The diplomatic group should have reached Great Xing Heavenly Court, right?" "Yes, Lord Wu. They should have brought the Heaven Emperor's things to Great Qin City in the Netherworld. I don't know if they will succeed in exchanging for that cat." An official said with a frown. "We can't wait any longer. Whether they succeed or not, we must use the 4 saints to worship the heavens before the heavenly Dao is replenished." Ming Tianhan said solemnly. "Yes, go set up the sacrificial altar. Worship the heavens immediately." "Yes." Netherworld, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zombie Yin Chuan wore a flat crown and a black dragon robe as he sat on a dragon throne. Officials stood on both sides of the palace. Yin Chuan's expression was indifferent as he looked at a gray-robed man in the center of the palace. "Great Xing Heavenly Court, Wu Yunfan, has come on behalf of the Heaven Emperor. Greetings, sage monarch of Great Zhun." The gray-robed man smiled. "Wu Yunfan, Great Xing Heavenly Court, Assistant Minister of War? What did you come to my Great Zhun for?" Yin Chuan said coolly. Wu Yunfan smiled and said, "This one has brought something. I hope Yin Emperor will like it. Please let my subordinates bring it in." "Permitted." Wu Yunfan shot a golden light outside the palace. Soon, a few subordinates carried a coffin into the palace. The moment the coffin appeared, the officials in the palace were all surprised. Heaven-burying coffin. Hua Qiliang's expression changed. On the dragon throne, Yin Chuan's expression also changed. There were a total of 9 heaven-burying coffins. Yin Chuan had sent people to search for them, but the heaven-burying coffins that buried the heroes of the world had all been dug up. The whereabouts of each coffin were unknown. Yin Chuan was already extremely lucky to be able to collect 6 coffins. This was the result of refining the heaven-burying coffin in his first life. Another coffin? 7th coffin? Wu Yunfan wanted to see surprise on Yin Chuan's face. Unfortunately, zombie Yin Chuan did not show any emotion. "Yin Emperor, this is a treasure that I, the Great Xing Heavenly Emperor, found. I would like to use it to exchange for something from Yin Emperor. I wonder if Yin Emperor can do it?" Wu Yunfan smiled. "Oh, in exchange for what?" Zombie Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. "Yin Emperor's pet, the cat, called Meow," Wu Yunfan said solemnly. Chapter 1283. "Oh, what do you want?" Yin Chuan asked. "Yindi's pet, the cat, called Meow Meow," Wu Yunfan said solemnly. "Meow?" In the central hall, almost all the officials looked at Wu Yunfan strangely. Yin Chuan's love for Meow Meow was beyond comprehension. He treated Meow Meow as if it were a part of his family. Burying the sky coffin in exchange for Meow? How dare you think of that? As expected, Yin Chuan's face darkened. "Wu Yunfan," Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Wu Yunfan looked at Yin Chuan. "Meow Meow isn't an item. He's my best friend. I won't trade him with you. As for the heaven-burying coffin, I'll trade it with treasures. I'll trade it with an ancestral immortal artifact." Ancestral immortal artifacts? Our heavenly court doesn't lack ancestral immortal artifacts. Indeed, I'm here with the order of the Heavenly Emperor. Please don't make things difficult for me. Wu Yunfan shook his head and refused. Ignorant. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yindi. Wu Yunfan wanted to say more. Throw him out, Yin Chuan said. Immediately, a large number of guards rushed over. How dare you? What do you want? I'm the assistant minister of the heavenly court. Wu Yunfan shouted again. However, the guards did not listen to him. They stepped forward and grabbed him. Bastard! Yin Chuan, how dare you attack me? Wu Yunfan broke free from the guards. You disrespected the Sage King. It's already a great favor for the Sage King to spare your life. How dare you resist? Bai Qi's voice came from the crowd. Who disrespected? Wu Yunfan shouted again. You roared in the central hall. According to the laws of Great Zhun, execute. Bai Qi glared. A ferocious aura rushed towards Wu Yunfan. Two countries are at war, yet you don't kill the emissary. Indeed, are you trying to kill him and steal his goods? Wu Yunfan exclaimed. How dare you? Bai Qi shouted angrily. His killing intent surged towards Wu Yunfan. Not good. Wu Yunfan's expression changed. Swish. Wu Yunfan shot out of the palace. Is the Great Zhun's imperial court a place where you can come and go as you please? Bai Qi shouted coldly. Xing. He pulled out his long saber, and a white light rushed out of the hall. Boom! The ferocious astral saber shot towards Wu Yunfan like a vast white river. Bastard! The Heavenly Emperor will avenge me. Wu Yunfan roared. Boom! Even though Wu Yunfan had merged with the Heavenly Tao, he was still sliced into two by Bai Qi's energy saber. The corpse was blasted into smithereens by the accompanying saber qi. Xing! Bai Qi sheathed his saber and returned to his position. Yin Chuan's eyes didn't move from the beginning to the end. Wu Yunfan didn't know what was good for him. There was no need for him to do anything. Bai Qi was more than enough. The officials stood respectfully in the Great Hall. On the other hand, some of Wu Yunfan's subordinates were terrified. They were afraid that Yin Chuan would kill them as well. Yin Chuan looked at them. Go back and tell Ming Tianhan that if he dares to say such words again, he will become an enemy of the Great Zhun. Yin Chuan said coldly. Yes. The subordinates left with ugly expressions. As for the sky-burying coffin, no one dared to take it. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the sky-burying coffin emitted a green light. The seventh sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan waved his sleeve and put away the sky-burying coffin. Court is dismissed, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Netherworld, Great Zhun's heavenly court. A jade pendant suddenly shattered in a palace. Oh no, Lord Wu is dead, an official suddenly exclaimed. Then, he quickly ran out of the Great Hall toward the depths of the Imperial Palace. However, he was quickly stopped by another official. What's wrong? The official asked in a low voice. Prime Minister, Lord Wu Yunfan is dead. His life pendant shattered. We must report this to the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Postpone the report. The Heavenly Emperor is not to be disturbed. Yes. At this moment, in the depths of the Heavenly Court's Imperial Palace, there was a huge plaza surrounded by officials and soldiers. There was also a huge altar with pillars in each of the four directions of the altar. For sages were chained to the pillars. Wu Tian, Shimin, Hua Zuntian, and Mei Gao Ku. They were chained to the four directions. Dark clouds covered the sky above his head. Above the altar, there seemed to be countless streams of light flowing within. At the center stood Great Zhun's heavenly emperor, Ming Tian'an. What altar is this? Wu Tian asked with a frown. It looks like a stellar source, but it doesn't, Mei Gao Ku said in a low voice. Although this altar isn't a stellar source, it has the same attribute as a stellar source. Is it connected to the heavens? Is it connected to the heavens? Hua Zentian said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan, the heavens are not something you can control, Shimin said anxiously. At the center of the altar, Ming Tianhan smiled faintly and said, Are you still so stubborn? It's too late. It's about to start. As he spoke, a roar came from the Sea of Providence above him. The golden dragon of 18 claws of Providence charged down and entered Ming Tianhan's body. Suddenly, golden light shot out from Ming Tianhan's body. Wong. For golden spikes suddenly appeared around heavenly netherworld Han. They were aimed at the four saints. Go! Ming Tianhan roared. The spikes shot towards the foreheads of the four sages. Boom! 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 The spikes pierced through the four sages' heads and nailed them to the pillars. In an instant, the four sages became motionless as if they were dead. However, their heartbeats were still there. Clearly, they were just frozen. Wong. A circular projection slowly appeared behind the four sages' heads. Qi cultivation position, universe karma position. Ming Tianhan smiled in satisfaction. He stood on the altar. Ming Tianhan waved his hand. Boom! Boom! The altar slowly flew up. As it did so, the four karmic positions of heaven and earth rotated rapidly. For a moment, countless net-like light shadows appeared around the altar. As the altar rose, more and more net-like projections appeared. Heavenly net? Countless officials exclaimed in surprise. The altar charged towards the Sea of Providence. In an instant, it entered the Sea of Providence. Merge! Ming Tianhan roared. Boom! The altar seemed to have suddenly merged with the Sea of Luck. Around the karmic position of Qi of heaven and earth, more and more nets of heaven formed and spread rapidly in all directions. Boom! Billions of spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky and spread from the west outer continent of the netherworld to all directions. Boom! Boom! For a time, the entire world was covered by dark clouds. Dark clouds instantly covered the sky, whether it was the mortal realm or the netherworld. The entire world suddenly darkened. In the Yang realm, Yan Chuan walked out of the Skyward Palace. Wu Jiong walked out of the Tai Chi Palace. Sect leader Tong Tian walked out of the Azure Palace with a frown. Yao, Tianshang, Zhu, the Tsar, Evil Demon, Gong Yangzi, and countless other overlords walked out of their residences and looked at the sky. Amidst the dark clouds, countless streaks of light that resembled a large net appeared, covering the entire world. In the netherworld, Yin Chuan, Zhuochuanxiu, and the Tsar all looked up at the sky. The phenomenon was so big that it seemed to affect the entire world. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from the dark clouds. The aura shot out in all directions. Countless people in the Yang realm knelt down. This was a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. They couldn't help but kneel down. In the netherworld, countless ghosts also knelt down. It was as if they were welcoming an invincible being. At the entrance of the central palace, Yin Chuan had just finished a court meeting, and the sudden change made his face darken. Mo Yushi walked over and hugged Miao. What's going on? Mo Yushi asked in surprise. The sky changed. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow, meow. Meow looked at the sky with its fur standing on end. Meow, what's wrong? Mo Yushi asked worriedly. I don't feel good. This feeling makes me uncomfortable. Meow. Meow shook its head. Someone changed the heavens. Forcefully changed the heavens? It's underworld frost. Yin Chuan suddenly narrowed his eyes. Underworld frost. Mo Yushi frowned. Yes, he captured 4 sages. It must be him. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. In the netherworld, the west continent, the Sea of Providence in the great Xingtian heavenly court churned wildly. As it churned, the surrounding heavens became denser and denser. The surging providence rushed toward the altar in the center. Gradually, the altar became blurry as if it was disappearing into thin air. Only 5 figures could be seen floating in the Sea of Providence. 4 of the sages were still unconscious. They were pinned to the Sea of Providence by the giant spike. Surging golden energy rushed toward Underworld Frost in the center. Whoosh! Underworld Frost's body became blurry. Behind him, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! The crack suddenly expanded until it was 100 million miles long. The crack slowly separated from the dark clouds. When it separated, it revealed a giant eye that was 100 million miles long. A black eye that was 100 million miles long? Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the eye. In the capital, Everyone, regardless of whether they were from the great Xingtian heavenly court or foreign cultivators, knelt down. They no longer had any thoughts of resistance. The Eye of Heaven, an old official, knelt down and exclaimed in joy. The Sky Emperor succeeded. The Sky Emperor's clone controlled the entire heavens and became the new Sky Emperor. The Sky Emperor succeeded. Countless officials cried out in excitement. Under the Eye of Heaven, Ming Tianhan's body slowly landed on the ground. Ming Tianhan closed his eyes. The crack between his eyebrows that looked like a third eye disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood on the square with his eyes closed. In the sky, the giant eye looked down. 15 black divine guards. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the sky. Here, they shouted in unison. The 15 figures knelt down and took a step forward. I grant you the position of sages of the heavens and earth. I grant you the title of sages. You will represent the heavens and protect the common people. Whoosh! 15 balls of light suddenly shot down from the Skynet. The balls of light went straight for the black divine guards. Boom! White light shot into the sky around the 15 of them. A giant wheel appeared under each of their feet. The wheels circled the ground, and the pressure around the 15 of them decreased. The 15 of them slowly stood up. Boom! Boom! Their auras were released one by one. 15 powerful auras instantly caused all the spies in the imperial capital to reveal looks of terror. The aura of a sage? This is the aura of a sage? How is that possible? Aren't there only 4 sages in the world? There are 15 sages here? 15 sages? Countless spies from the various forces revealed expressions of extreme fear. Ming Tianhan controlled the heavens and gave the 15 positions of sages to the great Xingtian heavenly court. He created 15 sages of the heavens and earth. 15 sages. Who in the world could be their match? Chapter 1284. In the sky above the capital of the great Qing dynasty, a huge eye looked down. The Eye of Heaven controlled the heavens and was the ruler of heaven and earth. The terrifying aura made everyone prostrate on the ground except for the 15 new sages. It was not everyone's wish, but a kind of awe that came from the depths of their souls. It was an irresistible feeling. The giant eye glanced around and then slowly closed. Rumble! After the huge eye closed, countless cultivators felt a little better. Whoosh! Countless dark clouds slowly dispersed, and heaven and earth returned to normal. With the disappearance of the Eye of Heaven, the suppression in the hearts of countless officials, commoners, and cultivators suddenly disappeared. On the ground below, Heavenly Emperor Ming Tianhan slowly opened his eyes. The slit of the third eye between his eyebrows disappeared. It was as if that eye had become the Eye of Heaven. Greetings, Heavenly Emperor. 15 men who emitted a gentle white light bowed respectfully to Ming Tianhan. Long live the Heavenly Emperor. The other officials were also very excited at this moment. Sages. In the past, there were 15 sages in the Great Qing Heavenly Court. In ancient times, the number of sages was fixed, and there were only 15 of them. Now all of them had reached the Great Qing Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Emperor even controlled the heavens. There was no need to worry about the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Who in the world dared to disobey? All the officials could feel that an era called the Great Qing Heavenly Court was about to arrive. Ming Tianhan looked at the 4 figures on the Sea of Providence. Wu Tian, Shimin, Mei Gao Ku, and Huazuan Tian. The 4 of them were firmly nailed to the Sea of Providence. Because of them, the Great Qing Heavenly Court controlled the most powerful weapon in the world. I have already given you the heaven and earth karmic positions. Familiarize yourselves with them as soon as possible. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Yes, the 15 sages answered in unison. At the same time, the various factions in the imperial city quickly spread the news of what had happened. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Yifeng and Lu Gang brought a document to Zombie Yin Chuan. Holy King, this is the information from the Great Punishment Heavenly Court. The guard sent the message using his birth chart. The situation is rather tricky. Yifeng said with a frown. Yin Chuan took it. Miao also came over. Miao, what information? Controlling the heavens? 15 saints? Zombie Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yifeng said in a low voice, Sage King, I think that Ming Tianhan will definitely come to cause trouble for Great Jun. He wants to capture Miao. 15 sages. I am worried. Miao, why do you want to capture me? Miao shouted. Zombie Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Don't worry. The heavens and earth are incomplete after all. Although the saints are powerful, they are still far from the perfect saints. Miao, if the heavenly Tao was restored, the 15 sages would indeed be able to sweep across the world. Unless the Great Qin Empire was restored to its peak, it wouldn't be able to resist them. However, how could the current sages compare to the sages when the world was at its peak? At that time, every saint was 10 times stronger than the current saints. Yin Chuan said solemnly. But there's also Ming Tianhan. According to the rumors, he already controls the heavens and has the eye of heaven. He's the new heaven. He's much more powerful than these sages. Yifeng said worriedly. The heavens and earth are incomplete. He definitely won't be as powerful as the heaven of the past. Don't worry, Great Jin can handle it. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Yifeng nodded. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Taiji Palace. Wu Jiong stood by a railing with Shangwan Wonder behind him. Ming Tianhan? He's quite ambitious. Wu Jiong said with narrowed eyes. Ming Tianhan's ambition has never been small. It's just that the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the Western Outer Continent. Otherwise, Ming Tianhan's army would have arrived long ago. Shangwan Wan said with a frown. Wu Jiong's expression turned cold. Countless experts under the heavenly phenomenon realm had more or less received the news. At this moment, countless cultivators in seclusion walked out of their cave abodes to observe the upcoming changes. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Qing Heavenly Court, Imperial Capital, Underworld Sky City. Ming Tianhan looked at the court of officials and generals. Heavenly Emperor Wu Yunfan was killed by Yin Chuan, and the sky-bearing coffin was taken by Yin Chuan. The cat was not brought back. An official said with a frown. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with a gloomy expression. After taking control of the heavens, Ming Tianhan's confidence had swelled. At this moment, Ming Tianhan felt like he was looking down on all living things. Because the heavens were related to the fate of all living things in the world, Ming Tianhan felt like he was the sole ruler of the world. Yin Chuan, Ming Tianhan's expression turned cold. Heavenly Emperor, how should we deal with him? The official asked. Great Jin Holy Court, this Yin Chuan is indeed a bit strange. Great Jin's combat power cannot be underestimated. Saints, Ming Tianhan said indifferently. 15 saints stood on the left side of the court. This was the most dazzling part of the court. Your subjects are present, the 15 saints said respectfully. You used to be the Black God Guards and are now saints. This emperor has a task for you all. Ming Tianhan said, Heavenly Emperor, please give us your orders. You and all of you, a total of 12 saints, set out immediately and head to the Great Jun Holy Court. Destroy the Great Qin City and bring back Miao. Ming Tianhan said, Yes, Your Majesty. 12 of the saints responded loudly. Set out immediately. Ming Tianhan said, Yes. Whoosh. The 12 sages rushed out of the hall and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 12 saints gave off a monstrous aura as they headed towards the Great Qin City. The saints left. A few days later, in Ming Tianhan's study, Holy Monarch, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner South Continent. No, your subject thinks that the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court should march towards the inner North Continent. The strategists were analyzing the first step of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court's expansion. No, your subject thinks that we should march towards the Yang Realm. One of the officials said. Oh, Ming Tianhan's expression changed. Evidently, this person's thoughts were the same as Ming Tianhan's. Celestial Emperor, you control the heavens and are unrivaled in the world. However, There are still countless heroes in the world. After we take the first step of expansion, we will definitely attract the backlash of the world's experts. The first step is extremely important. The Yang realm is too petty. Our target should be the Yang realm. The Yang realm is the world of the strong. The official said solemnly. Oh, although the Yellow Springs Road doesn't exist in the Western Outer Continent, our great Xingtian Heavenly Court has saints. The Yang realm and the Yang realm will no longer be separated. The Yang realm has 9 continents, and the Yang realm has 6 continents in the Yang realm. The Yang realm is nourished by the sun and has more living beings. If great Xingtian Heavenly Court wants to unify the world, it must have a foundation in the Yang realm. The great Zhou Heavenly Court in the Yang realm hasn't been established for long. When Wu Jiong dealt with Saint Wu Tian, he was able to escape. Clearly, the Heavenly Court isn't strong enough. We can force the great Zhou Heavenly Court out of the Yang realm's Western Outer Continent. Just like the great Zhun Holy Court, the Yin realm and the Yang realm will develop together. The official said solemnly. Ming Tianhan fell in a deep thought. All right, then take 2 saints to the great Zhou and force Wu Jiong to leave. Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. The Celestial Emperor is wise. The officials exclaimed excitedly. Just as all of the major factions in the world were waiting in anticipation, the great Qin city in the underworld's outer east continent faced its greatest crisis since the founding of the underworld. Boom! A massive gale blew past, accompanied by an incredibly powerful aura. This aura came from the south of the great Qin city and rushed towards the city. Boom! From the east of the great Qin city, a massive aura suddenly spread out. Boom! 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 From the west, from the north, one after another, the terrifying aura spread to the entire city. Under this aura, many commoners were suppressed to the point that they could not lift their heads. Crash! The great Qin city's formation suddenly opened, blocking the auras coming from 12 different directions. Immediately, the commoners felt much better, and they also saw the terrible situation outside. Saint? How could he be a saint? More than one. There's actually more than one. That's 12? 12 saints? Why are there suddenly so many saints in the world? In the great Qin city, countless commoners cried out in shock. Countless commoners looked around in horror as they saw 12 holy auras soaring into the sky. In the past, when the venerable heavens attacked, everyone had seen the power of the saints. But now there were 12 of them. It was equivalent to 12 venerable heavens. Was the great Qin city finished? In the central palace, Yin Xuan was in the middle of a court meeting when 12 powerful auras suddenly rushed over. Zombie Yin Xuan's face turned cold. Whoosh! With a wave of his dragon robe, Zombie Yin Xuan stepped out. He slowly walked towards the entrance of the central palace. The officials followed behind him. The emperor and officials slowly stepped into the central palace's plaza. Standing in the middle of the plaza, Zombie Yin Xuan coldly looked at a saint in the south. Meow, meow, carried by Mo Yushi, quickly walked over. Great Qin was facing the attack of 12 saints. At the same time, Yang Realm, Outer West Continent, Great Zhou Imperial Court. Wu Jiong led the officials to the Taiji Palace's plaza. Standing in the plaza, Wu Jiong looked at the 2 saints in front of him, holding a letter in their hands. Their faces were blurry, but even if he couldn't see their faces clearly, he could feel their domineering aura. Great Zhou Celestial Emperor, I, the Great Xing Celestial Emperor, have delivered the letter. Martial Emperor, please send a message back to Underworld Sky City. One of the saints said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong sneered. Message? What message do you want from me? The Celestial Emperor doesn't want to kill too much. He only asks Martial Emperor to lead Great Zhou away from the Outer West Continent. The Celestial Emperor will arrange time for you to plan. Martial Emperor, please leave a message. When will you move out of the Outer West Continent? The saint spoke again. Ha! Ha ha! You want Great Zhou to move out of the Outer West Continent? Ming Tianhan, has he lost his mind? How could such words come out of his mouth? Wu Jiong suddenly sneered. Martial Emperor, please be more polite. Otherwise, one of the saints said coldly. Otherwise what? Wu Jiong said coldly. Otherwise, don't blame us for making a move and disturbing your Luoyang. Another saint said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong's eyes turned cold. With just the two of you, we are saints. One of them shouted. If I say you are saints, then you are saints. Wu Jiong said coldly. Chapter 1285. Outside the great Qin city, the 12 sages had arrived. However, at this moment, there were some other figures hiding in the dark. In a mountain forest, the 100 evil old demon from the Yang realm looked at the great Qin city with cold eyes. In a valley, Yuan Tiangang from the great Zhou imperial court looked at the great Qin city with a scrutinizing expression. In a pile of sand and stone, the Tsar of the Three Emperor Holy Court also appeared in the Yang realm. In a ghost cave, Dark Gui Guzi looked puzzled. There was even the Tongtian sect master from the Yang realm's north outer continent. These people came at the same time and watched quietly. No one knew what they were observing. In front of the central palace, zombie Yin Chuan looked coldly at a sage from the south. The Great Qing Heavenly Court? Invading the Great Zhun? Yin Chuan said with a cold gaze. The sage from the south said in a deep voice, the Heavenly Emperor has ordered us to destroy the Great Qin city and capture Miao. Miao. Miao immediately cried out angrily. Bai Qi glared and held his blade. Zombie Yin Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly said, Citizens of the Great Zhun, raise your right hand and lend me your strength to kill the invaders. Above the Sea of Providence, the statue of Yin Chuan suddenly turned into an 18-clawed golden dragon of Providence. Roar! The dragon roared. Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread to the 5 major territories of the Yang realm. Myriad Ghost Territory, Revered Heaven Territory, Skull Sea Territory, Abused Ghost Territory, and Threen Territory. The Myriad Ghost Weave was completely under Great Zhun's control. Due to the Hua family surrender, the Revered Heaven Weave was almost completely under Great Zhun's control. As for the other 3 weaves, Great Zhun had already occupied half of them. Therefore, Yin Chuan's voice could be heard everywhere. Countless citizens of the Great Zhun suddenly heard Yin Chuan's voice. The Sage King needs power? This is the first time? Yeah, I heard that even the Sage King didn't mobilize the Great Zhun's power last time. Could it be that he's stronger than the Sage King? It doesn't matter. The news will come soon. The Sage King needs power. Let's raise our right hands. In an instant, endless power gathered from all directions. Visible streams of power formed into a golden stream of light and rushed toward the golden dragon of luck. Roar! The golden dragon of destiny charged toward zombie Yin Chuan with boundless power. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan let out a loud roar, and a pair of giant dragon skeletal wings appeared on his back. 2 huge fangs protruded from its mouth. Meow! Meow was startled. Roar! The golden dragon of 18 claws destiny rushed into Yin Chuan's body. Buzz! Yin Chuan's entire body suddenly radiated golden light in all directions. Rumble! From where Yin Chuan was, a surging aura erupted. Hua! With a flap of his wings, Yin Chuan charged out of the great Qin city with an unstoppable momentum. Standing in the sky, he faced the 12 sages alone. Haha! Yin Chuan, are you crazy? One of the sages laughed loudly. Meow, Yin Chuan, I'll help you. Meow called out. Yin Chuan twisted his head and said in a deep voice, Meow, Bai Qi, look around. Don't let anyone escape. What? Meow was confused. On the other side, another sage was also confused. At this moment, Yin Chuan's body was emitting an extremely cold aura. Snow fell from the sky above the great Qin city. The 12 sages looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan shouldn't be reacting like this. Shouldn't he be terrified? You overestimate yourself. One of the sages shouted, Heavenly Tao. Boom! More than 2,000 heavenly Taos suddenly burst out from behind that sage. A vast aura like that of the heavenly Tao suddenly burst out and charged towards zombie Yin Chuan. He stretched out his hand and a huge palm print appeared. It carried the power of heaven and earth and struck towards Yin Chuan. Wherever the palm passed, a huge black hole suddenly appeared in the void and surrounded the palm print. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan's aura was also extremely vast. It carried the power of heaven and earth. Zombie Yin Chuan's palm collided with it. The two huge palm prints collided in the void. Rumble! More than half of the void was shattered. Billowing storms rushed in all directions. The blurry void made many people unable to see what was inside. When the void calmed down slightly, everyone realized that Yin Chuan had disappeared. In the distance, a sage suddenly screamed in horror. However, Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him. Both of his palms were inserted into his chest, causing him to be unable to move. Back then, when Zombie Yin Chuan was still weak, even the heavenly Tao couldn't do anything to the terrifying Zombie Yin Chuan. Now, Zombie Yin Chuan's strength had skyrocketed, and he had mobilized the power of heaven and earth, drawing the power of heaven and earth to fight against this sage. Happy to be weak. In an instant, Zombie Yin Chuan broke through the palm print and stabbed his palms into his chest. "How dare you, bastard! Stop!" The other 11 sages screamed in horror. But why would Zombie Yin Chuan care? He flapped his huge wings and opened his mouth to roar. Roar! Under the roar, a terrifying suction force came from Zombie Yin Chuan's mouth. No. The restrained sage screamed in horror, but the suction force from Yin Chuan's mouth was too strong. Boom! While the sage was Yahoo, he was swallowed into Zombie Yin Chuan's stomach. The sage was eaten by Zombie Yin Chuan. Within the Great Qin City, countless residents opened their mouths in shock, feeling incredibly confused. Meow. Meow also widened its eyes in disbelief. She was surprised. Only by Qi didn't care. After all, in the Great Thousand World, Yin Chuan had even eaten a perfect sage. A sage with an incomplete great path only had 1/10 of his strength left, so it wasn't strange that he was eaten. In the distance, Tan Tian, Dark Vizi, Evil Old Demon, Yuan Tiangang, and the Tsar all frowned, looking confused. You, the sage said in horror. Yin Chuan had eaten a sage? Let's attack together. Can't we, the 11 sages, defeat Yin Chuan? Let's kill him. Kill. Roar. The 11 sages attacked almost at the same time. Boom. Each of them had more than 2,000 great paths of heaven. In an instant, the entire Great Qin City was surrounded by great path pillars. The rolling great paths of heaven rushed toward Yin Chuan in the center. Oomph. Zombie Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Zombie Yin Chuan instantly crashed into the great paths of heaven. However, the great paths of heaven didn't stop Yin Chuan. Instead, it was as if they were transparent in front of Yin Chuan. Oh no, the zombie king jumped out of the great path of heaven. A sage suddenly shouted. The zombie king wasn't restrained by the great path of heaven. However, it was too late. At this moment, Zombie Yin Chuan's strength was at its strongest. In an instant, it appeared in front of another sage. Boom! That sage cried out in pain. Yin Chuan's hand stabbed into his chest. Roar! Yin Chuan opened its mouth and swallowed again. No, bastard! The group of sages cried out in horror. Then, the group of sages quickly reached out their hands and attacked Zombie Yin Chuan with the power of heaven and earth. 10 giant palms broke through the void and rushed toward Yin Chuan. However, at this moment, Yin Chuan didn't care at all and continued to swallow. Roar! In one gulp, the second sage was swallowed into his stomach. At the same time, 10 giant palms carrying the power of heaven and earth arrived in front of him. Boom! The 10 palms bombarded Yin Chuan's body. The void in that area was stirred up crazily. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be fine. Even the power of the sages couldn't destroy his terrifying body. Swish! Amidst the shock of the sages, Yin Chuan rushed toward the third sage. Boom! At a terrifying speed, the third sage did the same thing again. Yin Chuan opened his mouth and swallowed again. Roar! No! How can this be? How can Yin Chuan be so strong? Amidst the horror of the sages, Yin Chuan swallowed the third sage ferociously. The battle suddenly stopped. The 9 sages looked confused. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 3 loud thunderclaps sounded in the sky. After each thunderclap, there was a sudden burst of sorrowful music. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rain of blood began to fall from all directions. The rain of blood soared into the sky, and mist began to rise from the ground. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a sage. One of the sages said in confusion. The sage in Yin Chuan's stomach is dead? Another sage said in confusion. The sages didn't want to admit it, but the weather had shown everything. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a sage. This was a sign from the heavens. Yin Chuan? Looking at this scene, the 9 sages suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. Zombie Yin Chuan rushed toward another sage. Ah, don't come over. No. The sage turned around and ran in horror. However, Zombie Yin Chuan was too fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. In an instant, it was in front of the sage. No. The sage flipped his hand and struck with the power of heaven and earth. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. It smashed the giant palm and instantly appeared beside the sage and grabbed him. No. However, no matter how they shouted, they couldn't stop Yin Chuan from swallowing them. Such a one-sided massacre shocked the other 8 sages so much that they lost their fighting spirit. How could this be? They didn't go forward to save them. Instead, they turned around and fled in all directions. However, as soon as they fled, they found a terrifying force around them. It was as if they had nowhere to run. Countless stars surrounded the great Qin city. The terrifying stirring force forced the sages to be unable to escape. Great heavenly void arcane art. Outside, Tong Tian said with a gloomy face. This was the complete form of the universe in the palm. At this moment, under the seal of the void, even the sages couldn't escape. Whoosh! The blood rain became heavier and heavier. Yin Chuan swallowed the 4th sage and pounced on the 5th sage. No, this shouldn't be happening. The surroundings were like a cage. The 12 sages came aggressively, but now they were trapped and had nowhere to run. Yin Chuan defeated them one by one and devoured them one by one. Stop running. Let's attack Yin Chuan together. If he doesn't die, we will die. A sage shouted in horror. The 8 sages attacked Yin Chuan together again. One palm struck with the power of heaven and earth, while the other hand attacked Yin Chuan with a magic treasure. However, at this moment, Zombie Yin Chuan was invulnerable. With an invincible body, his speed was terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, he pounced on another sage. Roar! Once again, he opened his mouth and devoured crazily. Attack together! Rumble! The void shook violently. However, when the void returned to normal, another sage was gone. The remaining sages no longer had any thoughts of cooperating and resisting. In fear, they could only flee quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan was too terrifying. What formation is this? Break! The sages attacked the surrounding stars. Rumble! The surrounding stars shook. Clearly, the complete universe in the palm could no longer trap the sages. Suddenly, a crack appeared. A sage was overjoyed and quickly rushed toward the crack. Quang! A sky-burying coffin appeared from the crack and smashed toward the sage. Boom! As soon as the sage retreated, Zombie Yin Chuan instantly appeared behind him and captured him just like before. No, Yindi, let me go. Roar! Without hesitation, Yin Chuan swallowed it in one gulp. The other sages attacked the star formation crazily. Suddenly, another crack appeared. Meow, where do you think you're going? Bai Qi is here. Take this. Boom! The entire sky above the great Qin city fell into chaos. The violent battle and Yin Chuan's domineering manner of devouring sages. For a moment, the citizens of the great Qin city were all stunned. Senior brother, what did I see? A sage? A sage king is devouring a sage? Am I dreaming? Why don't you try slapping me? Slap! Ouch! Senior brother, you really hit me. My hand hurts. It seems like it's real. Is it real? The great Qin city was filled with confusion and excitement. Gradually, it turned into endless worship. The supreme beasts of Dejun, the Dragon Emperor and the Pheasant Empress, happened to be in the Netherworld. Previously, they were still anxious, but now, seeing Yin Chuan killing everywhere, no, eating everywhere, the two great beasts couldn't help but tremble. Originally, they had seen how powerful Yin Chuan was in the Netherworld and thought that Yin Chuan in the Netherworld was inferior. But now, was he inferior? That was a genuine sage. Devouring like this? Devouring like this? Who could be a match for Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan continued to devour. The sky continued to rain blood. The ground was filled with blood mist, and the mournful music was endless. All of this showed the tragic scene in the sky above the great Qin city. Outside the great Qin city, the various factions had complicated expressions on their faces. Dark Giguzi pondered and said, "Could it be that I guessed wrong?" The Grand Master of Heaven took a deep breath. "I hope I guessed wrong." As the number of sages continued to decrease, Dark Gizi, the Grand Master of Heaven, 100 Evil Old Demon, Czar, Yuan Tiangang, and the others left one after another with complicated expressions. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Everyone seemed to be trying to verify something. Perhaps they had verified it, or perhaps they had not. As the number of sages decreased, Yin Chuan became more and more unrestrained. "No, no. Heavenly Emperor, why didn't you save me? Heavenly Emperor." Roars filled the sky. However, the current sages could only become food in the mouth of Zombie Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan, who was at full strength, had monstrous power. The 12 sages all died in the mouth of Yin Chuan. Under the encirclement of Bai Qi, the Miao, the heaven-burying coffin, and even the Grand Emperor, the Jade Emperor, the Three Swords of God, and other strong practitioners. None of the 12 sages escaped, until the last sage was caught by Zombie Yin Chuan. "Emperor Yin, I'm willing to submit. I'm willing to submit," the sage said in fear. The malevolent Yin Chuan ignored him. Instead, he opened his mouth and sucked him in again, swallowing him down. At this point, the 12 sages were all devoured by Zombie Yin Chuan. The great Qin city turned danger into safety. Chapter 1286. I made a small mistake in the last chapter yesterday. This is Yin Chuan's second time mobilizing the power of the people in the Netherworld. I've corrected it. Sorry. Above the great Qin city, countless stars slowly disappeared. The void slowly calmed down, leaving Zombie Yin Chuan alone. He spread his giant wings and floated in the sky. Roar! Yin Chuan let out a roar of relief. With this roar, the people in the great Qin city were overjoyed. The crisis of the great Qin city was resolved. The Sage King had devoured 12 sages. Those were sages, supreme existences in the world. The Sage King had actually eaten 12 of them at once. Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! Long live the Sage King! The people cheered, rejoicing that they had survived. They worshipped Yin Chuan's strength and were proud to be the people of Great Qin. Meow! Meow excitedly jumped into Mo Yushi's arms. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with excitement. The officials cheered. Only the spies of the various factions held their breaths, unable to speak. Today's battle in the great Qin city could not be hidden at all. It would definitely spread to all corners of the world. Great Qin was powerful, and Zombie King Yin Chuan was even more ferocious and invincible. 12 sages, 12 sages. They had almost been killed by Yin Chuan alone. Who in the world could be his match? High in the sky, after roaring, Yin Chuan's body rumbled. Rumble. Yin Chuan's ferocious aura was rampant. Boom! A shockwave spread out from Yin Chuan's body. Many people understood that Yin Chuan's strength had become stronger. High in the sky, Zombie Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Looking at the endless blood rain falling, he turned his head slightly. Fifth firmament, ancestral immortal? 12 sages and only one firmament. The world is about to be repaired. Time waits for no one. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Netherworld, West Outer Continent, Dark Sky City. Ming Tianhan sat on the dragon throne with his eyes closed. Blood rain fell from the sky, and the mournful music continued. It was clear that a saint had fallen. Furthermore, with such a heavy rain of blood and so much blood mist rising from the ground, it was obvious that more than one saint had died. The officials stood respectfully, not daring to say a word. At the same time, they understood that the Sky Emperor's consciousness had also entered the heaven's eye. Rumble. Dark clouds gathered around Underworld Sky City, rolling and rumbling. Similar to Underworld Sky City was another city in the mortal realm, Luoyang of the Great Zhou Imperial Court in the Western Outer Continent. Above Luoyang, a rain of blood fell, and dark clouds covered the sky. In Luoyang City, in front of Taiji Palace, Wu Jiong, dressed in a dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back. The officials stood behind him respectfully. In front of Wu Jiong were two corpses. The two sages who had come to cause trouble for the Great Zhou dynasty had been killed on the spot. Long live the Celestial Emperor! The officials shouted in admiration. As for Wu Jiong, he coldly looked to the sky. Boom! Above the boundless dark clouds, a crack suddenly appeared. The crack extended from one side of the sky to the other. As soon as the crack appeared, a vast aura spread out. This aura made Luoyang, which was originally cheering, instantly fall dead silent. The people suddenly felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. A tremor that came from the depths of their souls was about to come out. Rumble. The crack separated to both sides. When it separated, almost everyone suddenly knelt down. There was no reason, no thought, or rather, at this moment, from their birth charts to their souls, the only thought in their minds was to worship. Whoosh! Almost everyone in Luoyang City knelt down. At the entrance of Taiji Palace, only 11 figures did not kneel down. The leader was Wu Jiong. When Wu Jiong stepped on the ground, an altar seemed to appear under his feet. Stepping on the altar, this terrifying heavenly might had little effect on Wu Jiong. What Wu Jiong stepped on was the heaven and earth altar, which is also a symbol of heaven and earth karmic status that could be possessed. The other 10 figures also stepped on the altar, but they were much smaller than Wu Jiong. It was the heaven and earth altar of the birth position. In the entire Luoyang city, only these 11 people did not kneel down. The others, no matter who they were, all prostrated on the ground, without any thoughts of resistance. The crack in the dark clouds finally separated. It was an extremely huge eye. As soon as the huge eye appeared, a ferocious aura rushed toward Luoyang City. If the aura of a saint was grand, then the aura of this I was 100 times, 1,000 times, or even more. Heaven's eye. Wu Jiong's face darkened. The huge eye looked down. A cold snort sounded. The 10 people behind Wu Jiong, who had altars of birth, all trembled in their hearts. Then they lowered their heads as if they could not look directly at the heaven's eye. The heaven's eye controlled the heavens and affected the birth charts of all living beings in the world. At this moment, a huge pressure came toward Wu Jiong. Boom! Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the ground under Wu Jiong's feet. Wu Jiong's aura erupted, but under the heaven's eye, Wu Jiong's aura was not enough. Wu Jiong, how dare you kill my envoy? A loud, angry voice came from the void. The angry rebuke carried the wrath of the heavens. Countless timid commoners were suddenly scared out of their wits by this voice. The entire Luoyang city was facing an unprecedented crisis. The 10 officials also lowered their heads at this moment. Their faces were filled with difficulty. In the face of the heaven's eye, they could not even raise their heads. How could they resist it? Wu Jiong was the first to bear the brunt. Under the wrath of heaven, a crack suddenly appeared on the heaven and earth altar. Crack! The heaven and earth altar seemed to be about to shatter. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. Today, no one can save you. Luoyang City? Another angry voice came from the void. The heaven's eye had not yet descended, but its ferocious aura had already made Luoyang unable to resist. Seeing that the heaven and earth altar under his feet was about to shatter, Wu Jiong finally could not sit still. Celestial Emperor? That was because he had the heaven and earth karmic position. If the heaven and earth karmic position was destroyed, Wu Jiong would fall from his position as Celestial Emperor. Wu Jiong did not act rashly. Instead, he suddenly looked at a palace not far away. The palace was located beside Taiji Palace. It was a sealed hall that had never been opened. In fact, the officials did not understand why there was a palace here. Teacher, the Great Zhou dynasty has encountered an unprecedented disaster. I am unable to resolve it. Please help me. Wu Jiong suddenly said. Creak. The officials of the Great Zhou dynasty, who were defenseless, were suddenly surprised. The door of the palace slowly opened. Slowly, everyone who was prostrating on the ground heard the sound of footsteps. The footsteps were not very heavy and were very slow. However, to many people, it made them feel at ease. From a nameless hall, an old man in a green robe slowly walked out. The old man was slightly thin and his face was very calm. Step by step, he walked out of the nameless hall. There was no heaven and earth altar under his feet. In fact, there was not even a trace of aura around him. However, this ordinary old man was not affected by the heavenly might in the slightest. He walked out slowly. Up in the sky, the heaven's eyes' pupils suddenly shrank. This was because the old man who walked out looked like an ordinary old man. There was not a trace of dermic power fluctuation. The old man held a green sword in his hand. He walked to Wu Jiong's side. Teacher, Wu Jiong said respectfully. The other 10 officials who could stand could not raise their heads. They wanted to see the old man's appearance, but they could not. The old man slowly raised his head. His face was still very calm as he looked at the giant eye in the sky. Who are you? Ming Tianhan's angry voice came from the sky. The old man finally spoke. Heaven? Only the 2 founders of fate can unleash its true power. You, on the other hand, are not worthy. Moreover, this is a broken fate. What did you say? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. You are not worthy of heaven, the old man said indifferently. As he spoke, the old man's sword danced. Old man, who are you? The founders of heaven? 2. Who? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. However, the old man did not care. He suddenly danced with his sword and stabbed at the heaven's eye. How dare you? Ming Tianhan shouted angrily. However, the old man's sword was already stabbing. A vast energy soared into the sky. The energy sword was majestic, like a pillar holding up the sky. It instantly arrived before the heaven's eye. Fast, large, strong, and fierce. It was a king's sword, an invincible sword. Under this sword, the heavens, I suddenly had a feeling that it couldn't dodge. It felt as if it could only stare helplessly as the sword stabbed itself to death. No! Boom! There was a loud explosion. Wu Jiong saw the old man's energy sword pierce through the heaven's eye's pupil. The huge energy sword slid to the side. Shing! The huge heavens, I was suddenly cut into 2 halves from the pupil. Whoosh! The old man put away his sword, his expression still indifferent. However, the huge heaven's eye in the sky had suffered a lot of damage. Crack! 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 Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the heaven's eye. Impossible! Who are you? Who are you? Ming Tianhan's despairing cry came from the sky. Boom! The giant heaven's eye exploded into pieces. One sword. Just one sword. He destroyed the heavens' eye just like that. When the heaven's eye exploded, the suppression in the depths of everyone's soul instantly disappeared. The countless dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The heaven and earth altar beneath Wu Jiong's feet was being repaired. The 10 officials could now look up at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, but the sword strike just now was something that almost everyone could not forget. It was too amazing, killing the heaven's eye with one sword strike. At this moment, the old man slowly walked toward the nameless palace from before. Quang! The door to the main hall closed once again. Almost everyone in the Taiji Palace's square was silent. The Heavenly Emperor's teacher, Wu Jiong, took in a deep breath as he stared at the closed doors of the palace. The Heaven's Eye, Ming Tianhan, thought it was the strongest thing, but his teacher could destroy it with one sword strike. A voice suddenly sounded in Wu Jiong's mind. Wu Jiong, I will erase everyone's memories. You can only keep 3 people alive. Don't lose your memories. Yes, teacher, Wu Jiong immediately answered. From a nameless palace, a green light suddenly spread out in all directions. Everyone who was hit by the green light suddenly became confused, as if they had forgotten everything that had happened. At the same time, in the imperial court of Underworld Sky City in the western outer continent of the Underworld, Ming Tianhan suddenly clutched his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was clutching his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Chapter 1287. In the Underworld's west outer continent, Underworld Sky City's imperial court. Ming Tianhan suddenly held his forehead and screamed in pain. Many officials saw that Ming Tianhan was holding his forehead, and a trace of blood was flowing out. Sky Emperor, the officials said anxiously. Ming Tianhan held his forehead and didn't say anything, but blood kept flowing out. The officials were all anxious. Court is dismissed, Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes, the officials could only helplessly reply. Just as the officials were about to leave the hall. Report bad news. A jiahu came from outside the hall. An official rushed into the hall. Sky Emperor, above the Sea of Providence, Wu Tian, Mei Gao Ku, Shi Min, and Hua Zun Tian have awakened. They're about to escape, the official said anxiously. What? The hall was in an uproar. The 4 of them have awakened. Could it be that the 4 saints' sacrifice to the heavens failed? Sky Emperor's forehead. Could it be that the eye of heaven has changed? The officials were all in a state of jiao. Ming Tianhan held the wound between his eyebrows and coldly looked outside the hall. Outside the hall, above the Sea of Providence. The 4 golden lights that had pinned down the 4 saints had now disappeared. The 4 saints had awakened, and a huge altar slowly appeared. The 4 saints looked around in confusion. On the altar, the 4 of them were still chained up. Sky Emperor, there's a power that connects us saints. The only saint of great Xing suddenly said. Whoosh! High up in the sky, the chains that bound the 4 sages suddenly retreated slowly. It was as if an inexplicable force was helping them to break free. We're saved. What's going on? The 4 saints were still confused. Not good. The 4 saints are about to escape. Quick, stop them. Someone shouted. Stop! Ming Tianhan suddenly shouted. The guards looked at Ming Tianhan in confusion. At this moment, Ming Tianhan didn't stop the 4 saints from escaping. Boom! As soon as the chains were removed, the 4 sages were suddenly saved. With a loud bang, the altar exploded. Standing high up in the sky, the 4 sages were at a loss. Looking at the underworld sky city below, the 4 sages raised their brows and clenched their fists. Ming Tianhan, I will remember this grudge. Wu Tian shouted. Go! Boom! The 4 saints fled with a loud rumble. From beginning to end, Ming Tianhan did not stop him. At this moment, everyone understood that the heaven's eye that the Sky Emperor controlled was useless. However, in this world, who could destroy heaven's eye? Was there such an expert in this world? Court is dismissed. Yang, stay here, Ming Tianhan shouted. Yes. The ministers slowly withdrew from the hall. In the blink of an eye, there was only one person left in the hall. He was the only living sage of the Black Divine Guards of the great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Yang. Quang. The door of the main hall slammed shut. Ming Tianhan slightly moved his hand away. There was a bloody light between his eyebrows. The blood came from a slit in his 3rd eye. Ming Tianhan wiped the blood off his face and frowned in pain. Then, he covered his forehead again. He then turned to look at the saint, Yang. Yang, what happened? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. Yang Yang was silent for a while. Then, he took a deep breath and said, "The four saints were sent to the heavenly demon world by some force. Oh, I don't know who this force is. It's very powerful. It's so powerful that I can't even touch it. The four of them were sent to the heavenly demon world. I also received a message from that force." Yang Yang said in a low voice, "What is it?" "That force sent me a message saying that he will regain control of the heavens. If I want to keep my position as a sage, I have to contribute to the world. I have to find someone to fill in one of the remaining 20 heavenly Daos. Otherwise, he will take away my position as a sage." Yang Yang said in a low voice. "Who? What arrogance! He hasn't even regained control of the heavens, but he's so sure that he can do it?" Ming Tianhan said with a complicated expression. "I don't know. He mentioned regaining control of the heavens. He should be an ancient existence. Perhaps he's someone from the third or second epoch." Yang Yang said in a low voice. "Could it be?" Ming Tianhan's eyes suddenly focused. "Who is the celestial emperor thinking of?" Yang Yang asked curiously. "I don't know. Just now, when Hong Jun pierced my heaven's eye, he mentioned that there were two creators of the heavens. Perhaps the person who sent you the message is the so-called creator of the heavens," Ming Tianhan said in a low voice. If that's the case, then the world might really enter a great era. Old monsters will keep popping up." Yang Yang frowned. "Yes, even I didn't expect Hong Jun to be so strong. One sword, just one sword." Ming Tianhan said with a gloomy expression. "Is the heavens I really broken?" Yang Yang looked at Ming Tianhan with a serious expression. "It's broken. Apart from you obtaining the position of sage, all the other 14 sages have fallen. My heavens I has also been forcefully broken. All my efforts have been for naught," Ming Tianhan said as he held his forehead. However, when Ming Tianhan spoke, he didn't look depressed. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Yang Yang didn't find it strange when he saw Ming Tianhan smile. Instead, he nodded in satisfaction. Netherworld, Outer East Continent. Zombie Yin Chuan had devoured 12 sages. The news couldn't be suppressed at all. Soon, the news spread everywhere. The first to bear the brunt of it were the three weaves that Great Jun was conquering. The Skeleton Sea Weave, the three Een Weave, and the Ghost Abuse Weave. The moment the three Weave lords heard the news, they shouted without hesitation, "That's impossible." However, there were more than one group of spies. Especially when two countries were at war, several different groups of spies kept sending news. The three Weave lords stood there in a daze. Sages. Those were sages. They were on their home turf, and they could barely resist one. However, Yin Chuan had actually devoured 12 of them? Where did so many sages come from? How could this be? Did the world change? The three Weave lords felt extremely bitter. If they had known that Yin Chuan was so ferocious, they wouldn't have dared to invade Great Jun. "Sect Lord, we can't hold this place anymore. Once Meng Tian returns, we—" "Yes, Sect Lord. Yin Chuan is so ferocious. The subordinates were worried. Report, Zhang Yi of Great Jun requests an audience." A voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Zhang Yi. He was in charge of diplomacy. This time, Yin Chuan had displayed his might. Zhang Yi naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. He immediately went to various places to persuade them to surrender. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Xianyang. In the palace's study, Yin Chuan, in his human form, dismissed everyone. In the study, only Yin Chuan sat in front of the desk. There were two imperial seals on the desk in front of him. One was Great Jun's Great Heavenly Seal. The other was the Great Qin Imperial Seal, the Celestial Emperor's Imperial Seal from his first life, which he had taken back from Dark Ghost Guzi not long ago. The two Imperial Seals lay flat on the desk. Both of them were exuding a hostile aura. The Imperial Seal suppressed the fate of a country. One seal was enough. However, there were two seals in front of him. Moreover, they were both Yin Chuan's Imperial Seals. One of them was the current Imperial Seal, while the other was from his first life. The two Imperial Seals refused to give way to each other. The Great Qin Imperial Seal had a stronger aura. After all, it used to be the Heavenly Court's Imperial Seal. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Great Jin can only have one Imperial Seal. The world is about to be complete. I have to be careful. Yin Chuan sighed softly. He held one Imperial Seal in each hand. A trace of reluctance flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Great Qin Imperial Seal, you accompanied me in my first life to conquer the world and suppress half of my life's fate. I am very gratified and cherish you. However, this is no longer the Great Qin. I am Yin Chuan. I am helpless. A trace of shame flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Buzz. The Great Qin Imperial Seal trembled. It seemed to be sad, but also seemed to be comforting Yin Chuan. Slowly, the Great Qin Imperial Seal floated up. It floated above the Great Heavenly Seal. The Heavenly Emperor is immortal. The Imperial Seal is willing to die to accompany the Heavenly Emperor. Suddenly, a sorrowful voice came from the Great Qin Imperial Seal. Following that, the Great Qin Imperial Seal suddenly melted. Gradually, it turned into a black liquid that poured into the Great Heavenly Seal. Gulp, gulp. The Great Heavenly Seal was like a sponge, absorbing this liquid. Gradually, the Great Qin Imperial Seal was completely sucked into it. Buzz. The Great Heavenly Seal gave off a beam of golden light. It seemed to be celebrating everything that it absorbed. In order to continue following Yin Chuan, the Great Qin Imperial Seal willingly absorbed into the Great Heavenly Seal. I will not disappoint you. In this life, follow me to suppress the world again. Yin Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Buzz. The Great Heavenly Seal trembled slightly. With a flip of his hand, Yin Chuan put away the Great Heavenly Seal. Sage Ruler. Zhao Gao's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Come in, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Zhao Gao entered the study. Sage Ruler, there is someone outside. It seems to be someone from the Dugu family. They request an audience with you. Zhao Gao said. Oh. Yin Chuan was slightly curious. Let him in. Yes. Soon, a man with a sword on his back walked into the study. Greetings, Yama Emperor, Dugu Yesen of the Dugu family. The man said, Dugu Yesen, why have you come to Great Jin? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Back then, during the battle of the deity Sword Mountain Villa, my Dugu family saw a group of people hiding in the dark helping Great Jin. Among them, someone used the Dugu family's sword technique. Among them, there was even a sword technique that the family had enjoyed. I think it should be the former head of the Dugu family, Dugu Butian. Dugu Yesen said. Oh. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Under the orders of the family head, I am to send a letter of challenge to the current Dugu Butian. Yama Emperor, please pass it to Dugu Butian. Dugu Yesen handed over a letter. A letter of challenge? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yama Emperor, pass it to Dugu Butian. You will know everything. I will not disturb you any further. Farewell, Dugu Yesen said. With that, Dugu Yesen left the study. Yin Chuan watched Dugu Yesen leave with a frown. Chapter 1288. Get out, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Zhao Gao left the study. Yin Chuan looked at the letter in his hand, but did not open it. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Heaven mending guards. Whoosh. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and knelt down in front of Yin Chuan. Greetings, Holy King. Inform the pavilion master of the Heaven Mending Pavilion to come and see me. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Whoosh. The black shadow disappeared again. Yin Chuan slowly walked out of the study. Boom. Outside, the void shook. Auspicious signs appeared, and heavenly music floated in the air. Another heavenly Tao was mended? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. 19 more paths of heaven, and the world will be complete. Zhao Gao said with respect. Prepare the chariot. I'm going to the East Sea. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Very quickly, Zhao Gao arranged everything. Yin Chuan stepped onto the dragon carriage and did not let anyone follow him. The 5 dragons pulled Yin Chuan and headed towards the Eastern Sea. The East Sea Dragon Palace used to guard the East Sea until a group of explosive beasts appeared. The East Sea Dragon Kings were forced to leave the East Sea. 3 days later, at the bottom of the East Sea, on a square at the bottom of the seawater could not enter. Yin Chuan stood on one side of the square. On the other side, there were 11 explosive beasts. The one in the lead was twice the size of the others. It had a single horn that looked like a crown on its head. An explosive beast king. Old neighbor? The explosive beast king asked. Isn't that the case? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. The explosive beast king narrowed its eyes and said, I can feel that there is a force similar to mine in your body. Is it the power of explosion and restoration? You have refined an explosive beast? Roar. The explosive beast suddenly roared. No wonder you are an explosive beast king. You can feel my divine power. Yin Chuan said. Astral powers were hidden in the user's body. No one would be able to see through it, but the exploding beast king was able to. That's a divine ability of my clan. Of course, I know about it. That day, when I was born, before my power was fully unsealed, I met a so-called saint. Otherwise, no one would be able to take away an exploding beast. You killed my clan's beast, and you still dare to come here? The exploding beast king said coldly. Ha ha ha. Explosive beast king, aren't you tired of talking like that? Am I your enemy just because I killed an explosive beast? Then, if you killed a human, wouldn't you become the enemy of all humans? Yin Chuan said with a smile. The explosive beast king said nothing. You didn't tame the exploding beast back then, so it's not your subordinate. Exploding beast king, I have something else to discuss with you today. Please don't dwell on the past. At the very least, I, Yin Chuan, have never been your enemy. You owe me a debt of gratitude when you were able to break out of the seal. Yin Chuan smiled. Oh, what do you want to discuss? Tell me. The exploding beast king said. The world is about to recover. I think you can feel it as well. Some of the most powerful warriors are about to come back. Yin Chuan said. The exploding beast king thought for a while and nodded. That's right. Not long ago, the world changed and I felt it. I heard from my subordinates that it should be the return of the heavens. Unfortunately, it seems to have disappeared again. That's right. That's just the beginning. Time is not on my side. That's why I thought of you. Yin Chuan said. Me? The exploding beast king asked. Yes. I need to improve myself so that I can welcome all the heroes in the world. It's inevitable that I will be away from the Jinlong territory. The Jinlong territory is strong, but many powerful warriors are coming out. If I'm not there, they will take advantage of me. For example, not long ago, Xianyang encountered a disaster. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. You don't want me to protect Xianyang for you, do you? The exploding beast king sneered. No, I won't ask for your help unless it's a life and death crisis. But no one can say for sure what will happen in the future. That's why I'm here. I want to make a deal with you. Yin Chuan said. Oh, if Xianyang is in danger when I'm not there, I need you to help me once. Yin Chuan said. Once? Help me? The exploding beast king asked. Yes, I know you're good. I just need you to do your best. Yin Chuan said. What will you give me in exchange? The exploding beast king asked. Bang! Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out a heaven-burying coffin. I've sealed something inside. You'll know when you see it. Yin Chuan said. The coffin was opened. All of a sudden, one of the exploding beasts saw an exit. He didn't know how long he had been drifting in the vast void. He had wasted 2 chances to escape. The exploding beast swore that it would never explode again. Whoosh! The exploding beast dashed out of the sky burial coffin. What? The Beast King was surprised. Boom! The Beast King unleashed a surge of energy toward the exploding beast. Ah, bastard! You tricked me again. The exploding beast bellowed. However, after a while, it realized that something was wrong. All of a sudden, the exploding beast saw a group of its kind. Exploding Beast King. What do you think of this one? Yin Chuan put away the sky burial coffin. You. The exploding beast was about to say something. Shut up. The exploding Beast King said coldly. Instantly, The exploding beast surrounded the exploding beast. The exploding beast didn't dare to say another word. Exploding beasts are rare. Including this one, there are 12 of us. As a beast king, I think this one should be useful to you, Yin Chuan said with a smile. The beast king thought about it. It was tempted. After all, Yin Chuan didn't ask for much in exchange. He only wanted to resolve a crisis once. That was all. Of course, I won't be so stingy. Exploding beasts are rare, and you don't know much about the world. I will send people here from time to time to tell you about the world's major events. It will give you a better understanding of the world and the upcoming great era, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The exploding beast king's eyes lit up. Okay, as you wish, the exploding beast king said seriously. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Underworld, Myriad, Ghost Domain, Great Qin City, Central Palace. Zhang Yi entered the palace with a black-robed figure. Holy King, the leader of the Three sect, is willing to enter Great Zhun as a subject, Zhang Yi said respectfully. Three greets the Holy King. The black-robed figure said. Good. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Holy King, Gue Jianshou has already given up on the Ghost Torment weave and moved to other weaves. The Ghost Torment weave will soon become Great Zhun's territory. Only Sect Master Scarlet C still doesn't know what's good for him. He's unwilling to move or submit to Great Zhun. Three is willing to lead the army and contribute to Great Zhun. The leader of the Three sect immediately said. Approved. After the news of zombie Yin Chuan devouring the 12 saints spread, the expansion of Great Zhun's domain sped up. The Three domain and Ghost Abuse domain both belong to Great Zhun. The Skeleton C domain also sped up. The leader of the Skeleton C sect barely held on for a few months. When he couldn't hold on any longer, he fled with some of his followers. At this point, Great Zhun's underworld territory had officially expanded into 5 domains. The Myriad Ghost Domain, Revered Heaven Domain, Skeleton C Domain, Three Domain, and Ghost Abuse Domain. Chapter 1289. Yang Realm, Xianying. In the study room, Yin Chuan sat behind a desk with a long-haired man standing in front of him. There was a line of blood between the man's eyebrows, and he carried a long sword on his back. His aura was extremely luxurious. The man held a letter in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked at the letter. Sage Monarch, this is Dugu Potion's letter of challenge. He still thinks that I am Dugu Butian. The man smiled slightly. Dugu Butian is already a thing of the past. The Dugu family of Dezhun is now under your control. You have also read this letter of challenge. What do you think? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The man was the pavilion master of Heaven Mending Pavilion, Yin Chuan's nephew, Yin Wudi. He was also called Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi pondered for a moment and said, in the letter of challenge, Dugu Patian is extremely arrogant. He said that any place in the world can be his battlefield. As long as I send him a letter, he can defeat me anywhere. He can unify the Dugu family. How, what do you think? Yin Chuan smiled. Sage Monarch, you have led me into the heavenly secrets for 5,000 years. I already have enough foundation. Moreover, this heaven-mending sword of yours contains all of the foundation of the old patriarch, Dugu Butian. I am confident that I could defeat him. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Oh, in the past, Dugu Butian fought the sage Huazun Tian and was unable to win. I am confident that my strength is not weaker than the current sage. I can fight him. However, the location... Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. Location? In that case, I will accompany you to the Dugu family. Wouldn't it be better? Yin Chuan smiled. Yes, Dugu Wudi replied. Moreover, I also want to use this opportunity to verify something. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Oh, Dugu Butian, Dugu Patian? I can understand that he is called Butian, but why did he change his name to Patian? It is not that I am curious, but this name is too strange. Many people who change their names use their name to show their ambition. His ambition Patian? Destroy the world? The Dugu clan had the 9 swords range. In other words, there were 9 bloodlines. However, the other bloodlines all supported heaven crushing. In the end, gave up on heaven mending, which belonged to the clan lord's bloodline. Old Master used mending the heavens to show his sincerity and called it Dugu mending the heavens. Dugu Patian was indeed strange. The Sage King suspects that Dugu Patian knows something, said Dugu Wudi gravely. That's right. Since the beginning of the first epoch, some people have mysteriously disappeared. Perhaps he was dead, but was it really just internal friction? Internal friction? Only heroes would climb to the peak, the experts becoming more and more powerful. However, this world would become weaker and weaker. It was extremely abnormal. I think they are hiding in the dark, just like the explosive Beast Kings and the Rock Kings. They had a common goal. However, I have no choice but to wait for the right time, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What does that have to do with heaven crushing? Dugawudi asked in a deep voice. The Lotus God attacked 1,000,000 years ago and destroyed the world. The sun of the netherworld collapsed, the sky died, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. However, the old races like the Rock Kings never appeared. Do they not care about the world and the common people? You have to know that the world exists in the void. If the world collapsed, all living beings would be annihilated. Even so, none of these people came out to stop the Lotus God. Is the Lotus God really invincible? The Lotus God had yet to transcend back then. He had yet to become immortal. If these old fellows came out, they might have been able to stop the Lotus God. However, none of them did. Why? Yin Chuan asked gravely. They don't care about the world collapsing? Dugawudi asked gravely. Yes, this is what I don't understand the most. They are also born of the world. Why don't they care about the world's safety? The world gave birth to all living beings, and the world is the foundation of their survival. Yet, they don't care. Perhaps Dugapatian knows. Yin Chuan said gravely. Sage King, you are far-sighted. Dugawudi said after taking a deep breath. It is not that I am far-sighted, but I do feel that something is amiss. After all, in the Great Thousand Realms, during the era of Hong Jun fought against the entire world alone. However, Hong Jun can only hide in the shadows here. Or rather, he only dares to hide in the shadows. What is it that makes someone as arrogant as Hong Jun cower in the shadows? Yin Chuan asked gravely. Dugawudi did not know about Hong Jun's past, but he could feel Yin Chuan's seriousness. You should prepare first. Soon, I will follow you to the Dugu clan. Yin Chuan said gravely. Dugawudi nodded. Half a month later, in the upper study, Yin Hentian, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, and Jin Dayu returned. Sage King, the Divine Sword Domain, the East Sword Domain, the South Sword Domain, the West Sword Domain, and the North Sword Domain are now on the right track. Minister Li is in charge of everything. Everything is going according to plan. We have completely returned to Great Jun. Yin Hentian said with a smile. Sage King, the cities have been conquered. We will return first. Meng Tian said with a smile. Good. You have returned just in time. This time, follow me to the South Outer Continent. Yin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Yes, everyone replied. Meow. Are you going out again? I want to go too. Meow popped out of nowhere. Why are you here? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Meow. Sister Afong asked me to inform you. She said that Blind Kong is here again. Meow said. Oh. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Under Meow's lead, Yin Chuan led a group of people out of the upper study room. At the entrance of a large hall, Zhao Afong received Blind Kong and his group. Blind Kong, Kong Out Yin, Pan Sheng, and a group of Blind Kong subordinates. Yin Di, we are here to disturb you again. Blind Kong smiled slightly. It's fine. It's my honor to have you all here. Please come in. Yin Chuan smiled. No, I'm in a hurry to go back. Come, I just want to say a few words to Yin Di. I will leave immediately. Blind Kong took a deep breath. Oh, Yin Chuan was puzzled. In the past, I told Yin Di that a great era was about to arrive. Haha, perhaps I underestimated this great era too much. It is coming faster and bigger than I imagined. Blind Kong sighed slightly. What do you mean? Our first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the great thousand world. The latter three were the three corpses that were killed by my first world. I wonder if Yin Di has heard of it. Blind Kong said in a low voice. I have heard of it, Yin Chuan said solemnly. The four great worlds may be undergoing a great change. Therefore, many experts will appear one after another. The heavenly path will be replenished much faster than expected. The entire world is likely to experience a great cleansing. Who knows how many people will die in this cleansing? How many families and races will fall? Blind Kong said in a low voice. How do you know? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. The Boulder Tribe. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Oh, in the face of this great cleansing, even the leader of the Boulder Tribe is afraid. He is worried that his tribe will be wiped out, let alone my Kong family. I am here today to ask Yin Di to come to the Kong family as soon as possible. Blind Kong said solemnly. The heavenly seeking token? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Yin Di should bring the heavenly seeking token. That is a great treasure of the Kong family, right? The heavenly seeking token is the key to the Kong family's rise. The sooner you open it, the more benefits you will receive. Yin Di, this treasure belongs to the Kong family in the end. Please don't think of monopolizing it. The Kong family guarantees that once we open the treasure of our entire family, we will repay you to the best of our ability. Blind Kong said solemnly. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. He looked at Blind Kong and fell silent for a while. I think Yin Di is not the kind of person who can't tell right from wrong. Moreover, Yin Di has his own pride. Blind Kong said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan finally nodded and said, I will be heading south. Soon, I will arrive at the Kong family. Thank you, Yin Di. Blind Kong bowed solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded. We will go back to make arrangements and wait for Yin Di's arrival. Farewell, Blind Kong said again. Yin Chuan nodded. Blind Kong led a group of people and quickly retreated. Yin Chuan watched the group of people leave. Kong family's treasure? Inhentian frowned. Inhentian, do you know anything about the Kong family? Yin Chuan asked. After all, among the people here, only Inhentian had memories of the Third Era. Although his memories were few, he had more right to speak than the others. Inhentian frowned and pondered for a while, as if he was recalling something. After a while, Inhentian said, I have some memories, but not much. Oh, Kong family? In the Third Era, when my ancestor sealed the memories in my bloodline, the Kong family was very powerful. The number one family in the world. Inhentian said in a low voice. The number one family in the world? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Yes, this family had countless experts and also a large number of branches. Among them, one branch established the number one heavenly court, and another branch established the number one dojo in the world. Inhentian frowned. Number one heavenly court, number one dojo? Yin Chuan was surprised. Yes, the information I have about the Third Era is limited, but that is the truth. The Kong family pursued excellence and was the most indelible family in the Third Era. This family was too powerful. Inhentian sighed. Meow, is the Kong family that powerful? How did it decline to such an extent? Meow was puzzled. This I don't know. However, since it is the Kong family's treasure, it must be extraordinary. Inhentian said solemnly. Kong family? Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Meow, Yin Chuan, are you going to the southern continent immediately and then go to the Kong family? I want to go. Meow suddenly thought of something and jumped nonstop. Zhao Afong looked at Yin Chuan with a look of anticipation. Zhao Afong, Inhentian, Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, and Miao follow me. We will depart for the southern continent in 3 days. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The group of fierce generals shouted excitedly. Meow. Meow also cried out happily. In 3 days, Yin Chuan quickly arranged everything. On the third day, a group of people stepped onto the dragon carriage. "Let's go," Bai Chi shouted. "Roar!" The 5 dragons roared and headed towards the south. As for Dugawudi, he secretly went ahead and met up with the dragon carriage in the southern continent. Chapter 1290. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. Yin Chuan's dragon chariot finally arrived after several months of travel. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and endless auspicious clouds surrounded them. Auspicious qi soared into the sky, accompanied by heavenly music and a strange fragrance. Everyone understood that another heavenly Tao had been mended. Meow, another one? There are only 10 left. Meow stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder and frowned. Zhao Afong took a deep breath and said, "Every time the heavenly Tao is mended, the number of days will become more complicated. It will also become more difficult to deduce. Sage ruler, the void is also becoming more and more solid. If we want to shatter the void, we will need more power." Bai Chi said, 10 heavenly Tao. According to the current speed, it will take at most 1 year. After 1 year, heaven and earth will be mended. Yin Chuan said, "Sage ruler, the Dugu family is in front. What are we going to do?" In Hentian asked curiously. "Watch the battle." Yin Chuan said seriously. "Watch the battle." Everyone was puzzled. Dugu family. It was a boundless inland sea with countless islands on it. From afar, one could see cultivators flying in and out with swords on their backs. There was a huge island in the center. It was sword-shaped, and there were countless palaces at the sword hilt. "Stop!" Bai Chi shouted loudly. "Roar! Roar!" The 5 dragons roared and stopped. A row of figures appeared in front of the 5 dragons' chariot, blocking everyone. They were all dressed in black robes. They were very mysterious. "Greetings, sage ruler," everyone said respectfully. "Are you ready?" Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. "Yes." The leader of the black-robed men said seriously. "Then let's begin." Yin Chuan said directly. "Yes, sir," the leader replied. He waved his hand, and a black-robed subordinate quickly flew to the huge island in the distance. Yin Chuan led everyone and landed on a mountain peak not far away. The 5 dragons' chariot was left in the valley. Everyone looked at the huge island in the distance. Dugu family, the number 1 swordsmanship family. It wasn't that the people of this clan were strong, but that the people of this clan were born to use swords, as if they were born to use swords. Even though they were both studying the same thing, sword cultivators were always much stronger than outsiders. In the outer southern continent, he had a great reputation. Patriarch Hall, 9 swords hall. Dugu Patian sat in the main seat. There were 9 thrones in front of him, and there was a person sitting on each of them. All of them had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic spirit. Dugu Patian took a deep breath and said, "Another heavenly Tao. There are only 10 left." "That's right, Patriarch. Heaven and earth are about to be completed. Unfortunately, back then in the underworld, we weren't able to seize the position of a saint," a man said with a frown. Dugu Patian said solemnly, "Back then, the battle between Huazun Tian and I wasn't a lose-lose situation." Oh, everyone looked at Dugu Patian in confusion. "Huazun Tian and I fought in the depths of the stars, but because we disturbed an old monster from who knows where, we were injured by that old monster," Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. "What? Patriarch, you're saying that in the depths of the stars, someone injured you and Huazun Tian at the same time?" A man said in surprise. Dugu Patian nodded. "Who? How can there be such a powerful figure in the world?" Dugu Patian recalled and said, "There is indeed someone. He's very strong. At that time, on a star, that person was sitting at the peak of a mountain with Butterfly Queen, drinking tea and admiring the moon. He said that Huazun Tian and I disturbed his mood. I heard him say that his surname is Meow." "Meow? Is there a strong Meow clan in this world?" "I don't think I've heard of it." Everyone recalled in surprise. "That's right. It's not that I haven't heard of it, but the ancient records of my Dugu family are all sealed in that heaven-mending sword. If we can open the information in that sword, perhaps we will know more, Dugupatian said in a deep voice. Heaven-mending sword? Patriarch, now that the person has been found, and he has a deep relationship with Dijon, why don't we go? Can we just send a letter of challenge? What if he doesn't accept the challenge? A man said worriedly. Dugupotian's face was cold and gloomy. I will force him out. At most, I will wait for a year. After a year, if Dugupatian doesn't send any news, I will personally go to Xianyang City. Patriarch, it seems like you will definitely go to Xianyang City. Dugupatian was not your opponent in the past, and now he is definitely far from being your opponent. He will definitely hide in his shell. Patriarch, you think too highly of Dugupatian. His lineage is extremely pedantic, and they only think about the heaven-mending Tao. How can they have the time to sharpen their sword skills? While everyone was talking in the main hall, a commotion suddenly came from outside the hall. How dare you? You dare to barge into the Dugu family? By the order of the Patriarch, we will honor the promise of the traitor Dugupatian and start another family war to re-establish the sovereignty of the Dugu family. A clear voice sounded in the sky. Boom! This explosive shout instantly caused an uproar on all the surrounding islands. In the Nine Swords Hall, the faces of Dugupatian and the others suddenly sank. He's here? Everyone was surprised. Dugupatian stepped out of the main hall. More and more disciples of the Dugu family gathered in the surroundings. Dugupatian saw a black-robed man in the sky with a glance. You are Dugupatian? Dugupatian asked in a deep voice. I am a Nine Swords lineage's lineage master. Dugupatian, the Patriarch has agreed to your request. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Nine Swords lineage's lineage master? Someone beside Dugupatian said solemnly. Agreed? Where is he? Where is Dugupatian? Dugupatian asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man took a deep breath and said, The Patriarch is not called Dugupatian. He is called Duguwudi. Duguwudi? Ha! He is not called Batian anymore? Dugupatian laughed in surprise. The Patriarch's thoughts are not something a traitor like you can understand. The Patriarch has agreed to your request for battle. The location is here, the place where the previous Patriarch was defeated. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha ha, you have some courage. The pride of the Dugu family has not been lost. You will stand up from where you fell. Where is he? When? Dugupatian asked with a smile. The Patriarch is on the other side of the sea. We are waiting for you to recover and reach your peak condition. Then, we will begin immediately, the black-robed man said. Whoosh! Everyone turned their heads to look at the other side of the sea. Indeed, Yin Chuan's group and a group of black-robed men stood at the summit of a distant mountain peak. There's no need to wait. Duguwudi, come out! Dugupatian shouted. Boom! The entire sea was filled with raging waves. At the summit of a distant mountain peak, Duguwudi stood at Yin Chuan's side. When Duguwudi heard the distant shout, he looked at Yin Chuan. Go then. We will keep an eye on the others for you. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Duguwudi nodded. Duguwudi stepped forward and flew out. In the distance, the messenger quickly flew back. Soon, he flew across the sea and returned to Yin Chuan's side. Bai Qi and the others looked at these black-robed men curiously. Everyone understood that these were the elites of Heaven Mending Pavilion. However, the officials and the public did not know much about the hidden Heaven Mending Pavilion. Duguwudi slowly flew over the sea. Wherever he flew, the surging sea instantly calmed down. It was as if there was a power that flattened the entire sea. In the distance, Dugupatian's eyes narrowed. He took a deep breath and said, All of you stand guard here. Yes, everyone answered. Dugupatian stepped forward and flew over the sea. Duguwudi and Dugupatian were far away. You are Duguwudi? Are you hiding because you can't see anyone? Dugupatian sneered. If you have the ability, then lift my black robe yourself. Duguwudi said in a deep voice. Ha ha, good. As expected of the former heaven-mending faction, Dugupatian sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly saw the sword on Dugu Wudi's back. Heaven-mending sword? Dugu Patian narrowed his eyes. Shing! Heaven-mending sword suddenly flew into Dugu Wudi's hand. It's great that you can bring it here. After you are defeated, I will leave a place for you in the Dugu family. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. You want to merge with us? Dugu Wudi said coldly. You should know that the world is about to change. My Dugu family doesn't have much time left. We must merge. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. Not much time? What do you mean, not much time? Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. You don't understand? Dugu Patian said in surprise. What do I need to understand? Tell me clearly. Also, why did the Nine Swords branch betray the family head and join you? Is it because of your strength? Dugu Wudi questioned. However, Dugu Patian revealed a trace of doubt when Dugu Wudi questioned him. You actually don't know? You haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal? Dugu Patian suddenly sneered. What do you mean? The original Dugu Patian should have known. However, he was an incomparably stubborn madman. The heavenly Tao collapsed, but he still wanted to mend the heavenly Tao. He had no choice but to be rejected by my Dugu family. However, he didn't tell you the reason? You can't possibly think that he's right, right? Dugu Patian laughed strangely. 6th level of Ancestral Immortal? That's right. The memories in your bloodline should have let you know when you reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. However, you actually don't know. It seems that you still haven't reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal. You're no match for me. Surrender. Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. The memories sealed in the Dugu family's bloodline? Is it related to your heaven-crushing? What exactly is it? Dugu Wudi shouted again. The mission of my Dugu family is not to mend the heavens, but to destroy the heavens. He was completely wrong back then, yet he stubbornly continued to mend the heavens. Humph! Bloodline memories? What exactly are they? Dugu Wudi continued to ask. Dugu Patian raised his eyebrows. Looks like you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. You haven't even reached the 6th level of Ancestral Immortal, yet you dare to be impudent before me? Come, if you can remain undefeated under my sword, I'll tell you. Dugu Wudi did not hesitate. He instantly stabbed out with the Heaven Mend sword. Boom! A white astral sword suddenly streaked through the void and charged towards Dugu Patian. Where the astral sword passed, the sea below suddenly split into 2 huge waves. It advanced courageously towards Dugu Patian. Dugu Potion's eyes narrowed. You have some skills. He turned his long sword, and a black astral sword shot towards the Heaven Mend sword. 2 astral swords, one black and one white, collided on the surface of the sea. Boom! Chapter 1291. Netherworld, Southern Outer Continent. In a densely forested area. The fog was thick, and ghosts were scattered around. Stepping into the forest, one would feel a chill wind invading their body. It was extremely eerie. Blind Kong and his group slowly made their way through the forest. Senior Blind Kong, why is your Kong family hiding in such a dark place? Pan Sheng frowned. It's the same reason why your rock family is hiding in the easternmost part of the Yang realm. Blind Kong smiled. Wait, there's something in front. Kong Outyin raised his eyebrows. Kong Outyin was about to rush forward. Outyin, don't move. Blind Kong suddenly said in a low voice. Kong Outyin frowned, but he understood that Blind Kong was worried that something might happen to him. A few subordinates quickly went over, and soon a voice was heard. Ancestor, it's a member of my Kong family, but Blind Kong and the others quickly walked over. They saw several corpses lying on the ground. Something happened at home. Blind Kong raised his eyebrows. Blind Kong reached out and touched one of the corpses. Buzz! The corpse suddenly emitted a green light, and then a ball of light emerged from its head. It was a soul. The soul was in a daze. What happened to me? I'm dead. The soul suddenly said in fear. Speak, what happened? Blind Kong said in a low voice. "Ah, ancestor, it's Hierarchy High. He killed us, and he wants to find out where my Kong family is. We would rather die than submit, so—" The soul said sadly, "Child, you did well. The Kong family is proud of you." Blind Kong comforted. "Hierarchy High? Hierarchy High? Isn't that bronze coffin great sage's teacher?" Kong Outyen's expression changed. "Hierarchy High is here because of bronze coffin great sage's death." Blind Kong frowned. "It's all Yin Chuan's fault. If it weren't for the sky-burying coffin, we wouldn't have had to fight to the death with bronze coffin great sage. Now, we even provoked Hierarchy High. This is bad." Kong Outyen suddenly shouted. "Enough!" Blind Kong stopped Kong Outyen from continuing. "Ancestor, you don't have to protect Yin Chuan. He's a jinx. If it weren't for him, why would there be so much trouble? That's Hierarchy High we're talking about. Rumor has it that in the past, even Reverend Heaven and Sage would bow to him as a junior when they see him. Our Kong clan is still weak right now, so we thought we could do it without anyone noticing. Who would have thought that we still ended up provoking him? It's all Yin Chuan's fault. It's all Yin Chuan's fault." Kong Outyen said anxiously. "Proud Heaven, stop talking." Blind Kong said in a low voice, "Ancestor, can I not say it? Back then, I was the last to kill the Copper Coffin Great Sage, so Secmaster Yuhai would definitely come for revenge. It's all Yin Chuan's fault. He wanted the heaven-burying coffin and the Kong clan's heaven-seeking token. It's all his fault." Kong Outyen's face twisted. "Shut up. Even if anyone from the Kong clan dies, it won't be your turn." Blind Kong said in a low voice. Kong Outyen's face was still filled with resentment, but he did not dare to say anything. Blind Kong slowly sat down cross-legged. Suddenly, a glassy wheel appeared. The wheel spun slowly, and streams of light enveloped Blind Kong. After a long while, Blind Kong took a deep breath and stood up. "How's the Kong clan?" Kong Outyen asked worriedly. "The Kong clan has suffered some casualties, but fortunately, the clan leader is wise. He brought his people and moved them away. However, the Kong clan is indeed in danger this time. Apart from Hierarchy High, there are other experts here." Blind Kong said in a low voice. It seems like Hierarchy High and these people aren't here for the heaven-burying coffin. They're here for the Kong clan's treasure." How can we allow others to lay their hands on the Kong clan's treasure?" Blind Kong snorted coldly. "Senior Blind Kong, don't worry. With me around, no one can hurt you. I promise the clan leader." Pan Sheng immediately said. Blind Kong nodded. "Let's meet up with the clan leader first and make arrangements as soon as possible. We'll wait for Yin Chuan to arrive." Yang Realm, Outer Southern Continent. Outside the Dugu clan, Dugu Wudi and Dugu Potion's swords clashed. Boom! The seawater in the entire sea was blasted into the sky. "Repair the heavens with a sword," Dugu Wudi shouted. Whoosh! A gust of cold air shot out from the sword, spreading in all directions. The seawater that was soaring into the sky froze instantly, turning into huge icicles that shot into the sky. "No, you're already at the sixth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? Did you lie to me just now?" Dugu Patian shouted angrily. Dugu Wudi's sword was definitely not something anyone below the sixth heaven could execute. Dugu Patian naturally thought that he had been tricked. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and the long sword in his hand suddenly exploded with billions of sword chi. Boom! A storm of sword chi suddenly swept up in all directions. The sword chi wreaked havoc and spread in all directions. The originally frozen sea was instantly shattered by the raging sword chi. Beside Yin Chuan, everyone watched solemnly. Some of the sword chi even seeped into Yin Chuan. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves. The three swords of Jade Emperor, God, and Grand Emperor flew out. The three swords' bodies shook and turned into human form. "Greetings, Master," the three swords said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. The three swords turned their heads to look at the vast storm of sword chi. Countless sword chi rushed over, but in front of the three swords, they were automatically annihilated. "Good sword skill," the Grand Emperor said solemnly. The storm of sword chi has such a pattern. This person's sword Dao is already minute. Jade Emperor said solemnly. Master, who are these two people fighting? God asked curiously. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Don't care who they are. Learn from their strengths to make up for your weaknesses. Yes, the three deities answered. Meow, I can't see inside. It's all sword chi, black and white. The battle between these two is so boring. Meow shook its head. God, Jade Emperor, and Grand Emperor were speechless. The three of them felt that the battle in front of them was too exciting. Solitary sword. Dugawudi's shout came from inside. Solitary sword. Dugapotion's voice also came from inside. A huge sword light shot out. It was incomparably dazzling. Even through the endless sword chi, one could see a sharp light shooting out from inside. It instantly formed two heavenly swords that slashed in two directions. Wherever the two heavenly swords passed, they were unparalleled. Within 10,000 miles, there were two vast earth trenches on the ground. The two of them were clearly using the sword skills of the Duga family. Good. The essence of the Duga family is these 9 swords. Let me see how much you've learned. Duga Potion's voice came from inside. Solitary 2 swords. Solitary 2 swords. Boom. 4 huge heavenly swords shot out in 4 directions. Solitary 3 swords. Solitary 4 swords. Boom. The original sword chi suddenly doubled in size and spread out in all directions. Large amounts of sword chi rushed towards Yin Chuan and the rest. However, with the 3 deities present, all the sword chi turned invisible. Sage King, the disciples of the Dugu family in the distance still respect this battle. None of them came forward. Bai Chi said, That's for the best. It saves us the trouble of fighting. Yin Chuan nodded. Just like that, 2 hours later, endless sword chi shot out. It was difficult to determine the outcome. How is this possible? Your strength has actually surpassed the 7th level of Ancestral Immortal. Dugu Patian said solemnly. Humph, solitary 5 swords. Solitary 6 swords. Haha, kid, you actually have the strength of an 8th level of Ancestral Immortal? Dugu Patian laughed loudly. Boom, sword chi shot out. The battle inside became more and more fierce. The sound of swords clashing made everyone anxious. Solitary 7 swords. Dugu Wudi shouted. What? Boom! There was another sound of collision. Kid, you are indeed a sword genius. As expected of a descendant of the Dugu family. Ha ha ha! You can actually unleash the might of a 9th level of Ancestral Immortal. This is your limit, right? I can see that. If that's all you've lost, that's because I've already cultivated the solitary 8 swords. Dugu Patian shouted. Not good. Bai Chi's face sank. Yin Chuan also narrowed his eyes. Sage King, Dugu Wudi seems to have reached his limit. Grand Emperor said anxiously. Sage King, do we need help? Jade Emperor immediately asked. Yin Chuan shook his head. Wait a little longer. Dugu 8 swords, break for me. Dugu Potion's loud shout rang out. Boom! The sword chi that was originally surrounding everyone exploded with a loud bang and disappeared in an instant. Everyone immediately saw what was inside. Dugu Patian was in the sky. He stabbed down with a sword aura. The sword aura had 16 blades. It was as if the axes of 8 swords had overlapped, leaving 16 blades. From the sky, it looked like a sword-shaped giant flower was charging towards Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi's heaven-mending sword formed a sword aura that crashed into the sky. Boom! The 2 sword auras were heavily injured, and the void exploded. However, Dugu Patian was better. He stabbed down bit by bit, and Dugu Wudi's sword aura was shattered bit by bit. Dugu Potion's sword aura got closer and closer to Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi was surrounded by a blood mist. His surging aura caused the surrounding space to tremble. He was wrapped in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, Yin Chuan knew that Dugu Wudi had reached his limit. He was surrounded by a blood mist. It was obvious that he had used a super divine art. Under the black robe, was a head of blood hair. Under such circumstances, he still couldn't defeat Dugupatian? Dugupatian's abilities are on par with mine. Bai Qi said with a frown. Dugawudi is about to lose. Meng Tian said solemnly. Meow, should we go and help? Meow asked anxiously. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly said, No, the situation has changed. Oh, everyone looked over. They saw a ray of white light emerge from Dugawudi's black robe. A huge heavenly Tao projection suddenly appeared around Dugawudi. However, there were countless cracks on this projection. It was a broken heavenly Tao. Rumble. The cracks on the broken heavenly Tao were mending one after another. Mending the heavenly Tao? Mending the heavenly Tao at this time? Meow said in surprise. High in the sky, Dugupatian's expression also changed. Faster, Dugawudi, you're still so stubborn. You're still thinking about mending the heavens? You're going against my Dugu family's ancestral teachings. Die for me, Dugupatian shouted. Boom! The huge 16-edged sword aura erupted with boundless might again. It tore through the void and destroyed Dugawudi. At this moment, Dugupatian's heavenly Tao mended faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, white light illuminated the surroundings. Boom! The last crack was mended with a loud bang. The heavenly Tao seed that Dugupatian left behind back then had finally fully matured. Rumble. Rolling auspicious clouds and auspicious chi soared into the sky. Heavenly music drifted in the air, and exotic fragrances filled the air. Endless virtue surged into Dugawudi's body. At the same time, the newly mended heavenly Tao entered Dugawudi's body. Duga 9 swords. Dugawudi suddenly roared. Boom! The heavenly Tao behind him suddenly split into two. One of them suddenly slashed down vertically. It was as if the entire heavenly Tao had turned into a longsword. A colossal sword aura that could destroy heaven and earth slashed toward Dugupatian. Ah! Chapter 1292. Boom! The heavenly Tao that Dugawudi had just replenished suddenly borrowed boundless energy. The Duga 9 swords and boundless weapons slashed at Dugupatian. As the sword descended, an unrivaled aura of weapons spread out in the air. A huge sword-shaped lotus flower bloomed around Dugawudi. A vast might slashed down. Dugupatian's Dugu 8 swords could not hold on. Boom! The manifested swords exploded, charging at Dugupatian with unstoppable momentum. Arg! Dugupatian screamed. Boom! The huge sword that looked like a heavenly Tao slashed down, creating a huge crack in the world. As the sword slashed down, the sea below shattered into countless pieces. A huge trench hundreds of thousands of kilometers wide appeared, showing the tyranny of this sword strike. Dugupatian was slashed into the trench by the sword strike. Weapon. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. It doesn't look like it. The weapon, heavenly vein. Zhao Afong exclaimed in shock. Meow. What is the weapon, heavenly vein? Meow asked curiously. In the great 1,000 realms, there were 3,000 heavenly Taos. Among them, there were 9 special heavenly Taos called heavenly veins. The other heavenly Taos were subordinate to these 9 heavenly veins. It was like these 9 heavenly veins were monarchs, and the other heavenly Taos were subjects. They were Lin, Bing, Do, Zhejie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, and Xing. Anyone who controls a heavenly vein is no weaker than an ordinary great Tao. Originally, I thought that this was not the case in the first world, but Yin Chuan said seriously, Holy King, this does look like the weapon heavenly vein of the great 1,000 realms. Bai Qi suddenly said with certainty, Looks like? You think so too? Yin Chuan frowned and pondered. At the side, Yin Hentian said gravely, Holy King looks like? Perhaps it is. Oh, the great evil world, great kindness world, and greater 1,000 world were all created by the first world. That is to say, many of them are similar to the first world. Of course, there are definitely some differences. However, in essence, the other three worlds are all clones of the first world. Whatever the Greater Thousand World has, the first world will also have. At most, there will be some changes. Yin Chuan's pupils constricted, immediately reacted. In other words, this is the most primitive weapon's heavenly vein. Weapons are the main weapon of the heavens. When I was in the vast thousand realms, I once obtained a weapon Dao lead and gave it to him. At that time, the weapon Dao lead was a heaven-splitting axe, the heaven-opening axe that could open up a small world. If that's the case, then it makes sense, Yin Chuan said solemnly. What Dugu Patian said just now was that the Dugu family's bloodline had a mission of breaking the heavens and not mending the heavens. However, the old family head insisted on mending the heavens. In fact, it wasn't because he didn't care about the ancestral teachings in his bloodline, nor was it because he was stubborn. It was because he finally understood the true intentions of his ancestors. His ancestors' intentions were to obtain the heavenly armament vein. That is the true meaning of breaking the heavens. Zhao Afong raised his eyebrows. In the vast thousand realms, there are 9 heavenly veins: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhejie, Zhanlai, Qian, and Xing. The heavenly path that I control, the head of the 1,000 suns, might be one of them. I once suspected it, but it was different from the vast thousand realms, so I didn't think about it. Now, if this is the heavenly armament vein, then mine is also a heavenly vein? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Miao, then which is the head of the 1,000 suns? Miao asked curiously. Qian, Yin Chuan said after taking a deep breath. The Qian heavenly vein? Qian? Why is it so far behind? Miao asked curiously. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Each of the 9 heavenly veins has its own mysteries. There is no distinction between the front and the back. Miao, fine. You can flatter yourself. Miao, by the way, was there nothing else in the vast thousand realms other than these 9 heavenly veins? Miao asked curiously. There was also the 6 paths of reincarnation. Zhao Afong said. 6 paths of reincarnation? In Hentian asked with a frown. What's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. King Sage, this is different from the vast thousand realms. In the first realm, according to my ancestors' memory, there is no 6 paths of reincarnation. In Hentian said with a frown. Oh, according to my ancestors' memory, there are 60 paths of reincarnation in this realm. In Hentian said. 60? Zhao Afong was shocked. Yes. In Hentian confirmed. Everyone frowned slightly. In the distance, after Dugu Wudi's sword, the outcome of the battle had been decided. Family head. No, family head. The disciples of the Dugu family burst into Jiaohu. Bai Qi and the rest waited solemnly. However, the Dugu family still had their pride and did not charge into the battle. Cough, 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 cough. Coughing sounds could be heard from the depths of the earth trench. Dugu Patian, who was covered in wounds and blood, slowly climbed out of the earth trench. He had climbed out. This was because Dugu Patian did not have any strength left, and his face was covered in blood. He looked furious. The Dugu 9 swords? You finally mastered it. You've won. Cough, cough, cough. Dugu Patian said unwillingly as he coughed up blood. The weapon heavenly vein behind Dugu Wudi disappeared. All right, Dugu Patian, fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said gravely. Unwillingness flashed in Dugu Potion's eyes as he said, You won. Even without me saying anything, you have the right to take control of the family. Unexpectedly, Dugu Patian, schemed for so many times, but in the end, it all came to nothing. Ha ha. Dugu Potion's face was filled with bitterness. It's not just that. I want to know the message in your bloodline. Why is your name Patian? Why do you want to break the heavens? Heaven and earth gave birth to you and nurtured you, nurturing all living beings. You do not think of repaying heaven and earth, but only want to break the heavens? Dugu Wudi said. Dugu Wudi, are you messing with me? You could defeat me. So how could you not know? Dugu Patian thought that Dugu Wudi was humiliating him. Fulfill your promise. Dugu Wudi said once more. Bullshit. Every member of the Dugu clan is at the sixth firmament of ancestral immortal realm. Heaven and earth are in operation. After severing the three corpses, heaven and earth are recuperating. Once it's fully recuperated, it will fuse the three corpses again, and the four realms will become one. At that time, everyone in the Dugu clan will die, completely obliterated. How could you not know? Dugupatian said hatefully. What? Four realms becoming one? Dugu Woody's expression changed. Oof. My Dugu clan wants to destroy this unification. It's called breaking the heavens. Yet, you are helping to mend the heavens. Are you trying to wipe out my entire clan? You still have the face to ask me? Dugupatian rebuked angrily. In the distance, the expressions of Yin Chuan's group changed as well. They seemed to have grasped something. Four realms becoming one? After the unification, the Dugu clan would be obliterated? What did that mean? Only the Dugu clan, or everyone? Breaking the heavens? Breaking the heavenly Tao, causing this world to become incomplete? Was that the Dugu clan's mission? Also, those old monsters hidden in this world did not stop the Lotus Goddess when she destroyed this world. Was that related? Did they allow her to destroy it? Did they not want the world to be restored? But if there was no world, then apart from transcendence, all living beings would perish. If those old monsters really did not want the world to be restored in the past, then why did they come out now and want to restore it? There were too many doubts. Yin Xuan felt that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Dugu Patian, for realms becoming one and the Dugu clan being obliterated? What do you mean? Yin Xuan suddenly shouted. In the distance, Dugu Wudi also shouted, "Speak!" Dugu Patian fell to the ground. He looked at Yin Xuan in the distance, then at Dugu Wudi. How could you not know? The ancestor's message was vague, but he told us to remember that we must stop the world from becoming stronger. When necessary, we can damage it. As long as one is at the sixth level of ancestral immortal realm, this memory will be unlocked. Unless. Dugu Potion's expression changed. Unless you are not a disciple of the Dugu clan. Who are you? You are not Dugu Wudi? Dugu Patian cried out in alarm. The complexions of the Dugu family's experts changed when they heard this scream. Boom! A group of experts charged straight at them. Who are you? You pretended to be a disciple of our Dugu clan and stole the heaven-mending sword? The Dugu clan's experts all stepped forward and shouted. Apart from the Dugu clan's patriarch, the Dugu clan also had 9 peerless experts from the Nine Swords branch. At that moment, they all rushed over and stared at Dugu Wudi. The heaven-mending sword was the symbol of the patriarch. It also sealed many things of the Dugu clan. If the person in front of them was a member of the Dugu clan, then so be it. But if he wasn't, then they had to take back the heaven-mending sword. Boom! In the distance, Yin Chuan's group also stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan's group stood behind Dugu Wudi. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Diyu all emitted soaring auras. Meow! Meow shouted, and a large number of heavenly Daos vaguely appeared in the void. They all looked coldly at the people in front of them. Stop! Dugu Patian shouted. Patriarch? Everyone looked at Dugu Patian. Help me up! Dugu Patian shouted. With the help of an expert from the Dugu clan, Dugu Patian stood up. Who are you? Dugu Wudi? How did you get the inheritance of the heaven-mending sword? If it wasn't for the permission of the previous patriarch, you definitely wouldn't be able to connect with it. Who are you? Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. In the past, I was once the adopted son of the Dugu clan. Later, I got the inheritance of Dugu Butian and became the patriarch. Dugu Wudi said in a deep voice. As expected, you're not a member of the Dugu clan. Dugu Butian? He's old and muddle-headed. He actually let an outsider be the patriarch. Outsider? Instantly, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. The heaven-mending sword is my clan's keepsake. Please return it to me, Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. Impossible. I'm the patriarch of the Dugu clan. This sword is also my sword. If you want to take it, you'll have to step over my dead body, Dugu Wudi said coldly. Bastard. The group of Dugu clan disciples shouted angrily. Endless sword Dao ferocious Qi rushed towards Dugawudi. Bang! The auras of Bai Qi, the three emperors, Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Diyu also rushed over. The auras of the two sides collided, and an intense explosion resounded in the sky. Bang! The sky shook. Cough! 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 Dugu Patian spat out a mouthful of blood. Patriarch! Everyone looked anxiously at Dugu Patian. Let them go, Dugu Patian said in a deep voice. What? Dugawudi? Remember this. The heaven-mending sword belongs to my Dugu family. I can't stop you this time, but there will be a day when I will take back the heaven-mending sword. Dugu Patian shouted. Chapter 1293. The dragon carriage traveled through the southern outer continent. Boom! Another loud sound came from the sky. Another heavenly Dao has been mended? Meow. Meow looked at the sky in surprise. Yanchuan looked at the black-robed man, Dugu Wudi. Thank you, Sage King, for not pursuing the Dugu family. Dugu Wudi said respectfully. The black-robed men behind him were all grateful. Even though the Dugu clan is divided, it's still a single entity in the end. Now that you have the strength to contend against Dugu Patian, I won't ask any more questions. You can deal with it on your own. Yes. Cough. Dugu Wudi coughed. You're injured? Hey, it's fine. Before the heavenly Dao was mended, I was no match for Dugu Patian and suffered some injuries. I'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. Dugu Wudi smiled bitterly. Dugu family, 9 Sword Hall. A group of peerless experts of the Dugu family stood guard for Dugu Patian. Dugu Patian sat cross-legged in the hall, meditating. After more than 10 days, he slowly opened his eyes. Patriarch, are you all right? Everyone asked worriedly. Much better. Dugu Patian nodded. But Patriarch, why did you let them go that day? Why did you let them go? It's not like we can't get the heaven-mending sword. An expert frowned. Dugu Patian shook his head and said, You can't stop Yanchuan's group. Why? The 9 of us are all 8th firmament ancestral immortals. Everyone said anxiously, You've been in seclusion all this time, ignoring the news of the world. Do you know that Yanchuan has just eaten 12 sages? Dugu Patian said bitterly. What? Eaten? 12 sages? That's impossible. Where did so many sages come from? Everyone exclaimed. Do you still remember the phenomenon not long ago? Dark clouds covered the sky. The heavenly Dao was affected. That's right. Ming Tianhan from the underworld's great punishment heavenly court used 4 sages to forcefully control the heavenly Dao. Descend the position of Saint 15. Dugu Patian said solemnly. I just received this news not too long ago. This is a big matter, so I didn't have time to verify it. However, the news from the great Qin city proves everything. Of the 15 saints, 12 were eaten by Yanchuan, 2 were killed by Wu Jiong, and only 1 survived. Moreover, Ming Tianhan's heavens, I suddenly disappeared for some reason. Dugu Patian said in a low voice. Yanchuan? So powerful? Everyone's eyes narrowed, just as everyone was solemn. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard in the sky above the Dugu family. Then, dark clouds covered the sky. For a moment, a majestic heavenly might rushed down. What's going on? Everyone's expression changed as they quickly walked out of the hall. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sky, and for a moment, a storm raged. Crash. The disciples of the Dugu family suddenly knelt down one by one. An irresistible thought surged into his mind. Not good. How could this be? The expressions of the peerless experts changed drastically. However, no one seemed to be able to hold on. The boundless arrogance of the past seemed to have disappeared without a trace. In an instant, everyone suddenly knelt down. Dugu Potion's expression was extremely unsightly as he knelt down, unable to even raise his head. Is it fate? Dugu Potion's expression suddenly changed as he thought of a possibility. The Dugu family's patriarch, Dugu Patian, greets Senior. Dugu Patian suddenly shouted. A voice slowly came from the dark clouds. So the Dugu family still has descendants. Yes, we are all disciples of the Dugu family. Dugu Patian shouted again. AI. He couldn't endure the passage of time and disappeared in the cycle of reincarnation. The voice contained an ancient aura. Senior, you know our primogenita? Dugu Patian asked in pleasant surprise. In 6 months, I will bestow upon all of you a saint position. A saint must take responsibility for the people of the world. A saint's strength must be at least 9 levels of ancestral immortal. 6 months later, the saint position will descend. The ancient voice sounded. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky slowly scattered, and everything returned to normal. The pressure in everyone's hearts also disappeared, and the disciples of the Dugu family slowly stood up. Their faces were filled with fear and pleasant surprise. Same position, Dugu Potion's eyes lit up. Patriarch, who was that just now? I don't know. With my cultivation at the 9th level of ancestral immortal realm, I actually couldn't resist at all in front of his divine sense. This person is too strong. Dugu Patian said in shock. Just a divine sense? Yes, it's definitely a divine sense and not fate. However, the aura is extremely similar to fate's aura. I don't know who it is, but it looks like my Dugu family's primogenitor has a relationship with this person. Dugu Patian said solemnly. A saint? If I become a saint, perhaps I can take back the heaven-mending sword? Dugu Potion's expression changed. Go. Immediately investigate where Yin Chuan's group went. Yes. 5 months later, Yin Chuan's group arrived in the netherworld. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and shot off in a direction. Sage Ruler, we will arrive at the Kong family in 3 days. Bai Qi said with a smile. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom. Another heavenly Tao was mended in the world. Meow. 2999. Only one remains. Meow said as she looked at the sky. The heavens are about to be mended. The last one? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Inhentian, do you know the origin of fate? Yin Chuan looked at Inhentian. Inhentian looked at the sky and thought for a while before replying. This subject has some memories. Very few. Oh, during the 3rd epoch, the person who controlled fate was called Sui. Inhentian said sullenly. Sui. Bai Qi's expression changed. The first person who controlled fate in the Great Thousand Realms was Sui. Later, he died. Perhaps Sui could revive, but he could only revive in the Great Thousand Realms. It is impossible for him to appear here. Yin Chuan nodded. It looks like Sui entered the Great Thousand Realms during the 3rd epoch. Rumor has it that fate was created by Sui and another person. Furthermore, Sui was that person's disciple. However, that person's whereabouts were unknown. Only then did fate allow Sui to control it. Inhentian explained. That person? Who? Bai Qi asked curiously. In the history of the Great Thousand Realms, Sui was the first generation of fate. He was the oldest person. However, Bai Qi did not expect that there would be someone here who understood fate better. This subject does not know much. I only know a name. He seems to be called Nest, Inhentian said. Nest. Everyone frowned. Perhaps the heavenly axiom is recovering one after another because of the nest. Yin Chuan analyzed in a deep voice. Chapter 1294. Netherworld, Outer Southern Continent. An azure sea churned endlessly. On the surface of the sea, countless evil spirits struggled to rise to the surface. Whoa! Save me! The countless evil spirits struggled, but they could not break free of the sea's shackles. Countless cultivators stood at the shore of the sea in the distance, looking at the sea in awe. Boom! The sea suddenly converged and disappeared. A blue-robed old man stood in the center of the sea. He stared coldly at the corpses before him. Clearly, This blue-robed old man was the one who brought out the sea earlier. It was like Yin Chuan's sea of blood. Whoosh! A large number of cultivators in the surroundings rushed over. "Old ancestor, is there any news?" a man immediately asked. The blue-robed old man showed a cold expression. "The Kong clan disciples are really stubborn. Humph! No matter how stubborn they cannot escape my remote sea soul refining." "Old ancestor is mighty," everyone said in a flattering tone. "Ever since I accidentally received a piece of news that the Kong clan's treasure trove was about to open, I led the experts of the 5 weaves here. This Kong clan head, Peacock Z, also made a prompt decision to leave with all the Kong clan disciples." "Humph," the blue-robed old man said seriously. "Old ancestor, this Kong clan is not very famous in the Netherworld's outer southern continent. What treasure trove can it have?" "Old ancestor, you're the sect master remote sea. Is there any treasure in the world that can force old ancestor to mobilize so many people?" That man asked again. "What do you know? The Kong clan is not famous? This is only because the Kong clan's descendants are disappointing. Rumor has it that during the 3rd epoch, who in the world dared to not give the Kong clan face? Back then, even Heaven's master, Sui, was extremely polite to the Kong clan. He even made an agreement with Heaven not to involve the Kong clan. Even Heaven did not provoke the Kong clan. How strong is the Kong clan? The strongest clan in the world. It is unrivaled." The sect master remote C said seriously. Everyone felt shocked. Serves the Kong family right for being too ostentatious. Near the end of the 3rd era, they were almost wiped out. I don't know who they offended, but the items of the number 1 family in the world back then, even if it's a cultivation method, are still very valuable. Hierarchy High said with a deep voice, "Serves the Kong family right for being unlucky, and I should be the lucky one as well. I actually learned about this treasure trove from a disciple of the Kong family. It's a treasure trove that the Kong family left as a backup plan back in the day. It's just that the junior is useless and can't use it." "Ha ha!" Hierarchy High said excitedly. "Ancestor is wise. However, where are the Kong clan's people hiding?" That man asked. "Peacock Z knows how to hide. Even the disciples of the Kong family, who were left outside, don't know." "Oof, but it doesn't matter. When I was refining them, I received news that the Kong family will appear again. They're waiting for someone. That person has the key to opening the treasury," said Hierarchy High in a deep voice. Therefore, the Kong family will definitely appear again and come out to pick up that person. The Kong family disciple who picks him up will definitely know where Peacock Z is. Sect Master Yuhai said in a low voice. "As long as we catch him, we can follow the vine to the melon. This time, I brought all the elites of the 5 territories. I swear that I will obtain the Kong family's treasure trove. Everyone, keep your eyes open. Search with all your might. Don't let any of the Kong family disciples go. Anyone who catches one will be heavily rewarded." Hierarch Yuhai said in a low voice. "Yes," everyone answered. Boom. Everyone quickly scattered in all directions. Yin Chuan's dragon carriage was flying in the Netherworld's southern outer region. On the dragon carriage, In Hintian held a map in his hand. "This is the Peacock territory? The Kong family's residence? Why don't I see many peacocks?" Miao asked curiously. "In this world, the peacocks are indeed not very strong." Yin Chuan nodded. "Lord Yin, how much longer?" Bai Qi asked. "This is the map that Blind Kong sent over years ago. According to the map, we will arrive in the south in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." In Hintian said. Everyone nodded. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed very quickly. Soon, the dragon carriage stopped in midair. The Kong family? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. Below them was an extremely secluded, huge valley. There were countless palaces around the valley. However, at this moment, everything had changed. Most of the palaces had become a pile of ruins. The secluded valley also seemed to have suffered an unprecedented disaster. Many of the surrounding mountains had collapsed. More than 10 corpses were strewn all over the ground. Meow. Meow's eyes widened. It's here. Zhao Afong frowned. It's here. Enchanting nodded affirmatively. The Kong family has been massacred. Bai Qi said in a low voice. Fortunately, there aren't many corpses. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Descend. Yin Chuan said again. Roar. The 5 dragons quickly descended. Bai Qi waved his hand. Boom! A strong gust of wind blew away the surrounding ruins, forming a flat ground for Yin Chuan to rest his feet on. He stepped off the dragon carriage. Everyone walked over to a corpse. Zhao Afong pointed his finger. The soul is gone. It must have been forcefully removed. Zhao Afong said in a low voice. Forcefully removed? It seems like someone is looking for trouble with the Kong family. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Enchanting nodded and said, There aren't many corpses here. It seems like most of the Kong family members have escaped. Since the Kong family members have escaped, what should we do? Meow shook her head and said, Blind Kong knows that we are coming, so he will definitely send people to check. Let's just wait here. Meng Tian, bury these corpses. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Meng Tian dealt with the corpses on the ground. Yin Chuan looked around. The rest of you, go around and find out what happened here. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone replied. In the blink of an eye, everyone spread out. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, Enchanting, and the 3 emperor swords flew in all directions. They want to find people to ask. Meng Tian took care of the corpses and quickly flew in all directions. At the dragon carriage, only Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Meow were left. Meow, there's one more heavenly Dao. Heaven and earth will be complete soon. Meow suddenly looked at the sky. Meow, what's wrong? Zhao Afong asked curiously. Meow shook her head and said, I don't know either. I suddenly have a very warm feeling in my heart. All right, Yin Chuan, you said that I'm also reincarnated. You also said that I am Xuan Miao. Is that so? It should be. Rumor has it that after Xuan Miao died, he was buried in my world-suppressing copper coffin. Because it was buried in heaven, it was called the sky-burying copper coffin. Later on, the sky-burying copper coffin was divided into 9 parts, and Xuan Miao's corpse disappeared. Therefore, 9 heroes of heaven and earth were buried. Moreover, you also have many things that belong to Xuan Miao. For example, the fate of the 12 earthly progenitors in the little felt hat. Also, Xuan Miao is proficient in spatial mystiques. You are also born with it. Xuan Miao 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 Miao, isn't it you? Moreover, your cultivation level increases without tribulation. Why? Because you are the heavens. Why would the heavens send down heavenly tribulation for you? Yin Chuan laughed. But if so, how did I become heaven back then? Meow asked curiously. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, I don't know. How to control heaven? I have to ask you. Why were you chosen? Meow, I don't know. I forgot. I can't remember. Meow shook her head. Wait a little longer. Perhaps you will remember in the future. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Meow. Meow nodded. Yin Chuan stood on the dragon carriage and waited. At the same time, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a few figures peeping at them from afar. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. In the distance, the figures quickly retreated. Quick! Inform the patriarch that there is a change in the Kong family's original location. A group of people is coming. Whoosh! The group of cultivators quickly shot in all directions and spread the news. Patriarch? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes on the dragon carriage. Zhao Afong thought for a while and said, There is a sect master Yu Hai in the Netherworld's outer south continent. Could he be the one who massacred the Kong family? Sect master Yu Hai. Yin Chuan's expression changed. This person established a sect and ruled the 5 major territories of the outer south continent. He is very powerful, Zhao Afong explained. Yin Chuan nodded. It is possible. But just as he nodded, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. Meow, protect Afong, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Whoosh! Yin Chuan quickly shot into the distance. Meow? What happened? Meow shouted. Yin Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. In just a short while, Yin Chuan appeared in a spacious plain. There was nothing on the plain except for a gentle breeze. But Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He coldly looked at the breeze. Two green halos appeared in Yin Chuan's pupils. They looked like the Tree of World. Yin Chuan coldly looked at the empty void. It was as if he could see through the void and see another space. There were two people standing in space. One was Enchanting. The other was the head of the Zhua family, Zhua Chunxiu. In the space, the head of the Zhua family's eyes turned slightly. The surrounding void shook. He stretched out his hand and hit Enchanting. Enchanting raised his hand to block the attack. But Zhua Chunxiu's strength was too great. He pressed down on Enchanting bit by bit like a huge mountain. It was as if he was going to flatten Enchanting. Why are you here? Enchanting said with difficulty. This is your misfortune. Sect Master Yuhai has mobilized so many people to come here. The surrounding forces have been alerted. I just wanted to see what was going on. I didn't expect you to come here too. You came alone? Ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The power of the dual pupil clan will be transferred after death. When one dies, the power of the dual pupil clan will be condensed into the hands of the other dual pupil clan members. For the perfect dual pupil clan, you have to die, Zhua Chunxiu said coldly. Cough, cough. Zhua Chunxiu, I have already informed the Holy King. You can't kill me. Enchanting spat out blood. Informed? I saw it. You just killed a goldfish. That was connected to a life jade, right? But it's a pity that this is the secret skill of the dual pupil clan. It's a brand new space. Yin Chuan can't interfere, even if he knows that you are going to die in front of me. Zhua Chunxiu said coldly. Is that so? Suddenly, there was a loud roar. Boom! There was a loud sound. The small space that the two of them were in suddenly filled with billions of small stars. The small stars rotated quickly, and the surging power crushed the small space. While Zhua Chunxiu was still in shock, a palm print appeared in front of him. Boom! With a slap, Zhua Chunxiu was sent flying. Bang! The surrounding small space exploded with a loud bang. Chapter 1295. Boom! The space where Zhua Chunxiu and Enchanting were at exploded. The pressure on Enchanting disappeared, but Zhua Chunxiu was sent flying back through the stars. Boom! Zhua Chunxiu stabilized himself and created a gust of wind. The earlier palm strike had caught Yin Chuan off guard. He had not expected Yin Chuan to be able to pierce through the dual pupil's heavenly mirror with one palm strike. There was still a palm print on his face. Zhua Chunxiu was furious. Yin Chuan, Enchanting, let out a long breath and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Zhua Chunxiu, can I interfere? Yin Chuan said coldly. He rubbed his cheek, and the palm print on his face slowly receded. This slap was not painful, but a kind of humiliation. How did you pass through the dual pupil's heavenly realm? Zhua Chunxiu asked coldly. One of the abilities of the dual pupils was to create a heavenly realm battlefield. It isolated the inside from the outside, but Yin Chuan had broken through it so easily. Yin Chuan ignored Zhua Chunxiu's question. Instead, he suddenly asked, I heard you say that as long as a member of the dual pupil clan dies, his dual pupil power will be transferred to other members of the dual pupil clan? In other words, if you die, the power of the dual pupils will be transferred to Enchanting? Sage King, that's right. Enchanting sneered as he looked at Zhua Chunxiu. With just the two of you? Zhua Chunxiu said coldly. Boom! A stream of light flashed in the distance. The gust of wind blew away, and Bai Qi stopped behind Zhua Chunxiu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wang Jian, Meng Tan, Jin Diyu, and the three emperor swords heard the commotion and rushed over, instantly surrounding Zhua Chunxiu. Terrifying killing intent surged towards Zhua Chunxiu. Zhua Chunxiu's face changed drastically. Good. Yin Chuan? Enchanting? I will return today's humiliation 100-fold. Zhua Chunxiu said coldly as he rubbed his face. Do you think you can still escape? Meng Tian said coldly. All of them were the Zhun villains. The purpose of Yin Chuan's trip this time was to be unrestrained at all times. Now that he had trapped you, how could he let you escape? Huh. Zhuo Chuanxiu laughed. Then, Zhuo Chuanxiu's body slowly faded away. Not good. He's trying to escape. Jin Daiyu's face darkened, and he was about to attack. There's no need to do anything, Yin Hentian suddenly said in a deep voice. Huh? Everyone looked at Yin Hentian in confusion. Yin Hentian looked at Zhuo Chuanxiu with hatred in his eyes and said, Zhuo Chuanxiu, there will not be a next time. Next time, I will make you pay the price. Huh? You think you can do that? Zhuo Chuanxiu laughed. His body grew fainter and fainter. Lording, what's going on? Bai Qi asked curiously. That's not Zhuo Chuanxiu's true body. The dual pupil clone is just a clone of Zhuo Chuanxiu. It's useless to kill him. Yin Hentian said bitterly. Let's go back first, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Did you find out anything? Yin Chuan asked as they flew. It's Hierarch Yuhai. Hierarch Yuhai seems to be looking for something from the Kong family. The Kong family's patriarch, Peacock Z, saw the opportunity and escaped early on. Hierarch Yuhai brought countless experts to search the Peacock territory. Such a huge commotion also alarmed some of the experts in the surroundings. They all came over to take a look. Bai Qi explained. Kong family? Could it be the treasure that the heaven-seeking order wants to open? Yin Chuan's expression changed as he analyzed the situation. Yin Chuan and his group left. At their original location, another figure slowly appeared. Zhuo Chuanxiu. Yin Hentian? Yin Chuan? Oomph. Zhuo Chuanxiu snorted coldly and shot into the forest. Yin Chuan and his group quickly returned to the Kong family's territory. Zhao Afeng and Miao were waiting anxiously. However, at this moment, there was another black-robed figure beside the dragon carriage. Miao, Yin Chuan is back. Miao immediately shouted. Whoosh! Everyone arrived at the dragon carriage. What happened? Zhao Afeng asked worriedly. We met Zhuo Chuanxiu, but it's over now. It's fine. Yin Chuan smiled and looked at the black-robed figure. When the black-robed figure saw Yin Chuan, he gently lifted his hat. Demon King Kong? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Demon King Kong was the ancestor of the Kong family in the sealed world. He had a conflict with Yin Chuan and had one of his arms torn off by Yin Chuan. He then escaped from the sealed world with Kong out Yin. Indeed, under the orders of Patriarch Peacock Z and Blind Kong, I have come to bring Yin Di. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Oh, Demon King Kong is very grateful that Yin Di has come to the Kong family's rescue. However, this is not the place to talk. Yin Di, please leave with me quickly. Otherwise, if Patriarch Nether Ocean comes, we won't be able to leave. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Is Patriarch Nether Ocean very strong? Even Peacock Z doesn't dare to face him? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Patriarch Nethersea has brought the elites of 5 dominions with him. There are a total of 25 ancestral immortals, and that doesn't include Patriarch Nethersea himself. Rumor has it that Patriarch Nethersea is a 10th firmament ancestral immortal and has cultivated the Nethersea Great Tao. Indeed, let's go. Demon King Kong said worriedly. Ha ha, go. I've waited for so long. Have I waited in vain? A loud shout came from all directions. Splash! Boundless seawater suddenly appeared in all directions. As soon as the seawater appeared, countless ghosts struggled in the seawater. It was an extremely eerie and frightening scene. The seawater rushed toward Yin Chuan and the others. They stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar! The 5 dragons roared and brought the group high into the sky. However, when they were high up in the sky, they could only see endless seawater for hundreds of thousands of kilometers. In the south, at the peak of a huge wave, a blue-robed elder looked at Yin Chuan and the others with a hint of excitement. Behind the old man, there were countless experts flying over in a dense pack. Yin Chuan took a step forward and said coldly, Patriarch Nether Ocean? In the distance, at the peak of the wave, Patriarch Nether Ocean was extremely arrogant. When he saw someone stand out, he did not think much of it at first. However, when he saw Yin Chuan's appearance, his eyes narrowed. Dajin? Yin Chuan? Patriarch Nether Ocean's expression sank. Ignoring the mortal realm, Yin Chuan's deeds in the netherworld had already made Yin Chuan famous. It was impossible for Patriarch Nether Ocean to not know Yin Chuan. However, he did not expect the person that the Kong family was waiting for to be Yin Chuan. Nether Ocean Patriarch, why did you bring so many people to surround me? Yin Chuan asked indifferently. What do you want? Behind him, Demon King Kong looked at Yin Chuan bitterly. Back in the sealed world, Yin Chuan was just a small fry in his eyes. Now, he could face the expert that his entire family feared. Demon King Kong behind you. Give him to me, and we'll pretend that nothing happened today. Patriarch Nether Ocean said solemnly. Patriarch Nether Ocean was strong, but he was not hot-headed. He would avoid a battle if he could. You want him from me? Heh, you don't have the right. Yin Chuan said coldly. Chapter 1296. In a world of the living, on a huge star in the starry sky. On the star, there was a mountain peak. On the peak of the mountain, Dongfang Booby stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him was a coffin. There was a corpse lying in the coffin. The appearance of the corpse was exactly the same as Dongfang Booby. With a wave of his hand, the corpse slowly flew out. One was alive and one was dead. It was like two Dongfang Booby were facing each other. Dongfang Booby took a deep breath. Looking at the corpse in front of him that looked exactly like him, his eyes flashed. That day when the Sand Emperor entered the star, I had a feeling that the thing I was looking for was not far from where they were going. Sure enough, I found it. Dongfang Booby's eyes narrowed. My previous life? So the memories in my heart have always come from you? Or rather, my previous life already knew about this day and did it on purpose? Let me know everything. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Roar! Dongfang Booby opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely at the corpse in front of him. Boom! The corpse entered Dongfang Booby's mouth. After swallowing the corpse that looked exactly like him, a vast aura suddenly erupted from Dongfang Booby's body. Rumble! Under the huge aura, the star under his feet suddenly trembled violently. Boom! The aura around Dongfang Booby's body suddenly rushed out like countless rainbows, shooting in all directions. For a moment, Dongfang Booby was like the lord of thousands of rainbows, standing on the peak of the mountain, his aura soaring to the sky. Closing his eyes, Dongfang Booby felt the countless information that he had absorbed. This wait lasted for 6 hours. After 6 hours, Dongfang Booby suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of sword chi shot out from his eyes. The sword chi rushed towards the 2 stars in the distance. Boom! Boom! The 2 stars suddenly exploded into pieces. Dongfang Booby's eyes became even sharper. He looked up at the sky. 2,999 heavenly Tao. I'm still missing one. Let me create this one. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. Dongfang Booby stretched out his hand. Countless glowing thin lines appeared in his palm. The thin lines were rapidly revolving, as if they were creating a heavenly Tao, netherworld, south outer continent, peacock territory. Rumble! Above the blue waves of the sea, countless evil spirits were churning nonstop. On the top of the waves, Patriarch Nether Sea led countless experts as he looked coldly at Yin Chuan's group. Yin Chuan stepped forward and was extremely rude to Patriarch Nether Sea. You want someone for my hands? Heh, you don't have that qualification. Yin Chuan said coldly. I knew that Yin Chuan was arrogant and conceited, but I didn't expect to meet him in person. I haven't been out in the world for a long time, and I didn't expect that this little kid would be so arrogant. Humph! Ancestor Yu Hai scolded angrily. As he shouted angrily, huge waves suddenly surged in the blue sea below. The huge waves turned into 100 flood dragons that charged at the dragon carriage. Roar! The 5 dragons roared. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. He waved his hand. Suddenly, hundreds of blood-red dragons appeared in the sky and rushed towards the blue dragon. Boom! The dragons exploded, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Boom! It was as if a blood-red sea had descended from the sky. The moment Yin Chuan's sea of blood appeared, his entire body's hair turned scarlet red. His long hair fell to his waist, and he was surrounded by a bloody mist. Meow, Yin Chuan, are you fighting again? Meow was instantly excited. Stay here and wait for my orders. Yin Chuan shouted. Meow, why? I want to go too. Meow, Meow exclaimed. Zhao Afang saw through Yin Chuan's intention. He grabbed Meow and said, Listen to the king. Meow? Meow was confused. Retreat. Bai Qi ordered the 5 dragons. Roar. The 5 dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage back. Below, after Yin Chuan used his super special ability, the billowing blood-red sea crashed into the tranquil sea. Red and blue. The 2 seas crashed into each other, creating billions of waves. In the tranquil sea, evil spirits rushed towards the blood-red sea. In the blood-red sea, the blood god's sun appeared and resisted the endless ghosts. Yin Chuan stood on a blood-red wave and looked coldly at the countless cultivators opposite him. Patriarch Nethersea's eyelids twitched. Patriarch Nethersea was afraid of Yin Chuan because the people Yin Chuan brought with him were not simple. That cat and Bai Qi seemed to be as strong as Yin Chuan. There were also the other generals of Dezhun. But now, what was Yin Chuan's attitude? Did he want to fight all of them alone? How dare he? The rest of you, watch the dragon carriage. I'll deal with Yin Chuan first. Patriarch Nethersea said coldly. Yes. His subordinates answered loudly. Don't bother. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A man in a green robe appeared not far from the blood-red sea and the tranquil sea. Zhuochuan Xiao? In the distance, Yin Henshin's expression changed. Zhuochuan Xiao smiled coldly and said, The dual pupil's heavenly realm. Not good. Yin Henshin's expression changed. Buzz. The space around the dragon carriage shook slightly. Suddenly, the dragon carriage disappeared before everyone's eyes. The people in the dragon carriage immediately entered another space-time dimension. Patriarch Nethersea, unless the people in the dragon carriage are stronger than me, they will be trapped in the dual pupil's heavenly realm forever. Now, let's deal with Yin Chuan first. Zhuochuan Xiao sneered. In the dual pupil's heavenly realm, the expressions of everyone in the dragon carriage changed. Everyone had entered a strange place. Meow. We fell into a trap. Meow said anxiously. I'll do it. Bai Qi's expression turned cold. Boom. He slashed at the air with his saber. The air shook violently. How is it? Zhao Afang asked. Empress, I did not use my full strength, but I can slash it open. Bai Qi said confidently. Then wait a little longer. Zhao Afang nodded. Meow? Why? We are isolated from the outside world. I can't see outside. Meow said anxiously. My mind's eye can see. Zhao Afang shook his head. Meow. It wasn't easy for the king to find this situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally taken action. Zhao Afang said. Meow. You're saying that Yin Chuan wants to use this to break through? Meow's eyes widened. Zhao Afang nodded. While everyone was conversing, the battle outside began. Zhuochuan Xiao and Patriarch Nethersea quickly reached a tacit understanding. One needed Yin Hentian, while the other needed Demon King Kong. There was no conflict between them. They charged at Yin Chuan. Boom! A sea of blood surged. A towering wave of blood swept up. A blue path suddenly appeared behind Patriarch Nethersea. Countless wraiths stuck their heads out of the path and wailed. Zhuochuan Xiao was the same. A gray path appeared behind him. Not only that, but there were 25 ancestral immortals around him. Terrifying and concentrated power charged at Yin Chuan. Boom! Patriarch Nethersea's palm strike collided with Yin Chuan's. The strength of a 10th firmament ancestral immortal was fully displayed. He even borrowed the strength of a great Tao. The huge explosion instantly caused a large number of cracks to appear in the void. Yin Chuan's strength was ultimately lacking. He instantly exploded. Yin Chuan exploded. However, the sea of blood remained. Another Yin Chuan slowly floated out of the sea of blood. That's fake. If the sea of blood doesn't dry up, Yin Chuan won't die. Destroy the entire sea of blood. Yin Chuan will definitely die. Zhuchuanxiu roared. Everyone attack with me. Use all your strength to attack the sea of blood. Patriarch Nether Sea roared. Roar! The 25 ancestral immortals roared in unison. Almost at the same time, everyone struck at the sea of blood. Zhuchuanxiu and Patriarch Nether Sea attacked with all their strength. The void shattered. Countless palm strikes carried the power of the heavenly Tao and great Tao. They fell like meteors. Hong! It was a massive strike. The entire peacock dominion trembled violently. The void shattered as endless storms wreaked havoc in the surroundings. After the powerful strike, almost everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even a sage would be instantly killed by such a powerful strike. Yin Chuan was doomed. Just as Sect Master Nether Sea and Zhuchuanxiu heaved a sigh of relief in the shattered void, there was a blood pool that had not dissipated. Plop, plop. The sound of heartbeats could be heard. That is, Zhuchuanxiu's expression changed. Whoosh! A figure suddenly charged out of the blood pool. It was Yin Chuan with a satisfied look on his face. The moment Yin Chuan appeared, the blood pool suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. Boom! Yin Chuan instantly appeared in front of Zhuchuanxiu. Before Zhuchuanxiu could react, another slap landed on Zhuchuanxiu's face. Smack! Zhuchuanxiu was unable to fly away due to the immense force. This was because Yin Chuan had grabbed his shoulder with his other hand. What? You're not dead? You're even stronger now? Zhuchuanxiu said in shock. Yin Chuan's eyes were ferocious. He grabbed Zhuchuanxiu's head with his right hand and twisted it. Bam! Zhuchuanxiu's head snapped. Blood splattered everywhere. Polychoria doppelganger? Let's see how many you have. Yin Chuan coldly tossed the corpse of Zhuchuanxiu's Polychoria doppelganger away. Then, he turned his head and glared at Patriarch Yuhai. While I'm in a good mood, get out of here. Yin Chuan said coldly. What? You bastard. Nether Sea Patriarch roared in shock and disbelief. Boom! Not far away, Bai Qi slashed the Polychoria heavenly mirror. Everyone came out of the cave. Loser, you're not as strong as me. How dare you ask me to get out? Secluded ocean path. Patriarch Yuhai shouted. Boom! The secluded ocean path suddenly expanded by 10 times. The vast secluded ocean below was also expanding rapidly. Patriarch Yuhai slapped out again. An inferior path? A great Tao? I'm just useless. Yin Chuan said coldly. A towering tree suddenly appeared in the blood sea. It was lush and verdant as it reached into the cosmos. Cypress path. Yin Chuan struck out with his palm as well. Emerald energy surged from the cypress tree as Yin Chuan's palm collided with Patriarch Yuhai's. Boom! Space shook violently again. This time, Yin Chuan wasn't forced back a single step. The two giant palms were locked in a stalemate. Neither could do anything to the other. On the other side, the 25 ancestral immortals charged at Yin Chuan again. You're courting death. Bai Qi and the others shouted and charged. Boom! Bai Qi's energy saber slashed at an ancestral immortal. Boom! The ancestral immortal exploded along with the heavenly Tao. Chapter 1297. Bai Qi raised his knife and killed an ancestor immortal. His speed was so fast and ferocious that the rest of the ancestor immortals were shocked and stopped. Like a misfortune. Borrowing Miao's ability, Zhao Afong used endless blue light to attack the remaining people. Not good. The ancestor immortals' expressions changed as they dodged or took out their magic treasures. However, the blue light seemed to ignore all obstacles. Instantly, many of them were hit. The blue light had no power, but it could cause bad luck. Catch her. She's Yin Chuan's empress. Catch her, and we'll win. An ancestor immortal suddenly shouted. Screech. Jade Emperor suddenly waved a blood-colored sword light and rushed forward. Boom! With one sword, that person was heavily injured, and Jade Emperor shot forward. Quick! Everyone was anxious. Everyone rushed towards the dragon carriage. Meow! Meow shouted and wanted to rush out. Meow! Protect the Empress in case of any accidents. Enchanting immediately said. As he said that, the Grand Emperor, deity, and the rest of the strong practitioners rushed forward. Barbaric Dragon, 7 evils, Big Fire, Evil Dragon, each of you hold back one person. Enchanting ordered. Yes, the 4 dragons answered. Boom! A chaotic battle broke out. Bai Qi was the most ferocious. He was surrounded by 8 ancestor immortals, but he still had the upper hand. With each slash of his knife, the ancestor immortals were forced to retreat. Meng Tan, Wang Jian, Jindu, Deity, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor were all fighting 2 ancestor immortals, and they all had the upper hand. The Barbaric Dragon, 7 evils, Big Fire, and Evil Dragon each held back 1 ancestor immortal. Instantly, all the ancestor immortals were stopped. Only Dragon 5th, Meow, Enchanting, Zhao Afong, and Devil King Kong were left in the dragon carriage. Meow, I want to fight too. Why are there so few ancestor immortals? Meow said angrily. Devil King Kong's face darkened. Few? In the distance, Yin Chuan and Ancestor Yuhai were fiercely clashing palms. The battle was chaotic, and neither of them was able to determine a victor. The great path of the cypress tree and the great path of the tranquil ocean both blossomed with dazzling light. Yin Chuan, Patriarch Nether Sea exclaimed in shock. Just a moment ago, Patriarch Yuhai had the absolute upper hand. But now, he couldn't do anything to Yin Chuan? Patriarch Nether Sea could see clearly that Yin Chuan's cultivation level was definitely weaker than his. But what about his strength? How can you be so powerful? Patriarch Nether Sea asked hatefully. We have already said that your great Tao is inferior to our great Tao. Yin Chuan sneered. Rumble. The two continued to be in a stalemate. Yin Chuan was not in a hurry. Although he could not do anything to Ancestor Nether Sea, it was to his advantage to drag things out. Boom! Ah! Yet another ancestral immortal had fallen beneath by Qi's blade. Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, and Wang Jian each killed yet another ancestral immortal. The more they fought, the braver they became. They slaughtered Patriarch Nether Sea's subordinates ferociously. Patriarch, save me. Boom! The fewer ancestral immortals there were, the more ferocious Bai Qi and the others became. Instantly, the slaughter sped up. In just a short while, 10 ancestral immortals had died. In the distance, Sect Master Nether Sea watched the battle. His expression changed drastically. Roar! Sect Master Nether Sea roared in frustration. Boom! The energy palm exploded, and the battle with Yin Chuan came to an abrupt end. Let's go. Sect Master Nether Sea shouted. Understood. The ancestral immortals answered loudly. Despite suffering injuries, they quickly split up. Sect Master Nether Sea flicked his sleeve, and Nether Sea vanished. He quickly fled with everyone. Whoosh! Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and the others quickly flew in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan waved his hand and stopped them. There's no need to chase. Yin Chuan frowned. As he spoke, Yin Chuan suddenly looked up at the sky. An inexplicable feeling surged into Yin Chuan's heart. The sky changed slightly. Auspicious clouds. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, and they were boundless. Red, blue, yellow, and green clouds of various colors appeared. Yin Chuan was not the only one. Countless auspicious clouds suddenly appeared everywhere in the netherworld. Patriarch Nether Sea, who was leaving with his subordinates, also paused. He looked at the sky in surprise. In the mortal realm, Tong Tian walked out of Green Turing Palace. Wu Jiong walked out of Taiji Palace. The Tsar, Zhu, and Yao Tianshang walked out of the Three Emperors' Court. Old Fiend 100 Fiend looked at the sky with excitement. Gong Yangzi and Dugu Patian waited with rapt attention. In the netherworld, in a sea of butterflies. The butterfly queen narrowed her eyes as she looked at the sky. Ming Tianhan, the heavenly emperor of great punishment, walked out of the royal court. It was as if there was some kind of connection that connected all living beings and dead spirits in the world. It made people unconsciously wait. In the depths of the mortal realm's starry sky, more and more rays of light appeared in Dongfang Bubi's hand, and they moved faster and faster. In his palm, a heavenly Tao was formed. There were some cracks, but the cracks were quickly mending. The last heavenly Tao, the last crack. Boom! The last heavenly Tao was mended. Hum! The heavenly Tao in Dongfang Bubi's hand suddenly expanded. As if it had turned into a surge of energy, it rushed in all directions. Hum! All of a sudden, the entire world shook violently. In the void, rays of light shot out. The entire world was shining with a dazzling light. Whether it was the netherworld or the mortal realm, the world was bright. The last heavenly Tao, Miao looked at the sky in surprise. Boom! On the ground, auspicious air rushed into the sky. Heavenly music once again poured into the ears of countless living beings. Listening to the heavenly music, countless cultivators were suddenly enlightened when they were at the bottleneck of their cultivation. Waves of fragrance rushed into everyone's nostrils. There was even a drizzle falling from the sky. The drizzle fell on some disabled people. Ah, my leg. I'm not crippled anymore. I can see it. I can see the blind man, too. I can hear a voice. Father, are you cured? Mother, you're not coughing anymore. As long as the drizzling rain fell on their bodies, all the diseases would immediately disperse, and countless living beings would cheer in joy. Heavenly merit surged into Dongfang Bubi's body. The 3,000 heavenly Tao were all mended. In the netherworld, Yin Xuan could clearly see the shadows of the 3,000 heavenly Tao between the heavens and the earth. Under the heavenly Tao, a loud sound suddenly came from the netherworld. Boom! Under the loud sound, everyone saw that an endless black hole seemed to have appeared in the center of the heavens and the earth. The black hole slowly emitted a ray of light. The light grew more and more, until the entire netherworld was illuminated as if it was daytime. The sun of the netherworld that was destroyed by the lotus god has been restored. I'm no longer the weakest world. The heavens and the earth have finally been restored. Tears streamed down the faces of countless ancient cultivators. Rumble. Suddenly, endless yellow clouds covered the sky and the earth. The endless yellow clouds covered all the auspicious clouds. A vast aura descended from the sky. From today onwards, I control the heavens. My name is Chao. All living beings in the world, heed my command. A loud voice sounded. Boom! With a loud sound, the yellow clouds slowly dissipated after absorbing all the auspicious clouds. Only countless living beings were left in shock. Chao! Who is Chao? It's really Chao, In Hentian exclaimed. Meow. Meow looked at the sky and frowned. Meow, are you okay? Zhao Ofeng asked. Meow, I don't know. That voice just now, I seem to have remembered something. Meow shook her head, not knowing how to explain. In the netherworld, on a star, in front of Dongfang Bubi was a 15-color ball of light. The position of a sage? Dongfang Bubi slowly took it. In the netherworld, outside the East Continent, Ju Palace. Palace Master Ju stood outside the palace with a group of subordinates beside him. In front of Palace Master Ju was a 15-color ball of light. Thank you for the heavens. Palace Master Ju said respectfully. Palace Master Ju reached out and grabbed the ball of light. The subordinates behind him all looked envious. In the netherworld, above a sea, Walala, a hole seemed to have been torn open in the void. Inside, four figures suddenly appeared. The original four sages of the heavens and earth, Wu Tian, Meigao Ku, Shimin, and Huazuan Tian. A 10-color ball of light slowly appeared between the four's eyebrows. Bam! The 10-color ball of light exploded with a loud bang. The moment it exploded, the four's faces were no longer blurry, revealing clear faces. Our sage position? Mei Gao Ku showed a hint of worry. Boom, 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 boom. In front of the four, a 15-colored ball of light appeared again. Thank you for the heavens. The four immediately shouted excitedly. Each of them quickly swallowed a ball of light. Boom! Their bodies emitted a 15-colored light, and four huge auras were released. Walala! Under the huge aura, the sea below suddenly surged with monstrous waves. Power, such strong power, Wu Tian said in surprise. Heavenly axiom, Mei Gao Ku suddenly shouted. Rumble! 3,000 heavenly axiom phantoms suddenly appeared in all directions. Power of the heavens and earth, break for me. Mei Gao Ku hit the sea with his palm. Boom! Under the giant palm, the sea suddenly exploded. In an instant, the seawater within 100 million miles was cleared, leaving behind a huge pit. Shimin sucked in a breath of air. Such powerful power, Hua Xintian said in surprise. 10 times, it's 10 times my previous power. No, it's not just 10 times, it's even more. Mei Gao Ku said excitedly. This is the power of a sage. This is a sage. Wu Tian took a deep breath and shouted. The power of the past could not be compared to the present. The present was a true sage. We're back. The four sages shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, in the Dugu family, after Dugu Patian swallowed a 15-colored ball of light, his aura erupted. Under the powerful aura, even the palace behind him was blown to the ground. Dugu Patian looked at his hands. His eyes flashed with amazement, and at the same time, there was endless excitement. He raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Is this the power of a sage? I should be able to use the Dugu 9 swords now. Dugu Patian said with excitement. He took out a long sword and waved it at the starry sky. Shing! A dazzling sword light rushed toward the star. Boom! In the starry sky, hundreds of millions of miles away, a star was slashed in half by the sword. The family head is mighty. Countless Dugu family disciples shouted excitedly. This sword is even stronger than Dugu Wudi's. It's much stronger. If I can do it again, I can kill Dugu Wudi with 2 sword strikes at most. Dugu Patian said excitedly. Where's Dugu Wudi? Where's Yin Chuan? Where do they go? Dugu Patian shouted excitedly. Reporting to the family head, the latest news is that they went to the netherworld. It seems like they went to the Peacock territory. A Dugu family disciple shouted. Let's go. We're going to the netherworld. Dugu Patian said. Chapter 1298. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Central Palace Plaza. Zombie Yin Chuan led his officials to look at the heaven and earth mammoth. Yifeng. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Yes, your majesty. Yifeng stepped forward. Inform all great Jin spies and all factory guard in the world to report to me immediately if they see a saint. I need to know who will become one of the 15 saints of this world. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, your majesty. Apart from Great Jun, all the other factions in the world moved. Netherworld, Peacock territory. Yin Chuan looked at the sky and took a deep breath. Not far away, Zhao Afong flew over with Miao. Miao, the heavens have been mended. Miao cried out. Miao, can you still control the power of heaven and earth? Yin Chuan suddenly thought of something and immediately called out. In the past, Xuan Miao was the heavens and controlled the heavens. Even after reincarnating, he was still the heavens, so he could control the heavens at will like the sages. But now, the one controlling the heavens was the first founder, Chao. Could Miao still control the power of the heavenly Tao at will? Miao! Miao cried out. Rumble! 3,000 phantoms of the heavenly Tao suddenly appeared in the surroundings. It's fine, I can still use it. Miao said proudly. Oh! Yin Chuan revealed a strange expression. Chao should be in control of the heavens. Why was he still allowing Miao to do as she pleased? Boom! Not far away, a loud sound suddenly came from the dragon carriage. It was Dragon Fifth. Dragon 5th emitted a powerful aura that blew in all directions. Dragon 5th, what's wrong with you? 7 fiends cried out. I don't know. I think I broke through. Dragon 5th said strangely. You're a peak ancient immortal. You broke through? What? You broke through? 7 fiends cried out. Heavenly Tao. Dragon 5th cried out. Boom! A heavenly Tao suddenly appeared. What's going on? You didn't kill an ancestral immortal. So how did you break the bloodbath curse? Moreover, you haven't undergone the ancestral immortal tribulation, have you? 7 fiends said blankly. The heaven and earth have been mended, and the blood-soaked curse is useless. Furthermore, in a perfect heaven and earth, there is no ancestral immortal tribulation. Therefore, there is no need to cross it. Bai Qi explained. At this point, Bai Qi's expression suddenly turned serious. He turned to Yin Xuan and said, Sage Emperor, now that the heavens and earth have been restored, the ancestral immortal tribulation will no longer exist. Without the blood-bathing curse, the number of ancestral immortals in this world might surge like a geyser. Many of the Great Circle ancient immortals will become ancestral immortals, right? It would have been fine if Bai Qi had not said anything. However, now that he did, everyone suddenly thought of something. Was the world about to undergo a world-shaking change? This isn't a bad thing for Dezhan. Yin Xuan suddenly said with a smile. Thinking of those people in the great art of dreaming of heaven's secrets, everyone laughed. Did you succeed? Zhao Huafeng asked. Now, I'm at the 6th stage of the ancestral immortal realm. Yin Xuan nodded. With that said, Yin Xuan looked at Demon King Kong, who was not far away. Demon King Kong, the danger has been eliminated. Bring us away. Yin Xuan said. Demon King Kong smiled bitterly and nodded. Yin Emperor, it's been many years since we last met. I'm filled with emotions. Patriarch has been waiting for a long time. Please. Yin Xuan nodded. Everyone stepped onto the dragon carriage once more. Under Demon King Kong's guidance, the dragon carriage quickly moved in a certain direction. Patriarch Nether Sea led a group of people to the peak of a mountain. Patriarch, we are useless. We've become a burden to you, an ancestral immortal said bitterly. Patriarch Nether Sea's face was gloomy. He looked at the 13 remaining ancestral immortals in front of him. 12 of them had been killed in such a short period of time. Patriarch Nether Sea had never suffered such a huge loss. He was extremely indignant. The final heavenly Tao had been mended. The world had changed, but Patriarch Nether Sea did not pay much attention to the changes in the world. Patriarch, what do we do now? Everyone asked worriedly. I can't take this lying down. I didn't expect Yin Xuan's subordinates to be so ferocious. But now that I know, I won't clash with them again. The Kong family's treasure is about to appear. Let's find an alliance and take revenge together. Patriarch Nether Sea said solemnly. Yes, everyone answered. Netherworld, above a vast sea. Sage Dugopatian was flying quickly with 10 experts from the Dugu family. Patriarch, with your current strength, even the entire Dugu family is no match for you. How can a sage be so powerful? A Dugu family member frowned. What are you worried about? Dugu Potion's face was covered in a layer of mist. Patriarch, the world has been mended. According to the old destiny, there will be 15 sages. If all of them are like you, our Dugu family won't be enough. That person said worriedly. Don't worry. As long as I'm around, no one will dare to bully the Dugu family. Dugopatian said solemnly. Yes. Moreover, knowing how powerful a sage is, I'm even more anxious to obtain the heaven-mending sword. Dugopatian said solemnly. Why? Heaven's Nest. That day, your tone sounded like you were acquainted with my clan's ancestor. How can my Dugu family's ancestor not be powerful? I'm sure he's stronger than me now. The heaven-mending sword is the ancestor's sword. It's been passed down for a long time and contains the secrets of the Dugu family. How can it fall into the hands of an outsider? Dugopatian said solemnly. Yes, let's go to the Peacock territory first. Netherworld Peacock Territory. Yin Xuan's dragon carriage stopped in a small valley. In the valley, a stream flowed, emitting traces of yin qi. Meow, it's here? Meow said in surprise. Yes. Demon King Kong nodded. Meow, this valley is too small. It's amazing to hide a dozen people. Can it hide your entire clan? Meow said in surprise. This is a small world? In Hention asked doubtfully. Demon King Kong took a deep breath and said, in the third era, my family opened up a small space in a reincarnation path. This is the entrance to that small space. Reincarnation? Opening up a small space in a reincarnation path. The strangling power of the reincarnation path is extremely terrifying. It's a forbidden zone for living beings. Even if I enter now, my life will be in danger. Bai Chi said solemnly. It's indeed here. Demon King Kong said again. Just as Demon King Kong was speaking, a ripple suddenly appeared in the stream not far away. A figure stepped out of the ripple first. It was Blind Kong who walked out first. Behind him, people stepped out of the ripple one after another. Yindi, you are a trustworthy person. Blind Kong suddenly laughed loudly. Beside Blind Kong stood a man wearing a peacock feather robe. The man's face was cold, and his eyelids were green. He looked quite demonic. Peacock Z greets Yin Di. The man said to Yin Chuan. Even when greeting Yin Chuan, the man's face was cold. Yin Di, please don't blame him. This is the family head. He never smiles. No, he never smiles. Please don't blame him. Blind Kong immediately stepped forward. Never smiles? Looking at the strange Peacock Z, Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Di, everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Please. Blind Kong said with a smile. Yin Di, please. Peacock Z said solemnly. Demon King Kong and Kong Out Yin stood behind him. Looking at the ripple in the stream in front of him, Yin Chuan frowned slightly. Reincarnation path. In the Great Thousand Domains, Yin Chuan had come into contact with the reincarnation path. The inside was not as beautiful as he imagined. To be able to open up a small space inside, the person's strength must be extremely fierce. Moreover, it had been many years since they came down. It was inevitable that there would be situations. Indeed, don't worry. It's very safe inside. Blind Kong said with a smile. Very safe? It was not that Yin Chuan was afraid, but that Yin Chuan would not leave the safety of his own people in the hands of outsiders. The rest of you stay outside. I will go in alone. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. As if he could see Yin Chuan's hesitation, Blind Kong did not try to persuade him this time. Meow, no, I want to go. Meow suddenly refused. Didn't they come all the way from Dajin just to see the treasure? How could they miss it? Meow rolled on Yin Chuan's shoulder, wanting to go. Meow, stop it. Zhao Afeng immediately said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Meow, I want to go. Meow was still stubborn. Yin Chuan looked at Meow and nodded. Then Meow will follow. Yin Chuan understood that besides him, Meow was the strongest. In the reincarnation passage, even if something happened, Meow could take care of him. Meow, Yin Chuan, you are the best. Meow said excitedly. Bai Chi, watch the surroundings. Don't let anything happen. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Bai Chi replied. Be careful. Zhao Afeng said worriedly. Don't worry. Yin Chuan nodded. Peacock Z looked around and said to the Kong family disciples, you all stay outside. Demon King Kong, Kong Out Yin, follow me. Yes. Everyone answered loudly. Yin Di, please. Peacock Z said seriously. Nodding, Yin Chuan, Meow, Blind Kong, Peacock Z, Demon King Kong, and Kong Out Yin stepped into the ripple. Whoosh! As soon as they entered, it was as if they were passing through a transparent passage. Outside the passage, there was an endless blue light. One soul after another passed through quickly. They were so fast that no one could see the specific appearance of these souls. Meow, so fast? I can't even see what they look like. Are they rushing to reincarnate? Meow complained. Yes, they're all rushing to reincarnate. Blind Kong laughed. Meow. The reincarnation passage has an extremely strong, strangling force. You can't stay here for long. However, the Kong family was indeed powerful in the past. They were able to open up a small space here. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to guess that this is the place. No wonder it has been hidden from the Third Era until now. Yin Chuan exclaimed. The passage passed quickly, and the group soon arrived at a small space. The small space was gray and slightly gloomy, with blue light shining on it. There were many palaces inside and many Kong family disciples. However, Yin Chuan and the others were not in the mood to appreciate it. Under the lead of Blind Kong and Peacock Z, the group soon arrived at a small lake. It was a small golden lake. It was filled with golden liquid. Indeed, this is the place. You can open it with the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said excitedly. Chapter 1299. It was a small golden lake. It was filled with golden liquid. Indeed, it's here. You can open it with the heaven-seeking token, Blind Kong said excitedly. Golden liquid? Meow, there's nothing inside? Meow asked curiously. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out the heaven-seeking token. The moment the heaven-seeking token appeared, everyone's eyes lit up, especially Kong Out Yin, whose eyes were filled with jealousy. This should have been his. Open it with this token? Yin Chuan asked seriously. Yes, the condition to open the treasure is that a Tao god of the Kong family bloodline must draw blood into the heavenly seeking token and then throw it into the pool. With the heavenly Tao that the Tao god has mastered, the golden pool will be stirred and the treasure will open immediately. Blind Kong nodded. There are two types of Tao gods. One is chosen by the heavenly Tao, and the other is formed by mending the heavenly Tao. If several ancestral immortals cultivate the same heavenly Tao at the same time and compete with each other, the Tao god can make the heavenly Tao repel everyone. Rumor has it that Yin Di mended the heavenly Tao and should also be a Tao god. If Yin Di is interested, you can open the treasure. Peacock said. Kong Out Yin immediately became anxious. What? Family head. Shouldn't I open it? Peacock frowned. You're a Tao god. Yin Di is also a Tao god. Both of you can open it. But Kong Out Yin was anxious. After the treasure was opened, there would be a redistribution. If he opened the treasure himself, he would get more credit. But now, if Yin Chuan opened it, what did it have to do with him? But the heaven-seeking token was in Yin Chuan's hands, and the Kong family was begging Yin Chuan, so they could not stop him. Kong Out Yin could only look at Yin Chuan with resentment. Meow, Yin Chuan, open it quickly. Let me see what's inside. Meow shouted anxiously. The opening method was very simple, but Yin Chuan hesitated. In Yin Chuan's eyes, the calm gold pond seemed to be filled with a great threat. After a moment of silence, Yin Chuan said, Even though I have the blood of the Kong clan, my surname is Yin. You guys should open it. Yin Chuan took out the heaven-seeking token. Everyone was slightly stunned. Only Kong Out Yin was overjoyed all of a sudden. All right, then Yin Di will attend the ceremony. Peacock Z nodded. Kong Out Yin. Blind Kong shouted. Yes, yes. Kong Out Yin stepped forward excitedly. Yin Chuan handed over the heaven-seeking token, and Kong Out Yin immediately received it. As if he was afraid that Yin Chuan would go back on his word, he quickly slit his palm and poured a large amount of blood into the heaven-seeking token. Buzz! The heaven-seeking token suddenly turned blood red. Boom! The heaven-seeking token was tossed into the golden pool. Buzz! The golden pool was suddenly dyed red. A scarlet aura shot out in all directions. The surging fishy smell immediately made the countless Kong family disciples somewhat unable to bear it. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of coughing could be heard everywhere. Demon King Kong, get everyone out of here immediately. Peacock Z ordered. Yes. Demon King Kong quickly gathered his clan members and left through the previous passage. Meow, what a strong, fishy smell. Meow frowned. This is the soul-crushing aura, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. In the reincarnation passage, not all souls can be reborn. Many are crushed into powder. This fishy smell is the soul-crushing aura. Yin Chuan explained. Meow, so disgusting. Meow covered its nose cutely. Heavenly Tao. Kong Outyin suddenly shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, Kong Outyin merged with the Heavenly Tao and stood above the gold pond. No, above the blood pond. The power of the Heavenly Tao rushed into the blood pond. Rumble. The blood pond was stirred up. Xing Heavenly Meridian? Yin Chuan looked at Kong Outyin in surprise. In the past, Yin Chuan did not pay much attention to it. Now that he had confirmed the existence of the 9 heavenly meridians, he suddenly felt that Kong Outyin's Heavenly Tao was familiar. It was actually one of the 9 heavenly meridians. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhou advanced in formation. Xing Heavenly Meridian? The Xing Heavenly Meridian stirred the blood pond. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Boom! With a huge tremor, the entire small world shook violently. Meow, it's connected, it's connected. Meow exclaimed. This was a transparent space, and the reincarnation passage was outside. There was an invisible wall around it that separated the inside from the outside. However, the Xing Heavenly Meridian in front of them had smashed a big hole in the wall. It was connected to the reincarnation passage. Oh no! Blind Kong's expression changed. The blood-colored liquid in the blood pond quickly flowed into the reincarnation passage. It's over. Kong Outyin's expression also changed. However, the small world did not shatter. The liquid entered the reincarnation passage, but it rotated against the passage. In an instant, the liquid dispersed, and the originally blue reincarnation passage was suddenly dyed red. The ghosts that were moving quickly suddenly seemed to be unable to move forward. Below the reincarnation passage, the color of blood lingered. Boom! There seemed to be some kind of cracking sound. Below the reincarnation passage, a terrifying aura suddenly overflowed. The aura was so strong that everyone except Kong Outyin took a step back. Meow! Meow exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful aura! Yin Chuan also exclaimed in surprise. One should know that until now, Yin Chuan had not encountered a power that could shock him. This power might not be stronger than him in his first life, but it was at least on par with him in his first life. Family head, save me. I can't move. Kong Outyin suddenly exclaimed. Kong Outyin's expression froze in the air. His face was full of fear. Boom! In the depths of the reincarnation passage, a blue light rushed toward Kong Outyin. Boom! Kong Outyin's eyes became dull. Meow, what's wrong with Kong Outyin? Meow exclaimed. He's dead. His soul was shattered and scattered. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. What? Blind Kong's expression changed. Peacock Z suddenly stopped Blind Kong. At this time, a golden ball of light suddenly appeared in the depths of the reincarnation passage and slowly entered Kong Outyin's body. Family head, Blind Kong did not understand. Peacock Z suddenly knelt down. Heavens above, the unfilial descendant of the future, Peacock Z, kowtows to the heavens primogenitor. Peacock Z said solemnly. Heavens above? What heavens? Blind Kong frowned. Suddenly, Blind Kong seemed to have thought of something. Plop! Blind Kong also quickly knelt down. The unfilial descendant of the future, Blind Kong, welcomes the return of the heavens primogenitor. Blind Kong was so excited that his lips trembled. Meow, what heavens? Inhentian knows about the third era. Did he mention it? Meow looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes were also filled with shock and doubt. He did. Heavens Kong Huangtian. In the third era, he established the Kong family, the #1 family in the world. Even Bai Wang could not compare to him. He was the #1 person in the third era. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Meow, the #1 person in the third era? Meow exclaimed. Rumble. The entire small space trembled violently. Outside the Kong family's small valley. Not long after Yin Chuan and Meow entered, something happened outside. Two forces were confronting each other. It was not Bai Qi or the Kong family, but Dugupatian and Patriarch Yuhai. Dugupatian? Congratulations on becoming a sage. But so what if you're a sage? Back then, Huazintian and the others treated me like a junior. Patriarch Yuhai laughed. What are you trying to say? Dugupatian said coldly. You want to form an alliance with me to create Yin Chuan. I know he must have the same goal as me. I'll give you 20% of the Kong family's treasure. Patriarch Yuhai laughed. Dugupatian looked at Patriarch Yuhai and said coldly, I'll deal with Yin Chuan. You don't have to worry about him. Now get on my sight. Bastard, you want to take all the treasure for yourself? Who do you think you are? So what if you're a sage? It won't take much effort for me to kill you. Patriarch Yuhai shouted again. I said, get out of my sight. Dugupatian said coldly again. Another arrogant junior. Dugupatian, you're the one who brought the entire Dugu family to destruction. Patriarch Yuhai said coldly. Dugupatian snorted. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out a sword light. How dare you? One of Patriarch Yuhai's subordinates rushed forward. Shing! Under the sword light, the subordinate was cut in half. The ferocious sword light did not lose its momentum as it charged toward Patriarch Yuhai. Boom! Patriarch Yuhai struck out with his palm in shock, but the sword light still cut through his palm and cut through his sleeve. What? In the distance, the expressions of Bai Qi and the others changed. How did he become so powerful? More than half a year ago, Bai Qi believed that Dugu potion strength was on par with his. However, this sword strike was too stunning. Dugupatian, Patriarch Yuhai shouted coldly. Dugupatian snorted coldly. Boom! 3,000 heavenly Daos appeared behind him. Dugupatian mobilized the power of heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions, forcing the Kong family disciples to fall to the ground. Meng Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. Bai Qi quickly activated his golden body of killing Dao to protect everyone, mobilizing the power of heaven and earth. The one who was affected the most was Patriarch Yuhai. Patriarch Nethersea's expression changed drastically. How can a sage be so powerful? Patriarch Yuhai exclaimed. Shing! A sage's energy sword shot out. It charged toward Patriarch Yuhai with a destructive aura. No! Patriarch Yuhai held up the Yuhai Great Dao and cried out in horror. Boom! The sword slashed through the Yuhai Great Dao. Patriarch Yuhai, who was inside, was cut in half. The entire Great Dao exploded. The sword Dao's shockwaves instantly wounded Patriarch Yuhai subordinates. Bam! The ancestral immortals were sent flying. However, Patriarch Yuhai was killed on the spot. It was a straightforward and unstoppable attack. A single strike had killed Patriarch Yuhai. Everyone was so shocked that they lost their voices. Patriarch Yuhai, who Yin Chuan had fought for half a day, was no match for Duguposhin's sword. A sage? He's stronger than the sages of the great 1,000 domains. Much stronger, Meng Tian exclaimed. Is this the strength of a sage? Demon King Kong, who had just come out, cried out in horror. A sage? This was a sage. Chapter 1300. In the Kong family's small space in the reincarnation passage, Kong Outyin's soul was shattered, and a ball of golden energy surged into his body. Rumble! Suddenly, the sanguine light in the reincarnation passage surged back and rushed into Kong Outyin's body. It was accompanied by countless blue energy that surged into Kong Outyin's body. The power of reincarnation? Reversing reincarnation? Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. Meow, so powerful. This aura is too powerful. Meow exclaimed. The sanguine light was completely extracted, and the blue energy in the reincarnation passage was replaced. Within the blue light, one could see subtle changes happening to Kong Outyin's body with the naked eye. His entire body seemed to have lengthened a little, and he grew taller. There was a slight change in his figure. Changing the body with the soul? What a powerful soul! Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow, his cultivation base is increasing. Meow cried out. Oh, I can see the cultivation base of many people. It's the same as the sages. Meow, it's increased. He's at the third heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Meow, he's at the fourth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Meow exclaimed. It's still increasing? It seems that Kong Huangtian's power is sealed in this reincarnation passage, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow, he's at the fifth heaven, the sixth heaven. Meow cried out. Kong Huangtian, the number one person in the third epoch. No one knows how he died. So it turns out that he didn't die. Instead, he sealed himself and sealed all his strength in this cycle of reincarnation, waiting to awaken again. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Awaken? Kong Out Yin, the heaven-seeking order, and the recent rise of the heroes of the heavens and earth. Could it be that this person has divined all the way from the third era to today? Yin Chuan's expression changed. The number one person in the world. Could it be that he was really that powerful? Meow, he's at the ninth heaven. Meow cried out. The ninth heaven? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Beside him, Peacock and Blind Kong knelt respectfully. Meow, his aura is still getting stronger. But I can't tell. I can't tell if he has surpassed the ninth level of ancestral immortal realm. Meow pouted. Yin Chuan patted Meow's head and comforted Meow. At the same time, he was also guessing in his heart. What were the powerhouses of the first world doing? Not for transcendence, but these people were all acting mysteriously, sealing themselves. But now, they kept popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. One by one, what exactly were they pursuing? Why? Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. 3 Emperor Holy Court. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and the Tsar stood at the entrance of the imperial court, frowning as they looked to the south. This feeling? Yao Tianshang asked with a complicated expression. The Tsar rubbed his head, feeling a wave of pain. It's him. He's back. He's back. The Tsar gritted his teeth and said ferociously. The strongest person in the third epoch, Kong Huangtian? Zhu narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's him. Back then, he cut me in half with a single sword strike and almost killed me. Kong Huangtian. I thought he was dead. He's really not dead. He's alive, the Tsar said with a ferocious expression. Zhu looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. The world is going to be in chaos. Yang Realm, Peacock Territory. Sage Dugu Patian killed Patriarch Nether Ocean with a single sword strike. Almost everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. How strong was Patriarch Nether Ocean? The Kong family was forced to flee in all directions. Demon King Kong had experienced it the most. Back then, Yin Chuan was able to fight Patriarch Nether Ocean to a draw and eventually forced him to retreat. That was already enough to shock Demon King Kong. But now, one sword strike? In front of a sage, there was only one sword strike. This was a suffocating power. Dugapatian is only a 9th level ancestral immortal. But he's so powerful after becoming a sage. The power of the heavens is stronger than the mysterious heavens of the past. No, it's much stronger. Even the great Kiliacosm of the past can't compare to it. The heavens can actually bestow such a sage's power. Bai Qi took a deep breath and exclaimed. On the dragon carriage, everyone had complicated expressions. Everyone naturally understood why Dugapatian had come. Indeed, after killing Patriarch Nether Ocean, he ignored Patriarch Nether Ocean subordinates and turned to face the people on the dragon carriage. Where's Yin Chuan? And where's Duga Wudi? Dugapatian said in a deep voice. Everyone's eyelids twitched. The Sage King will appear soon. Dugapatian, wait a moment. Bai Qi said in a deep voice. On the other side, Yin Hentian quickly took out a fish tank with thousands of goldfish inside. It was as if he wanted to send the news of this place back to Dezhan through the goldfish life token and let Yin Chuan know. Stalling for time? Is that interesting? Dugapatian suddenly sneered. He brandished the sword in his hand and suddenly slashed at Bai Qi. Golden body of the killing path. Bai Qi shouted. The vast golden body of the killing path suddenly appeared, and Bai Qi's huge knife collided with it. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared in the void as the knife and sword collided. Bai Qi was instantly sent flying 300 meters away. The huge golden body of the killing path suddenly shook and almost collapsed. Ha ha, Bai Qi, you're indeed powerful. Let's see if Yin Chuan will come out or not. Dugu Patian shouted again. Heavenly Tao! With a shout, 3,000 heavenly Tao apparitions appeared behind Dugu Patian again. Terrifying power gathered towards Dugu Patian again as he mobilized the power of heaven and earth. Slash! Dugu Patian shouted. Not good. Bai Qi's expression changed drastically. That was because Dugu Potion's sword was aimed at the dragon carriage. On the dragon carriage stood Zhao Afong and the officials of Dezhun. Kill! Bai Qi roared. Meng Tian, Jin Diyu, Wang Jian, Di, Grand Emperor, Jade Emperor, In Hen Tian, Dragon Fifth, Seven Fiends, Hua, Barbarian Dragon, and Evil Dragon. In fact, Zhao Afong and nearly everyone else moved to block Dugu Potion's sword. Hong! A huge black hole instantly appeared in the void. The two forces collided fiercely and violently. Ah! The five dragons cried out in pain. Under Dugu Potion's sword, he also took a step back. However, even though he took a step back, Bai Qi and the others were all sent flying by the Saint's sword. Even the dragon carriage was instantly destroyed. With one sword, almost everyone in Dezhun was heavily injured. The five dragons spat out mouthfuls of blood. Everyone crashed into the huge mountain, causing it to collapse. Bai Qi blocked at the front. A crack appeared on the golden body of the killing path, but it was quickly repaired. Bai Qi looked at Dugu Patian with astonishment. On the other side, the people of the Kong family were all stunned. They knew that saints were ferocious, but no one expected them to be this ferocious. Dugu Patian had only taken a step back, but the people on the dragon carriage had all been defeated. Although Dugu Patian had taken a step back, he was still satisfied when he saw that his opponents had all been repelled by his sword. After taking a step forward, Dugu Patian said, Yin Chuan, Dugu Wudi, where are they? Speak. At this moment, a group of Kong clan disciples emerged from a small stream, not too far away. Dugu Potion's attention was immediately attracted. There's a small space here. I actually didn't notice it. Dugu Patian said in shock. Whoosh! Dugu Patian instantly arrived before the group. Stop! The group of Kong family disciples instantly blocked him. Dugu Patian, this is my Kong family's forbidden area. Demon King Kong immediately cried out. Kong family's forbidden area? I am a saint. Is there anywhere in the world that I can't go? I represent the heavens to protect the common people. If you don't respect a saint, you don't respect heaven and earth. Dugu Patian said coldly. At this moment, Dugu Potion's strength had risen to an unprecedented level, causing his temperament to change. He no longer had as many misgivings as before. Instead, he was completely unrestrained. In the past, the ambitious and ruthless Dark Ocean Patriarch had only been able to withstand a single blow from him, let alone the others. This kind of strength caused his temperament to swell. Dugu Patian suddenly felt that the heavens were number one, and he was number two. I understand. Yin Chuan is inside, right? Yin Chuan is inside this small space, and so is Dugu Wudi? Dugu Patian suddenly thought of something. No, Saint, we haven't seen any Dugu Wudi. This is the Kong family's forbidden area. Saint, please understand the common people and protect them. We, Demon King Kong, continued to shout. Dugu Patian coldly snorted. Without using a sword, Dugu Patian suddenly erupted with boundless sword energy that rushed in all directions. Anyone who blocked his path was instantly cut in half. In an instant, many of the Kong family's disciples were killed. Demon King Kong barely managed to hold up a heavenly Tao to protect some of the Kong family's disciples. Saint, please don't. Demon King Kong cried out in alarm. Impudent, the saint shouted, and the sword energy around him surged even more. Boom! Billions of sword energy suddenly appeared around the valley. Instantly, many of the Kong family's disciples were in trouble. In an instant, countless people were seriously injured, and many more died. Little Kong family wants to stop me. If you make any more noise, I'll kill all of you, Dugapatian coldly said. He stepped forward and was about to enter the small space. Whoosh! Demon King Kong once again blocked the saint's path. Saint, please wait a moment. The family head is about to come out. Demon King Kong roared tragically. The small space was the hope of the Kong family's rise. If it was taken away by the saint, the Kong family would have no more hope. Not long ago, he had heard Blind Kong say that a great baptism would sweep across the world. This was the Kong family's only hope. Demon King Kong didn't want the Kong family to be wiped out. He would rather risk his life to stop the saint one last time. No one can stop the saint's path. No one can stop me. You're courting death. No one can save you, Dugapatian said coldly. His aura surged, and a long sword in his hand suddenly slashed toward Demon King Kong. Die! With this slash, an incomparably domineering aura slashed toward Demon King Kong. The killing intent even sealed the void, making it impossible for Demon King Kong to escape. Demon King Kong's life was hanging by a thread, but there was no trace of regret in his eyes. He looked solemnly at Dugapatian. Just as the sword energy was about to split Demon King Kong in half, a monstrous aura suddenly rushed out from behind Demon King Kong. The powerful aura scattered the surrounding sword energy. Suddenly, an arm stretched out from the stream behind Demon King Kong. The arm was so fast that it arrived in front of Dugapatian in an instant. Bang! The surrounding void trembled, and all the sword energy dissipated. Dugapatian's sword also stopped in midair, unable to move an inch further. Dugapatian's neck was gripped by a hand, and he couldn't move. Chapter 1301. Bam! The surrounding void trembled as the sword energy dissipated. Dugapatian's sword also stopped in midair, unable to move an inch further. Dugapatian's neck was gripped by a hand, unable to move. The previously arrogant and invincible Dugapatian was now gripped by the neck. Family head! The 10 Dugu family disciples exclaimed. Not far away, Bai Qi, Zhao Afong, and the others were also shocked. How is this possible? Demon King Kong was already prepared to die, but the scene before him made him wonder if he was dreaming. Sage Dugapatian was a ferocious person who had killed Patriarch Yuhai with a single strike. How could he be gripped by the neck? Dugapatian's limbs flailed as he was gripped by the neck. It was extremely painful. Crack, crack, crack. The hand slowly exerted force, and a crisp sound came from Dugapatian's neck. In the blink of an eye, Dugapatian seemed to have lost all his strength. Wah! The stream quickly parted to two sides, slowly revealing some figures. A purple-robed figure was the first to appear. It was this figure who had gripped the sage. The purple-robed man had long hair that fluttered in the wind. His appearance was 80% similar to Kong Ouyen's. His eyes were glowing purple, and he exuded a ferocious aura. He gripped the sage with one hand and held a purple sword in the other. As this person appeared, a group of Kong family disciples rushed out from behind, including Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he looked at the purple-robed man. Meow Meow frowned as well. Family head, this is? Demon King Kong's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This is our Kong family's Imperial Sky Primogenitor. Peacock said. Imperial Sky Primogenitor? Demon King Kong was slightly taken aback. Then, his expression changed into one of ecstasy. Heavens above, this unfilial descendant, Demon King Kong, greets the patriarch. Demon King Kong immediately knelt down in ecstasy. Many of the heavily injured Kong family disciples had never heard of the Imperial Sky Primogenitor. However, since Demon King Kong knelt down, all the Kong family disciples followed suit. Greetings, patriarch! Everyone shouted. In the distance, Inhentian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes narrowed. Imperial Sky? Kong Huantian? The strongest person in the third epoch? Kong Huantian looked at Demon King Kong. He took a deep breath and said, "Well done. You were called Demon King Kong? He has the demeanor of a demon king. This descendant is too arrogant. Although I'm called Demon King, my strength is still weak. I've only just entered the ancestral immortal realm." Demon King Kong laughed bitterly. "Let go of family head." Dugu family's disciples quickly brandished their swords and slashed towards Kong Huantian. Kong Huantian turned his head and looked over. His eyes widened. Boom! 10 of the Dugu family's younger brothers were sent flying. Pooh! Pooh! 6 of them spat out blood and fell to the ground, struggling to sit up. As for the other 4, their souls scattered and they died on the spot. A look! A Dugu family's younger brother cried out in horror. With just a single gaze, he was able to severely injure 6 and kill 4 of them? What kind of monster was he? The Kong family disciples, on the other hand, immediately revealed expressions of wild joy, because this was his ancestor. Ancestor? The Kong clan no longer needed to be at the mercy of others. Who are you?" Dugu Patian, who was choked by the neck, said with great difficulty. In an instant, his burning confidence was extinguished. After becoming a sage, he obtained a vast amount of power that blinded his mind. Now that he was captured in a single move, he suddenly realized that he had been too arrogant previously. The world was not as weak as he thought it was. Kong Huantian ignored Dugu Patian. "Get up," Kong Huantian said indifferently. "Yes." Everyone stood up excitedly. Kong Huantian put down the purple sword in his hand. The sword floated in the air. Kong Huantian suddenly reached out and touched Kong Huantian's head. "Ancestor, close your eyes and sense it," Kong Huantian said in a low voice. Kong Huantian did not suspect anything and immediately closed his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, surging heaven and earth essence energy gathered in Kong Huantian's hand and quickly surged into Kong Huantian's body. Buzz! The heaven and earth essence energy around Kong Huantian formed a vortex and rushed into his body. The surrounding people were puzzled. Meow. Second heaven of ancestral immortal realm? Meow. Third heaven? Fourth heaven? Meow. Demon King Kong's cultivation base is increasing. Meow exclaimed. Rumble. Rumble. Kong Huantian's body rumbled. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Kong Huantian was helping Kong Huantian increase his cultivation base. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. This technique was too domineering. An entire incense stick's worth of time passed. Boom! Kong Huantian released his hand. Kong Huantian closed his eyes. His body emitted a powerful aura. Blind Kong's face lit up with joy. The surrounding Kong family disciples were overjoyed. Meow. Ninth heaven, ancestral immortal? Demon King Kong's cultivation base has increased by so much. Meow exclaimed. Ninth heaven, ancestral immortal? Yin Chuan's expression froze. In his first life, he could only raise his cultivation base by mobilizing the power of the Great Qin dynasty. But now, Kong Huantian was doing it so casually. Could it be that Kong Huantian was even more powerful than he was in his first life? Kong Huantian opened his eyes. His face was filled with joy. Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor, Kong Huantian said excitedly. Ninth heaven, ancestral immortal. In just a short while, Kong Huantian looked up at the sky. Is the current heavenly Tao still sway? Kong Huantian asked. Ancestor, many things have happened during this period of time. The heavenly Tao collapsed and was repaired. The heavenly Tao has also changed. Not long ago, the Master of Heaven, Chao, Blind Kong immediately explained. Chao. Kong Huantian nodded. Then, he looked at the sage in his palm. His eyes turned cold. He suddenly reached out and stabbed the sage's heart. What are you doing? Dugu Patian cried out in shock. Boom! Kong Huantian's right palm stabbed into Dugu Potion's heart and grabbed. Dugu Patian roared in pain. Kong Huantian pulled his right hand out. A crystal that emitted a 15-colored light appeared in his palm. Dugu Patian was thrown away. Boom! Dugu Patian landed on the ground. His body twitched, and the mist on his face disappeared. Patriarch! The six surviving Dugu family disciples cried out in horror. However, Dugupatian only twitched for a while before he stopped breathing. He's dead? Kong Huangtian was stunned. Hong! There was a loud clap of thunder, and then dark clouds covered the sky. A sorrowful wail sounded in the sky. A rain of blood fell from the sky. Blood mist rose on the ground. The fall of a sage. Heaven and earth mourned. At this moment, almost all the cultivators in the world looked up at the sky. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent. Great Xingtian Heavenly Court, Underworld Sky City. Wutian, Huazuntian, Shimin, and Meigao Cave. The four sages charged back into Underworld Sky City with anger. Just their auras caused the void to tremble. In Underworld Sky City, Ming Tianhan activated the power of Great Xingtian Heavenly Court. His ferocious aura sword. Sage Yang stood beside him. He fought against the four sages. Ming Tianhan, today, we will destroy your heavenly court for the humiliation of the past. Sage Wu Tian snorted coldly. You escaped with great difficulty. Aren't you afraid of dying again? Ming Tianhan said coldly. Ha 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 ha. We're no longer the same as we were in the past. Perish? Who in the world can make us sages die? Wu Tian laughed, just as the two sides were facing each other. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Sorrowful music filled the air. Blood rain fell, and blood mist rose into the sky. The fall of a sage caused heaven and earth to mourn? How is that possible? Who is it? Meigao Cave said in surprise. The four sages had suddenly obtained endless power. Their mentality was the same as Dugu potions. They thought they were invincible. But in the blink of an eye, a sage died. The fall of a sage was like a bucket of cold water poured over the four sages. Their hearts turned cold. Peacock territory. Dugupatian died. Kong Huangtian took out a crystal that emitted a 15-colored light from his body. Karmic rank. Refine it into your body. Kong Huangtian handed over the crystal. Me? Demon King Kong said in shock. Yes. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. Demon King Kong was ecstatic. In his ecstasy, he thought of the Kong family's past. Suddenly, tears gushed out his eyes. Other than Demon King Kong, many other members of the Kong family also burst into tears. I am back. No one will dare to humiliate the Kong family again. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Yes. Demon King Kong took the 15-colored crystal. Demon King Kong's hand trembled. It was as if a suction force was about to suck the crystal away. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his hand, grabbed his sword, and slashed at the void. Boom! A hole suddenly appeared in the void, and the suction force disappeared. Demon King Kong quickly swallowed the crystal, afraid that it would be gone. Rumble. The dark clouds above everyone's heads suddenly turned into yellow clouds. More and more yellow clouds appeared, and they became thicker and thicker. A majestic aura rushed down from the sky. An unstoppable aura pressed down. Crack! A thin crack appeared in the yellow cloud. An even more powerful heavenly might surged out. Plop! A large number of cultivators suddenly knelt down. It was as if the depths of their souls were unable to resist submitting. Meow! How many days have passed? Meow exclaimed. The crack in the yellow clouds slowly opened in two directions. Whoosh! A heavenly might that suppressed one's soul rushed down. Peacock Z, Blind Kong, Zhao Afong Bai Qi, Wang Jian, In Hentian. For a time, almost everyone in the surroundings prostrated on the ground. This prostration spread in all directions. Some of the cultivators watching in the distance also knelt down in a panic. Following that, the prostration spread wider and wider. How can this be? Countless living and dead spirits in the entire Peacock territory knelt down. It was like an innate instinct that could not be resisted. Kneel, 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 kneel. Only 3 people could remain standing. Kong Huangtian, Miao, and Yin Chuan, who was standing on the heaven and earth altar. The eye of heaven only allows those above the birth plane to kneel. Yin Chuan looked at the sky with a serious expression. The yellow clouds parted, and a huge eye gradually appeared. The eye was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The pitch-black eye contained a world-destroying might. Heaven's Nest. Chapter 1302. The yellow clouds parted and gradually revealed a huge eye. The eye was so big that it covered the sky and the sun. The pitch-black eye emitted a destructive might. Heaven Nest. The giant eye looked down, and heavenly might rushed out. Boom! The ground below instantly burst into countless pieces of gravel. Kong Huangtian was the first to bear the brunt. A wave of anger was directed at Kong Huangtian. He was furious that Kong Huangtian had killed a saint chosen by Chao. The enormous heavenly might caused Kong Huangtian's clothes to flutter rapidly. Kong Huangtian stared at the eye of heaven with a ferocious expression on his face. The ferocious aura of the third epoc's strongest person suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! As the two ferocious auras collided, the entire sky was filled with sword energy. Rumble! The heavenly eye and Kong Huangtian stared at each other without any hesitation. Under the powerful aura, many of the people kneeling in the surroundings were knocked to the ground. The only two people left standing were Yin Chuan and Miao. Yin Chuan's expression became extremely solemn under the impact of the huge aura. Miao, on the other hand, stared at the eye of heaven. Suddenly, a blank expression appeared on her face. Miao. Miao looked distressed. It was as if a fragment of his memory had appeared, but he just couldn't recall it. Two huge auras collided in the sky. Kong Huangtian didn't back down at all. Chao, I've heard of you. Kong Huangtian's expression suddenly turned solemn. The huge eye in the sky stared coldly. In the void, the collision between the two ferocious auras gradually lessened. I understand your sacrifice. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. You can leave first. I will come. I won't disappoint you. You shouldn't disappoint me either. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Rumble! High up in the sky, the ferocious aura of the heavenly eye slowly dissipated. As it looked down, it no longer had the anger from before. He is dead. I have obtained the karmic ranking of heaven and earth. I want him to become a saint. Kong Huangtian suddenly pointed at the kneeling demon King Kong. Although he had swallowed the 15-color crystal, it was not easy to refine it. In the sky, the eye of heaven looked at Demon King Kong. His eyes suddenly flashed. Boom! Demon King Kong's body suddenly emitted a dazzling 15-colored light. He could vaguely see the crystal in his body. Rumble! The crystal within Demon King Kong's body melted and fused with his heart. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath Demon King Kong's feet. It was much larger than Yin Chuan's birth position altar. The heaven and earth altar of the habitual chi plane. Demon King Kong slowly stood up, and his face slowly became blurry. Boom! A surging aura burst out. Miao Saint? Demon King Kong? Miao asked in confusion. Rumble! High up in the sky, the heavenly eye slowly closed and merged into the yellow clouds before slowly dissipating. On the other hand, Yin Chuan carefully pondered over Kong Huangtian's words. I understand your sacrifice. I hope that everyone in the world can be like a dragon and live forever. You go first, I'll be back. I won't disappoint you, and you shouldn't disappoint me. Immortality? This was transcendence. Sacrifice of a nest. What did he sacrifice? For the sake of transcending? That might not be the case. Also, based on Kong Huangtian's tone, they shouldn't disappoint each other? They have a common goal, but what is it? Yin Chuan's heart was filled with confusion. High up in the sky, the yellow clouds slowly dissipated. The wrath of the heavens dissipated just like that. Kong Huangtian watched as the yellow clouds dissipated. His eyes flashed with a profound light. The heavenly eye disappeared. The people kneeling in the surroundings all stood up. By Qi, Zhao Afong, and the others quickly surrounded Yin Chuan. Meow, what's wrong? Yin Chuan asked curiously when he saw Meow's conflicted expression. Meow, I don't know. I only feel that when I saw that big eye just now, I don't know why, but I felt very sad. Meow. Meow shook her head. Meow. Zhao Afong hugged Meow. On the other side, Demon King Kong suddenly became a saint, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Many thanks, old ancestor. Demon King Kong bowed solemnly. Only then did Kong Huang Tian shift his gaze from the sky. His gaze swept across everyone. Peacock Z immediately stepped forward and said, Old ancestor, the Kong family is weak, and the descendants don't dare to stay in one place. I have scattered the Kong family members everywhere. Kong Huangtian looked at Peacock Z. He stretched out his hand, and a green light suddenly gathered at his fingertip, gradually forming a peacock plume. Ding! The peacock plume instantly drilled into Peacock Z's forehead. Buzz! Peacock Z's body suddenly emitted countless green lights. Rumble! Peacock Z suddenly soared into the sky. Ah! As he cried out in pain, his body suddenly swayed, and he transformed into a huge peacock that was 1,000 feet long. Ing! The peacock let out a long cry. The huge peacock tail swung violently. Swoosh! Like a 10-colored rainbow, it flung towards a distant mountain range. Whoosh! The 10-color divine light flashed, and the entire mountain range disappeared. It was as though it had disappeared into thin air. Ing! The peacock let out a long cry, transformed into a human, and descended. Many thanks, old ancestor, for awakening the bloodline of our descendants. Peacock Z said excitedly, I've already taught you the awakening method. In the future, you will awaken the clan members. At the same time, gather all the peacocks in the world. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Yes. At the side, Yin Chuan and the others revealed a puzzled expression. Peacock? Wasn't the Kong clan a human? How could there be peacock bloodline? Humans? Demonic beasts? You are the inheritor of the Kong clan? Kong Huangtian looked at Blind Kong. Blind Kong bowed respectfully and said, Yes, old ancestor. The inheritance of the clan was passed down by my bloodline. However, too much of the inheritance was lost. I am ashamed. Kong Huangtian looked at Blind Kong. Once again, he pointed his finger, and a green light ball quickly entered Blind Kong's mind. Boom! Blind Kong suddenly froze in place. Kong Huangtian also waited patiently. After an entire instance's time, Blind Kong trembled and moved. Many thanks, old ancestor. The inheritance of the clan has been restored. Blind Kong shouted with excitement. In. Kong Huangtian nodded. After looking at everyone, Kong Huangtian looked at Meow. When he saw Meow, Kong Huangtian's expression changed slightly. Meow! Meow cried out unhappily. Kong Huangtian frowned and no longer paid attention to Meow. Instead, he looked at Yin Chuan and the others. Old ancestor, this ceremony is all thanks to Yin Chuan. He is a relative of the Kong clan and once received the heaven-seeking token. This time, he sent it to the clan. Blind Kong immediately helped Yin Chuan and said, In. Kong Huangtian nodded. Old ancestor, we didn't know that you would be able to return. We thought that it was the treasure you left behind and promised to give Yin Di a share. Blind Kong said again. Hearing Blind Kong's words, Kong Huangtian frowned slightly. However, he still accepted this fact. I can give you 3 requests that aren't too high. Tell me. Kong Huangtian suddenly said. 3 requests. Yin Chuan understood from Kong Huangtian's frown that Kong Huangtian didn't like him and his group. However, there were some things that he deserved, so Yin Chuan didn't refuse. I want the Kong clan's life usurping technique. Yin Chuan said. Kong Huangtian had to use the life usurping technique at this time. This meant that he had already calculated some of the current situation in the Third Era. To be able to calculate from the Third Era until now, his life usurping technique was naturally unfathomable. The life usurping technique was definitely rare and precious. Kong Huangtian looked deeply at Yin Chuan. Obviously, Yin Chuan's request was a little too much. However, Kong Huangtian didn't refuse. Sure, Blind Kong, teach me later, Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes, Blind Kong replied. There are 2 more, Kong Huangtian said. I want them. Yin Chuan pointed at the 6 seriously injured disciples of the Dugu clan on the ground. Old ancestor, Dugu Patian, is the only one who injured the disciples of the Kong clan. He has already been punished by Old Ancestor. These people didn't hurt the disciples of the Kong clan. Kong Huangtian returned the favor. In the past, when Ancestor Yu Hai wanted to capture Kong Huangtian, it was Yin Chuan who protected him. Kong Huangtian didn't mind doing him a favor at this time. Yes, there's one more. Kong Huangtian nodded. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Huangtian and took a deep breath. I want to know why Yu Chao and some others suddenly came back after disappearing for countless years. Kong Huangtian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yin Chuan carefully. I've already told Chao. You will understand in the future, Kong Huangtian said indifferently, unwilling to explain further. Yin Chuan could only nod. After returning the favor to the Kong clan, Kong Huangtian waved his hand. Boom! A large area suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Above the area, palaces suddenly rose from the ground. In the center was a palace, the Imperial Palace. Peacock, Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes, immediately summon all the Kong clan members. Also, summon all the peacocks in the world. Gather at the southern outer continent. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes. Also, Kong Huangtian paused. Inform all the major forces in the world that from today onwards, the southern outer continent will belong to the Kong clan. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Meow, the southern outer continent? The 36th territory? With just one sentence, the southern outer continent will belong to the Kong clan? Meow muttered in disbelief. However, when the Kong clan members heard this, they were extremely excited. Yes, Peacock said excitedly. Inform me after you finish these 2 matters. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. After he finished speaking, Kong Huangtian stepped into the Imperial Palace. Bang! The door of the palace closed with a loud bang. When the Imperial Palace appeared, the first thing he did was to dominate a continent. At this moment, the members of the Kong clan were all in a state of intense excitement as they looked at the Imperial Heaven Palace not far away with reverence. Indeed, this jade slip contains my Kong clan's life-stealing technique. I just recorded it. Blind Kong handed over a jade slip. After receiving the jade slip, Yin Chuan nodded and said, since that's the case, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. After he said that, he handed the jade slip to Zhao Afong. Zhao Afong took it. Take care. Blind Kong said politely. Wang Jian and the others escorted the 6 members of the Dugu clan. Under Yin Chuan's lead, they flew towards the Yellow Springs Road. Blind Kong, Peacock, and Demon King Kong watched as Yin Chuan and the others left. From this moment onwards, the Kong clan officially entered the world in a high-profile manner. Chapter 1303. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan looked towards the south as a black-robed figure knelt on one knee behind him. Immediately informed Dugu Wudi that Dugu Patian is dead. Tell him to immediately subdue the Dugu family. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Originally, Yin Chuan did not plan to participate in the Dugu family's matter. However, the Kong family's matter made him understand that the world had changed, and he had to speed up. Yes, we will send people to assist. Remember, you must succeed. Yin Chuan gave such a decisive order for the first time. Yes, the black-robed figure replied. You may leave. Swish. The black-robed figure instantly disappeared. The underworld now had a sun, but could not compare to the Yang Realm sun. In the Yang Realm, the moon waxed and waned. In the Yang Realm, the sun waxed and waned. Zombie Yin Chuan looked up at the sun in the sky and fell into deep thought. Yang Realm, South Outer Continent, Yellow Springs Road. Yin Chuan and his group rested in a valley. The dragon carriage was damaged, but it was quickly repaired. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Jin Daiyu, Wang Jian. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, "Present." The four stepped forward. "The four of you, take these 6 people from the Dugu family and immediately head to the Dugu family. We will inform Dugu Wudi and have him quickly subdue the Dugu family." Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Yes," the four replied. "No, Yin Chuan, you want to encroach on my Dugu family?" A heavily injured Dugu family disciple immediately cried out. "Traitor!" The Dugu family disciples angrily shouted. Yin Chuan coldly looked at the 6 people. However, Yin Hintian stepped forward and said, "Everyone, Dugu Patian is dead. What else does the Dugu family have to rely on?" Everyone looked at Yin Hintian coldly. "You have all seen it. A saint has appeared, and a single saint can destroy your entire family. Furthermore, a peerless monster like Kong Huangtian has appeared. The world is about to descend into chaos. Don't tell me you can't see it." Yin Hintian said in a deep voice. "So what? My Dugu family will not be controlled by anyone. Haha, are all of you still dreaming of becoming stronger? Don't you remember Kong Huangtian's words? He wants to unify the Yang Realm's outer southern continent. Does your Dugu family still want to fight with them?" In the end, when faced with the calamity of extermination, didn't they still obediently surrender? Yin Hintian laughed. We can migrate to other continents." One of them said stubbornly. "Move? Even Kong Huangtian doesn't have the ability to swallow the entire world. Do you think that in this chaotic world, other continents won't have any experts rising up?" Yin Hintian continued. In the Great Jun, at least half of the Dugu family's disciples won't make you slaves or servants. In the Great Jun, with Dugu Wudi as your leader, the Dugu family will be preserved." Yin Hintian persuaded. "Dugu Wudi is not a member of my Dugu family." "He's not. Isn't that right?" Dugu Wudi was entrusted by Dugu Butian to lead the Dugu family. He was the head of the Dugu family. What if you were considering the bloodline? You all have to work hard for this." Yin Hintian said solemnly. How do we work hard? Dugu Wudi doesn't have the same bloodline as you all. However, that might not be the case for his descendants." Yin Hintian enticed. Everyone fell silent. Yin Hintian turned his head to Yin Chuan and said, "Sage King, this subject will accompany you to the Dugu family. It will be easier to persuade them and avoid unnecessary losses." "Permitted." Yin Chuan nodded. Everyone bowed towards Yin Chuan. Then they led the 6 Dugu family's disciples and shot towards the east. Only Yin Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Afong remained in the dragon carriage. "I saw the Kong family's life-stealing technique," Zhao Afong said gravely. "How is it?" "It is indeed unique. It can complement the life-stealing technique left behind by Bai Wang. I need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while," Zhao Afong said gravely. "Go into seclusion. Miao Miao, and I will protect you." Yin Chuan nodded. "Miao." Miao nodded affirmatively. Zhao Afong slowly returned to the carriage and entered closed-door cultivation. Yin Chuan and Miao also boarded the dragon carriage. "Return to the court," Yin Chuan said. "Rhea." The 5 dragons roared and immediately flew toward the northeast. 2 days later, the dragon carriage flew. Boom! There was a sudden explosion between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky once more. A loud voice suddenly resounded through the world. 9 Yang and 6 Yin. The sages have been decided. Starting from now, Yin and Yang are separated. The sages of the Yang world cannot cross to the netherworld, and the sages of the netherworld cannot cross to the Yang world. Everyone has their own responsibility to protect the common people. Rumble. The dark cloud scattered. From this moment on, Yin Chuan understood that the world was on the right track. On the dragon carriage, Yin Chuan and Miao Miao frowned as they watched the clouds disperse. Miao. Yin Chuan shook his head. What's wrong? Yin Chuan smiled. Meow, I don't know. I feel like someone is following us. Meow looked around strangely. Following us? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. He also looked around. However, even with Yin Chuan's current strength, he could not discover anyone. Yin Chuan's heart sank. Full speed ahead, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Rhea. The 5 dragons roared and flew quickly. Underworld, Dexing Dynasty, Underworld Sky City. The 4 sages besieged Underworld Sky City, and there was a fierce battle. Perhaps because of Dugu Potion's example, the 4 sages didn't care about their own lives. This allowed Ming Tianhan and Yang Yang to stop the 4 sages. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The sound of a nest pierced through the world. Separation of yin and yang? The sages' expressions changed. Boom! A huge collision caused the sages to separate. Dark clouds suddenly rolled above Wu Tian and Shimin Sheng's heads. It was like a warning from the heavens. Why can't sages travel between yin and yang? Wu Tian said unhappily. In the past, sages could travel between yin and yang, but now, could they only stay in the yang realm? The 4 sages let out a long sigh, a look of helplessness in their eyes. Ming Tianhan, you're lucky. Don't come to the yang realm. Wu Tian said helplessly. Ming Tianhan smiled. This is not up to you. Hurry up and leave, or the heavens will punish us. Ha ha! Rumble. The dark clouds became denser and denser, and the 4 sages could only feel helpless. Let's go, Hua Zuntian said. Everyone sighed slightly and quickly left. Standing in the void, Ming Tianhan and Yang Yang watched the 4 sages leave. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study. Yin Chuan sat in front of his desk, and a group of Dexing Dynasty officials stood in the study. Yifeng stepped out and handed over a memorial. Sage King, this is the information we've collected over the past few days. After combining all the sages in the world, we've concluded that 13 of the 15 sages have been confirmed. Yifeng said solemnly. Yin Chuan took the memorial. 9 sages of the Yang realm, Dongfeng Bubi, Gong Yangzi, Palace Master Zhu, Yuan Tiangang, Tian Jizi, 100 Evil Old Demon, Wu Tian, Shimin Sheng, and 1 more unknown. 6 sages of the underworld, Demon King Kong, Zhuochun Xiu, Hua Zuntian, Mei Gao Ku, Yang Yang, and 1 more unknown. Yifeng said the names one by one. Sages? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. They're all familiar faces. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a complicated look. Sage King, according to the news from all over, these sages are extremely powerful. Their strength is more than 10 times that of the sages of the past. Yifeng said worriedly. Yin Chuan nodded and said, That's right. Dugopatian died not long ago. Bai Qi and the others personally experienced it. Dugopatian was a 9th level ancestral immortal, but after becoming a sage, he could stabilize his strength at the 11th level or even infinitely close to the 12th under the influence of heaven and earth. That's only a 9th level ancestral immortal. If a 10th level ancestral immortal becomes a sage, wouldn't his strength be comparable to a 12th level ancestral immortal? Yifeng's expression sank. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. In the study, the officials immediately began to discuss, all of them looking worried. Don't worry too much. Stabilize Dexing Dynasty's territory. When I mobilize the world's influence, not even the sages can do anything to me. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, everyone answered. Yang realm. The dragon carriage pulled Yin Chuan, Miao, and Zhao Afong as it flew rapidly. At this moment, they were flying above the ocean. As they flew, frost and snow suddenly fell from the sky above the boundless ocean. Ka. The entire ocean seemed to have frozen. The air became colder and colder. Gradually, the 5 dragons felt as if they were about to be frozen. It's so cold. The 7 fiends exclaimed. Yeah, why is it suddenly so cold? Ah, my dragon claws are so cold that I can't feel them. My face is frozen. The dragons were all terrified. Wake up. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's voice exploded. The 5 dragons shuddered and suddenly realized that the coldness around them had dissipated. In front of them was still the ocean. Was that an illusion just now? Was it all an illusion? 5 stupid dragons, so stupid. A string of bell-like laughter came from afar. Meow. She's the one following us? Meow suddenly raised her head. Yin Chuan also looked at the sky solemnly. The 5 dragons were ancestral immortals. The power of their illusions was not to be underestimated. They looked together with Meow. They saw a devastatingly beautiful woman standing on the clouds in the sky. The woman's long hair was tied up, revealing her beautiful white neck. She was dressed in blue silk, which accentuated her extremely voluptuous and slender figure. Her face was soft and beautiful. On her back, 2 pairs of huge blue butterfly wings flapped slightly. Butterfly Queen? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He immediately recognized the woman. In the Yang realm, in the heavenly human palace, the woman who was mysteriously sealed by the heavens. Later, Tian unsealed the Butterfly Queen. Meow. Meow's fur stood on end. She looked at the Butterfly Queen warily. The Butterfly Queen's gaze was also fixed on Meow. Xuan Meow, you really didn't die. You sealed me for so long. It's time for us to settle the score. Now, you become this little cat? How funny. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with schadenfreude. Chapter 1304. Xuan Miao, you really didn't die. You sealed me for so long. It's time for us to settle the score. Now, you become this kitten? Keek. How funny. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with schadenfreude. Meow stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder, its fur standing on end. I don't know you. Meow, you're the funny one. So what if I'm a kitten? A kitten can catch butterflies. Meow shouted. A kitten catching butterflies? Yin Chuan, who was carrying Meow, was stunned. Was this a bickering? Keek. It's useless to forget me. Anyway, we've already formed a grudge. If I didn't see Kong Huangtian appear, I wouldn't know that you're still alive. TSK. The Butterfly Queen mocked. I don't know you, Meow said unhappily. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Butterfly Queen, I know you've been sealed for many years and have resentment in your heart. However, Xuan Miao has already died. The grudge should be over, right? The Butterfly Queen suddenly looked at Yin Chuan curiously. Yin Chuan? I've heard of your name. You've done many things over the years. The Butterfly Queen said in surprise. As she spoke, a blue light flashed in her eyes. Symbiotic contract? Xuan Miao, you actually established a symbiotic contract with Yin Chuan? Live and die together? The Butterfly Queen raised an eyebrow. Meow, it's none of your business. Meow naturally did not give face. In front of the dragon carriage, the 5 dragons did not say a word. Today, I'm going to interfere, the Butterfly Queen said coldly. Butterfly Queen, what are you trying to do? Yin Chuan asked. The Butterfly Queen's personality changed too quickly. Yin Chuan did not feel any killing intent earlier, but in the blink of an eye, the Butterfly Queen was emitting killing intent. Meow, this big butterfly will definitely fight. Yin Chuan, let's fight it out with her. Meow immediately shouted. You're not her match. Yin Chuan said seriously. What? That's impossible, Meow, cried Meow. Symbiotic contract? If we die together, right? No. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed blue. The Butterfly Queen's body suddenly emitted a monstrous killing intent. It's actually the parasitic symbiosis in the symbiosis contract. In other words, if Yin Chuan dies, you die too. If you die, Yin Chuan might not die. Xuan Miao, for better or for worse, you once sealed me. Now, you're actually degrading yourself to make such a contract? Am I not lower than Yin Chuan? What do you think of me? The Butterfly Queen suddenly became angry. Meow, it's none of your business. Meow shouted at once. Meow's words seemed to have completely ignited the Butterfly Queen's anger. It's none of my business. I don't care. Xuan Miao, I'm here today for revenge. I'll definitely get my revenge. The Butterfly Queen suddenly shouted angrily. Butterfly Queen! Yin Chuan wanted to say something else. But the Butterfly Queen didn't care. Chuan Miao, pay the price. Heavenly light of misfortune. The Butterfly Queen shouted. The Butterfly Queen's eyes suddenly turned blue. Endless blue light bloomed around her body. She waved her hand in the sky. The originally incomparably white heaven and earth suddenly turned completely blue. It covered the sky and covered the sun. For a moment, the sky was filled with the blue light of misfortune. The 5 dragons were dumbfounded. The 5 dragons had seen the light of misfortune before. After all, Zhao Afang had used this blue light many times. However, it had never been this terrifying. It covered the sky and covered the sun. There was no blind spot. There was nowhere to run. Roar! The 5 dragons cried out. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He naturally knew how terrifying the light of misfortune was. He Miao and even Zhao Afang, who was in seclusion in the dragon carriage, were all going to be hit by the blue light. Tian said that the Butterfly Queen was casual. This was too casual. Miao! Miao yelled and wanted to charge forward. However, Yin Chuan grabbed Miao, not letting Miao go forward. Boom! The sky-burying coffin soared into the sky. The sky-burying coffin suddenly became incomparably huge. The coffin lid opened and instantly enveloped the dragon carriage. Another sky-burying coffin? Oof! The Butterfly Queen's expression changed. Whoosh! The rolling blue light swept past and collided with the sky-burying coffin. The sky-burying coffin strangely blocked the blue light. Whoosh! Yin Chuan waved his hand. The dragon carriage instantly passed through and disappeared above the sea. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan also used a sky-burying coffin. Clang! The dragon carriage landed on the plaza. Holy Monarch! The 5 dragons bowed. Zombie Yin Chuan ignored them. Instead, he analyzed the Butterfly Queen's strength. Netherworld, above the sea. A huge coffin was inverted above the sea. Ha! The once insufferably arrogant Firmament Mysteries is going to be a coward now. Miao, Yin Chuan, I'll fight it out with her. Miao yelled. No, Miao, go to the other side immediately. You're not her match. The Butterfly Queen is too strong. Yin Chuan yelled. No, I won't leave you alone. Miao immediately refused. It's useless. My light of misfortune can not only descend from the sky, but can also rush out from the bottom of the sea. The Butterfly Queen laughed. The Butterfly Queen waved her hand. Instantly, from the bottom of the sea, from the sky, and from all directions, without any blind spots, rushed towards the sky-burying coffin. Not good. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Boom! All of a sudden, a surging sea of blood spread out. Under the super skill, the endless sea of blood churned. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded the sky-burying coffin. In the sky above the sea of blood, Yin Chuan stood on the waves. Boom! Billowing blue light rushed towards Yin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, it entered Yin Chuan's body. Bang! Yin Chuan's body exploded into a pool of blood. Clearly, he was only a blood god's son. Soon, not far away, another Yin Chuan emerged from the sea of blood. Oh, a sea of blood? The Butterfly Queen's expression changed slightly. Butterfly Queen, mysterious, is already a thing of the past. He's just a kitten with amnesia now. Why bother? Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yin Chuan could clearly sense the Butterfly Queen's strength. She was at least at the 12th level of the ancestral immortal realm. She was ferocious. Yin Chuan did not want to touch her. A kitten with amnesia? I don't care. Hand over mysterious. The Butterfly Queen shook her head. What if I don't? Yin Chuan said coldly. Meow. Yin Chuan, let me out. I'm going to fight it out with her. Meow. So what if you're a big butterfly? Meow was being held back by Yin Chuan's main body in the depths of the sea of blood. What a sea of blood. Let's see where you can hide after your sea of blood is destroyed. The butterfly queen laughed. As she spoke, the butterfly queen suddenly waved her hand. A huge butterfly-shaped energy palm descended from the sky. 12 levels of strength. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. The strength of 12 levels of an ancestral immortal was even more ferocious than Saint Dugu Potion's attack. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Before the palm arrived, the impact of the palm strike had already caused the blood god's sun on the sea of blood to collapse. Bang! A new blood god's sun exploded. The palm strike was so powerful that it sealed the surrounding void. The sea of blood could not move. It could only feel the huge impact surging towards it. Deep in the sea of blood, Yin Chuan held the sky-burying coffin with one hand and grabbed Meow with the other. Meow. Meow was extremely anxious. Meow, she wants to deal with you. Hurry up and leave. I can escape. Yin Chuan shouted. No, Meow. You'll be in danger. Meow struggled. Meow was sometimes careless, but at this moment, she understood that Yin Chuan could not deal with the butterfly queen. The butterfly queen was too strong. How could she abandon Yin Chuan and escape alone? All right, trust me. With that, Yin Chuan threw Meow into the sky-burying coffin. He quickly closed the sky-burying coffin. Meow. No. Meow roared anxiously. The moment Meow entered the sky-burying coffin, she saw the entire sea of blood explode and scatter in all directions. This time, it was more thorough than any of the previous times. A great destructive force rushed over. Bang! The sky-burying coffin closed, and Meow was transported to the netherworld. Yin Chuan put away the sky-burying coffin with a flip of his hand. He grabbed the great heavenly seal and slammed it upwards. This palm was too strong. It had indeed exceeded the limits of the sea of blood. Yin Chuan could not sit still and wait for death. He could only resist. Boom! A terrifying loud noise exploded on the surface of the sea. In addition to the sea of blood, the surrounding sea also surged with monstrous tsunamis. The tsunamis rushed into the surrounding territory. Boom! The sea beneath his palm was completely emptied. A huge hole was left behind. The butterfly queen stood in the sky, frowning slightly. Below, a huge imperial seal blocked part of its power. Under the imperial seal was a small pool of blood the size of a wash basin. The sea of blood was almost completely exhausted. Ba-thump, ba-thump. The sound of a heartbeat came from the small pool of blood. Boom! The pool of blood exploded. Instantly, the sea of blood appeared again. Yin Chuan carried the great heavenly seal and slowly floated up from the sea of blood. Yin Chuan was panting, but his aura was stronger than before. You were only at the 6th level of the ancestral immortal realm earlier. Now you're at the 7th level? The butterfly queen was shocked. The butterfly queen was shocked, and so was Yin Chuan. That shouldn't be. How could the butterfly queen see through his cultivation? Butterfly queen, you should vent your anger at Chuan Miao. Yin Chuan panted. Forget it? How can I forget it? The butterfly queen was unwilling to let it go. At this moment, in the netherworld, Great Qin City, Meow was suddenly teleported over. Meow. Yin Chuan, you bastard. Meow was so anxious that she was about to cry. Meow. Don't go, it's dangerous there. Yin Chuan immediately tried to persuade her. No, Meow. Meow immediately said stubbornly. Contracted spatial teleportation, Meow. Meow shouted. Whoosh. Meow instantly disappeared. In the mortal realm, Yin Chuan and the butterfly queen continued to confront each other. Buzz. A halo of light suddenly appeared beside Yin Chuan. Whoosh. Meow suddenly appeared. Yin Chuan, you bastard. Meow angrily shouted at Yin Chuan. After saying that, Meow immediately flew in front of Yin Chuan and looked at the butterfly queen with hatred. Meow. Big butterfly queen, if you want to kill me, come. Meow will fight it out with you, Meow. Meow angrily shouted. Boom! 3,000 Heavens Dao suddenly appeared behind Meow and looked at the butterfly queen angrily. Seeing Meow's flustered and exasperated expression, the butterfly queen's expression changed. The butterfly queen's anger seemed to have dissipated. A victorious smile appeared on the butterfly queen's beautiful face as she said, "Kill you? You're my sister. Why would I kill you?" Chapter 1305. A victorious smile appeared on the butterfly queen's beautiful face. "Kill you? You're my biological sister. Why would I kill you?" Biological sister? Yin Chuan was stunned. Blood-related sister? Meow Meow's aggressive demeanor suddenly froze. After a moment, Meow reacted, "Biological sister. You're a butterfly, and I'm a cat. How can we be sisters?" Yin Chuan was also shocked. How is that possible? They were different species. You really don't remember anything. The butterfly queen gloated at Meow Meow's misfortune. "Meow, you're still trying to trick me. I'm not afraid of you," Meow shouted. Yin Chuan suddenly stopped Meow. He seemed to believe her. Recalling the butterfly queen's words, they seemed to be hinting at something. "Butterfly queen, you said Meow and you were sisters. Why? You're the butterfly queen, she?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. "Haha, what's wrong with that? I'm the butterfly queen. All the butterflies in the world are my clones. I'm the first butterfly in the world. As for Xuan Miao," the butterfly queen smiled. "The first cat in the world?" Turning his body into a race. Yin Chuan's expression changed. "Meow?" Meow was shocked. "Although I signed a symbiotic contract with him, and it embarrassed me, Xuan Miao, I'm much happier seeing your misfortune." "Ha ha!" The butterfly queen suddenly laughed again. "Meow. Yin Chuan. What kind of sisters were they?" "Meow. I'm not your sister. You've got the wrong person. No, you've got the wrong cat." Meow immediately denied. "Ha ha ha ha. Xuan Meow, you're really cute in this life. I remember that in your previous life, you always had a straight face, as if everyone owed you something. I didn't expect you to become like this." "Ha ha ha ha." The butterfly queen laughed happily. Meow. Meow glared at the butterfly queen unhappily. At this moment, Yin Chuan seemed to have realized something. His initial wariness suddenly dissipated as he solemnly said, "Butterfly queen, were you here to test me?" After all, although the butterfly queen was powerful just now, she didn't even use her great Tao. The butterfly queen looked at Yin Chuan and said, "Of course, it's just that your cultivation is too low. Although Xuan Miao and I have been quarreling since we were young. Although she has always suppressed me since we were young, she is still my sister. I don't want her to die early. Otherwise, I won't be able to play with her in the future." Yin Chuan looked slightly serious. "Previously, old Miao also gave me your information. Zhen Yin Chuan? The development is not bad, but it's still far from enough." The butterfly queen shook her head. "Meow, you're the one who's far behind," Meow said unhappily. "Ha ha 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 ha. Xuan Meow, I've realized that you always like to get angry in this life." Butterfly queen teased again. "I feel uncomfortable when I see you." "Meow," Meow said with her head held high. "This won't do. Xuan Meow, the various experts of the third epoch have all awakened. You will suffer greatly if you continue like this, using the power of heaven and earth. Because, in any case, you're not a sage yet. Even if you use the power of heaven and earth, you can't compare to a sage. I can't help you all the time." The butterfly queen shook her head. "I don't want your help," Meow shouted stubbornly. "With me around, no one can hurt Meow," Yin Chuan said solemnly. The butterfly queen's expression turned cold again. If I didn't see you desperately helping Xuan Miao just now, I would definitely take your life." "Oh." Yin Chuan's expression turned cold. "So what if it's a symbiotic contract? I can still strip your soul and forcefully refine it for Xuan Miao to refine." The butterfly queen said arrogantly. "Meow, refine your sister. If something happens to Yin Chuan, I'll fight it out with you," Meow said unhappily. Xuan Miao, you're really strange." Hee. The butterfly queen's mood changed again. "Meow looked very angry. The scene became slightly cold. The butterfly queen looked at Yin Chuan and Meow and finally smiled. Fine, I won't care about you anymore. Anyway, there's someone more concerned about you than me. Oh, who? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. This was because Yin Chuan could tell that the person the butterfly queen was talking about was definitely not him. The butterfly queen smiled at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, you're looking for the sky-burying coffin, right? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Butterfly queen, you know? Of course I know. I saw it with my own eyes not long ago. The butterfly queen said with a smile. Please tell me. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, The Netherworld's outer east continent, the butterfly queen said. Don't tell me you're talking about the Great Qin City? Yin Chuan said strangely. Ha 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 ha. Are your two bodies a secret? Don't need to talk about yourself? The butterfly queen said with a smile. Please tell me. Yin Chuan said again. The Netherworld's outer east continent, easternmost land, Netherworld Sea, in the hands of Gui Rulai. The butterfly queen said. Gui Rulai? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yin Chuan had naturally heard of this name before. In the Netherworld's outer east continent, before Dejun was born, even the saints did not dare to provoke him. He was the master of the Netherworld Sea in the outer east continent. You don't dare to fight for the sky-burying coffin after hearing about Gui Rulai? The butterfly queen said with a smile. You don't have to provoke me. The sky-burying coffin is mine. As long as I know where it is, I will do my best to take it back. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Also, let me tell you something else. The butterfly queen said with a change of expression. Oh, I know. As an empress, you seem to have injured your fate. The butterfly queen said with a smile. That's right. Yin Chuan did not hide anything. Yin Chuan had been looking for a way to treat ZZ's injuries. It's not difficult to save her. This Gui Rulai controls a cycle of reincarnation. This cycle of reincarnation is called the Heavenly Fate Cycle. If you can obtain the power of this cycle of reincarnation, saving your queen will naturally be extremely easy, said the butterfly queen. Meow? Big Sister ZZ can be saved? Meow's eyes lit up. Reincarnation of destiny? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. Thank you for telling me, Butterfly Queen. This news is more important than the news of the sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan said solemnly. I didn't expect you to be such a sentimental person. The Butterfly Queen's eyes flashed with mockery. There are 60 paths of reincarnation in the world. I've only seen one not long ago. I don't know how long it will take to know where it is, and what its uses are. Now that the Butterfly Empress has informed me, I will definitely bring ZZ to thank you when she recovers. "60 paths of reincarnation? Who said it's 60 paths of reincarnation?" The Butterfly Queen was slightly taken aback. Wasn't Hention talking about 60 paths of reincarnation? Where did you get this information? In the third epoch, there are 60 paths of reincarnation. Now that it's the fourth epoch, there are only 54 paths in the world. The Butterfly Queen said with a smile. 54 paths? 6 paths less? No, from the third epoch to the fourth epoch, there was an additional Great Thousand Realms. There are 6 paths of reincarnation in the Great Thousand Realms? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. You only just found out? In the first epoch, a certain great ox transformed into 72 paths of reincarnation, encompassing all living things in the world. Every epoch split into a world and took away 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, there are only 54 paths left. However, it's hard to say in the future. Perhaps when the 4 realms merge, the 72 paths of reincarnation will reappear. The Butterfly Queen said with a sigh. Meow? 72 paths of reincarnation? Transforming into reincarnation? Who is it? Meow was also surprised. At this moment, it forgot about its anger. How interesting. Shua Meow was the one who told me this, and now you're asking me? The Butterfly Queen immediately laughed. Shua Meow again? Meow, if you don't want to say it, then I won't say it. Meow said unhappily. Butterfly Queen, I have something to ask you. Yin Chuan called out again. Oh, the butterfly queen asked curiously. Kong Huang Tian, Chow, and some other experts have appeared. Why did they all choose to appear at this time? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. The butterfly queen frowned slightly. That day, I heard Kong Huangtian mention something about Chow being sacrificed. What did they sacrifice? Why? Yin Chuan asked again. It was unknown where he had touched the butterfly queen's anger. You don't need to know now. The butterfly queen's expression changed again. Meow, and Yin Chuan looked at the butterfly queen strangely. She looked at Yin Chuan and said, Your cultivation is too low. What's the use of knowing? Hurry up and strengthen yourself. You might be able to catch up to this wave. Moreover, I don't need to say anything. It will begin soon. When the first wave begins, you will know. What first wave? Yin Chuan asked again. The first wave of people who are sending themselves to their deaths. Okay, I have to go back. If you want to find me, come to the lunar star. I am in the Great Moon Palace. The butterfly queen said with a straight face. With that said, the butterfly queen spread her wings and disappeared with a whoosh. Meow? Lunar star? Isn't that the moon? She lives on the moon? The Great Moon Palace? Meow said in shock. Yin Chuan, on the other hand, stood on the surface of the sea, pondering over every word the butterfly queen said. Meow. Yin Chuan, do you think that the butterfly queen is really my sister? Meow asked in confusion. It should be. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, so that's how it is. Meow nodded in realization. This time, it was Yin Chuan's turn to be confused. What do you mean by that? Meow, I was wondering why I always like to call people your sister. It turns out that I have such an annoying sister. I instinctively call people your sister. Meow said thoughtfully. Amazing logic. Yin Chuan looked at Meow in shock. Underworld, Great Qin City, in front of the Central Palace. The moment the dragon carriage appeared, many officials received the news and rushed over. Zhao Afong woke up, and Mo Yushi also walked over. Did something happen? The two girls asked worriedly. Zombie Yin Chuan was silent for a while, then shook his head and said, It's fine. Really? Mo Yushi was still worried. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. As he spoke, he turned to Yifeng and said, Yifeng, start organizing all the information about the Netherworld Sea. Also, gather all the information about Gue Rulai as soon as possible. Sage King, are you going to attack the Netherworld Sea? But our great Jin nation's strength will eventually. Yifeng said worriedly. I have made up my mind. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Yes. Chapter 1306. In the world of the living in the southeast continent. The Gongyang family. Congratulations, Master. You have become a sage. The disciples of the Gongyang family bowed excitedly. Standing in front of the main hall of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Zi let out a long sigh of relief. The Gongyang family is blessed by the heavens. Gongyang Zi said excitedly. Master, I have never seen the power of your palm strike before. In the past, no one could defeat you. Master is mighty. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Gongyang Ben Lei suddenly asked, Master, I wonder if you can defeat Yin Chuan with your current strength? The noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet. Everyone present was an elder of the Gongyang family. Naturally, they knew many secrets of the Gongyang family. The Gongyang family's karmic luck? The so-called karmic luck meant that no matter how strong you were, you would be defeated. To the Gongyang family, Yin Chuan was like a bone stuck in their throat. All of them were in a dilemma. I should be able to kill Yin Chuan. Gongyang Zi said uncertainly. Then, Master, should we? Gongyang Ben Lei asked expectantly. No one dared to say more. Everyone hoped that Yin Chuan would die, but they did not dare to offend Yin Chuan. For a moment, everyone looked at Gongyang Zi. After taking a deep breath, Gongyang Zi shook his head and said, No, Yin Chuan is too evil for the Gongyang family. Let's wait a little longer. It won't be long. Master, are you talking about the prime of Tong Tian from the outer North Continent? Gong Yang Ben, Lei's expression changed. That's right. What an arrogant prime of Tong Tian. He wants to challenge the sages of the living world in the outer North Continent. Oomph. Gong Yang Zi snorted coldly. Where did the prime of Tong Tian come from? Gong Yang Ben Lei asked curiously. I don't know. However, based on his courage, he is definitely not an ordinary person. However, the sages of the living world are not the same as before. He is seeking his own death. It's still early. If the prime of Tong Tian wants to stir up the world, the outer North Continent will be the focus of the world. With Yin Chuan's personality, how can he not go? Gong Yang Zi said solemnly. Everyone's expression changed. Patriarch, are you waiting for Yin Chuan to leave Xianyang to set up a trap in the outer North Continent? Gong Yang Ben Lei's face lit up. That's right. The next step is to wait. Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Yes, everyone replied. The mortal realm, Nanwai Continent. Dugu clan. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, and Jin Diyu took turns fighting the Dugu family's experts. The Dugu family was forced to retreat in defeat. However, the three of them did not kill him. The black-robed Dugu Wudi led a group of people from the Heaven-Mending Pavilion to the Dugu family. He used the Dugu family's sword lineage to challenge the Dugu family's sword lineage experts. It could be said that the Dugu family had suffered an unprecedented disaster for 10 days. They retreated step by step until the entire clan retreated back into the clan. The 6 heavily injured Dugu family members that Inhentian had advised were also released. 9 Swords Hall. Elders, branch heads, what happened? Where's the patriarch? Where's the patriarch? Everyone in the hall asked the 6 people anxiously. The 6 people's faces were also bitter as they recounted the events of that day without holding back. In the 9 Swords Hall, the Dugu family members were grief-stricken as if they were at a funeral. In the outside world, Inhentian looked at Dugu Wudi. Pavilion Master Dugu, those 6 people have been persuaded by me. The next step is up to you. Inhentian said solemnly. Thank you. Dugu Wudi nodded. Apart from the 9 Swords branch head, the others are to guard the surroundings. Kill anyone who comes close. Dugu Wudi said solemnly. Yes, countless black-robed people replied. 9 Swords branch head, follow me to the 9 Swords Hall. Dugu Wudi said solemnly. Yes, everyone followed Dugu Wudi and flew to the 9 Swords Hall. What are you doing? The Dugu family members looked at the 10 people with some fear. Dugu Wudi did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he led the 9 people towards the 9 Swords Hall. Stop! A large number of Dugu family members shouted. Let them in. A loud shout came from the 9 Swords Hall. Yes! Dugu Wudi separated the crowd and walked into the hall. Bang! The door of the hall slammed shut. 10 days later, some experts from the nearby small factions came to pay their respects, but the huge Dugu family was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The sudden disappearance of the powerful Dugu family caused a commotion in all directions. However, this commotion was still considered small. The next piece of news shook the entire outer South Continent. All the major factions in the outer South Continent received an imperial heavenly token. In the mortal world, the outer South Continent was the territory of the Kong family. All the factions would either submit or leave the outer South Continent immediately. Those who dared to resist would be killed without mercy. When the imperial heavenly token was released, the outer South Continent was in an uproar. What arrogance! What Kong family? They are so arrogant that they want to unify the outer South Continent? What nonsense is this imperial heavenly token? There were countless complaints. However, when a powerful territory lord suddenly announced that he would submit to the Kong family, everything became strange. It was not forced by the Kong family, but that person took the initiative to submit to them. When the news came out, countless cultivators were tongue-tied. Where did the Kong family come from? Things are not over yet. There were legends of some old monsters in the outer South Continent. These old monsters suddenly appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. After they appeared, they submitted to the Kong family in a very high-profile manner. Supreme venerate world's edge? Isn't that the former territory lord of the Horizon Weave? He submitted to the Kong family? Sect Master Zhou Tian? Legend has it that he experienced the great calamity of the ancient era. Such a powerful person actually submitted to the Kong family? That's not all. Sect Master Zhou Tian is even running around to help the Kong family unify the outer South continent. When the news came out, although there were not many people in the Kong family, the people who submitted were like carps crossing the river. All of this originated from the Imperial Heavenly Token. Heavens above, Kong Huangtian. Countless people in the outer South continent had heard of Kong Huangtian's deeds. When they heard that Kong Huangtian had appeared, they did not hesitate to submit to him. There were people who worshipped him, people who wanted to avoid disaster, and people who sought protection. Their goals were different, but they all came to submit. This was not just because of Kong Huangtian's charisma. At the same time, many people with foresight could see that the world might have changed greatly. Now, they needed to form a large faction to resist the great calamity. Kong Huangtian's name quickly spread throughout the world. Heavens above, all heroes submit to him. Kong Huangtian's appearance caused an uproar among the various factions in the world. Great Zhen Xianyang. Yin Chuan listened to the large amount of news that Lu Buwei brought. Sage King. News of Kong Huangtian's appearance came from all over the world. The various sages, who were originally in an uproar, suddenly quietened down. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Great Zhen will not make too much contact with Kong Huangtian for the time being. In the Yang realm, keep an eye on Zhu Palace. Sage King, don't worry. My dynasty has spies everywhere. If they want to make a move, I will be the first to know. Lu Buwei said with certainty. Yin Chuan nodded. Sage King, during this period of time, you gathered the various generals to head to the Netherworld Sea. Gui Rely? Lu Buwei asked curiously. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Lu Buwei thought for a moment and said, This Gui Rely seems to be hidden very deeply. The Netherworld has collected a lot of information, but we can't find out anything about him. There's only one sentence. Oh, demons, Buddhas, Taoists, and ghosts all pay their respects to Gui Rely. Netherworld, Great Jin Sage Court, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan was in a court meeting. Boom! A powerful aura descended from the sky, causing the court meeting to stop. Just as everyone's faces darkened, the aura instantly retracted. Clearly, it was not hostile. Yin Chuan flicked his long sleeves, stepped down from the dragon throne, and walked out of the central hall. A group of officials followed behind and walked to the central hall's plaza. In the Great Qin City, countless guards were already on guard. Everyone looked towards the south of the Great Qin City. In the south, a white-robed figure stood in the air. His face was blurry. His appearance could not be seen clearly. Huazun Tian? Some of the officials recognized him. Although his face could not be seen clearly, his aura was especially unique. Old ancestor? Desolation, Hua's eyes lit up. A look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Although he knew that Huazun Tian was fine, he was still very happy to see it with his own eyes. Old ancestor. In the Great Qin City, countless descendants of the Hua family bowed in ecstasy. Following that, the disciples of the Great Jin family and Huazun Tian rushed out of the Great Qin City and surrounded Huazun Tian. All of them were overjoyed. There are even disciples who shed tears of excitement. Ever since Huazun Tian was captured, countless Hua family disciples were in a constant state of panic. Moreover, they had countless enemies. If not for Desolation Hua's protection, who knew how many of them would be alive? Yin Chuan looked into the distance expressionlessly. Huazun Tian greets Yin Emperor. This time, my descendants and disciples were able to receive your protection. Thank you for your generosity and disregard the past. Huazun Tian bowed gratefully. Huazun Tian bowed, and the trace of worry in the officials of Great Zhen immediately dissipated. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, It's not me who protected them, it's Desolation Hua. In the distance, Huazuan Tian flew over with a group of descendants and disciples. No, this official thanks the Holy King for allowing this official to take in the Hua family disciples. Desolation Hua immediately said, "You are the great Jun army commander and a marquis. Taking in your clansmen is your right." Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes. Desolation Hua nodded gratefully. Huazuan Tian landed in front of Yin Chuan. Desolation congratulates old ancestor for returning safely. Desolation Hua bowed with excitement. Huazuan Tian immediately helped him up. Desolation, you did well. Huazuan Tian was filled with emotions. Hua Bing from the Hua family immediately said, "Old ancestor, Desolation has indeed done a lot these years. Many people who came to assassinate us were blocked by Desolation's troops." Yes, Desolation, just as everyone was praising Desolation, Huazuan Tian's voice sank, and everyone was stunned as they looked at Huazuan Tian. "Impudent. When I left, didn't I tell you to turn Desolation into the Hua family's patriarch?" Huazuan Tian said solemnly. Everyone was stunned. "Old ancestor, that was just a temporary measure. I can't afford to be the Hua family's patriarch. It's good that you're back. The Hua family has a backbone again." Desolation Hua immediately waved his hand and said. Huazuan Tian shook his head and said, "Desolation, I said you're the patriarch, so you're the patriarch. If these brats don't listen, I'll help you educate them." Everyone was stunned. Hua Bing and the others also blushed. Although everyone was grateful to Desolation Hua was still their junior, so they couldn't acknowledge him wholeheartedly. Hua Bing greets the patriarch. Hua Bing corrected his attitude again. Chapter 1307. We pay our respects to the patriarch. The group of Hua family disciples respectfully greeted. Although they were still a little unwilling, since the old ancestor had spoken, they could only bow down. Moreover, all these years they had been under the protection of Desolation. Otherwise, who knew how many people would have died? Now that the old ancestor is back, there's no need for me to be the patriarch anymore. However, old ancestor, the revered heaven territory is now a large territory and cannot be separated. Desolation transformation suddenly revealed a trace of difficulty. Hua Bing and the others frowned, but they'd been protected by Dajin all these years, so they couldn't say anything. However, Huazuan Tian laughed heartily and said, "Desolation, you don't have to be troubled. I naturally didn't come here to take back the venerable heaven territory. It's good that the old ancestor can see through it." Desolation smiled. "Yindi, I wonder if I can meet profound mystery?" Huazuan Tian suddenly took a deep breath and said, "Mysterious?" The faces of the Hua family disciples suddenly changed. Was the heavens mysterious? Wasn't he already dead? Everyone looked at Huazuan Tian in bewilderment. Zombie Yin Chuan remained silent for a while, then finally nodded. With a flip of his hand, he took out the sky-burying coffin. Suddenly, a kitten jumped out from inside. "Meow, I'm eating fish. What's the matter?" Meow jumped out blankly. Yin Chuan kept the heaven-burying coffin and looked at Huazuan Tian. Meow? Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and suddenly saw Huazuan Tian. "Meow? A saint?" Meow frowned. Huazuan Tian looked at Meow. For a moment, his entire body trembled. "Sinner, Huazuan Tian, sinner worship the heavens." Huazuan Tian suddenly choked with sobs. As he spoke, Huazuan Tian suddenly knelt down. "Kneel and worship?" "Old ancestor." The surrounding Hua family disciples suddenly cried out in shock. "Kneel?" This had never happened before. At this moment, even the ministers of the great Jin dynasty were completely shocked. "Meow, what are you doing?" Meow jumped away. The sinner became the venerated heavens. Back then, he was deceived by the lotus god, causing the heavens to fall into calamity and the world to suffer a great calamity. This bow is to the heavens. I don't ask the heavens to forgive me, but I ask for relief from my guilt. Hua Zuntian choked a little. Meow, I don't know you. I'm not familiar with you. Meow shouted. Ancestor, get up. Did you get the wrong person? Ancestor, how could you? Master. Everyone tried to persuade him. Desolation stretched out his hand, but in the end, he sighed and didn't try to persuade him. Huazun Tian, get up. Meow is no longer the mysterious heaven of the past. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Desolation Hua bowed 3 more times and slowly stood up. However, the saint's prostration had shocked everyone. Venerable ancestor, why don't you stay in Great Jun? If you feel guilty, why don't you protect Xuan Miao in this life? Desolation Melt spoke at the right time. As soon as Desolation Hua spoke, the eyes of the surrounding ministers suddenly lit up. Binding a saint to Great Jun? Then wouldn't Great Jun's strength go up a level? Everyone immediately looked at Desolation Hua with admiration. Desolation Hua had multiple considerations too. On one hand, it strengthened Great Jun's strength. On the other hand, the world was not peaceful. Huazun Tian and Great Jun forming an alliance should be safer. But Yin Chuan did not speak. But Huazun Tian shook his head and said, No, a new day. I have a new mission. Moreover, I still have an important thing to do. What? Desolation Hua asked doubtfully. Heaven. Back then, the Lotus God caused your demise. It wasn't that simple. I discovered that there were still some masterminds behind the scenes. I want to ferret them all out and pay the price for back then. Huazun Tian said coldly. Meow? What masterminds? Meow asked puzzledly. Back then, I was just deceived by the Lotus God. The Yin family was wrongly accused of colluding with the Lotus God. However, there were still some people who really colluded with the Lotus God. If not for them back then, I wouldn't have been deceived. I would have taken revenge. Therefore, I can't stay. Huazun Tian shook his head. Everyone could only feel helpless. Descendants of the Hua family and my disciples, remember clearly. Desolation Hua is your patriarch. When I'm not here, his words represent everything. No, even if I return, if I have a disagreement with Desolation Hua, you all should follow Desolation Hua's words. Huazun Tian said again. What? The group of Hua family disciples suddenly exclaimed. It was as if he wanted to show his prestige to Desolation Hua. Huazun Tian suddenly bowed to Desolation Hua. Don't, old ancestor. This is asking for my life. Desolation Hua screamed and dodged. Huazun Tian greets the patriarch. Huazun Tian said solemnly. All around, the group of Hua family disciples were at a loss. The old ancestor had already recognized the patriarch. What else was there for them to be unconvinced about? Huazun Tian did not act pretentiously. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Zun Tian refuses to be disciplined and will leave immediately. I hope that the Hua family will prosper for 10,000 generations. Desolation Hua smiled bitterly and said, Old ancestor, I can't accept you like this. You don't have to be embarrassed. One day, you will understand. You can accept it. Huazun Tian shook his head and said. Huazun Tian's words had a hidden meaning. Everyone was puzzled. Old ancestor, I wonder, how much do you understand about Gue Rulai's situation? Desolation Hua asked curiously. When Desolation Hua said this, some people did not understand, but some people instantly reacted. Huazun Tian was one. Huazun Tian suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan also nodded lightly. Ha! Huazun Tian smiled bitterly. Indeed, in this netherworld sea, Gue Rulai is an extraordinary figure. Back then, although I was overseeing the Eastern Continent, the true strongest person in the netherworld Eastern Continent was Gue Rulai. Although he almost never appeared in the world, his prestige was unparalleled in the Eastern Continent. Huazun Tian said solemnly. Oh, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Gue Rulai. People say, Devil Buddha and ghosts pay their respects. Every word of Gue Rulai. In the netherworld sea, his Tao field was filled with merit, but his merit was different from others. His was blue merit, incomparably sinister. Under Gouet Relai, there are 8 great Relai. Let's put it this way. Rumor has it that not long ago, you went to the southern continent and met old ancestor Yuhai? Huazun Tian said. That's right, old ancestor Yuhai. 10th heaven ancestor immortal. He's extraordinary. Yin Chuan nodded. The 8 great Relai under Gouet Relai. Each one of them has this strength. Huazun Tian said solemnly. What? The officials were shocked. 8 subordinates, each of them 10th heaven ancestor immortal. Among these 8 Relai, 2 cultivate Buddhism, 2 cultivate Devil Tao, 2 cultivate Tao, and 2 cultivate Ghost Tao. All of them are strange and abnormal. As for Gouet Relai, he's even more unfathomable. No one knows how strong he is. Even now, I'm still unwilling to test him. Huazun Tian said. The officials were solemn. Yin Chuan was also slightly solemn. Speaking of which, 13 of the 36 territories in the Netherworld's eastern continent belong to Gouet Relai's forces. Although they didn't publicly announce their submission to Gouet Relai, the leaders of the territories are all Gouet Relai's disciples. There's no need to guess. Huazun Tian smiled bitterly. 13 territories, countless experts, and the strongest 8 great Relai under him. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, please be careful. Huazun Tian nodded. I will. Yin Chuan nodded. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving too. Huazun Tian took a deep breath. Heavens, wait for my news. Huazun Tian bowed to Miao once again. With a wave of his sleeves, Huazun Tian soared into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Hua family disciples watched as their old ancestor left. Each of them opened their mouths, but in the end, they could only feel helpless. After dismissing the officials, Hua Desolation also dismissed the people of the Hua family. Only a few important officials remained in the plaza of the Central Palace. Yifeng thought for a moment and said, Sage King, the forces controlled by Gouet Relai aren't that easy to deal with. Zombie Yin Chuan shook his head. Dejun Holy Court has always faced difficulties head-on and never retreated. Gouet Relai is strong, but no matter how strong he is, he can't scare Dejun. Yes, Yifeng nodded. I originally wanted to stabilize Dejun's current strength, but I realized that we can't do so. With a situation like this, if we are too patient, we will only be drowned in the long river of history. Others develop too quickly, and if we don't catch up, we will only be eliminated. Gouet Relai is Dejun's whetstone. Dejun must first dominate the Netherworld's eastern continent before facing the world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, everyone answered. Yifeng, continue to organize the army and arrange the vanguard. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Zhang Yi. Yin Chuan said again. Yes. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. Go to the Netherworld Sea on my behalf and meet Gouet Relai first to find out the situation. Yin Chuan said again. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yi led a group of people and arrived at the Netherworld Sea after several months. Although the Netherworld Sea was called a sea, it was actually a huge territory. Ghosts ran rampant around the territory. Looking at the coast from afar, there were countless withered bones on the ground. The pitch-black soil looked especially eerie. Dark clouds covered the sky above the Netherworld Sea. Zhang Yi and his group flew into the Netherworld Sea and went straight to the center. Not long after, they saw the so-called Virtuous Cloud Sea. It was a strange Virtuous Cloud Sea. Normally, the Virtuous Cloud Sea would be golden. However, the Virtuous Cloud Sea in front of them was dark blue. The huge Virtuous Cloud Sea spun slowly, and a huge hole seemed to have appeared in the center. In the huge hole, there was a huge rune swastika floating. The dark blue swastika looked extremely eerie, and it gave off a feeling of dread. So it's because the reincarnation passage merged with the Virtuous Cloud Sea. No wonder the Virtuous Cloud Sea turned blue. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. Wherever they passed, countless ghosts wandered. Soon, they arrived outside a huge, eerie city. "Who are you?" A huge skeleton that was 10 feet tall suddenly shouted. On the skull of the skeleton, there was a blue swastika. Envoy Zhang Yi of the Great Perfection Holy Court requests to meet the master of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rely. Zhang Yi handed over a golden invitation. Great Perfection Holy Court? What the hell? Are you worthy of meeting Gui Rely? The huge skeleton said disdainfully. How dare you? The people behind Zhang Yi immediately shouted. Boom! A large number of skeletons surrounded them, each holding a long blade. The skeleton's eyes flickered with eerie light. Because everyone can see that if either Dijon or Gui Rely wins, we will definitely try to deal with them. So, instead of having an internal conflict with Gui Rely, why don't we? Yifeng's eyes flashed with a bright light. Drive the wolf to devour the tiger. Yin Chuan smiled faintly. Yes. The group of strategists replied loudly. Destroy his dojo first, so that he can't use the merit power of a dojo. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Holy King. This is the art of cooperation. Zhang Yi is willing to run to the various territories for Holy King. Zhang Yi said again, I can plot to make something out of nothing and anger the various territory lords. I can gather evidence of evil intentions and disturb the hearts of the various territory lords. Yifeng smiled. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan looked at the officials with satisfaction and said, Approved. Half a year later, in the eastern outer continent by Tian territory, in a restaurant in a city, the usual hustle and bustle was gone. Everyone was looking at a yellow-robed man. Chen Wu, is what you said true? A man put down his wine cup and asked, I lied to you? I lied to you to let me die in the Netherworld Sea. Chen Wu said angrily. Chen Wu, what exactly is going on? Someone asked curiously. What's going on? I think you're still dreaming. You want to do business in the Netherworld Sea? You don't even know that disaster is coming. Everyone in the Netherworld Sea. No, Gui Relay's 13 territories and Gui Relay's disciples all have a swastika symbol above their heads. Don't tell me you don't know. Chen Wu said. We know. What's going on? Didn't you say that you can use the swastika symbol to mobilize the merit power? That's Gui Relay's reward. Someone said, Reward? Haha. You want him to reward you? Are you tired of living? Chen Wu sneered. Isn't that the case? Of course not. Look at the people under Gui Relay. Aren't many of them Gui Relay's enemies? Some of the other 12 territory lords were Gui Relay's enemies. But how did they become his disciples? And they even took Gui Relay as their master? Chen Wu said coldly. Yes, I know. The Heavenly Een territory lord and when Siyuan territory lord used to have conflicts with Gui Relay's territories, but they became Gui Relay's disciples. Someone chimed in, and Chen Wu became even more enthusiastic. Of course, it's because these people are already dead. Chen Wu sneered. What? Dead? Everyone was shocked. Of course. Gui Relay controls the samsara of destiny. He's above the sea of destiny. Anyone killed by Gui Relay's influence would be sucked into the samsara of destiny. When they reincarnated, they would all have an additional swastika symbol on their forehead. This swastika symbol is what Gui Relay used to enslave them. It also changes their thoughts, making them extremely loyal to Gui Relay and turning them into puppets. Chen Wu said, Puppets? Everyone's expression changed. Yes, Gui Relay doesn't accept the submission of others because he feels that those who submit will eventually betray him. It's better to refine them all into loyal servants. If you die, don't let Gui Relay kill you. Otherwise, you'll be sucked into the samsara of destiny and will never be able to transcend. Chen Wu said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Gue Rulai is too despicable. Fortunately, he's not in our territory. Yes, if he was in our territory, it would be terrible. Everyone spoke with lingering fear. At the same time, the news quickly spread throughout the various large territories of the outer eastern continent. In an instant, countless cultivators knew about it. Some of the cultivators who were preparing to head to Nether Sea stopped in their tracks. The various territory lords were shocked and doubtful. They were already wary of Gue Rulai, but now, he was so terrifying. Men, send someone to check if this news is true. The 4 territory lords didn't believe it completely. Instead, many of them sent people to gather information about the rumors. Yifeng had purposely spread the news, so naturally, he would only release it after investigating it thoroughly. The people who spread the news were all people who had been at odds with Nether Sea in the past and had later joined them. Even if they investigated, they would only find the truth. Just as the surrounding territories were abuzz with the news, Lee Si sent people to Nether Sea again. They disguised themselves as Batian territories' emissaries and entered Nether City. They were still in Rakshasa Rulai's residence. "We are here on the orders of our leader. We are willing to form an alliance with Nether Sea," the emissary said respectfully. "Alliance? What alliance? Does Nether Sea need to form an alliance?" Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. The messenger knelt on the ground with a plop. I wouldn't dare. It's just that sect master admires Ghost Ancestor Rulai, so he sent me here to inquire about Ghost Ancestor Rulai's intentions. I'm willing to worship Ghost Ancestor Rulai as my master." "Oh." Rakshasa Rulai's eyes turned cold. The emissary could only bitterly say, "It's the holy court of great perfection. They're too domineering. They want to invade our territory, and our reverend sky, we can't stop them at all. Reverend sky, we've borders the netherworld sea, and our hierarch admires Gue Rulai." "Ha ha!" Rakshasa Rulai laughed in satisfaction. "Good. Shun Batian is a sensible person. Don't worry, one more territory lord won't make a difference. I will tell our leader. Let him meet our leader in person." Rakshasa Rulai laughed. Yes. However, I am worried that it will be too late. The holy court of great perfection is too overbearing. I am worried that they have already started to invade our territory." The emissary said worriedly, "It's fine. I will send someone to go with you. When the time comes, we will announce that Batian territory belongs to Nether Sea. They will not dare to act presumptuously again." Rakshasa Rulai said solemnly. "Yes, thank you, Rakshasa Rulai." The emissary said happily. A group of Nether Sea's experts headed to Batian territory. Naturally, they were surrounded and killed outside Batian territory by Lee Si's men. In the midst of the encirclement, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Not long after, a large number of Nether Sea's experts charged into Batian territory. At the same time, the Batian territory lord was holding a birthday banquet and invited the experts from the surrounding territories. The Batian territory lord looked at the group of people who came to ask for people. "What are you doing? The Nether Sea and Batian territory have never interfered with each other. You are causing trouble at my birthday banquet, and now you want to ask for people?" The Batian territory lord's face sank. Thousands of skeletons stood in the air, each of them emitting a murderous aura. Chun Batian, you said that you will submit to Nether Sea. How dare you lie to the Thagada?" The skeletons leading the group said coldly. "Submit to Nether Sea?" Shinbaikian's face turned cold. In the surroundings, the expressions of all the guests changed. Among the guests was great Xinjiangi. "It seems like Rakshasa Rulai is telling the truth." "Zhang," he said coldly. Everyone looked at him. "That day, when I visited Nether Sea, Rakshasa Rulai wanted great perfection to submit and unify the Outer East continent. So, he is telling the truth. Has he already made his move?" Zhang Yi's face sank. "Unify the Outer East continent?" Everyone's face changed. Boom! Boom! Below, after the skeleton guards showed their extraordinary power, they gradually seemed to be suppressed. Gradually, some of the skeleton guards were killed by the people gathered below. Rakshasa Rulai raised his eyebrows. That's not right. Where did Shinbaikian's subordinates come from? The skeleton guards are no match for them? It's Shinbaikian's birthday. The envoys sent by the major dominions can't possibly have the strength of an ancestral immortal. But there are 3 ancestral immortals in the crowd? Rakshasa Rulai's eyes turned cold. No, it's not 3. It's 12. Are those people pretending to be weak to deceive us? What? The 2 men's expressions changed. Well done, Shinbaikian. Umph. Rakshasa Rulai snorted angrily. Boom. A vast aura came crashing down from the sky. The people who were fighting suddenly came to a halt. Rumble. Rakshasa Rulai's powerful aura of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal suppressed everyone. Rakshasa Rulai, you really want to kill me to establish your dominance and suppress the Outer East continent? Shinbaikian said with an ugly expression. Under the pressure of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal's aura, everyone's body sank. Rulai, the remaining 600 skeleton guards immediately stepped forward. Shinbaikian, how dare you? Rakshasa Rulai yelled coldly. Shinbaikian's expression turned ugly. But under Rakshasa Rulai's ferocious aura, he could not resist at all. And you, and the one who shouted just now, come out. Rakshasa Rulai's aura suddenly locked onto the 13 people. 12 of them were ancestral immortals who were trying to take advantage of the situation. The 13 people were forced to come out. Who are you? Rakshasa Rulai asked in a deep voice. These are my disciples. Rakshasa Rulai, what do you want? Shinbaikian said angrily. What do I want? Haha. No one has ever dared to scheme against the Sea of Nether. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. A murderous aura surged. At that moment, a dragon's roar came from the horizon. Roar, roar, roar. Yin Chuan's 5-dragon chariot quickly flew over and arrived above them in the blink of an eye. Boom! The chariot stopped. Zombie Yin Chuan slowly stepped out of the chariot with Miao on his shoulder. Holy Ruler! Zhang Yi was the first to bow. Holy Ruler? Great perfection, Holy Ruler. Yin Chuan? Shinbaikian, I had something to discuss with you. Who would have thought that you would cause such a huge commotion here? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Miao, this monster is so ugly. Miao looked at Rakshasa Rulai and curled her lips. Holy Ruler, this Rakshasa Rulai first slandered sect Master Baitian. After failing to do so, he wanted to silence him. If you were a second later, you would only see my corpse. No, I might have been sucked into the Sea of Nether and become a puppet. Zhang, he said bitterly. Suddenly, the expressions of the people who were still hoping for a fluke changed. If they died, their souls would never be reincarnated. Everyone suddenly quivered. Their original hope was gone. They looked at Skeleton King again and saw that there was no compromise. This was not a very clever trap. Those outside might not have been able to see through it, but Rakshasa Rulai instantly understood. So it was you. Rakshasa Rulai glared. Rakshasa Rulai instantly realized that it was all Yin Chuan's plan. Boom! Rakshasa Rulai instantly flew into the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Meow! Meow cried out angrily. Yin Chuan, it seems that I have underestimated you. How dare you provoke the Sea of Nether? You can survive a disaster from heaven, but you can't survive a disaster from your own doing. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. Meow! Meow roared again. Meow, look around. I'll be right back. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, Yin Chuan looked at Rakshasa Rulai and said, Come, find a quiet place. Rakshasa Rulai's eyes narrowed, thinking that Yin Chuan was up to something again. Yin Chuan flew into the sky. Rakshasa Rulai looked at the sky and followed. In Rakshasa Rulai's opinion, in the Outer East continent, other than Gue Rulai, his 8 great Rulai were the strongest. He had to be wary of Yin Chuan with that strange cat. But now he was facing him alone? That was courting death. With the pride of the Sea of Nether, Rakshasa Rulai looked down on the powerhouses of the outer East continent. Yin Chuan was fighting Rakshasa Rulai alone. Below, Zhang Yi's eyes suddenly moved. With so many skeleton kings dead, with the sea of Nether's vengeful nature, we won't be able to survive. If something happens to the Holy King, none of us will live. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Everyone's expression changed. Anyway, it's a fight to the death. Sect Master Batian, the Sea of Nether is ready to destroy you. What are you waiting for? Kill these skeleton guards and help the Holy King. Zhang Yi shouted. That's right. Either I die or they die. Kill. Chen Batian shouted. Boom. The battle suddenly became chaotic again. Zhang Yi killed for a while and hid in the dark again. Meow. Little Zhang, you're quite good at stirring up trouble. Meow teleported to Zhang Yi's side. Haha, this was planned long ago. Thanks to Chen Baiqian's cooperation, the first step is completed quickly. When the time comes, some skeleton guards will escape. Your space power is powerful. After they escape, you must kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. Meow, of course. But will Yin Chuan be in danger? Meow looked into the depths of the starry sky with some worry. The Holy King's strength? Don't worry. There's only one Rakshasa Rulai. If the Holy King attacks him personally, he'll definitely die. Zhang Yi said coldly. Above the stars high in the sky, zombie Yin Chuan and Rakshasa Rulai stood on the peak of a mountain. After confirming that there were no ambushes around, Rakshasa Rulai looked at zombie Yin Chuan with narrowed eyes. Yin Chuan, 2 bodies. I heard that not long ago, your other body barely blocked the Nether Ocean Patriarch in the outer southern continent. Huh, I was really surprised when I heard the news. But that's all. I've seen the Nether Ocean Patriarch. Although he's also at the 10th heaven of ancestral immortal realm like me, his strength is not as strong as mine. Didn't you hear the message I asked Zhang Yi to deliver the other day? Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. I did. You did? How dare you plot against the Sea of Nether? Humph, you want to bewitch the entire outer eastern continent to attack the Sea of Nether? Your plan is really clumsy. Rakshasa Rulai said coldly. Clumsy is relative. If you die, it won't be clumsy. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Roar. With a loud roar, zombie Yin Chuan's body was surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic dragon skeletal wings rushed out of his back. 2 blood-red fangs were exposed in his mouth. You're courting death. Rakshasa Rulai glared, and a murderous aura shot out. Boom! A pitch-black path suddenly shot into the sky behind him. Countless white bone spikes emerged from a path. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The ground below suddenly changed. The original soil instantly turned into endless white bones. Chapter 1310. The Great Tao of Bones Sea appeared. The planet beneath Yin Chuan's feet was completely melted by the Sea of Bones. Endless white bones covered the entire planet. Around Rakshasa Rulai, mountains of bones soared into the sky. A murderous aura rushed towards zombie Yin Chuan. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan let out a long roar. He flapped his bone wings and suddenly appeared in front of Rakshasa Rulai. An energy claw shot towards Rakshasa Rulai. Ha ha! Rakshasa Rulai laughed arrogantly. In front of him, a mountain of bones suddenly rushed towards Yin Chuan. Boom! Yin Chuan clawed at the mountain of bones. His body approached again. So what if you're Zombie King? The power of the Great Tao. Rakshasa Rulai shouted coldly. Behind him, the Great Tao erupted with endless black light and rushed towards Rakshasa Rulai. Rakshasa Rulai's body suddenly expanded more than twice as his body surged with energy that charged into the void. He threw a punch, and a large number of cracks suddenly appeared in the void. The vast energy fist collided with Yin Chuan's energy claw. Boom! Under the collision of the two murderous figures, the overflowing energy suddenly blasted out thousands of thread-like black holes in the void. Boom! Dozens of stars in the surroundings exploded with a loud bang. Yin Chuan and Rakshasa Rulai were in a stalemate as surging energy erupted. The battle below continued. In the depths of the cosmos, on a remote planet, the Butterfly Empress stood on the peak of a mountain and watched Yin Chuan fight Rakshasa Rulai from afar. A zombie body? What powerful strength! A 5th-level ancestral immortal is stronger than a 6th-level ancestral immortal? No, Yin Chuan is already a 7th-level ancestral immortal, but in terms of strength, he might not be comparable to a 5th-level zombie body. The Butterfly Empress exclaimed. How interesting. This is going to be fun. Yin Chuan? The Butterfly Empress seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. In the distance, zombie Yin Chuan fought Rakshasa Rulai. A ferocious aura surged. Rakshasa Rulai was also filled with amazement. I didn't expect you to have such strength. You're almost catching up to me. Rakshasa Rulai exclaimed. Boom! The power of the Great Path erupted once again. Rakshasa Tathagata's power skyrocketed once again, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Unfortunately, you don't have a great Tao. You can't even deal with me. Yet you want to deal with Gui Rulai? Ha ha! Rakshasa Tathagata said disdainfully. Under the tremendous force, zombie Yin Chuan retreated slightly. Zombie Yin Chuan's face turned cold. Even without using the Great Tao, we can still kill you, Yin Chuan said coldly. As they spoke, the stars in the surroundings suddenly began to move. They began to revolve around the two of them in unique trajectories. Countless stars revolved around Yin Chuan, and small stars appeared in the center of Yin Chuan's palm. Universe in the palm. Under the universe in the palm, Yin Chuan's decline disappeared bit by bit. Countless stars circled around him, slowly forming a complex and difficult-to-understand matrix. The stars revolved with a strangling force, and immediately it went to strangle Rakshasa Tathagata. Rumble! As more and more stars revolved, faster and faster, the strangling force became stronger and stronger. Countless stars revolved around them. Cracks appeared in the void around the two of them, circling around them. It was a horrifying sight. From afar, it looked like millions of stars had formed a huge sphere. At the center of the sphere were Yin Chuan and Rakshasa Tathagata. The stars revolved at high speed, but none of them collided. Under the tremendous force, the void trembled. In the distance, the butterfly queen narrowed her eyes. This is... what cultivation technique? What a powerful strangling force. Is he using the stars in the sky? The butterfly queen's eyes were filled with confusion. Bai Clan? Bai Huang? Bai Huang's creation back then? He succeeded? The butterfly queen's expression changed. In the third epoch, Bai Huang wasn't famous. He might not be the strongest, but his wisdom was unparalleled. He told Sui that he would use his entire life to create a divine power that would lead the second epoch. Is this it? Isn't that just a fool's dream? Bai Huang succeeded? The butterfly queen said in surprise. The butterfly queen was shocked. In the distance, Yin Chuan's face suddenly turned ferocious. Void star convergence. Yin Chuan shouted. The universe in the palm's variant once again erupted with a strange force. The millions of stars quickly moved towards the center. The closer they were to the center, the stronger the strangling force. Under the strangling force of the millions of stars, the void around Yin Chuan and Rakshasa Tathagata suddenly exploded into a huge black hole. Even the star and the bone sea beneath their feet disintegrated. What? Oh no, the bone sea, great Tao, the boundless bone sea. Rakshasa Tathagata shouted in shock. In an instant, Rakshasa Tathagata's body merged with the great Tao. The great Tao erupted, and the vast bone sea star rushed in all directions. But now, in front of the millions of stars, the bone sea star's power was like a trapped beast. Not to mention the strangling force. The power of the millions of stars rushing over was extremely vast. The great Tao collided with the millions of stars. Boom! The intense collision produced endless light that shot in all directions. For a moment, it was as if a sun hung high in the sky. The dazzling light caused the void to tremble, and a rolling storm rushed in all directions. In that instant, Yin Chuan dodged because he had complete control of the stars. Rakshasa Tathagata, on the other hand, was not so lucky. Even though he had the great Tao, he was instantly shattered. After the dazzling light, there were still countless black holes in the void. When the void calmed down, the surrounding stars were no longer there. Zombie Yin Chuan stepped on Rakshasa Tathagata's broken body, his eyes still cold. I hate it. I still have many Dharma treasures and methods that I haven't used. Rakshasa Tathagata said weakly. Why do you need so many methods in a battle of life and death? Yin Chuan said coldly. I lost, but I know that your strength is only at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I was careless just now. The other Tathagatas will not be careless. Gue Tathagata will avenge me. You are dead meat. Rakshasa Tathagata said stubbornly. How dare you threaten me? Oof. Zombie Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Boom. With a claw, Zombie Yin Chuan pierced through Rakshasa Tathagata's body. Wisps of green energy spread out from his body. In the distance, the butterfly queen's expression changed. His body and soul are destroyed. Bam! Yin Chuan threw Rakshasa Tathagata down. Rakshasa Tathagata's corpse fell toward the crowd like a meteor. Below, the battle was coming to an end. There were still a dozen or so skeleton kings left. However, the huge light from before stopped the battle. Everyone looked at the sky in confusion. Some of the higher cultivation bases saw the scene in the sky clearly. Yin Chuan killed Rakshasa Tathagata? Someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked. Yin Chuan was that powerful? No! The skeleton kings cried out. Kill them! Shun Baitian shouted. Boom! The remaining people pounced on the skeleton kings. In an instant, another 10 skeleton kings were killed. Only 4 of them managed to escape. Meow! Meow Meow's figure blurred and disappeared. Bam! Rakshasa Tathagata's corpse fell to the ground. Everyone in the square fell silent. All of them looked at Yin Chuan as he landed. Yin Di is mighty, Chun Baitian exclaimed. Everyone praised him. Yin Chuan looked at the crowd and said, For skeleton kings escaped. It seems that everyone here is going to be assassinated by the Sea of Nether. What? Everyone's expression changed. They regretted not killing the 4 skeleton kings with all their might. The Sea of Nether wants to unify the outer East continent. No matter how we compromise, there is nothing we can do. Yin Di, Dejun is the strongest force outside the Sea of Nether. Please form an alliance with everyone to resist the Sea of Nether. Chun Baitian suddenly shouted. Everyone was filled with hope. Sage ruler, Rakshasa Tathagata is already so unscrupulous. Gue Tathagata must be reborn soon. Sage ruler, I agree with forming an alliance with all the territories to resist the Sea of Nether. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. Yes, Yin Di, please form an alliance. I will go back and persuade my brother to fight the Sea of Nether. Yes, Yin Di, please agree. Suddenly, a few weak-willed people shouted. Of course, there were many who looked on coldly. They did not object or agree. All right, let's go back and discuss. If we want to destroy Gay Tathagata, we must first destroy the Sea of Merits. Dejun will be in charge of the 4 northern territories of the Sea of Nether. The remaining 8 territories will be destroyed by everyone. Dejun promises that as long as the other territories do not target Dejun, Dejun will not send troops to conquer them. In the end, we will join forces with the Sea of Nether. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Great! Everyone burst into laughter. Dejun had 5 territories in the underworld. If they fought the 4 territories of Gay Tathagata head-on, both sides would suffer. Everyone was happy to see that happen. Time is of the essence. Everyone, please go back. I will send someone to contact you. Yin Chuan said again. Yes. Everyone quickly left. Regardless of whether the lords of the territories would form an alliance with Dejan in the end, everyone had to bring the news back as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, the guests had all left. Yindi, please. Chun Beitian immediately invited Yin Chuan into the main hall. Yin Chuan nodded and led Zhang Yi into the main hall. Everyone, stand guard outside. Don't come near. Chun Beitian shouted. Yes. Countless cultivators answered. Bang! The door of the main hall slammed shut. Chun Beitian greets Yin Di. Chun Beitian immediately bowed. Sect Leader Chun, you have done well this time. Yin Chuan nodded. Chun Beitian smiled and said, I met Yin Di in the past during the Venerable Heaven Sage's birthday sermon. I didn't expect Yin Di to be so powerful. I am indebted to Fusu. Most of the credit goes to him for being able to become the lord of a territory. He saved the lives of my entire clan. When he sent me a letter asking me to join Dejan, I hesitated for a while at first, but now I have no objections. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at Chun Beitian. To be honest, I'm indeed reluctant to give up my foundation, but I also know that I won't be able to hold on for too long in the upcoming battle of the world. Moreover, I've finally met her who came with Yindi. The heaven is mysterious, and the Beitian territory used to worship the heaven. Back then, my ancestors were servants of the mysterious heaven. Since she's alive, I naturally won't go against the will of my ancestors. Chun Beitian said with a smile. You can recognize Xuan Miao? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, it was only a guess in the past. When I saw her just now, I am finally certain. The small felt hat on Xuan Miao's head is the golden crow's nest. My family has records of it. Chun Beitian said. Golden crow's nest. Yin Chuan pondered. Yin Di, may I know your relationship with Fusu? Chun Beitian asked. On the other side, in a valley in Beitian territory, the left prime minister of Dejan, Li Si, was meeting with a black-robed figure. Both of them had witnessed the shocking battle just now. King Gaiyu, you have seen the strength of the Sage King. After all these years in the Sea of Nether, you have also built up a force. It is up to you to make the tree bloom. Li Si smiled. Chapter 1311. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Nether Sea. At the moment of Rakshasa Tathagata's death, a palace in the Sea of Hades suddenly exploded. Boom! Rakshasa Tathagata's palace exploded. Countless Nether Sea disciples' expressions changed when the giant palace exploded. They instantly fell into chaos. Countless cultivators walked out of the various palaces. Aggressive powerhouses walked out of the palaces that were comparable to Rakshasa Tathagata's. Whoosh! 7 of them instantly arrived at the ruins of the giant palace. A man in a kasaya waved his hand and grabbed a handful of fragments from the ruins. Rakshasa Tathagata is dead, the man in the kasaya said with an ugly expression. The eyes of the other 6 also flickered with a look of surprise. Dead? Rakshasa Tathagata might not be the strongest among us, but he's not the weakest either. 10th Firmament Ancestral Immortal? There aren't many who can kill him. Other than the hidden powerhouses in the world, the only ones who can kill him are the saints. A Tathagata holding a horsetail whisk said with a gloomy expression. Nethersea has never been bullied like this. No matter who it is, we must avenge Rakshasa Tathagata. A Tathagata whose body was covered in black aura said coldly. We're the people from Rakshasa Tathagata's palace. Come out. The 7 of them were furious. Soon, a group of skeletons ran over. Greetings, 7 Tathagatas. The leader of the skeletons said carefully. Speak, what happened? Why did Rakshasa Tathagata go out? How'd he die? The Tathagata in the Kasaya said coldly. Reporting to the 7 Tathagatas, it's Beitian weave, it's... Some of the skeletons who knew about the situation immediately reported everything. Although they did not know what happened to Rakshasa Tathagata and Beitian weave, Everyone was certain that Batian Weave was involved. Chen Batian? How dare he? Did he deliberately lure Rakshasa Tathagata out and then ambush him? Nether Sea just doesn't want to expand. Otherwise, Outer East Continent would have been ours long ago. How dare he be so presumptuous? The group of Tathagatas had gloomy expressions. I'll go and retrieve Chun Baitian's head. The Tathagata in the Kasaya said coldly. Wait. The Tathagata in the black aura had a gloomy expression. What? Rakshasa Relai left with a group of skeleton kings. Is there no one left alive? You can't even escape? Tathagata, who was covered in black gas, said in a deep voice. All the Tathagata's expressions suddenly froze. This is an intricate ambush against the people of the Sea of Hades. Not only is it a scheme, but it is also extremely powerful. Otherwise, with Rakshasa Tathagata's strength, how could he not have been able to escape? Tathagata, who was covered in black gas, said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let's wait a little longer. We have spies all over the Outer East Continent. Once the spies gather information, they will return with news soon. Let's go to the Great Strength Hall and meet the Hierarch, Tathagata said in a deep voice. All right, everyone nodded. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. The 7 great Rulai entered. Inside, there was a huge lotus platform in the north, and there were 4 lotus platforms on each side. The 7 Rulai stood on the lotus platforms on both sides and looked respectfully at the empty lotus platform in the center. Cult Master, something has happened in the Netherworld Sea. Buzz. A figure slowly appeared on the largest lotus platform. It was a black-robed man with a dignified face. The man had shoulder-length hair, and he exuded an eerie, ghostly aura. As soon as he appeared, a swastika rune slowly appeared on top of his head. Greetings, Hierarch. The 7 great Rulai said respectfully. The black-robed man, Guay Rulai, narrowed his eyes and said, I already know about Rakshasa Tathagata's death. I have already divined that it happened in Batian territory. It really is Chun Batian. The Tathagatas' faces turned cold. Cult Master, shall we go and destroy Batian's sect and capture Chun Batian? One of the Tathagata asked. That's right. Chun Batian deserves to die. Cult Master, who killed Rakshasa Tathagata? Everyone clamored and wondered. Guay Rulai shook his head and said, This shouldn't be a secret. We'll have news soon. Don't act rashly. Why? This should be a conspiracy against the Sea of Hades. Don't fall into their trap. Inform the spies to monitor the movements of the major forces in the Outer East Continent. Guay Rulai said, But Rakshasa Tathagata, don't worry. No matter who it is, I will make them pay the price. Guay Rulai said with a gloomy face. Yes, Great Jun, Great Qin City, Yinchuan study. Yifeng frowned and said, Sage ruler, the Sea of Hades should know about the Batian territory by now. Yinchuan smiled and said, They know? It's good that they know. They must know that I killed Rakshasa Tathagata. They must be hesitating whether to attack the Great Qin City or not. It's good that they come. Yifeng smiled. Yinchuan nodded. Yinchuan could kill Rakshasa Tathagata without using the power of heaven and earth. In the Great Qin City, Yinchuan's strength must be even stronger. In the Great Qin City, Yinchuan was not afraid of anyone. Therefore, sage ruler, we must strike first before the Sea of Hades. Yifeng's eyes narrowed. That's right. The Sea of Hades has the advantage of 13 territories. If we don't destroy Guay Rulai's source of power, they will definitely start a war. With the strength of 12 territories, they will first crush the 5 territories of the underworld. Li Si said worriedly. Yinchuan asked in a low voice, Did it work in the Batian Weave? Li Si smiled and said, Of the 12 territories, Chun Batian has already submitted to Great Jun, so there should be no problem. There are still 11 territory lords. 4 of them are in favor of the alliance to destroy the Sea of Hades, 4 are still hesitating, and 3 are somewhat conflicted and do not dare to attack the Sea of Hades. Has Zhang Yi started? Yinchuan asked. Yes, it has already started. I believe that after this, the seven territories will definitely attack the Sea of Hades together with Great Jun. Li Si said with certainty. Then let's begin. Li Si, you will write the declaration of war. The Sea of Hades has gone against the grain and wants to unify the outer eastern continent. With the heavenly fate reincarnation, they will refine the souls of the common people and turn them into puppets. Great Jun will lead the army of justice and invite the heroes of the world to destroy the great devil. Yin Chuan said, "This subject obeys." Li Si replied, "Yifeng, how are the arrangements of the front lines?" Yin Chuan asked, "Meng Tan, Wang Jian, Jin Yu, and Meng Yi have led the four great armies and are already gathered at the Sea of Hades. They are awaiting the sage ruler's orders." Yifeng said, "As soon as the declaration of war arrives, immediately attack the four northern territories of the Sea of Hades. You will take charge and follow up." Yin Chuan said, "Understood." Yifeng replied. After the battle in the Baitian territory, the 11 territory envoys returned to their respective territories. They quickly passed on the news in full detail. Zhang Yi was in charge of forming an alliance with the various territories to resist the Sea of Hades. 4 territory lords quickly agreed, but there were still 7 who didn't agree. In one of them, at the peak of an exquisite mountain in the Heaven Vault territory, Zhang Yi was currently drinking with one of the envoys from that day. "Lord Zhang, I was there that day as well. I told my brother about it as soon as I returned. However, my brother was overthinking things and refused to send his troops. So, I had no choice but to wish you victory." The emissary smiled as he spoke. "Hee, there's nothing we can do about it. You should know the methods of the Sea of Hades. After the battle in the Baitian territory, you are definitely on the death list of the Sea of Hades." Zhang, he shook his head and continued persuading. That envoy frowned and said, "Me? I didn't really do anything. Moreover, would the Sea of Hades care so much?" Zhang Yi continued laughing. That envoy frowned as he judged Zhang Yi's words. Not far away, in a valley, the black-robed king guy looked at the 30 experts in front of him. The 30 skeletons had a blue swastika on their forehead. "Everyone, I don't need to tell you all about the death of Rakshasa Rulai, right?" King Guy said solemnly. "That's right. Although we haven't returned to the Sea of Hades, the entire outer eastern continent is abuzz with the news." Another skeleton king said, "The sect lord just sent news. Those who schemed against the Sea of Hades must die. As long as they participated, no one will be spared." King Guy said solemnly, "That's natural. The sect lord sent you news?" The skeleton kings asked. "That's right. Do you see those 2 on the mountain? They were present at that time, helping Yin Chuan deal with the forces of the Sea of Hades. I'm sure you all have confirmed their identities over the past few days." King Guy said, "This isn't a secret. We have a name list of everyone who was present that day." The sect lord gave the order. "None of these people should think about leaving alive. Your mission is to assassinate these people. Kill the 2 in front of you." King Guy said solemnly. The group of skeleton kings nodded. This order was reasonable. There was no doubt about it at all. Without hesitation, the 30 skeleton kings soared into the sky and charged toward Zhang Yi and the rest. In the distance, the man who was drinking with Zhang Yi was looking for different excuses. Suddenly, he saw a group of skeleton kings charging toward him. What? Suddenly, a murderous aura surged. The 30 skeleton kings were in front of him in the blink of an eye. The man's expression changed. Then, he seemed to recognize one of the skeleton kings. "Skeleton Mountain? It's you? What are you doing here?" The leader of the skeleton kings said, "The sect lord gave the order to kill you." Kill me? That day I didn't kill." Boom! A huge battle broke out. Under Zhang Yi's arrangement, he and a man in front of him would not die. After sacrificing a group of subordinates, they killed the 30 skeleton kings. Zhang Yi was in a sorry state, while the man was trembling all over. No, Gui Rulai. He really wants me to die?" The man was terrified. "Sai, you won't be fine even if you hide. Zhang Yi sighed softly. Lord Zhang, don't worry. I will convince my brother. I will. The man shouted. For a time, the envoys of the various weaves were assassinated. Some recognized the people from the Sea of Hades, while others did not know who they were. Some of the envoys were dead, while others were still alive. The news spread like wildfire. For a time, all the major weaves were in a state of panic. After a few investigations, all the weaves were certain that the assassins were from the Sea of Hades. Zhang Yi quickly traveled around, while Chun Beitian quickly paid a visit to the weaves' leaders. The hesitant weaves' leaders were all persuaded. The three conflicted weaves' leaders were also forced to compromise when the other weaves' leaders arrived. At this point, the combined forces of the 17 weaves officially launched an attack on the Sea of Hades. A huge battle in the outer East Continent began in the shortest time possible. Chapter 13:12. When the 17 weaves sent out their troops at the same time, Li Si's declaration of war had also spread across the world. Li Si's writing style was naturally stunning. In the declaration of war, the Sea of Gloom had completely turned into a demon city. Gue Rulai was in charge of the reincarnation cycle, and anyone who was killed would be absorbed into the cycle and turned into a puppet. Every puppet had a swastika rune on their forehead. They were completely enslaved in their minds and lost their sense of self. The Sea of Gloom had to unify the outer East Continent. They even used despicable means to frame Chun Beitian. They were unscrupulous in order to unify the outer East Continent. The Sea of Gloom was the strongest force. If they did not resist, they would only be waiting to be destroyed. The Holy Court of Great Perfection, the righteous army of the outer East Continent, exterminate the demons, invade the Sea of Gloom. Although the declaration of war was just a piece of paper, it gathered a lot of fighting power. At the same time, it made everyone who sent out their troops understand that they were the righteous army. It greatly encouraged the generals and soldiers around. The 13 forces officially sent out their troops to attack the various weaves. Boom! With Meng Tian's first shot, the battle broke out. The entire outer East Continent was in an unprecedented battle. The declaration of war was also quickly sent to the Sea of Gloom. In the Hall of Great Strength, Gue Rulai looked at the declaration of war in his hand. A group of Sea of Gloom's experts stood in the hall. The 7 Rulai's faces were extremely ugly. Ridiculous, one of them said with a sullen face. The swastika rune is a reward from the hierarch. Any disciple who has made great contributions and is extremely loyal will be rewarded with a swastika rune, allowing them to mobilize the power of the Ocean of Merits. The hierarch's reward is actually described as evil by Li Si. Controlling people's thoughts? How can there be such an evil technique in the world? This is slander. The Rulai's faces were ugly as they scolded. Gue Rulai narrowed his eyes and said, "This is called creating something out of nothing. In the end, we were too slow and allowed the great perfection to succeed. Hierarch, let's clarify this immediately." One of the Rulai cried out. Gue Rulai shook his head and said, "It's useless. It's already too late. It can't be clarified now. No one will believe it. No, even if everyone knows that the Yuan Tian rune isn't an evil brainwashing item, these people won't be willing to admit it. Once the war starts, they can no longer turn back. Despicable. Despicable Dejun. You claim that the Yuan Tian runes are brainwashing? I think Yin Chuan is the one who has kidnapped everyone's thoughts. Kidnap this group of territories and make them listen to his orders." One of the Tathagata said with an ugly expression. Everyone was furious. Gue Rulai frowned and said, "That might not be the case. Although the 12 territories are allied with Yin Chuan, they are definitely not willing. Although these people are being used by Yin Chuan, they can also become deadly threats. Cult Master, are you saying that we should instigate them?" Another Tathagata's eyes lit up. Gue Rely nodded. Hierarch, I'll do it right away. Tathagata's face lit up with joy. Hierarch, Yin Chuan killed the Rakshasa Rely. Why don't we go to the great Qin city and look for him directly? Another Tathagata asked with a frown. Gue Rely narrowed his eyes and said, Yin Chuan can kill the Rakshasa Rely. His strength is naturally extraordinary. He's the same as me. As long as he's on his home ground and has the support of his home ground, he's invincible. We won't be able to do anything even if we go. Then, are we just going to watch this group of rascals run amok? Hierarch, we can't let them off so easily, especially this great perfection. Another Tathagata said. That's right, Hierarch. The war has been going on for half a month, but the merits above the Sea of Nether are decreasing by the day. Great perfection, and these people are all peerless generals. Tathagata said. Chapter 13:13. Sect Leader, regardless of whether we succeed in instigating the weaves, I suggest that we teach the Great Jun Empire a lesson. We should eliminate their vanguard and weaken their arrogance. That way, the weaves will be easier to convince. Another Tathagata said. Gue Rely thought for a moment and nodded. All right, the four of you will eliminate the Great Jun Empire's vanguard. Yes, the four Tathagatas' eyes lit up. Gue Rely thought for a moment and said in a low voice, just in case, all of you will act together and kill them one by one. Yes, the four Tathagata answered. Great Jun, Great Qin City, Yin Chuan study. Battle reports continued to be sent to him. Yin Chuan led a group of strategists in analyzing the situation. Sage Ruler, 9 of the 12 weaves have mobilized their troops. However, there are 3 weaves who were forced to mobilize their troops. They are somewhat passive. Li Si said with a smile. It's all right. I'm not counting on them. It doesn't matter if they are active or passive. It's enough as long as they distract the troops of the 2 weaves from the Netherworld Sea and prevent them from reinforcing the other 4 weaves. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, everyone nodded. However, keep a close eye on these people. They can be easily instigated. Yin Chuan said. Don't worry, Sage Ruler. There are guards watching them. Lu Gang said. How's the Great Jun Empire's army? Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. Sage Ruler, the Great Jin Empire's army is naturally the most ferocious. Although the enemy is powerful, they are still a sect army. How can they stop the Great Jun Empire? They are invincible. Our army is the fastest in attacking. Yifeng said in a low voice. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. The first wave of attacks from the Netherworld Sea should be coming soon. The Great Jun Empire will be the first to bear the brunt. Which of the 4 northern weaves is closest to the Netherworld Sea? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. General Wang Jian is currently attacking the Fallen Star Weave, Yifeng said. Above the vast sea outside the Fallen Star Weave, 2 Buddhas, 2 Taoists, and 4 Tathagatas stood high up in the sky, looking at the huge territory before them. The 4 of us are going to kill Wang Jian? Wasn't he being too careful? Wang Jian's current cultivation was at most at the 5th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Even though Wang Jian has 3 ancestral immortal subordinates with him, those 3 are definitely inferior to Wang Jian. Should we split into 2 groups and speed up our progress? A Tathagata dressed in a kasaya said solemnly. Let's not. Now is not the time to show off. Let's go. A Tathagata in Taoist robes said in a deep voice. The other 2 nodded. Ooh. The 4 of them quickly flew towards the Fallen Star territory. Fallen Star Weave, Wang Jian's central tent. There were countless strategists from all directions. In a large hall, he was constantly plotting how to conquer the 4 directions. Wang Jian was in another large hall, accompanying Yin Chuan, who had just rushed over. Sage King, the Sea of Hades counterattack hasn't arrived yet. Wang Jian said with a frown. Miao, why aren't they here yet? Miao stood on Yin Chuan's shoulder looking bored. Soon, King Gaia sent a message from the Sea of Hades using the goldfish life tablet. The four Tathagatas have already set off for some time. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Just as everyone was talking, boom, four powerful auras descended from the sky, pressing down on the central tent. Who is it? How dare you? A group of soldiers shouted angrily outside the hall. They didn't split up, but gathered together. Yin Chuan's expression turned serious. Sage King? Wang Jian was slightly worried. It's fine. I've already prepared for this. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Clang! Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out the sky-burying coffin. At the same time, in the other three territories, Bai Qi was accompanying Meng Tian in a central tent. Beside them was a sky-burying coffin. Buzz! The sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Everyone, enter the sky-burying coffin and come to where I am. Yin Chuan's voice came from the sky-burying coffin. Meng Tian's and Bai Qi's expressions changed. They quickly stepped into the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! Experts from all around continuously teleported over. Yin Chuan already had 6 sky-burying coffins. Naturally, teleporting 3 places was exceptionally easy. Outside Wang Jian's central tent. Who is Wang Jian? Get out here! One of the Buddhist sect's Tathagata shouted. A loud sound spread out in all directions. Countless cultivators immediately covered their ears in pain. High in the sky, the 4 Tathagatas radiated murderous intent. Wang Jian stepped out a large hall. The moment Wang Jian came out, the 4 Tathagatas recognized him. Although this was the first time they met, they had seen many portraits of Wang Jian. Huh! The 4 Tathagatas laughed coldly. However, before the 4 Tathagatas could finish laughing, Yin Chuan walked out from behind Wang Jian, carrying Miao. Yin Chuan, the Buddhist sect's Tathagata glared. Miao! Miao cried out angrily at the 4 Tathagatas, as if it was angry that it did not see it. Miao, just hold back one. Yin Chuan whispered. Miao, don't worry. It's just the 10th heaven ancestral immortal realm. Although I'm only at the 9th heaven, I can mobilize 3,000 heavenly Daos. There will definitely be no problem. Miao immediately agreed. Bai Qi, Meng Tian, Jin Deyu, Wang Jian, Meng Yi, you guys hold back one person. Yin Chuan said again. Bai Qi's voice immediately came from the large hall. Sage King, don't worry. This subject alone can hold him back. With the help of the generals, that person will definitely not be able to escape. Bai Tian, the dog god, the pheasant queen, Ao Dong, the horse king, the 5 dragons, and the 12 newly advanced ancestral immortals. Hold back the last one, Yin Chuan said with a sullen expression. 22 ancestral immortals besieging 1 Tathagata? Sage King, don't worry. The 5 of us have the primogenitor's bloodline, and we have all made great breakthroughs. Bai Tian said first. Good, Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. In the sky, the 4 Tathagatas were looking at Yin Chuan in shock. Suddenly, they felt more and more auras coming from the large hall. What's going on? One of the Tathagata asked solemnly. He who strikes first gains the advantage. Kill. Another Tathagata reached out and struck down with his palm. Roar. Yin Chuan roared as his aura surged into the sky. He bared his fangs and flapped his dragon bone wings. Yin Chuan was the first to charge out. Boom! Yin Chuan's palm shot into the sky. Meow! Meow also appeared in the sky with a spatial mystique. Heavenly Daos! Boom! 3,000 heavenly Daos instantly surrounded Meow. Meow's little claws quickly waved as she charged forward. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others charged out and headed straight for the Tathagatas. What? There's an ambush. The Tathagatas' expressions changed. The Great Jin sect had mobilized almost all of its forces to surround and kill the 4 Tathagatas. The moment the battle started, the surrounding void shook violently. Yin Chuan's battle was also to force the 4 Tathagatas into space. Chapter 1314. Fallen Star Weave. As the experts of the Netherworld moved in full force, the four Tathagoras were immediately trapped in a battle. Boom! Yin Chuan's group gradually forced the group of Tathagoras into the sky. Bai Detian's group had 22 ancestral immortals. 5 of them even had the life providence of a primogeniture. Among them, the Pheasant Queen, Bai Detian, and Ao Dong were the strongest. Although it was strenuous for them to resist one Tathagata, they still managed to do so. Miao mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and 3,000 heavenly Daos surrounded her. In terms of strength, she instantly reached the 10th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Although she did not have many combat techniques, she was strong and had spatial divine abilities. She immediately put one Tathagata in a difficult position. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, Meng Tian, and Meng Yi, the 5 gods of slaughter, surrounded one Tathagata, especially Bai Qi. The moment his golden body of slaughter appeared, the ferocious power of the great Tao rushed towards Tathagata's Buddhist light, Great Tao. The golden body of slaughter surrounded the endless karmic fire Red Lotus. In the battle, the void was filled with killing intent. To the gods of slaughter, it was like a tonic, but to Tathagata, it was a lot of interference. At this moment, Bai Qi's strength was enough to stall Tathagata. With the help of the 4 gods of slaughter, he immediately suppressed Tathagata. The battle continued. The 4 Tathagatas immediately knew that they had fallen into an ambush, but they could not escape for the time being. After a day of battle, the battlefield was finally forced into the starry sky. Rumble! This battle caused countless cultivators to look up at the sky. Above the starry sky, endless explosions were extremely dazzling. Light shot out, and black holes flickered. Even standing on the ground, one could feel the ferocious impact above the stars. All of them were frightened. In the starry sky, on a distant star, the butterfly queen looked at the distant battlefield and suddenly smiled. Yin Chuan is indeed too evil. He set up this ambush and hid such a spatial divine ability. He teleported a group of people here to fight together. As she looked, the butterfly queen's smile faded, and she revealed a hint of smugness. Tathagata, didn't you want to use heaven and earth as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces? Are you bragging to me? Let's see if you will vomit blood from anger this time. Hee. The butterfly queen seemed to be pleased with herself for matchmaking this tit for tat, and was in a good mood. On the other side of the sea of stars, on a distant planet, there were also 2 figures paying attention to the battle of Yin Chuan's group. If Yin Chuan saw them, he would definitely recognize them. They were the 2 people he met in the sealed realm. It was Meng San Sheng, the former master of the divine sect's sacred land, who wielded the Hong Meng gourd. He wore a purple robe, and beside him was a huge primordial gourd. Meng San Sheng was sitting at a stone table on top of a mountain, drinking tea while coldly watching the battle in the distance. A woman stood behind Meng San Sheng. She was Zi's cousin, Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying looked at the battle in the distance and bit her lips. Grandpa, is that Yin Chuan? Why is it surrounded by ghostly qi? It's him? The body of a Jiangxin? Huh, how interesting. Meng San Sheng said solemnly. Will Yin Chuan be in danger? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Him? You don't have to worry about him. You should be worried about the guy fighting him. The guy's going all out. As for Yin Chuan, I think he's still hiding something. Meng San Sheng said solemnly. Hiding something? Meng Hongying was surprised. Meng San Sheng narrowed his eyes, and the dragon bone on his forehead bulged slightly. I can't be wrong. That's good. Meng Hongying heaved a sigh of relief. Then, Grandpa, are we going to see Zizi later? Meng Hongying asked. Meng San Sheng held the teacup and fell into deep thought. Meng Hongying opened her mouth to ask more questions, but did not in the end. Zombie Yin Chuan flapped his dragon's skeletal wings, and his speed shocked the Buddha Tathagata again and again. His strength was also extraordinarily terrifying. After 2 days of stalemate, Yin Chuan became more and more courageous, while Buddha became more and more terrified. Countless stars danced around, and the strangulation force became stronger and stronger, just like when he fought Buddha Luosha. Buddha Luosha felt like he was bound by countless forces, and his movements became more and more difficult. Roar! Yin Chuan roared, and countless stars swarmed over again. No, the Buddhist kingdom in the palm. Buddha Luosha roared. Universe in the palm. Due to the opponent's caution, the stalemate lasted for 2 days before the outcome was decided. It was like the battle that day, and the stars collided with the great Tao. Endless power rushed toward Buddha Luosha. Boom! The void trembled violently. Buddha Luosha was in a huge black hole, and his body was instantly damaged. He was on the verge of death. Yin Chuan, the sect master, will avenge me, Buddha Luosha said with grief and indignation. Boom! Yin Chuan clawed through his head. I'll be waiting. After killing Buddha Luosha, Yin Chuan immediately rushed to Miao's battlefield. He killed another Buddha Luosha. No, you killed him? Buddha Luosha exclaimed. Miao, use your spatial powers. Don't let him escape. Yin Chuan shouted. Got it, Miao. Miao quickly jumped through the void. In an instant, it was as if there were hundreds of Miaos surrounding the void. Great sound, great Tao, Buddha Luosha exclaimed. Wong. The surrounding space trembled violently. This power was still impactful to others, but to Yin Chuan and Miao, it did not affect them much. This part of the starry sky belonged to the shallow star layer, and endless stars surrounded them. Yin Chuan quickly mobilized countless stars again. The battle just now repeated itself. Tathagata, who was cultivating, was extremely anxious. However, there was nothing he could do right now. Yin Chuan and Miao Miao were both stronger than him. With Miao Miao around, he couldn't even escape. Half a day later. Sectmaster, save me. Boom! The second Buddha Luosha was killed by Yin Chuan and Miao again. In the distant starry sky, the butterfly queen shook her head and sighed. What a ferocious zombie. On the other side, Meng Hongying clenched her fists as she watched Yin Chuan kill another Buddha Luosha. Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes. Not enough. With the death of the first 2 Buddha Luosha, the last 2 Buddha Luosha completely lost their will to fight. Yin Chuan, we will definitely take revenge. Roar! Buddha Luosha, who was surrounded by Bai Ditian, roared in grief and anger. Boom! Boom! The 2 Buddha Luosha were severely injured. They separated from the rest and tried to escape. Both of them were at the 10th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. Even Yin Chuan and Bai Qi were only on par with them in terms of speed. They could not stop the 2 Buddha Luosha at all. Miao! Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Miao got it. Miao's figure flashed and blocked 1 Buddha Luosha. Boom! Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the others charged forward. The other Buddha Luosha turned his head and wanted to help. However, when he saw Yin Chuan and the others, he immediately revealed a look of grief and anger. That was because he knew that even if he stayed, he would only be trapped. Spatial divine abilities ignored speed. They were too fast. Yin Chuan, I will be back. I will come back to take revenge. Roar! Buddha Luosha said in grief and anger. He turned around and charged toward the east. What a pity, Bai Qi sighed. Although they could not stop the last Buddha Luosha, the remaining one would definitely not be able to escape. As for that Buddha Luosha, he seemed to have foreseen his own doomsday. A ruthless look appeared on his face. Yin Chuan, I curse you to die a horrible death, Buddha Luosha roared. His body suddenly expanded. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Bai Qi's expression changed. Boom! The void shattered as the terrifying self-destruction of a 10th heaven ancestral immortal charged toward the group of ancestral immortals. Dejun and the others were unharmed, but the other ancestral immortals were severely injured. 2 of the newly ascended ancestral immortals even shattered the heavenly Tao and exploded, dying on the spot. A palm suddenly pierced into the center of the explosion. Boom! In Yin Chuan's hand, there was a green energy ball. It was the soul of the self-destructing Buddha Luo Sha. Die a horrible death? Head, don't you know? This body of mine is already dead. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Buddha Luo Sha's soul was humiliated and angry, and Yin Chuan squeezed it. Boom! The soul scattered. On the other side, several ancestral immortals clutched their wounds in pain. Yin Chuan waved his hand again, and the souls of the two dead ancestral immortals gathered in front of Yin Chuan. Don't worry, you died for Dejun, so Dejun won't ignore you. The two of you can cultivate as ghosts, and your salaries and titles will remain unchanged. Bring blessings to your entire clan. Go find Li Si and tell him that I've bestowed upon you. Yin Chuan promised solemnly. Thank you, Holy King. The two souls were pleasantly surprised. In the distant starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned. Buddha Luo Sha, no wonder you're so arrogant. Your pawns are so unyielding. In another part of the starry sky, Meng Hongying smiled excitedly. Meng Sanqing stared at zombie Yin Chuan in the distance with narrowed eyes. 3 Buddha Luo Sha had fallen. The most direct manifestation of this was the Sea of Nether. Boom, boom, boom. 3 super loud explosions sounded above the virtuous cloud. 3 Buddha Luo Sha's Dharma forms exploded one after another, and the entire virtuous cloud churned nonstop. At this moment, all the experts in the Sea of Nether stopped what they were doing and looked at the sky in confusion. Buddha Luo Sha, Buddha Luo Sha, Buddha Luo Sha, and Buddha Luo Sha have all fallen? How did this happen? Am I dreaming? The Sea of Nether instantly boiled over. At this moment, the Great Strength Hall had fallen into a deep silence. Almost everyone's expression was gloomy. Then they looked at Gue Luo Sha, who was on the largest lotus seat in the center. The death of Rakshasa Tathagata had enraged everyone. Boundless fury. But now, 3 Buddha Luo Sha had fallen one after another. It was no longer something that could be expressed with anger. There was a hint of solemnity and a hint of panic. Half of the 8 Buddha Luo Sha Buddha's subordinates were already dead. Gue Luo Sha's expression was calm, but his eyes contained a cold, murderous intent. Chapter 13:15. News of Tathagata Buddha, Tathagata Thousand Feelers, and Tathagata Daran being killed by Great Jin quickly spread throughout the outer East continent. Including Rakshasa Tathagata, Great Jin had already killed 4 Tathagatas. The outer East continent was in an uproar. The territorial lords who had been actively fighting were still worried about the Sea of Nether's forces. It was fine if they won the battles, but some of the defeats were a huge blow to their morale. After all, the Sea of Nether was too powerful. Now that Great Jin's news had spread, it instantly boosted their morale. The main force of the Sea of Nether was Gue Tathagata and his 8 Tathagatas, for had already died. If this continued, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. Of course, there were some who were worried that Great Jin would go back on his word, but at least that was not the case yet. The territorial lords could not stay still. They had only offended the Sea of Nether. If they gave up now, they would not be pleasing either side. The war continued, and the Alliance army became fiercer. The battle in the outer East continent became more and more intense. At the same time, in the Great Strength Hall of the Sea of Nether, a Tathagata who had fled in panic knelt on a lotus platform with a guilty expression. Golden Light, sit down. This is not your fault. Gue Tathagata took a deep breath. Yes. Golden Light bitterly sat down cross-legged. The entire Great Strength Hall fell into a solemn mood. There was a long silence in the hall. How strong is Yin Chuan? Gue Tathagata asked again. Zombie King. He is very strong and has a strange ability that allows him to absorb 1,000,000 stars for his own use. We all fell his hands. Golden Light bitterly said. How strong is he? Guei Tethagata asked again. The strength of a 10th firmament ancestral immortal is on par with us. Moreover, he doesn't have a great Tao. We actually fell at the hands of someone without a great Tao. Ha! Golden Light bitterly said. No great Tao. There was a sudden commotion in the hall. Another Tethagata, surrounded by black gas, nodded and said, I have all the information on Yin Chuan. Moreover, I have also collected information on his Yang realm body. Yin Chuan has only been an ancestral immortal for a few years, but he is blessed with great fortune. He has the identity of the Tao god of the Qing Tian Tao. Besides, his Yang realm body has a great Tao, which is the cypress tree of the Yang realm world tree. There's definitely no such body in the netherworld. Yang realm body? Guei Rulai asked in a deep voice. Yes, Sectmaster. Not long ago, the saint sent news that Yin Chuan's human body is still in the world of the living. Tethagata, who is surrounded by black gas, said in a deep voice. Are you sure? Guei Rulai asked solemnly. Definitely. That saint clearly has a grudge against Yin Chuan, but he doesn't want to get involved in this matter. Just give me the news. You don't have to worry about Yin Chuan's safety. Guei Rulai nodded. Hierarch, Yin Chuan has killed 4 Tethagatas, and his name is spread far and wide. Judging from the cloud of merits, the battles in the various territories are getting more and more intense. The forces of the Sea of Hades can't hold on much longer. That's right. Sectmaster, we have to restore our prestige. Otherwise, with this momentum, our territories will be in danger. Everyone stated the facts. Guei Rulai nodded. After another moment of silence, he suddenly looked at a Tethagata beside him. Brute devil, how's the matter of instigating a rebellion going? Guei Rulai asked in a deep voice. When the war started, most of them were unwilling to be instigated. However, there were still 3 territory lords who were forced to join Yin Chuan's alliance. The 3 territory lords fought against 2 of our territories. Moreover, they didn't contribute much during the war. I wanted to make a promise, and they agreed. That brute devil Tethagata said solemnly. That's for the best. Guei Rulai said after taking a deep breath. Whoosh! Guei Rulai stood up and said, Brute devil, come with me to meet the 3 territory lords. The rest of you, stay in Netherworld Sea. What? Sectmaster, you're going to personally take action? The Tethagatas exclaimed in shock. Yin Chuan is the leader of the alliance. If he can personally take action, why can't I? I won't go to his great Qin. He killed my Tethagata, so I'll chop off his arm. Guei Rulai said with a cold gaze. Yes, the Tethagatas answered. 10 days later, Guei Rulai and Brute Devil Tethagata stood in the center of an ocean. Brute Devil Tethagata had quickly notified them. The ancestral immortals of both sides of the 2 territories had arrived. 10 ancestral immortals with Inferno heaven runes on their foreheads knelt on one knee before Guei Rulai. Disciples greet Master. The 10 ancestral immortals said respectfully. On the other side, the 3 territory lords who had been instigated to defect each brought 4 ancestral immortals with them. A total of 15 ancestral immortals bowed respectfully to Guei Rulai. Greetings, Sect Master Guei Rulai. The 15 ancestral immortals said respectfully. The other territories were fighting their own battles. Guei Rulai didn't mobilize them. He only gathered 25 ancestral immortals. Let's go to Fallen Star territory. Guei Rulai said solemnly. Guei Rulai, Brute Devil Tethagata, and 25 ancestral immortals charged towards Fallen Star territory. Fallen Star territory was the place where Yin Chuan had fought the 4 Tethagatas. Guei Rulai's goal was to kill Wang Jian. 10 days later, Fallen Star territory, Lord Manor. Greetings, Master. The Fallen Star territory lord called out excitedly. The Fallen Star territory lord had personally witnessed the battle in Fallen Star territory. It wasn't that he didn't want to help. It was that he couldn't help at all. Wang Jian's army had 5 ancestral immortal generals, and they were keeping a close eye on the 5 ancestral immortals of Fallen Star territory. Help! He couldn't help at all. All he could do was watch as the Tathagatas were killed one after another. The only thing he could do was quickly send a message to the Nether Sea. However, they were too far away, so far that even if Gue Rulai came at full speed, he wouldn't be able to make it in time. They were too far away. During this period of time, each day felt like a year to the defending army. The defending army was weaker than Wang Jian to begin with. After that battle, they became even weaker. They didn't expect Gue Rulai to come at this time. "Where's Wang Jian? Take me there and kill him," Gue Rulai said in a deep voice. "Yes," the Fallen Star Territory Lord said excitedly. Without hesitation, he brought Gue Rulai with him and charged towards Wang Jian's Central Army camp. Boom! Waves of aura surged downwards. The three Weave Lords grew increasingly terrified, but since things had already come to this point, they could only brace themselves and continue. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's eyes turned slightly cold. "Everyone, Yin Chuan, Bai Qi, and Black Cat aren't here. It's just this group. Once we flatten the Great Qin City, Yin Chuan will no longer be a threat. Let's go and kill him," Recklessly Fiend Tathagata said in a low voice. "Yes," everyone answered. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata took out a wheel of destruction and aimed it at the nearby central palace. A beam of black light suddenly slashed out, seeming as though it would slice through the entire central palace. Mo Yushi's expression didn't change at all. Just as the black light was about to slash down, a loud shout suddenly came from the south of the Great Qin City. "Heaven breaking!" A loud shout rang out. Buzz! A heavenly Tao shot into the nine heavens and split apart, instantly forming a blade-shaped heavenly Tao that slashed down at Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Boom! Along with the blade, millions of strands of sword chi surrounded it and shot towards Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. Boom! The wheel of destruction and the blade collided in midair, causing the void to tremble. Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's attack was blocked. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators changed. They saw 15 black-robed figures standing to the south of the Great Qin City. The leader held a white sword. It was him who had blocked Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. "Who are you?" Recklessly Fiend Tathagata's expression changed. However, the 15 black-robed figures ignored him. Mo Yushi took a deep breath and said, "Everyone attack." "Yes," Bai Diqian and the others answered. Boom! Everyone instantly charged forward. Among the group of black-robed figures, the leader was the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's master, Dugawudi, who controlled the weapon's heavenly vein. Dugawudi stepped forward and led 3 black-robed figures towards Recklessly Fiend Tathagata. As for the other black-robed figures, they followed by Diqian and the others to fight the 25 panicking ancestral immortals. Boom! Outside the Great Qin City, battles broke out everywhere. Great Qin's foundation could be seen at a glance. Mo Yushi stood in front of the central palace and coldly looked at the battlefield. Above the netherworld sea, among the stars, the Butterfly Queen looked at the chaotic netherworld sea and frowned slightly. "Yin Chuan is actually more belligerent than I thought. I wasn't paying attention, and he actually killed his way here." The Butterfly Queen looked at the battlefield strangely. After thinking for a while, the Butterfly Queen suddenly laughed again. "Tathagata, you're going to suffer greatly this time." Hee hee. Below, the battle had already been going on for 8 days. With the help of the virtuous Cloud Sea, the group of Tathagatas was indeed much more ferocious. Even so, Yin Chuan and the others became braver as they fought. After 8 days, one Tathagata had already died. Boom! With a loud sound, Yin Chuan's huge claw tore open the second Tathagata's head. Meow. This is so tiring. Yin Chuan, I'm almost out of strength. These fellows have the help of virtuous merit. It's too troublesome. Meow said anxiously. 2 Tathagatas had died. 7 ancestral immortals had also been ambushed and killed. Now only 2 remained. Only Tathagata Golden Light remained. At this moment, he was indescribably horrified. The virtuous Dermic idol had already arrived, and he was covered in injuries as he looked at this group of people in horror. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Yi, Jin Diyu, and King of Gai were all injured. Clearly, the Tathagata were at a disadvantage in this battle. Miao was also out of strength. Only Yin Chuan did not look tired. However, this Yin Chuan was the most terrifying. Many Tathagatas had died at his hands. I'm the only one left. What should I do? Cult Master, why aren't you back yet? Tathagata Golden Light exclaimed in horror. Yin Chuan looked at the rubble and took a deep breath. All right, let's go. Meow. Meow nodded. At this moment, it was exhausted and did not want to continue fighting. Yes, everyone answered. Whoosh. The group turned around and quickly rushed in a certain direction. Tathagata, should we give chase? One of the idiots shouted. The surviving cultivators in the surroundings all fell silent. The combat prowess of Yin Chuan's group was too ferocious. Give chase. Even if they were not afraid of death, they were not that foolish. Yin Chuan left. Tathagata City was in ruins. Perhaps only 10 or 20% of it remained. Countless cultivators showed bitter expressions. Suddenly, a vast aura charged over. Boom! The force of wind instantly blew up the surrounding rubble. Everyone looked over in horror and saw the black-robed gate Tathagata hovering in the air. His long hair fluttered, and his eyes burned with rage. Cult Master, you finally returned. Cult Master! Cult Master! The surroundings were filled with ecstasy. Countless ghost cultivators had the urge to cry. During this period of time, Yin Chuan's massacre was too shocking. It was a one-sided massacre. He had killed for many days. The boundless confidence and arrogance of the past had been completely wiped out in these few days. Heaven and earth did not respond. With the cult master not around, countless cultivators were on the verge of despair. Gue Tathagata stood high in the sky, looking at the ruins and endless bones. His expression was extremely ugly. Yin Chuan, roar! Gue Tathagata roared furiously. Rumble! The entire virtuous cloud sea-roiled. Golden Tathagata flew over with a bitter expression. Cult Master, this subordinate is useless. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Suppressing his endless anger, Gue Tathagata looked at Golden Tathagata. Where is Yin Chuan? Gue Tathagata asked in a low voice. He left half a day ago. He seemed to have guessed that the cult master would return. Golden Tathagata said bitterly. Yin Chuan's group left the Netherworld Sea. At the same time, the outcome of the battle outside the Great Qin City was decided. In the end, reckless devil Tathagata escaped with 6 of his subordinates. Of the remaining people, 6 were dead and 13 were captured. Great victory! Long live great victory! Long live great victory! Cheers came from the Great Qin City, a stark contrast to the Netherworld Sea. The battle between the Great Qin City and Tathagata City could not be hidden at all. As if the news had grown wings, the scouts of the various weaves quickly spread the news everywhere. 2 more Tathagatas died. Yin Chuan even attacked Tathagata City. He almost razed Tathagata City to the ground. 3 weave lords had betrayed the alliance and attacked the Great Qin City with reckless devil Tathagata. In the end, they were either dead or captured. Holding the information in their hands, the 4 weave lords instantly felt a sense of loss. Yin Chuan killed 6 Tathagatas? At that moment, everyone suddenly realized that they were being used by Great Victory. Great Victory had deliberately tied them to the same war chariot. This was Great Victory's scheme. However, They were now riding a tiger and could not back down. Stop the alliance? That would offend great victory as well. While the Weave Lords were anxious, Zhang Yi quickly went to the various camps. Everyone, don't worry. The sage monarch's words are worth 1,000 gold. What he says will always be effective. As long as you don't think of attacking great victory, this alliance will always be maintained. Zhang Yi promised again. The four Weave Lords could only agree. They continued to fight the Netherworld Sea. Chapter 13-17. Netherworld, Great Qin City, Yin Chuan's study room. The front line was once again handed over to Wang Jian and the rest. Yifeng and the other civil officials had returned. Sage ruler, the news of the calamity that befell the Sea of Hades has spread throughout the outer East continent. The morale of the Alliance's army is getting stronger, while the Sea of Hades army has lost their morale. Reports of victory keep coming in. Yifeng smiled. The Sea of Hades, the 8 Rulai under Gue Rulai. They don't even know how to play their cards well. Mournful Transformation sneered. Sage ruler, after this incident, I believe Gue Rulai won't dare to go to the other territories alone. Li Si smiled. Yinchuan nodded and said, that's right. Great Zhun has already secured victory in this battle. As a precaution, send a message to the other armies. If there is news of Gue Rulai's return, all generals are to prioritize self-preservation. I will allow them to escape. Yes, Li Si answered. Then, Yinchuan looked at King Gai, who was at the side. King Gai was wearing a black robe and standing in a corner. King Gai, Yinchuan spoke again. Here, King Gai stepped forward and said, I haven't given you a title all this while, because I was worried that you would be seen through by others. Previously, when Venerable Transformation attacked, you incited the 3 territory lords to attack. You have already done a great service. However, you only agreed to join Great Zhun after that incident. Therefore, I can reward you more. However, that can't be counted as a merit. This time, you have contributed greatly to the battle against the Sea of Hades. Yinchuan said solemnly. Yes. King Gai nodded. From today onwards, King Gai will be the 10th Army Commander of Great Zhun. He will be conferred the title of First Grade Viscount Skeleton. He will be in charge of Great Zhun Skeleton Tribe and establish the 10th Army. Yinchuan said solemnly. Yes, your subject, Skeleton, thanks the sage ruler. King Gai answered. Boom. Above Great Zhun's Sea of Providence, there was a loud explosion. A wave of Providence rushed down and entered King Gai's body. Above the Sea of Providence clouds, King Guai's godly image slowly materialized. Yinchuan looked at King Gai and said, In the sealed realm, I've seen your power. You have great leadership skills. The Skeleton Tribe is a major tribe in the Netherworld. Even in the Greater Thousand Worlds, there are traces of the Skeleton Tribe. I hope that one day, you will not only be the leader of all the skeletons, but all the skeletons in the world will be under your command. Yes, thank you for your trust, Holy King. King of Gai replied. In the study room, many of the officials revealed looks of envy. After all, the position of a Legion commander was not something that could be obtained through merit alone. Most of the time, there was also potential. Liu Gang stepped forward and asked, Holy King, how should we deal with the 3 Weave Lords who have defected? Yinchuan thought for a moment and said, Detain them for now. Increase the number of spies in their territories. Yes, Liu Gang replied. While everyone was discussing, Zhao Gao's voice came from outside the study. Reporting to the Holy King. Come in, Yinchuan instructed. Zhao Gao stepped into the study. Holy King, we have guests, Zhao Gao said. Oh, Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying from the divine world of the sealed world, Zhao Gao said gravely. Them? Yinchuan's expression turned grave. The war continued in the outer East continent. However, the Dark North Sea's decline was already apparent. For a time, the Dark North Sea's forces were forced to retreat. Their morale had already fallen, and they no longer had the will to win. If they continued fighting, they would only be risking their lives. The stalemate lasted for more than 2 months. The Dark North Sea's various territories suffered one defeat after another. Dark North Sea, Tathagata City, Great Strength Hall. Gue Rulai sat on a lotus platform with Golden Light Tathagata and Blasphemous Tathagata on his left and right. A group of cultivators stood on both sides, listening to a few people report the situation of the various battles. News of the various defeats filled the hall. For a time, the atmosphere in the hall was extremely stifling. Sect Master, this is how it is. A cultivator finished his report. The hall fell deathly silent as Gue Rulai fell into deep thought. Sect Master, what should we do now? Golden Light Tathagata asked worriedly. Great Jun wants to defeat them one by one. As expected, one step ahead will lead to another. Gue Rulai said solemnly. After a moment of silence, Gue Rulai said, inform the remaining territories to give up on their disciples and come to the Dark North Sea. What? Golden Light Tathagata's expression changed. Sect Master, this is giving up on the 12 territories? Blasphemous Tathagata's expression changed. Giving up. Everyone in the hall was shocked. 12 territories. A total of 12 territories. How could they give up on them just like that? Gue Rulai nodded and said, indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. The news has already spread. We can't find a location of the enemy's main camp in the midst of the war. Clearly, it must be Yin Chuan's idea. He learned from the previous lesson and had everyone hide in the dark. Yin Chuan is really shameless. Blasphemous Tathagata said hatefully, this isn't about being shameless. It's just that he doesn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Victory is already secured, so why put himself in danger? Gue Rulai was also indignant. But, Sect Master, it wasn't easy for us to control the 12 territories. Are we going to give them up just like that? Golden Light Tathagata was still unwilling to give up. If we keep the people and lose the land, both the people and the land will exist. If we keep the land and lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. As long as this group of people is still around, there will be a day when we can take back the territories. However, if these people die, then the territories will definitely have nothing to do with the Dark North Sea. It will be a further blow to the morale of the Dark North Sea. Gue Rulai said solemnly. But, Golden Light Tathagata said worriedly, I've calmed down during this period and realized that I've indeed underestimated the people of this world. At the very least, I've underestimated Yin Chuan. This Yin Chuan isn't an easy person to deal with. I was too arrogant before. Gue Rulai said solemnly, Sect Master, let them come back. Gather the Dark North Sea and turn it into an invincible territory. We'll fight the Alliance army here. If we lose, we won't be able to reverse the situation. If we win, the entire outer East continent will be under the control of the Dark North Sea. Gue Rulai said solemnly. Yes, everyone thought about it and felt that this was the best way. It's a pity that the 6 of them died. However, we'll definitely get our revenge. Gue Rulai said with a gloomy expression. Yes, the Dark North Sea retreated. The 10 territories that were already at a disadvantage were instantly unable to withstand a single blow. Great Sheen City, Upper Study. Good news, Sage Monarch. The 12 territories of the Dark North Sea have given up on resisting. They've completely given up. Yifeng laughed loudly. Good. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Increase the number of troops and quickly take over the territories. Yin Chuan ordered once more. Yes. The 4 marshals will each take over a territory. That's 4 territories. The 3 weaves that betrayed the alliance and fought against the 2 weaves can also be collected. Yifeng laughed. Yin Chuan nodded and said, inform the leaders of the various territories that we will meet with them to distribute the fruits of victory. Yes. Yifeng smiled and quickly left. Yin Chuan then walked out of the study. Meow. Meow jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder out of nowhere. Meow. Yin Chuan, she's here again. Meow called out. Meng Hongying was walking over from not far away. Meng Hongying also saw Yin Chuan from afar. When she walked over, her expression was extremely complicated. Yin Chuan, Grandpa and I have been living in the Great Qin City for so long. Why won't he let us see ZZ? Meng Hongying bit her lips and asked. Meng Hongying was no longer wearing the sexy, tight-fitting clothes she used to wear. Instead, she was much more conservative. However, even her conservative clothes could not hide her curvy figure. Let's wait a little longer to prevent any accidents. Yin Chuan shook his head. Meng Hongying frowned and said, Are you worried that we'll harm ZZ? I'm her sister, and Grandpa is her biological grandfather. ZZ is heavily injured and is under my protection. I don't want anything to happen to her. Once I obtain the reincarnation of destiny and use it to heal her, I will let you two meet again. Yin Chuan insisted. Reincarnation destiny? Grandpa said that he can help you if you want to deal with Gui Rulai. Meng Hongying said again. No need. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Can you defeat Gui Rulai? He's at the 11th heaven of the ancestral immortal realm and has the ghostly voice Great Tao. He also controls the reincarnation destiny and has immeasurable merit. Even the current sages would not want to be his enemy. What if you? Meng Hongying said anxiously. Looking at Meng Hongying, Yin Chuan was touched and smiled. Don't worry. If I really can't do anything, I'll ask you for help. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Meng Hongying felt helpless. Meow. You're also concerned about Sister ZZ? Don't worry. With me around, Yin Chuan will be fine. Meow said. Meng Hongying did not know whether to laugh or cry at Meow's words. All right, I'll persuade Grandpa to go to the Netherworld Sea with you. Meng Hongying sighed. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Meng Hongying, I know you care about ZZ, so I'm grateful to you. However, I'm not grateful to Meng Sansheng. Why? Meng Hongying was puzzled. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said, Although Meng Sansheng and I are not enemies, I know that he doesn't really care about ZZ. After all, he didn't care about ZZ's suffering in the sealed world. He suddenly came to help me and made me hesitate. I want to know why you're looking for ZZ. No. Meng Hongying said blankly and then looked angry. Think about it again. Yin Chuan said again. Meng Hongying was angry at Yin Chuan's attitude, but after thinking about it, she realized that it was indeed strange. I don't know. Meng Hongying could only shake her head. I don't know how strong Meng Sansheng is, but I don't want to owe him anything. Chapter 13-18. Fallen Star Weave. Yin Chuan met with the Weave Lords outside the Great Qin Empire. Only Yin Chuan, Zhang Yi, and the 9 Weave Lords were present. They were gathered around a huge spell disc with a map of the Outer East Continent's 36 territories. Apart from Chun Baitian, all the Weave Lords looked at Yin Chuan warily. Yama Emperor, may I know why you've summoned us? One of the Weave Lords asked. Zhang Yi stepped forward and said, Everyone, the Sea of Nether has retreated. Our alliance is close to victory. Apart from the Sea of Nether, it's time to decide who will take the remaining 12 territories. Everyone's eyes narrowed. One of them asked, How do you want to divide them? Yama Emperor? Great Jun's recent display of strength had made all the Weave Lords wary. Thus, they were afraid that Great Jun would abandon them. Zhang Yi smiled slightly and said, What Great Jun promised will naturally be fulfilled. Here, let me relay the Holy King's thoughts for everyone's reference. Everyone looked at Zhang Yi. There are 12 weaves in the Nether Sea. The Great Jun Empire will attack 4 weaves. These 4 weaves belong to the Great Jun Empire. Every 3 weaves will attack 2 weaves from the Nether Sea. The amount you attack will be counted. Everyone nodded. Even though they were jealous of Great Jun for obtaining so many territories, they were still the ones who had obtained them, so there was no reason for them to share them. Secondly, there are 3 territory lords who colluded with the Netherworld Sea to attack us. They have either been killed or captured. Our benevolent Great Jun will only take 2 of the Netherworld Sea's territories. As for the 3 territories that betrayed the alliance, they will be divided equally among all of you. Zhang Yi continued. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. They had thought that Great Jun would take the other 5 territories. After all, no one had a reason to stop them. But now, Great Jun was leaving them some scraps? The precondition is that after you've conquered the various territories, you'll continue to work with great accomplishment to conquer the Netherworld Sea. Great accomplishment doesn't ask for much. Rulai Gui, Rulai Goldenlight, and Rulai Barbaric are the absolute experts of the Netherworld Sea. All you need to do is keep the other ancestral immortals busy. Of course, as long as we don't get rid of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai will definitely seek us out for revenge. Since it's just holding back those ancestral immortals, I, Chun Baitian, am the first to agree. Chun Baitian was the first to agree. No one understood the relationship between Chun Baitian and Dejun. However, they found Chun Baitian's words reasonable. Rest assured, Yin Di. Everyone agreed. Yin Chuan nodded and said, in that case, Great Jun will take 6 weaves, and all of you will take 1 weave each. Yin Di is just. Everyone laughed. Although it was far from being comparable to great accomplishment, they were still happy that they would be able to obtain a new territory in such a short period of time and double their territory. However, from the map, Great Accomplishment's territory overlaps with the territories that all of you have taken, so it's not convenient for each of you to rule over them. The sage ruler intends to swap out the territories that are about to be taken, so that they can be connected. Zhang Yi added. Of course, everyone agreed. In the blink of an eye, the territories on the map were reorganized. Great Accomplishment's Netherworld territory expanded to 11 territories in the blink of an eye, occupying nearly a third of the territory in the outer eastern continent. Yin Di is benevolent and righteous. Yin Di is just. Everyone praised. Yin Chuan nodded and said, there's not much resistance in the various territories. I'll give all of you a year. After a year, each of you will sort out your own territories and meet at the Netherworld Sea in a year and a half. Don't worry, Indi. Everyone agreed. Netherworld Sea, Great Strength Hall. Gui Rulai sat on a lotus throne and looked up at the ceiling. It was as if he could see the virtuous cloud sea. More virtuous merit disappeared. The alliance has taken over the various territories. The countless living beings and dead spirits that used to provide me with virtuous merit are no longer able to obtain our protection. They gave up on their faith and resentfully erased the virtuous merit they gave me in the past. The virtuous cloud sea is getting smaller and smaller. Golden Light Rulai said worriedly, the decisive battle is imminent. The virtuous merit is enough. Gui Rulai said solemnly. Yes, even if we suffered losses in the past after this retreat, our Netherworld Sea still has 54 ancestral immortals. This is something that the Alliance will never be able to compare to. Reckless Devil Rulai said with certainty. As the number of experts in the hall increased, countless cultivators did not fear the Alliance. They rubbed their palms together and waited for the decisive battle to take revenge. 2 years later, Netherworld Sea to Thagata City. At a glance, the densely packed cultivators were clearly separated into 2 sides. On one side was Gui Rulai, and on the left and right were Golden Light Rulai and Reckless Devil Rulai. Behind them were 54 ancestral immortals and countless powerful cultivators from Netherworld Sea. There were so many of them that one could not see the end of them. On the other side, countless cultivators stood. On the peaks of various mountain peaks stood the lords of various territories. On the leading peak, Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at the other side. Miao was in Mo Yushi's arms, standing at the side. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the other officials stared fiercely at the other side. There were countless cultivators on both sides, but it was silent at this moment. Goe Rilai and zombie Yin Chuan looked at each other. In a distant valley, Meng Sansheng carried a large gourd on his back, and Meng Hongying stood beside him. "Grandpa, what is Yin Chuan's cultivation?" Meng Hongying asked worriedly. "Fifth firmament, ancestral immortal," Meng Sansheng said solemnly. "What? Only fifth firmament?" Meng Hongying exclaimed. At the same time, her eyes flashed with intense worry. "Yes, I have a feeling that Yin Chuan is still holding back when he fought against the Tathagatas. However, we will soon find out what it is," Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Meng Hongying looked at Meng Sansheng, then bit her lips and said, "Grandpa, do you have a motive for looking for ZZ?" Meng Sansheng raised his eyebrows and looked coldly at Meng Hongying. Meng Hongying stubbornly refused to lower her head. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, "Everything is for the realm of the gods. What? Is there really a motive?" Meng Hongying showed a bitter expression. Meng Sansheng ignored her and continued to look at the two sides of the battlefield. The huge commotion in the outer East continent could not be hidden. Every expert in the world had heard about it. At the very least, at this moment, some experts had come together. On a planet, Sage Zhuochunxiu looked coldly at Tathagata city below. "Gui Rilai, you have been forced into such a state. I have already reported to you that Yin Chuan has not entered the netherworld. You still don't know how to use him and are forced into such a state?" "Oomph." Zhuochunxiu snorted coldly. Then, Zhuochunxiu turned to look at another planet. Sage Hua Zuntian was standing on that planet. Hua Zuntian looked down and also looked at Zhuochunxiu. The two of them looked at each other without any enthusiasm. Instead, they looked at each other with hostility. In a remote mountain forest, two figures stood there. One was the sage of the Kong family, Demon King Kong. The other was Pan Sheng of the Rock Tribe. "Demon King Kong, your entire Kong family has moved to the outer South continent in the Yang realm. It seems like you're going to unify the outer South continent in the Yang realm. Why are you still in the netherworld? Are you a sage of the netherworld? Why didn't you ask Kong Huangtian to ask Cao Cao to let you enter the Yang realm and become a sage of the Yang realm? Wouldn't it be lonely to leave you here alone?" Pan Sheng asked. "You're such a busybody. The ancestor has his own plans. Aren't you the same? The Boulder tribe is located in the eastern continent of the mortal realm. Why did you come to the netherworld as well? Back then, you even said you were protecting Blind Kong. But not long after, you disappeared without a trace." Demon King Kong scolded. I really had something to do last time. I had no choice. The Patriarch asked me to guard the outer South continent," Pan Sheng said awkwardly. "All right, stop arguing. The battle is about to start. This Yin Chuan is really strange. He is only at the 5th celestial layer, and he dares to fight Ghost Tathagata?" Demon King Kong said. "The Patriarch said that Yin Chuan's cultivation technique is called the body of a minister. It seems to be related to my rock tribe. He asked me to take a closer look." Pan Sheng shook his head. Demon King Kong thought for a moment and said, "That's right. The body of a minister can be used as a weapon. Your rock tribe is also a monster." Deep in the starry sky, at the peak of a mountain, Butterfly Queen sat alone at a stone table. There was a pot of wine in front of her. Butterfly Queen looked at the battlefield below and drank alone. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. On the stone table, there was an empty wine cup, as if Butterfly Queen was waiting for someone. Below, Yin Chuan suddenly said behind him, "Yushi, do you feel anything after seeing the Destiny reincarnation?" Meow. Meow also looked at Mo Yushi curiously. The virtuous cloud sea had shrunk a lot, but one could still see a huge blue whirlpool. At the mouth of the whirlpool, a large swastika symbol floated. The black gem between Mo Yushi's eyebrows flashed slightly. "Destiny reincarnation? I feel something. It's like an instinct that wants me to possess it," Mo Yushi said in surprise. "That's right. When dealing with Ghost Tathagata, I'm most worried that it won't be easy to refine. Since you have this feeling, I'll leave it to you when the time comes," Yin Chuan said seriously. "Okay." Mo Yushi nodded. Yin Chuan stepped forward and looked at the hall of great strength in the distance. He said coldly, Gui Tethagata. Gui Tethagata, who was the leader, said with a gloomy face, Yin Chuan, you're really something? You actually managed to subdue all the territories of the Alliance? Isn't it too late to sow discord now? I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll let you become an important official. Yin Chuan said. Aha! Gui Tethagata laughed in disdain. Submit to you? What a joke. With just you? Humph. Invading the Sea of Hades has always been a capital offense. Today, none of you will be leaving this place. Gui Tethagata said coldly. Since that's the case, then forget it. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Humph. Since you're here, then come and meet together. Gui Tethagata said. As he spoke, hundreds of swastikas appeared around him. Suddenly, they became muddle-headed as they muttered the words to Thagata. Meow? What's going on? Meow exclaimed. Apart from a few ancestral immortals who were unaffected, everyone below the ancestral immortal level seemed to have been hypnotized. All of them muttered the words to Thagata, and these countless voices actually gathered in midair, slowly condensing into tens of thousands of swastika runes that poured into the ghostly sound Great Tao. Boom! The might of the ghostly sound Great Tao suddenly skyrocketed. A power like the might of the heavens pressed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. The countless cultivators who were hypnotized could not help but kneel down. Demonic Buddhists, Taoists, and ghosts all pay their respects. So they're talking about your ghostly sound Great Tao. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and waved the million stars. Above the starry sky, a million stars fell like a meteor shower. It was extremely spectacular. Isn't it too late to know now? Gui Rulai said coldly. Gui Rulai, the one who is late is you. Star fall million big stars. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Before the stars arrived, a huge tremor in the void pressed down. Boom! For a time, countless cultivators were instantly blown away. Countless cultivators were instantly awakened from their hypnosis by this huge pressure. Tathagata, divine palm. Gui Rulai threw a palm strike at the sky. Boom! The great Tao gathered boundless power and instantly condensed into a vast palm that soared into the sky. In the center of the palm, a swastika rune charged at the countless stars. Boom! In an instant, the million stars were instantly scattered. Is that all? Gui Rulai shouted coldly. However, the scattered stars did not shatter. Instead, they scattered, avoiding the Tathagata divine palm, and continued to fall. The place where they fell was filled with countless netherworld sea disciples. Gui Rulai's face sank. His figure flashed as he soared into the sky. Yin Chuan stepped forward and instantly charged over as well. The million stars instantly stopped falling and wrapped around the two. Just with these stars, Gui Rulai sneered. Spin! Yin Chuan shouted coldly. Boom! The million stars suddenly spun rapidly. They spun so quickly that they seemed to have turned into a million streams of light that crazily crashed into Gui Rulai's great Tao. Boom! 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 Extremely dense sounds of collisions rang out. Countless stars crazily collided, and the surrounding void shook violently. This scene shocked the countless cultivators who saw it. Golden Tathagata's eyes flashed with anxiety. This was because the power of the stars before him was even greater than what he had seen in the past. At every point of collision, there would be a tear in the void. Millions of void, tears, chaotic space. Everyone felt their scalps tingle when they thought of Gui Rulai, who was in the middle of it. Gui Rulai controlled the ghostly sound Great Tao to block all the stars. However, this huge force made Gue Rulai's face turn extremely ugly. The power of 1,000,000 stars actually has the power of an 11th stage ancestral immortal. No wonder they died in your hands. Gue Rulai said with a gloomy face. It's a pity, Yin Chuan. You have already stopped here. If we were outside, you might still be able to cause me some trouble. However, this is my home ground. I possess everything. What you lack the most is that your foundation is too shallow. You have not even comprehended the great Tao. Gue Rulai's expression was gloomy and cold. He stretched out his hand and struck at Yin Chuan with the palm. As the palm struck out, a black hole was suddenly pushed out of the void. Wherever the black hole passed, the stars that came into contact with it were all crushed into dust. The surrounding void seemed to be locked by this palm, making Yin Chuan unable to escape. Yin Chuan seemed to have stopped moving for a moment. Large amounts of cracks appeared in the void around him, as if he would be killed by Gue Rulai in the next moment. A victorious smile appeared on Gue Rulai's face. Meow! Meow cried out anxiously below. Is Yin Chuan only so capable? The butterfly queen's face darkened in the sky. Yin Chuan. MOU, she said anxiously. Grandpa, hurry up and save Yin Chuan. Hurry. Meng Hongying suddenly panicked. Hua Qiliang and Yin Hintian looked worried. Only Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the rest were not worried. Countless eyes were looking at that palm. Yin Chuan had nowhere to run and was about to be killed by Gue Rulai's palm. Who said that I don't have a great Tao? Yin Chuan suddenly said. As he spoke, a ferocious aura like that of a wild beast suddenly erupted from his body. Countless cultivators felt their hearts palpitate, as if their souls were being devoured by this wild beast. Gue Rulai was the first to bear the brunt. Gue Rulai had guessed that Yin Chuan was hiding something, but he did not expect it to be so ferocious. This aura was as if Yin Chuan's aura had suddenly increased by 10 times or even 100 times. Boom! A pitch-black great Tao suddenly shot up from behind Yin Chuan. The great Tao soared into the sky, and a ferocious aura surged out. The great Tao soared into the depths of the 9 heavens. As it soared into the sky, it seemed to tear through the void, and many heavenly demons appeared and circled around it. Roar! A loud dragon roar was heard. Everyone saw that a black, jade-like dragon suddenly swam out of the pitch-black path. It was millions of miles long and incomparably vast. The black dragon extended its head and roared at Gue Rulai's palm strike. Roar! Under the loud roar, Gue Rulai's palm strike exploded with a loud bang. After the dragon roar, the black dragon circled around the great Tao and swam up. Countless pitch-black energy surged out of the great Tao and poured into the stars. Under Yin Chuan's command, they charged at Gue Rulai once again. The great Tao of Ghost Sound suddenly shook violently. Yin Chuan struck with his palm, and thousands of stars rushed out and charged at Gue Rulai. Rumble! Ah! Gue Rulai immediately screamed in pain. Sky-burying coffin. Block! No one knew what Gue Rulai was thinking, but he made another stupid move. With a flip of his hand, he used the 7th sky-burying coffin to block the millions of stars. The sky-burying coffin was indeed tough, but Gue Rulai didn't know that this sky-burying coffin was refined by Yin Chuan in his first life. Yin Chuan was stunned, and he waved his other hand. As if it had sensed something, the sky-burying coffin suddenly trembled. Buzz! It shrank rapidly, and it instantly appeared in front of Yin Chuan. What? No! Gue Rulai screamed in a daze. Did the sky-burying coffin betray him? Boom! The great Tao of Ghost Sound collapsed. Gue Rulai was the first to bear the brunt of the destructive impact. The great Tao of Black Dragon surged with rolling power and charged at the black hole in the center. No. In the eyes of the group of powerful beings, Gue Rulai's gigantic body was being whittled down in a frenzy. Gradually, his physical body was wiped clean by this devastating force, leaving only a pile of withered bones. Following that, the black force continued to wash over the withered bones. The withered bones quickly shattered and scattered, revealing only a green swastika character that charged into the cycle of fate. Gui Rulai died? He died in one move. The countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed horrified expressions as they looked at Yin Chuan, who was in front of the Black Dragon Great Dao. After sending out a palm strike, Yin Chuan's face instantly paled. The strength of this life is still not enough to control the Great Dao of the first life. Yin Chuan's hand trembled slightly as he took a deep breath. Boom! The soul-stirring Black Dragon Great Dao suddenly scattered. Even Yin Chuan could not perfectly control it now. The Black Dragon Great Dao was different from the Cypress Great Dao. The Black Dragon Great Dao was too loud. It was a Great Dao with a heavy load and explosive killing power. Yin Chuan's figure swayed somewhat. It looked like he would fall at any moment. Meow! Meow instantly appeared beside Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, you were too cruel just now, Meow. Meow shouted excitedly. Yin Chuan's figure swayed, and he smiled bitterly. It seemed a little too early to use the Black Dragon Great Dao with his current cultivation. Even with his Jiangxun body, his entire body was aching. Even so, Yin Chuan's Great Dao, the Black Dragon, had shocked almost everyone. Meng Sansheng and the group of sages tensed up as they looked at Yin Chuan, who was in the sky. As for the experts of the Netherworld Sea, they felt like they were about to collapse. Gui Rulai, the #1 expert of the Netherworld Sea, Gui Rulai, was killed by Yin Chuan in one move? No! Countless cries rang out. The Butterfly Queen also stood up in shock. Black Dragon Great Dao. At this moment, a golden-robed man appeared beside the Butterfly Queen. The golden-robed man picked up a wine cup and drank from it, then pointed at the collapsing merit cloud with his other hand. All of a sudden, a golden finger appeared in the sky above. The finger touched the swastika symbol at the mouth of the reincarnation wheel. Boom! A vast golden light rushed toward the swastika symbol and pushed it into the reincarnation wheel. Rumble! Countless merits were quickly sucked into a blue channel. Gurgle! In just 3 breaths, a pitch-black aura spread out from the reincarnation wheel. A figure suddenly emerged from the heavenly fate reincarnation. Gui Rulai? He came back to life? It was as if Gui Rulai had suddenly come back to life. What? Sect Master? Countless cries of surprise rang out. Even more experts followed Gui Rulai's finger and looked into the distant sky. Chapter 1320. In the void, 4 worlds were scattered in 4 different directions. They were the first world, the great evil world, the great kindness world, and the boundless world. Among them, inside the boundless world, in the sky above a sea of clouds, there was an extremely vast city floating. At the south end of the city was a heavenly monument with the words Lingxiao Imperial Court written on it. Above it, on a vast sea of providence clouds, there was a huge golden dragon of providence. Unlike the first world's golden dragon of providence only had 18 claws at most. This one, on the other hand, was a golden dragon of providence with 19 claws. However, this golden dragon of providence with 19 claws looked rather weak, as if it had experienced an unprecedented battle. It was lying on the sea of providence to rest. Below, Lingxiao Imperial Court. Countless palaces were incomplete, and the wide streets were empty. It was quiet. In the center was a palace. There were countless guards outside the palace, but they all seemed to be injured. In the center of the palace, the Longevity Hall. In the Longevity Hall, hundreds of officials and generals stood in 2 rows. All of them had extraordinary bearings. Although their clothes were bright, they could not hide some of the wounds on their faces. Everyone respectfully remained silent. They bowed to the 9 dragons' heavenly throne in the north. On the 9 dragons' heavenly throne was a middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe and a golden flat crown. He placed his hands on the throne and closed his eyes. Suddenly, The man opened his eyes. Two dazzling lights shot out from his eyes. Black Dragon Sky Pillar? You've finally woken up. I waited too long for our battle, the man said with a hint of joy in his eyes. Whoosh! Everyone in the hall, be it civil or military, suddenly raised their heads. First World, Netherworld, East Outer Continent, Netherworld Sea. The golden-robed man appeared beside Butterfly Queen and revived Gui Rulai with a finger. Meow, he's alive again. Meow exclaimed. Long live the sect leader. The countless disciples of Netherworld Sea cheered. Gui Rulai bowed to Meow Rulai and suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's face was pale, as though he was about to collapse. However, Yin Chuan did not reveal any trace of fear. He continued to stare coldly at Gui Rulai. Ha ha ha! Yin Chuan, I have indeed underestimated you. Great Tao. What a great Tao of the Black Dragon. However, do you still have strength? Gui Rulai suddenly laughed loudly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. In the starry sky, Butterfly Queen frowned as she looked down and said, Meow Rulai, are you interfering in the battle between Yin Chuan and Gui Rulai? Meow Rulai poured another cup of wine and said, You are quite concerned about him. Ha! Don't worry, this Yin Chuan won't die. I don't know where this Yin Chuan came from, but I just want to see what other tricks he has up his sleeve. Oh, Butterfly Queen was surprised. Didn't you see Yin Chuan? Although he's weak right now, there's still a sense of indifference in his eyes. This is an anomaly, Meow Rulai said as he drank his wine. The Butterfly Queen looked down with a strange expression. The surrounding sages were staring at the two people in the sky. Butterfly Queen? There's still him? Hua Zentian said solemnly. He still remembered that when he fought against Dugu Patian, he disturbed this person and was heavily injured by this person in one move. The person in front of him was even more ferocious. He revived Gui Rulai with one finger. Who is he? Zhuo Chunxiu stepped forward and instantly flew towards Butterfly Queen and Meow Rulai. Zhuo Chunxiu flew up, and Demon King Kong and Pan Sheng also flew up. Hua Zuntian also flew over. The three sages arrived in front of them in the blink of an eye. Zhuo Chunxiu greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Zhuo Chunxiu immediately asked curiously. Kong family. Demon King Kong greets Butterfly Queen. May I know who this is? Hua Zuntian greets Senior. Hua Zuntian also said solemnly. All of them were extremely curious about this person who suddenly appeared. Wait a moment, Meow Rulai said lightly. The three sages were slightly stunned, but they finally nodded and stood to the side. Below, Gui Rulai's aura once again pressed towards Yin Chuan. Meow. Gui Rulai, you're already dead. You're shameless. Meow immediately shouted. Bai Qi, Mo Yu Shi, and the others also flew up into the sky. The experts of Great Zhun and Netherworld Sea also flew up into the sky. With so many experts flying up into the sky, it seemed like an even more chaotic battle was about to begin. In the valley below, Meng Hongying said anxiously, Grandpa, what should we do now? You should do it. Meng Sensheng narrowed his eyes and stared at Gui Rulai. The creation technique of the Miao family is indeed extraordinary. I was wondering why Gui Rulai's fate was so unique. So it was created by the Miao family? This creation is useful to the divine realm. As he spoke, Meng Sansheng reached out his hand and took off the huge gourd on his back. He took off the lid of the gourd and threw it into the sky. Treasure, please take it. A loud shout came out of nowhere. However, this sudden sound caused everyone's expressions to change. Whoosh! It was like a long purple rainbow that rushed towards Gui Rulai. It was so fast that Gui Rulai could not react in time and was instantly enveloped. Rumble! A terrifying suction force crazily pulled Gui Rulai. What? No! Gui Rulai suddenly cried out in alarm. However, this suction force was not something Gui Rulai could resist. His body was quickly pulled over. Akalanatha Tathagata, heavenly tortoise rune, Gui Rulai screamed. Buzz! A golden swastika rune that was 100 feet large appeared around Gue Rulai, and a void suddenly paused. However, it only paused for a moment, but the power of the Hongmeng gourd suddenly increased again. Boom! The swastika rune suddenly exploded. Secmaster, Golden Light Tathagata, and Reckless Demon Tathagata reached out to grab Gue Rulai. However, the Hongmeng gourd power was too great. Whoosh! The three Tathagata were sucked into the Hongmeng gourd. Smack! Meng San Sheng closed the lid of the gourd. Treasure, please take in for now. Meng San Sheng bowed to the Hongmeng gourd, asking the treasure not to be refined. Asking? The surrounding cultivators were stunned. Gue Rulai, Golden Light Tathagata, and Reckless Demon Tathagata were all sucked into the gourd in the blink of an eye. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai's cup suddenly paused, and his eyes flashed as he looked at Meng San Sheng. Meng San Sheng carried the gourd on his back and looked up at the sky. The surrounding cultivators were still in shock. Yin Chuan also looked at Meng San Sheng and said, "You Shi refined the reincarnation destiny. Okay." Mo Yushi's figure flashed and rushed toward the reincarnation destiny. Screech! Mo Yushi let out a long cry and turned into a huge dark phoenix. She instantly entered the reincarnation destiny. High up in the sky, Miao Rulai did not care about the reincarnation destiny at all. Instead, he stared at Meng San Sheng. Who is that? Many people looked at Meng San Sheng with a blank face. No one knew him, just like no one knew Miao Rulai. Even the sages were at a loss. How could there be so many powerhouses in the world that they did not know? Meng San Sheng took Gue Rulai in one move. With such ease, everyone knew how fierce Meng San Sheng was. God! Miao Rulai's eyes suddenly lit up, but halfway through he stopped. Then, Miao Rulai suddenly looked at Butterfly Queen and said, "Butterfly Queen, you won. I will do what I promised you. I have to go back immediately. Goodbye." Leave? Butterfly Queen was slightly surprised. Who was that person below? He wanted to leave after seeing him? Screech! Below, the reincarnation destiny emitted a dazzling blue light, as if it was about to submit. Miao Rulai frowned slightly. Miao Rulai, you don't want the reincarnation destiny? Butterfly Queen asked again. The reincarnation destiny is spread all over the world, just like the heavenly Tao. No one can completely possess it. That is only the entrance to the reincarnation destiny. I can open a second one. Since you won, Yin Chuan can obtain the reincarnation destiny himself. I will not interfere, Miao Rulai said. Okay, that's more like it. Butterfly Queen nodded. Goodbye, Miao Rulai said as he was about to fly into the sky. Senior, the three sages suddenly shouted. Sages? Since you're curious, come, Miao Rulai said. Whoosh! Miao Rulai instantly disappeared. The three sages stepped forward and also disappeared instantly. The Sea of Nether was completely defeated. Boom! The virtuous cloud exploded with a loud bang. The Sea of Nether collapsed, and countless cultivators fled in all directions. Halt! Bai Qi roared as he led his army to surround and attack. Yin Chuan carried Miao and looked at the reincarnation destiny, ignoring Meng San Sheng below. Yin Chuan ignored him, but the surrounding territory lords had to pay attention. Wasn't this person too powerful? Where did he come from? Was he helping Yin Chuan just now? Was he De Zhen's ally? For a moment, countless cultivators were confused. Meng San Sheng looked at the starry sky and disappeared with Meng Hongying. Meow! Yin Chuan, he left. That person is gone. Meow shouted. Left? He won't leave. It's just that it's not suitable for him to stay here for the time being. He will appear again soon. Yin Chuan shook his head. At this moment, the most concerned person was Mo Shi controlling the reincarnation destiny. Husband. Mo Shi's voice came from the reincarnation destiny. Yin Chuan took Miao Miao with him and stepped into the cycle of reincarnation. This was a vast blue passage. Mo Shi transformed into a phoenix. The phoenix had 12 tails that looked like peacock feathers, but they were much more beautiful than peacock feathers. At this moment, One of Mo's 12 tails suddenly emitted a blue light, as if it had merged with the entire reincarnation passage. Husband, when I refined it just now, I realized that I can refine this reincarnation passage into one of my tails. No, it's not refining. It's as if this reincarnation passage itself is a phoenix tail. I can fuse with it. The giant phoenix said in surprise. Meow? Meow, said in surprise. Then refine it. Yin Chuan said. But look at the bottom. That thing is hurting my soul. The giant phoenix looked at the other side. There was a large blue swastika rune. Meow, is this the thing that revived Gui Relai? Meow shouted. Swastika? It can actually stop the reincarnation passage? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Roar! Yin Chuan opened his mouth and inhaled at the swastika rune. Rumble! The swastika rune resisted for a while, but was eventually swallowed by Yin Chuan. Husband, be careful, the giant phoenix said anxiously. Meow, why are you eating everything? Why don't you leave some for me? Meow. Meow shouted. Yin Chuan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and a green light gushed out. Boom! A loud sound came from Yin Chuan's body. Meow, you broke through? You became the sixth heaven? Meow shouted in surprise. Chapter 13:21. Screech. In the sky above the chaotic battlefield, a loud phoenix cry rang out. The reincarnation passage in the sky collapsed with a loud bang. As the void trembled, a huge dark phoenix suddenly flew out. The dark phoenix danced, and one of its 12 tails turned from black to blue. As it swung its tail, blue light scattered in all directions, as if it was dragging a huge blue rainbow. It was incomparably magnificent. The rainbow swept towards the netherworld sea's disciples. In an instant, countless cultivators were turned into dust by the blue rainbow. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out. With a swing of its tail, a large number of cultivators were wiped out. The original battle stopped once again. Countless cultivators looked at the dark phoenix in shock. With a long cry, the dark phoenix suddenly shook and returned to its human form, Yushi's appearance. Yin Chuan and Meow stood at the side. Yin Chuan's pale face disappeared. At this moment, he looked as if he had never collapsed. Sage Monarch, Bai Qi and the others surrounded him. We are fine, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, the officials rejoiced. King Gaia, stay behind and deal with the netherworld seas matters. Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Jin Diyu coordinate with the troops. Yin Chuan said, Yes, your majesty, the officials replied. Yin Chuan looked at the 9 weave lords again. Everyone, the matter is over. Let's part ways here. Yin Chuan said. The 9 weave lords immediately said politely, All right, farewell. Farewell. The weave lords were here to strengthen the great Zhen's momentum. After this matter was over, there was no need for them to stay. Furthermore, the stimulation they had received today was already big enough. Everyone hoped to return as soon as possible and stabilize their new territories. Boom! A large number of cultivators scattered in all directions. Yin Chuan and the others also stepped onto the dragon carriage and returned to the great Qin city with a portion of the people. 4 months later, the Baitian weave lord, Chun Baitian, announced to the world that he would lead 2 other weaves to submit to the Great Zhen and enter the Great Zhen imperial court as subjects. When the news came out, the 8 heroes of the outer eastern continent were terrified. They thought that Yin Chuan would go back on his words and continue to send troops. However, there was no news of the Zhen sending out troops. The 8 warlords sent people to investigate and found out that Chun Baitian had long submitted to the Great Jin Empire. He had only announced his allegiance to the Great Jin Empire after the outer eastern continent was stabilized. Instantly, the group of ambitious and ruthless people felt bitter. Great Qin City, Upper Study. Yin Chuan met with a group of important ministers. Yifeng stepped forward. Holy King, we've received news from the Netherworld Sea that the situation has stabilized. In this battle, Dejun has gained 7 territories. Including Chun Baiqian surrender, we've gained another 2. Now, the Holy Court of Dejun is in control of 14 territories in the outer eastern continent. It is the greatest power in the outer eastern continent, Yifeng said with excitement. This is Dejun's current limit, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Dejun's army is indeed strong, and their morale is high. However, they don't have enough manpower. They've taken 8 territories in one go. It'll take at least a few years for them to gain full control. Li Si nodded. Prepare for the next world examination. Li Si, you'll be the examiner, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Si answered. Outer Eastern Continent, Xianyang City, Dejun's Holy Court. Inside a palace, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Zhao Afong in human form surrounded a sky-burying coffin. Miao jumped on Zhao Afong's shoulder. Miao, Yin Chuan, why did you let me and Sister Yushi come to the mortal realm? Miao asked curiously. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice, ZZ's recovery must not be disturbed. The god race is too strange. We must guard against Dian Meng, 3 lives. Miao. Miao nodded thoughtfully. Done? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. Yes, I've refined the heavenly fate reincarnation. I can now use the power of reincarnation. Moreover, I've already tested it 3 days ago. There's no problem, Mo Yushi said. Then let's begin. Yin Chuan nodded. Clang. Yin Chuan opened the sky-burying coffin. Inside, ZZ was surrounded by countless small stars. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the stars disappeared, revealing ZZ, who seemed to be sleeping peacefully. Mo Yushi twirled her finger, and a small blue vortex appeared on her fingertip. Mo Yushi looked at ZZ. At this moment, she didn't feel jealous at all. She gently placed her finger on ZZ's chest. Wong. ZZ's body was suddenly surrounded by countless blue lights. At the side, Yin Chuan waited worriedly. Together, they looked at ZZ in the coffin. Mo Yushi's forehead was gradually covered in sweat. Just like that, about half an hour later, Wong. ZZ's body emitted a blue light, and Mo Yushi gently released her finger. The blue light slowly dissipated, and ZZ's breathing suddenly fluctuated. ZZ slowly opened her eyes, and for a moment, she was a little dazed. Then, she quickly regained her memories. Hugh, husband, ZZ suddenly cried out in joy. Yin Chuan immediately smiled and gently carried ZZ out of the coffin. ZZ hugged Yin Chuan as well. For a moment, it felt as if millions of years had passed. Boundless yearning suddenly exploded. Meow, Sister ZZ, you're alive, Meow said happily. On the side, Mo Yushi pursed her lips and finally smiled at Zhao Afong. Underworld, Great Qin City. Meng Sansheng and Meng Hongying came again. Yin Chuan, where's ZZ? Why haven't you started saving her? What's with the reincarnation cycle? Meng Hongying asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng looked at Yin Chuan quietly, just as everyone was talking. Boom! Outside the Great Qin City, there was a loud explosion and a huge impact spread out in all directions. Meng Hongying turned her head to look. However, he saw a vast yellow, heavenly river descending from the sky. The road to the underworld? Meng Sansheng's eyes narrowed. The road to the underworld? ZZ, is ZZ healed? Meng Hongying cried out excitedly. Not long after, ZZ and MOU, she flew over from the road to the underworld with Meow. ZZ. Meng Hongying suddenly cried out in joy. Only Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. Cousin. ZZ smiled. ZZ. Meng Sansheng suddenly called out. ZZ frowned slightly, then bowed slightly and said, Grandpa. Meng Sansheng's expression softened slightly. He then turned to Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, I know what you're worried about. I'll get straight to the point. ZZ's road to the underworld is extremely useful to the God realm. So what? Yin Chuan frowned. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and looked at ZZ. There are 6 roads to the underworld in the world, and the God race is one of them. I came here this time to see if I can bring ZZ back. I'm not going with you. ZZ immediately shook her head and leaned against Yin Chuan. Meng Hongying was also worried and did not know what to say. I know, so I'm not going to take you with me. However, I have a request, Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Oh, the God race may need to use the road to the underworld once in the future. ZZ needs to return to the God race and help them. I don't care about anything else. Meng Sansheng said seriously. Return to the God race once? ZZ looked at Yin Chuan. I'll go with ZZ, Yin Chuan said. All right. Meng Sansheng nodded. Grandpa, there's a road to the underworld in the outer South Continent and the outer North Continent. Why don't we look for those two? Meng Hongying asked curiously. Meng Sansheng shook his head and said, Do you think the road to the underworld is that easy? Those 2 cannot be moved at all. There are only 3 that can be moved. One is ZZ, one is in Chao's hands, and the last one is missing. Chapter 1322. Yang Realm, Western Outer Continent, Great Zhou Imperial Court. Wu Jiong Study. Yuan Tiangang held a letter of challenge in his hand. It was a letter of challenge from Tong Tian. Celestial Emperor, a letter of challenge from Tong Tian? How bold! Yuan Tiangang said with a deep smile. Challenging the 9 saints of the Yang Realm at the same time? Wu Jiong frowned slightly. Celestial Emperor, the saints of today are different from the past. Now, the saints can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. They have the power of 12 levels of heaven and earth, and there are even stronger ones. Tong Tian is too arrogant. Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice. Wu Jiong took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Celestial Emperor, should I accept the challenge? Yuan Tiangang asked again. Wu Jiong pondered for a moment. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the study. In the northern outer continent, Tong Tian wants to come out of the furnace. You can go and refine it. The voice came out of the blue. In the study, Yuan Tiangang quickly looked around, but Wu Jiong's face darkened. Celestial Emperor? Yuan Tiangang said in surprise. There's no need to look. I'll accompany you to the northern outer continent. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes. Yuan Tiangang nodded. Tong Tian had invited all the saints of the world to battle. Over the years, he had been sending out letters of challenge, and the news quickly spread throughout the world. One person against all the saints of the world? When the news came out, the world was in an uproar. Southern Outer Continent, Kong family. Peacock Z and Blind Kong arrived at the main hall of the clan. The hall was called the Imperial Palace. Ancestor, that's the situation. Peacock reported. There was a moment of silence in the hall. Blind Kong, what's your current cultivation base? Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Ancestor, I've already comprehended my ancestor's life-usurping technique. I'm now at the 10th level of the ancestral immortal realm. I can open my eyes and see the world. Blind Kong said solemnly. Peacock looked at Blind Kong in surprise. Blind Kong had been sitting cross-legged and deducing all this time. How does cultivation base increase so quickly? Open your eyes and see the world. If you open your eyes, you'll see more. Continue to close your eyes. Kong Huangtian said indifferently. Yes, Blind Kong replied. The hall was silent for a while before Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. It's starting so soon? Peacock, if you want to go, go. I hope you don't die in this battle. Die. Peacock's head snapped up. Go. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded again. Yes. Mortal Realm, Xianying City, Upper Study. A group of officials stood in front of Yin Chuan. Saint King, the prime of Tong Tian, has invited all the saints to battle. The whole world is in an uproar. Dongfang Zheng faction and Rin Shu have already left. I think they must have gone to the north outer continent. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Tong Tian, does he want to learn from Hong Jun? Yin Chuan frowned. Holy King, Are you saying that the Prime of Tongtian wants to use this opportunity to transcend? Lu Bui's expression changed. Transcend. Yin Chuan fell into deep thought. That's right. The factory guards of the outer North Continent sent news that they saw Mr. Gue Guzi in the outer North Continent. Lu Bui said solemnly. Gue Guzi? A complicated look flashed through Yin Chuan's eyes. Sage King, are you going to watch the Prime of Tongtian's rampage? Go, why not? Great Jun is about to establish the Heavenly Court. This is a good opportunity to explore the world. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Yes, Li Si of a Netherworld has prepared the examination. In the mortal realm, you should prepare one as well. Quickly gather enough talents for Great Jun. When I return, I will prepare for the Heavenly Court. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Chapter 1323. In the Yang Realm's northeast continent, countless otherworldly demons flew about in a plane in the Yang Realm's territory. Guqin music rang out, seemingly controlling the otherworldly demons. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators jiaohu as the otherworldly demons enveloped them. Why are there otherworldly demons? Demonis Meng, the Eastern Divine Church's Demonis Meng. Demonis Meng? Cries of horror rang out in the surroundings. Many otherworldly demons swooped down, charging at the hundreds of thousands of cultivators. At this moment, a white-clad woman stood at the summit of a mountain peak not far away. She wore a veil and played a guqin. Thin, transparent lines seemed to shoot out from the guqin, connecting the countless otherworldly demons and directing them to kill the cultivators. A white-robed man stood behind the white-clad woman. He held a feather fan and gently fanned it as he watched the chaos on the battlefield. The white-robed man was the Great Jin Nation's 4th Legion's commander, Meng Wenruo. The person playing the guqin was his younger sister, Meng Rongrong. A large number of soldiers stood behind the siblings. However, these soldiers did not move, looking at the siblings with reverence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless otherworldly demons seemed to appear out of thin air, quickly charging at the enemy troops. The otherworldly demons entered the bodies of the cultivators and the jiaohu. Soon, they turned into statues, unable to move. When the otherworldly demons entered their bodies, they used their minds to resist. They did not dare to move. Once they moved and disturbed their minds, the otherworldly demons would take advantage of them and cause them to suffer a berserking chi deviation. Ding! The guqin music stopped. Meng Wenruo pointed with his feather fan. Go capture them all. Yes, the soldiers behind answered loudly. Little sister, your guqin music is becoming more exquisite. You can even control the otherworldly demons of the heavenly demon world? Meng Wenruo smiled. Big brother, why are you here today? The Eastern Divine Church is expanding outward. I am in charge of one army. Aren't you in charge of another as well? Meng Rongrong asked with a frown. After taking a deep breath, Meng Wenruo showed a solemn expression. An honored guest is here. He wants to meet you. An honored guest? Meng Rongrong raised her eyebrows. Meng Wenruo nodded. I don't want to see him. Meng Rongrong refused. Meng Wenruo said bitterly, Little sister, it's also very uncomfortable for me to be sandwiched between you two. Why are you doing this? Meng Rongrong's expression was complicated. After a while, he asked, Where is he? I'll go see him. In my palace. Meng Wenruo smiled. Okay. Meng Rongrong carried her zither and walked towards the palace not far away. Meng Rongrong stepped into the hall. Meng Wenruo gently fanned herself and sighed. Then, Meng Wenruo looked at the battlefield in the distance. The Eastern Divine Cult had expanded its territory, and there were countless Confucian cultivators inside. They were also very good at planning, just like Meng Wenruo, who was unpredictable in using troops. As for Meng Rongrong, as soon as she started playing the zither, the Sky Demon Dance was invincible. While Meng Wenruo was looking at the battlefield, Two figures were standing in a forest in the distance. One of them was dressed in white and had a blurry face. He was a saint. The other one looked like De Zhen's former enemy, Zhen Xiong. Zhen Xiong was Yin Chuan's father-in-law in his previous life. However, he killed his daughter and later became Dark Gui Guzi's disciple. A few years ago, he impersonated Yin Chuan in Xianying and caused ZZ to be injured. Zhen Xiong's original body had been killed by Yin Chuan. The one in front of him was the body of a beast that looked exactly the same. Gong Yangzi, is that the woman? Zhen Xiong asked in a deep voice. Saint Gong Yangzi nodded and said, I'm sure you're familiar with De Zhen. Meng Rongrong and Yin Chuan have a lot of disputes. Yin Chuan cares a lot about her, and even sent a legion commander to protect her. If you want to use Meng Rongrong to threaten Yin Chuan, you can go yourself. With your strength as a saint, you can take down Meng Rongrong with a wave of your sleeve. Why bother? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. Meng Rongrong is a disciple of the Eastern sect. If I make a move, Dongfang Bubi will not let it go. Secondly, my Gong Yangzi family can't touch anything related to Yin Chuan. You should know that I don't want to touch it. Gong Yangzi shook his head. You're worried, but I'm fine? Zhen Xiong said in a deep voice. It's not like I don't know what you're capable of. Who told you to go like this? You just need to trick Meng Rongrong to come out. Don't worry, I've already made preparations to deal with Yin Chuan. Besides you, I've also invited other enemies of Yin Chuan. Gong Yangzi said in a deep voice. Zhen Xiong stared at Gong Yangzi and finally nodded. All right, you should contact the others as soon as possible. They're nearby. It's up to you. Gong Yangzi smiled. Zhen Xiong nodded. He saw Zhen Xiong's figure distort, and gradually, Zhen Xiong's appearance changed into Yin Chuan's. Exactly the same, exactly the same. Even the aura is the same. Gong Yangzi exclaimed in admiration. Gong Yangzi. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Gong Yangzi's nerves tensed up. Then he reacted. Ha, similar, no, it's him. Yin Chuan nodded and flew out of the forest towards the distant battlefield. In the distance, Meng Wenruo waved her feather fan and looked at the battlefield. Suddenly, she saw a figure flying over. Stop! Countless soldiers suddenly shouted. Sage King? Meng Wenruo suddenly opened her eyes wide. She turned around and looked at the palace behind her. Then, she looked at Yin Chuan flying over. Stop! Everyone do their own thing. Meng Wenruo waved her feather fan and said. In the distance, Yin Chuan arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. Greetings, Sage King. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Wenruo, is Rongrong here? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Sage King, please wait for a moment. I will call Rongrong out. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Wenruo immediately walked towards the nearby palace. After knocking, Meng Wenruo stepped into the palace. In the palace, Meng Rongrong was sitting face to face with a man. Meng Rongrong had a complicated expression on her face as she looked at the man in front of her with a hint of resentment. The man was none other than Yin Chuan, the real Yin Chuan. Brother, what's wrong? Meng Rongrong asked in confusion. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, A Sage King came from outside and said he wants to see you. Oh, Meng Rongrong said in confusion. Zhen Xiong didn't have to wait for long before Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenruo stepped out of the nearby palace. Seeing Meng Rongrong, Zhen Xiong's face lit up. Rongrong, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong frowned. It's me. Why are you still angry? Yin Chuan said gently. Meng Rongrong didn't say anything. I have something to tell you. Come with me. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. Meng Rongrong shook her head. What's wrong? Yin Chuan frowned and asked. Meng Rongrong took a deep breath and said, What's the point of saying so much? Can you give me what I want? Meng Wenruo looked at her younger sister curiously. In the hall behind them, the real Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. This was because he knew that Meng Rongrong's words were meant for him. Why can't I give it to you? I'll give you whatever you want. Yin Chuan said immediately. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan and sighed. Why are you sighing? Don't you trust me? Yin Chuan frowned. Meng Rongrong remained silent. Meng Wenruo remained silent as well. Suddenly, Yin Chuan noticed that the two people's attitudes were extremely strange. Meng Wenruo, are you betraying to Zhen? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Never. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Never before? While Yin Chuan was frowning, the sound of footsteps could be heard from the hall behind Meng Wenruo. Then, a figure stepped out of the hall. The moment he stepped out of the hall, the surrounding soldiers widened their eyes. Yin Chuan? Why is there another one? In a forest far away, Gong Yangzi suddenly exclaimed, What? Yin Chuan? Why is he here? Gong Yangzi was suddenly overjoyed. Huh, he walked right into the trap. Zhen Xiong's expression changed as well. You, why are you here? I won't let it happen again. Zhen Xiong, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Oh no. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically as he turned and ran. Whoosh. Yin Chuan instantly rushed out. Gong Yangzi, save me. Zhen Xiong shouted into the distance. In the distance, Gong Yangzi stepped out, and a vast sage aura burst out. The powerful aura suppressed the surrounding soldiers, causing them to take a few steps back. As soon as the sage aura appeared, Zhen Xiong was overjoyed and rushed over. Yin Chuan coldly harumphed. Blood mist suddenly surrounded his body. Whoosh! A vast sea of blood suddenly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed where Zhen Xiong was. Yin Chuan, stay your hand, Gong Yangzi shouted and reached out to grab him. The sage's palm instantly reached above the sea of blood and was about to reach out and save Zhen Xiong. You don't have a chance, Yin Chuan coldly said. As he spoke, a sky-burying coffin suddenly floated out of the sea of blood. Whoosh! A powerful suction force suddenly sucked Zhen Xiong in. Bang! The sage's palm crashed into the sea of blood, but Zhen Xiong had already disappeared. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Bang! Zhen Xiong's figure suddenly emerged from one of Yin Chuan's sky-burying coffin. No! No! Zhen Xiong looked at the dark surroundings and immediately understood the situation. He screamed in despair. Yin Chuan coldly smiled and said, If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? The same move is no longer effective. Zhen Xiong was surrounded by a group of Great Qin's generals. Netherworld, boom! Gong Yangzi's palm landed on the sea of blood, causing it to churn. However, this palm strike was not very powerful, so Yin Chuan did not pay it much attention. Turning his head, the blood-haired Yin Chuan coldly looked at Gong Yangzi in the sky. Gong Yangzi looked at Yin Chuan and did not make the first move. Instead, he shouted, Everyone, Yin Chuan is here. Why are you not showing yourselves? Buzz! Buzz! Two dazzling white pillars of light descended from the sky. A figure stood in each pillar of light. Their auras were no weaker than Gong Yangzi's, and countless cultivators immediately retreated. Sage Wu Tian and Sage Tian Jizi. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. The three sages surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong, immediately revealed a worried expression. Her previous aloofness disappeared, and her eyes were filled with fear. Chapter 1324. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zhen Xiong still looked like Yin Chuan. For a moment, it was as if there were two Yin Chuan looking at each other. Although Bai Qi, Wang Jian, and the others had trapped Zhen Xiong, none of them made the first move. After all, Zhen Xiong looked like Yin Chuan as well. It was just like how Yin Chuan's blood sea required external forces to increase his cultivation. Even though the officials had the ability to help Yin Chuan increase his cultivation, they had never done so. The ruler was the ruler, and the officials were the officials. Etiquette could not be ignored, and power could not be lost. Zombie Yin Chuan walked towards Yin Chuan step by step. Zhen Xiong's expression changed drastically. Seeing that the officials around him did not move, he stomped his foot and shot out of the city. Oomph! Zombie Yin Chuan snorted coldly and struck out with his palm. Roar! Zhen Xiong roared. Suddenly, Zhen Xiong's hair turned blood red, and a vast blood sea appeared beneath his feet. This was Zombie Yin Chuan's ability. Super ability. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan's palm hit the blood sea, and it instantly exploded. Identical beasts are indeed miraculous. You can create an exact copy of Zhen Xiong's blood sea ability with just a glance. Zombie Yin Chuan praised. Yin Chuan, if you kill me, my master will not let you off. Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Dark Gui Guzi? Zhen Xiong will go find him soon. He is in the Yang Realm's north outer continent. You should have been with him. With Gui Guzi's plan, you should have been safe. Unfortunately, you were too impatient and followed Gong Yangzi to the northeast continent to set up a trap for Zhen Xiong's woman. How did you know? How did you know? We did it very secretly. Zhen Xiong cried out in shock. At that moment, a white-clothed figure slowly walked out of a nearby palace. Zhen Xiong, long time no see. The white-clothed figure smiled. Zhen Xiong's expression changed. You are Gong Yangzi? Gong Yangzi? Are you a member of the Gong Yang family? You betrayed us? You betrayed Gong Yangzi? Zhen Xiong suddenly exclaimed. Gong Yang Ben Lei didn't deny it. Why? Yin Chuan is your family's calamity. Shouldn't you fight to the death with Yin Chuan? Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Gong Yang Ben Lei took a deep breath and said, Yes, the Saint King is the Gong Yang clan's karmic calamity. I've done my research on the karmic calamity and the karmic calamity. In the end, only one can survive. However, I believe that there should be a third way to resolve this tribulation. Submit? You choose to submit? Zhen Xiong exclaimed. How could he submit just like that, considering the grudge between them? The Sage King is benevolent and allowed us to submit. I've mentioned this to the Patriarch before. Unfortunately, the Patriarch has already turned into a demon and is unwilling to take the third path. After becoming a sage, his confidence has swelled. He wanted to fight to the death with Dezhen. I can only take some people with me to preserve the Gong Yang clan's lineage. Gong Yang Ben Lei said. Gong Yang Ben Lei, my miscalculation is all because of you. All because of you. Zhen Xiong roared in shock. Gong Yang Ben Lei smiled and said, Thank you for giving me all the credit. Ah. Zhen Xiong roared again and shot into the distance. Boom. A palm fell from the sky and sent Zhen Xiong flying back. Blood sea. Zhen Xiong roared. Boom. The surging blood sea suddenly fell from the sky. You want to deal with me with my things? Zombie Yin Chuan coldly snorted. Boom. Zombie Yin Chuan instantly charged into the blood sea. Crack. He grabbed Zhen Xiong's neck and pulled him out. Yin Chuan, let me go, let me go. Zhen Xiong immediately screamed in terror. His entire body was restrained, and his life was in Yin Chuan's hands. Yindi, have mercy, Yindi. Jiaohu's voice suddenly came from outside the great Qin city. Swish! A golden light instantly shot over. It was Pan Sheng, who was 3 feet tall. Whoosh! Bai Qi flew over with his saber and coldly looked at Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng had come to help when Bai Qi tried to kill Zhen Xiong in the Yang realm. He used his powerful body to fight for Zhen Xiong, but Bai Qi forced him to retreat. This time, he appeared again. Pan Sheng, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yindi, you could destroy Zhen Xiong's consciousness, but I've raised this identical beast since it was a baby. My little darling and I depend on each other for survival. Yindi, I beg you, give it back to me. I will give you anything you want. Pan Sheng immediately said pitifully. Cough, 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 cough. Zhen Xiong seemed to be asking for help. Destroy. Yin Chuan glared. Boom. A powerful force rushed into Zhen Xiong's body. Blue light suddenly scattered around Zhen Xiong. In an instant, Zhen Xiong was scared out of his wits. Jin Xiong was dead. Yin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He finally got his revenge. Zhen Xiong's corpse suddenly underwent a huge change. It slowly turned into a colorful ball of meat. It looked extremely bright and dazzling. Yindi. Thank you, Yindi. Pan Sheng immediately said in joy. Thank. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Yes, thank you, Yindi, for returning my little darling to me. Pan Sheng said happily. Pan Sheng, you've overdone your acting. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Xing, Bai Qi's long blade pointed at Pan Sheng. What? Yindi, I don't understand. Pan Sheng cried. Even if you call it so cheesy, it's useless. Do you think I will believe you? You raised it since it was young? Ha! Divine beasts are born and raised by the heavens. How can it be raised by the Boulder tribe? Yin Chuan said coldly. This is really my little darling, my. Pan Sheng said anxiously. Enough, am I so easy to fool? It's not like I don't know about the identical beast. Oomph. Yin Chuan said coldly. Pan Sheng's face stiffened. The identical beast, the myriad blood source, can imitate all living things. Do you really think I don't know? You want the myriad blood source only to improve yourself. How can I give my things to you for free? Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and threw the colorful ball of meat in his hand. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. Pan Sheng's eyes were filled with anticipation. In the end, he let out a long sigh and didn't dare to fight for it. Gulp! Yin Chuan swallowed the myriad blood source. Boom! Suddenly, a violent aura rushed out from all over his body. Yin Chuan's body was suddenly covered with the color of blood. Roar! With a loud roar, the huge dragon bone wings appeared again. Then, the dragon bone wings stretched out again, as if they had grown by half again. Yin Chuan's appearance became even more outstanding. Boom! A wave of air rushed out in all directions. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and slowly recovered. Congratulations, Yin Emperor. Your cultivation has improved. Pan Sheng said bitterly. Another step, with the body of a zombie, Yin Chuan had also reached the 7th heaven of the ancestor immortal realm. Below, Gong Yang Benliai's face was filled with joy. After all, the more Yin Chuan gained, the greater his contribution would be. Yin Emperor, Pan Sheng has embarrassed himself. Pan Sheng smiled bitterly. You didn't embarrass yourself. Being thick-skinned is also a kind of ability. Don't always think of reaping without sowing. Zombie Yin Chuan lectured in a low voice. Yes, Pan Sheng nodded. Yindi, I have offended you this time. However, what I want to say is that Yindi, as a zombie, has a deep connection with my rock tribe. I hope you won't fight me. Pan Sheng bowed respectfully. Oh, zombie tribe? Rock tribe? Relationship? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The tribe leader did not allow me to leak this information. Please forgive me, Yin Emperor. At the very least, my rock tribe has never attacked zombies. Pan Sheng said solemnly. Yin Chuan looked at Pan Sheng in confusion and finally nodded. The rock tribe will not find trouble with Dezhun. Dezhun will also not become enemies with the rock tribe for no reason. Yes, then I will also take my leave. Pan Sheng said. Yin Chuan nodded. Pan Sheng turned around and walked away. Congratulations, Sage King. Bai Qi and the rest were overjoyed. Yin Chuan's cultivation had improved, which meant that Dezhun's strength had increased. Everyone was overjoyed. Yin Chuan nodded. Gong Yang Benlei stepped forward and said, Sage King, please be careful in the Yang realm. Not only did the tribe leader bring Zhen Xiong, he also invited Wu Tian and Archaic Arcanum sect, 2 great sages. Wu Tian, Archaic Arcanum? I do have a grudge against them. It is normal for them to come. Yin Chuan nodded. However, the information you brought this time is very useful. I'm very satisfied. I promise that as long as you are willing to join Dezhun, I will treat you equally. From today onwards, you will be responsible for subduing the Gongyang family. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King. Benlei will not disappoint you. Gonyang Benlei said immediately. From his initial contempt for Yin Chuan, to his respect, to his hatred, to his fear, to his submission today, Gonyang Benlei had long since given up on making an enemy out of Yin Chuan. Is the Gonyang family's beast a goat? Yin Chuan asked. Yes, the family and the goat tribe share the same reincarnation, Gonyang Benlei said. Oh, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Sage King should know about the Kong family. The Kong family's human race and the Peacock tribe share the same reincarnation. Therefore, the Kong family belongs to the beast tribe. The Kong family's disciples can transform into peacocks and command all the peacocks in the world. Gonyang Benlei said. You could transform into a goat too? Yin Chuan said in surprise. Yes, it's just transforming into a goat. My strength might not be as strong as my human form. Gonyang Benlei nodded. Yin Chuan nodded and said, Since that's the case, then I also know how to reward you. The goat tribe will be Dezhun's national beast, and Gonyang Benlei will be the goat tribe's sovereign. Boom! Above the sea of Providence clouds, there was a sudden surge. Thank you, Sage King, Gonyang Benlei said in satisfaction. Flipping his hand, Yin Chuan took out a jade box. Most people can transform into human form as a demon, but you can transform into a demon as a human. Let's see if you can refine this birth chart, Yin Chuan said. The moment Gonyang Benlei touched the jade box, his eyes suddenly lit up. Progenitor birth chart? Gonyang Benlei immediately said with a look of joy. By the side, In Hentian took out a jade pendant and said with a trace of strangeness, Sage King, this official did not expect that Gonyang family head would share the same origin as the goat tribe. Gonyang Benlei should be able to refine this birth chart. The path of life is strange and unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Gonyang Benlei, refine it yourself. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, Sage King, Gonyang Benlei said in joy. Previously, he still had some guilt towards Gonyang Zi. Now, Gonyang Benlei no longer had a trace of guilt, because joining Dezhun was absolutely the best decision. Chapter 1325. Around the northeast continent, above a sea of blood, Yin Chuan stepped on the waves, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked angrily at the sky. In the sky, there were 3 huge white pillars of light. In each pillar of light, there was a sage. Sage Wu Tian, Sage Tian Jizi, and Sage Gong Yangzi. The 3 sages stood in the void and released their auras. A powerful aura rushed in all directions. Countless soldiers were immediately pushed back by this aura. There were even some who were forced to kneel down. There were countless auspicious clouds in the sky. The 3 sages looked down at Yin Chuan. Ha ha ha! Yin Chuan, I wanted to lure you out, but I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Gong Yangzi laughed. Yin Chuan, do you still remember me, Wu Tian? Yin Chuan, do you remember me, Tian Jizi? The 3 sages shouted. On the other side, Meng Rongrong immediately panicked. Her pretentious attitude from before was instantly gone. Brother, don't stop me, Meng Rongrong shouted anxiously. Meng Wenruo shook her head and said, The Sage King is prepared. Don't worry. Ah, Wu Tian Jizi, Gong Yangzi. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. What happened in the North Outer Continent? I knew you would leave Xianyang. Once you leave Xianyang, you will no longer be able to borrow power. This is really a heaven-sent opportunity. Yin Chuan, do you think you can still live? Gong Yangzi laughed. Live? I will naturally live. As for you, Gong Yangzi, don't you know that I am your Gong Yangzi's calamity? You actually came to deal with me personally. Don't you know how terrifying a calamity is? Ha ha ha! Yin Chuan immediately laughed. Calamity? You, how did you know? Gong Yangzi suddenly said in surprise. Yin Chuan sneered. He turned to look at Wu Tian and Tian Jizi. I have long expected the two of you to come for revenge. However, don't you think this is too grand? I'm now at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Yet 3 sages have to surround and kill me at the same time? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Tian Jizi sneered. 7th firmament ancestral immortal? Indeed, if it were anyone else, we would disdain joining forces to kill them before we reach the saint realm. But you're different. Yin Chuan, you've hidden your strength far too deeply. Yin Chuan, you've caused us 3 saints to surround and kill you. You can be considered unprecedented. Wu Tian said coldly. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes as he stared at the 3 sages and said, "Humph, if that's the case, then come at me." Boom! The sea of blood expanded once again, and Yin Chuan was surrounded by a bloody mist. The sea of blood soared into the sky, directly facing the 3 saints. Yin Chuan's straightforwardness caused the 3 sages to suddenly become sluggish. This was because no matter how monstrous Yin Chuan's strength was, it was impossible for him to compete with a sage. However, he actually dared to accept the challenge of 3 sages? This didn't make sense. Shouldn't Yin Chuan turn around and flee, and then be toyed with by the 3 of them like a cat catching a mouse to vent the hatred in their hearts? Fight? The 3 sages hesitated. Why? Are the 3 of you afraid? Yin Chuan said coldly. Afraid? The 3 sages' eyes flashed with anger. Tian Jizi suddenly shouted, "Everyone be careful!" Gong Yangzi and Wu Tian looked over. Yin Chuan, he's deliberately deceiving us. Yin Chuan's sea of blood has a strange ability. I remember now. No, I'm sure that this sea of blood is strange. The stronger it is, the stronger it becomes. Every time it's heavily injured, not only will Yin Chuan not be injured, he can even use it to break through. Yin Chuan wants to use our strength to help him break through. Tian Jizi said solemnly. What? Gong Yangzi exclaimed. That's right. Wu Tian suddenly shouted. I also remember. The last time we fought Yin Chuan together with the Phoenix Emperor, Yin Chuan's sea of blood was not destroyed, but Yin Chuan's cultivation increased by 1 celestial layer. Wu Tian said. Gong Yangzi also suddenly said, I also remember. The last time in the Central Territory, under our heavy attacks, Yin Chuan's cultivation also broke through by 1 celestial layer. Yin Chuan is getting stronger the more he fights. He wants to lure us into a battle to make himself stronger. Tian Jizi said solemnly. The 3 sages immediately looked at Yin Chuan in shock. What a strange ability. What a domineering ability. The 3 sages said coldly. Yin Chuan's face also sank. What? The 3 of you aren't going to fight? The 3 sages looked at each other. We can't allow Yin Chuan to continue getting stronger. If he continues to get stronger, we won't have a chance to avenge ourselves. Tian Jizi said coldly. Then what should we do? Gong Yangzi asked doubtfully. There's a way. Blood Sea ability? Absorb the power of attacks. It can be absorbed if it's within an acceptable range. However, what if it's outside the acceptable range? Wu Tian suddenly said. In my opinion, Yin Chuan's Sea of Blood can only withstand the power of 1 sage at most. To be safe, if we all attack together and scatter the entire Sea of Blood, Yin Chuan will also be annihilated. Wu Tian said again. The 3 sages looked at each other and agreed with each other. Then, they looked at Yin Chuan, who was above the Sea of Blood. At this moment, Yin Chuan's face was gloomy, as if he was anxious after his scheme was exposed. Haha, everyone, let's attack together. If Yin Chuan doesn't die, I won't be able to get rid of him. Wu Tian laughed loudly. Okay, the 2 sages agreed loudly. Boom! In an instant, 3,000 heavenly Tao shadows appeared behind each of the 3 sages. The heavens and earth shook as the 3 sages gathered rolling power. Yin Chuan's face darkened. Forward! Boom! The heavenly veins suddenly appeared and shot up into the sky. In an instant, the power of the Sea of Blood surged again. Yin Chuan's face was solemn as he tried to block the 3 sages. Ah! Meng Rongrong, who was not far away, shouted anxiously. The three sages gathered the power of the heavens and earth and sealed the void in all directions, not allowing Yin Chuan to escape. The three giant palms were like three mountains that fell from the sky. Wherever they passed, the void would shatter. Three waves of destructive power rushed toward the sea of blood. Die! Gong Yangzi shouted excitedly. Whoosh! Before the three palms arrived, the sea of blood surged violently, resisting the three giant palms. Meng Wenruo was extremely anxious, but she could only clench her fists tightly. Even though Yin Chuan was controlling the heavenly veins, he was still inferior to the three sages. Yin Chuan's body merged with the heavenly veins. His eyes flashed with a solemn look as if he was waiting for something. The three giant palms were about to reach the surface of the sea of blood in the blink of an eye. The raging waves disappeared, and the sea of blood calmed down under the great suppression. Seeing that they had succeeded, the three sages' faces that were covered by the fog revealed a ferocious look. Heavenly Tao! At this moment, a loud shout came from the palace where Yin Chuan had walked out from. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly Tao appeared. Following that, a white sword light shot out from the palace, heading straight for Wu Tian. Xing! The sword light was extremely fast and ferocious. It arrived in front of Wu Tian in an instant. What? Wu Tian's face changed. Boom! Wu Tian quickly dodged in shock, but the sword aura seemed to have fiercely pierced into Wu Tian's arm. Bang! Wu Tian retreated. The sage's palm that he had just sent out also shattered. Only Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi's palms hit the sea of blood. Yin Chuan was still worried about three sages' palms, but two? He immediately threw out the great heavenly seal. Boom! Boom! The two sages' palms hit the sea of blood. Bang! The boundless sea of blood was shattered with a loud bang, and a huge abyss was created on the ground. The rumbling earthquake radiated in all directions. The sea of blood disappeared, and so did the heavenly veins. Yin Chuan, don't let anything happen to you. Meng Rongrong rushed over anxiously. Everyone looked over. Inside the abyss, there was a 10-foot imperial seal in front of them. Behind the imperial seal, there was a pool of blood that was emitting the sound of a heartbeat. No, almost. Tian Jizi said anxiously. Boom! The sea of blood surged. Yin Chuan rushed out of the abyss with Meng Rongrong in his arms. You're fine, that's great. Meng Rongrong was suddenly hugged by Yin Chuan, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong in his arms and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Meng Rongrong's eyes. He smiled and said, Of course I'm fine. Let go of me, let go of me. Meng Rongrong struggled violently and quickly broke free from Yin Chuan's arms. Eighth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm? I knew it. Tian Jizi said irritably. The three sages looked at Yin Chuan with resentment. At the same time, they looked at the hole that Yin Chuan had come out from. It was that hole that shot out a sword light. Slowly, a white-robed man walked out. His face was also covered by a layer of mist. Dongfang Bubi, it's you. Wu Tian immediately roared. Dongfang Bubi looked at the three sages and turned to look at Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, I'll only help you block one. Let's go with Wu Tian. Okay, Yin Chuan responded. Dongfang Bubi, this is a grudge between us and Yin Chuan. You also want to interfere? Wu Tian said coldly. Dongfang Bubi ignored him. Instead, he pulled out the sword in his hand and shot towards Wu Tian. Boom! After a collision, the two shot out into the starry sky. Bastard, Dongfang Bubi, you're just a newly ascended sage, and you want to stop me. I'm a number 1 sage. Wu Tian roared. The two disappeared in a blink of an eye. Instantly, only Yin Chuan was left to face the two sages. Gong Yangzi and Tian Jizi both felt depressed. Gong Yangzi, didn't you say that you tricked Yin Chuan into attacking you alone? Why is Dongfang Bubi hiding here? Tian Jizi said solemnly. Gong Yangzi also felt gloomy. Don't worry, Yin Xuan is only an 8th level ancestral immortal. You also saw just now. The Sea of Blood can't withstand our power at all. More than half of our palm power was blocked by Yin Xuan's Imperial Seal. In other words, without the Imperial Seal, I can destroy Yin Xuan's Sea of Blood alone, Gong Yangzi said solemnly. Tianjizi's face sank. Indeed, most of his power was blocked by the Imperial Seal. The Sea of Blood did not bear much of it. Hold back the Imperial Seal.